Chapter 1. Under the scorching summer sun, outside the imperial capital of the Qian, Tang'an city, the air shimmered under the relentless heat. A dust-laden carriage approached slowly. In stark contrast to its unadorned exterior, the interior of the carriage was an epitome of opulence. A frost-chill enchantment rendered the inside refreshingly cool, as if it were autumn, devoid of any trace of heat. Xiao reclined upon the plush cushions, his demeanor languid. At the tender age of 24, his visage was chiseled with striking contours, akin to a sculpture hewn from stone. With arched brows and starry eyes, a faint smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, imbuing him with an air of nonchalance. "Young master, open your mouth," a girl with a captivating beauty offered him a peeled lychee. As the succulent fruit entered his mouth, the girl's hand lingered, awaiting the spitting out of the pit into her delicate palm. Without hesitation, she discarded the pit and proceeded to peel another. Xiao gazed through the carriage curtain, witnessing a scene both familiar and alien. A decade had passed, and nostalgia tugged at his heartstrings. Even as a prince of the Qian, returning to the imperial capital after a prolonged absence stirred emotions within him. Suddenly, the carriage came to a halt, the voice of the driver cutting through the air. "Young master, it seems there's been an incident ahead. The city gate is blocked." Indeed, before the gates of Tang'an, a throng had gathered, observing from a distance. At the center of the crowd, a young man clad in extravagant robes was mercilessly beating a middle-aged man. As he struck, he shouted furiously, "Damn it, you blind fool! How dare you kill my hound? Today, you shall pay for your life." The man being assaulted, dressed in coarse cloth, cowered on the ground, too terrified to resist, pleading for forgiveness. Xiao pushed his way through the crowd and beheld a bloodied black hound lying on the ground, its life force ebbing away from two deep gashes, its condition dire. Beside it, a young boy was crying, his legs smeared with blood. Xiao furrowed his brow and inquired with a smile at a gaunt man nearby, "My good fellow, what transpired here?" The man, seemingly eager to chat, explained that young master's dog attacked the man's son. In a fit of paternal instinct, the man killed the dog with an axe, inciting the young master's wrath, leading to this beating. Upon hearing the explanation, Xiao frowned with suspicion. The dog's death may be justified, yet in broad daylight at the city gates, such an act of violence occurs while the city guards stand idly by? The man replied in a hushed tone, "You must be a stranger. That man is Qian, the son of the Prince of Jing. Do you know the prince? He is the younger brother of our current emperor, making him the emperor's nephew. Who would dare interfere? A beating is merely a beating. As long as no lives are lost, we common folk cannot afford to offend such figures." Xiao understood, realizing the identity of this insufferable brat. At that moment, Yi Xingyuan's fury intensified. Spotting the axe discarded by the man, he seized it and shouted, "I've raised this dog for 7 or 8 years since you killed it. I want bully you will take 2 of your fingers." He wasn't foolish should a life be lost. The situation would escalate significantly. Gripping the axe, Yi Xingyuan grasped the man's right hand, aiming for his thumb, ready to strike. Seeing his father in peril, the boy, disregarding his own pain, leaped forward and clutched Yi Xingyuan's leg, crying out, "Please don't chop off my father's finger. It was your dog that bit me. And that's why my father killed it. Get the hell away." Yi Xingyuan kicked the boy aside, a flash of menace in his eyes, and with all his might, he brought the axe down upon the man's thumb. Just as the axe was about to descend, a figure suddenly swooped in, delivering a powerful punch to Yi Xingyuan's face. Boom! The sheer force knocked Yi Xingyuan off balance, sending him crashing to the ground. The axe was snatched from his grasp. It was none other than Xiao. At that moment, he toyed with the axe, a playful smile gracing his lips. Yi Xingyuan, having been struck, was immediately surrounded by 4 bodyguards, 2 of whom helped him up while the others stood protectively in front of him. Yi Xingyuan rose from the ground, glaring at Xiao, roaring, "You scoundrel! Attacking a royal! Kill him!" At the command, the bodyguards lunged forward, drawing their blades. Yet the very next second, everyone stood in stunned silence. Xiao, wielding the axe with effortless grace, dispatched several guards with ease, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Realizing the tide had turned, Yi Xingyuan attempted to flee, but he was no match for Yi Xiao's speed. Just a few steps away, Yi Xiao caught him by the collar. Yi Xingyan, however, showed no sign of fear. He coldly retorted, "You'd best let go of me. I am the son of the Prince of Jing. Dare to harm a hair on my head, and I assure you, you will not leave Tang'an City." In this realm of the Qian, he was confident that no one would dare to harm him. Smack! Yi Xiao responded with a resounding slap. In an instant, Yi Xingyuan's world spun, his balance faltering as his right cheek began to swell visibly. "You!" Before he could utter another word, another slap landed. Smack! Smack! Yi Xiao delivered a flurry of slaps, sending dozens of them crashing down upon Yi Xingyuan's face. Blood filled Yi Xingyuan's mouth, his teeth shattered on both sides. At that moment, the guards at the city gate finally reacted. The leader shouted, "Stop at once. This is the son of the Prince of Jing." Yi Xiao, still gripping the dazed Yi Xingyan, glanced at the captain of the city guards with a chilling smile. "And what of it? If you dare to intervene, I will kill you." The moment those words left his lips, the captain of the guards felt a chill run down his spine. He sensed that the individual before him possessed an extraordinary status. As the conversation unfolded, Yi Xiao leaned down, fixing his gaze on Yi Xingyan, and with a cold smirk, he said, "Little Yuanzi, during my absence from Tang'an, you've grown quite arrogant. Do you not recall what I told you? The next time I catch you bullying someone, I will knock out all your teeth and break both your legs. Have you forgotten so soon?" Yi Xingyuan, held captive by Yi Xiao, widened his eyes in disbelief. The handsome face before him overlapped with the tender visage from his distant memories. Long-buried recollections resurfaced. He stared incredulously at the man before him. Third brother? Yi Xiao, the third prince of the Qian. In his youth, he was astute and deeply favored by the reigning emperor, Yi Sun. He had once been regarded as the prime candidate for the throne by both court and commoners alike. Yet, 10 years prior, at the tender age of 14, he had left a note and stealthily departed from Tang'an City. Now, a decade had passed without a return. In Yi Xingyuan's childhood memories, this individual had been utterly terrifying. As he observed Yi Xiao's narrowed eyes, Yi Xingyuan trembled involuntarily. Familiar memories flooded his mind. This man was serious. "Third brother, I was wrong. I want dare again. Spare me this once," he pleaded urgently. The guards at the city gate stood frozen, realizing that the one being called third brother was also of royal blood. What a predicament! They need not intervene now. Yet, Yi Xiao's subsequent actions left everyone in utter shock. He seized Yi Xingyuan and forcefully pinned him to the ground, bellowing at the surrounding onlookers. "Yi Xingyuan, as a member of the royal family, you oppressed the common folk and tarnished the royal reputation, inciting public outrage. Today I, Yi Xiao, the third prince of the Qian, shall break both your legs to serve as an example." Yi Xingyuan was taken aback. Time seemed to rewind to 10 years ago, that early spring moment. For bullying Yi Xiao's sister, Yi Yuner, he had been thrown into the frigid waters of a lake, nearly drowning. The coldness of the water and the despair of near drowning lingered in his heart. For a long time, he had been filled with dread. He knew that Yi Xiao was capable of anything. "Third brother, I was wrong. Spare me this once, and I shall never offend again." Ye Vingyuan implorait desperately. He understood that threats would not work on Yi Xiao. In response to his pleas, Yi Xiao leaned closer and ominously whispered in his ear, "Had you only given him a mere beating, or even just taken 2 of his little fingers, considering your royal status, I might have spared you a leg. But you aimed for his vital thumb, you clearly sought his life. Such malice, if I do not kill you, it would already be showing you leniency." Yi Xingyuan's heart sank in horror. He had never expected that his sinister intentions had been so easily perceived by Yi Xiao. It was well known that a person has 5 fingers, with the thumb being the most crucial. Should the thumb be severed, it would render the hand nearly useless. When he had aimed for the farmer's thumb, that had indeed been his intention. A peasant man, rendered utterly helpless, might as well be considered dead. His existence could be likened to a living hell. Driven by a fierce resolve over a mere hunting dog, his heart reveals a profound cruelty. Before he could conjure any defensive retorts, Yi Xiao raised his leg and delivered a brutal kick to the man's left knee. Crack! With that strike, Yi Xingyuan let out a piercing scream. His knee shattered. Immediately after, the same fate befell his right leg. Another kick landed on the joint, the force penetrating to the bone, resulting in a similar fracture. The excruciating pain caused Yi Xingyuan's eyes to roll back, collapsing to the ground in convulsions like a lifeless dog. Yi Xiao surveyed his surroundings, his gaze ultimately settling on the soldiers guarding the city. The soldiers instinctively lowered their heads. Observing their reaction, Yi Xiao chose not to linger and merely waved toward a nearby carriage. The coachman drove the carriage closer. A beautiful maid opened the carriage door, playfully exclaiming, "Young master, come quickly. I've peeled so many lychees for you." Yi Xiao smiled faintly, boarded the carriage, and departed with an air of nonchalance. Only the onlookers remained, exchanging bewildered glances. Moments later, someone in the crowd shouted in approval, and a wave of cheers erupted. Such is the fickleness of human sentiment, a truth as old as time. In the depths of the royal palace, a middle-aged eunuch hurriedly made his way forward. He appeared exceedingly flustered. At last, he arrived at the chambers of the great Qian emperor, Yi Sun. Upon entering the grand hall, he caught a glimpse of Yi Sun engrossed in a book, prompting the eunuch to drop to his knees with a thud. His face was a mask of urgency. "Your Majesty, your Majesty, something has happened." Yi Sun casually tossed aside his book, frowning as he inquired, "What has transpired? Why this frantic demeanor?" "I have told you time and again to remain composed in the face of adversity. The Jinfu division has just sent word that the third prince has returned to Tangan City." As soon as the eunuch finished speaking, Yi Sun's previously displeased expression transformed into one of joy. He sprang up from his seat, completely disregarding his earlier admonition to remain composed. "Xiao has returned?" Yet, as the words escaped his lips, he suddenly grasped the implications, his countenance hardening. "That ungrateful wretch. He knows to return, does he? Quickly fetch the dragon robe crafted by Master Feng. I must remind that scoundrel of my majesty." Master Feng, renowned throughout the world as a master tailor, had traveled across nations. 5 years prior, he had come to Great Qian and was summoned to the palace, personally crafting a dragon robe for Yi Sun. The materials, the design, and the sewing techniques were all to Yi Sun's liking. Over the years, he seldom donned that robe, unless for significant occasions. Having said this, he began to pace back and forth. "Go. Instruct the imperial kitchen to prepare the tearing windhound that the barbarians sent the other day, though that scoundrel is disobedient. After my punishment, I cannot let him go hungry. Additionally, notify all officials and royal relatives that Xiao has returned to Tangan City. Tomorrow, I shall host a grand banquet." As his words trailed off, he noticed the eunuch remained motionless. Yi Sun, displeased, queried, "Why are you still here?" Zhou Tong smiled wryly. "Your Majesty, I have yet to finish my report. It is indeed true that the third prince has returned to Tangan City, but according to the intelligence from the Jinfu division, he has knocked out all of Yi Xingyuan's teeth at the city gate and shattered both his knee bones. At this moment, His Highness Jing Wang is likely already en route to the palace." No sooner had he spoken than another eunuch burst into the room. "Your Majesty, His Highness Jing Wang requests an audience outside." Yi Sun rubbed his temples. After a moment's contemplation, he commanded, "Let him in." Then, turning to Zhou Tong, he ordered, "Go find my dragon robe and prepare the tearing windhound as well." As he spoke, he muttered to himself, "Even if trouble brews, one must not neglect sustenance." Zhou Tong, as Yi Sun's close attendant, he was well aware that the emperor had no intention of imposing a severe punishment. Though it was well known that this great Qian emperor favored Yi Xiao above all, it was astounding that even after Yi Xiao's 10-year absence from Tangan City, he remained so cherished. Even in light of Yi Xiao injuring the heir of Jing Wang, Yi Sun inquired not into the reasons. Such leniency would be unimaginable were it any other prince. At this moment, in the residence of the first prince, he sat regally, listening to a cloaked figure report news. "Are you saying the third prince has returned and has already shattered Yi Xingyuan's knees at the city gate?" Indeed, the news has spread throughout the city, and His Highness Jing Wang should have already entered the palace. The first prince rose, laughing heartily, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Excellent, excellent. That rascal, returning only to stir such trouble. With Jing Wang in the palace, even if father favors him, he will surely face severe punishment. This could not be better. One of his attendants, puzzled, remarked, "Why is your highness so delighted? The third prince has been absent from the capital for many years. Logically speaking, he should bear no grudge against your highness." The first prince's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. "You know nothing. Do you understand why father has steadfastly refused to name a successor all these years? It is because of the third prince. In his eyes, the third prince is the most suitable candidate for the throne. No matter how hard I strive or how well I perform, he remains indifferent." At that moment, an elderly man with white hair entered the room. "Your Highness, in my observation, while the third prince is indeed precocious, his departure from court has already diminished his credibility among the civil and military officials. Whether or not His Majesty names a successor may not necessarily pertain to him. For many years, your fiercest rivals have been the second and fourth princes. Resolving matters with them should be your utmost priority. As for the third prince, even if he returns to Tangan City, he lacks the capital to contend with you. His actions are so reckless that no matter what, the officials will not allow him to ascend to the position of heir. Since His Majesty favors him, you should not only refrain from hostility, but also strive to win him over. Do not let a momentary disdain lead him to side with the second or fourth princes." Upon hearing the words of the venerable white-haired strategist, the crown prince took a deep breath, clasped his hands, and said, "I am grateful for your guidance, Mr. Mate. It was my oversight. Once my father has punished him, I shall personally visit to demonstrate the benevolence of a brother." Witnessing his resolve, the white-haired strategist, Mr. May, nodded in satisfaction. Stroked his white beard, he remarked, "Historically, the eldest legitimate son has been the rightful heir. Your mother is the current empress, and you are the firstborn. As long as you exhibit kindness and magnanimity, the position of heir is virtually assured, even if His Majesty wishes to designate another. The entire court will undoubtedly advocate for you." Within the palace, King Jing wept bitterly. "Your Majesty, even if the child has heired, it is ultimately due to circumstances. Considering our shared bloodline, it is inappropriate to act with such cruelty in broad daylight. Moreover, according to the laws, royal descendants who commit offenses should be dealt with by the royal clan court. Such absurdity cannot be tolerated. I beseech your Majesty to uphold justice for my brother." King Jing was astute. He did not declare Yi Xingyuan entirely blameless. Instead, he primarily attributed his condemnation to their shared lineage and lack of decorum, thereby implicating Yi Xiao, ensuring that the latter would not escape culpability. Regardless, these 2 points were inescapable. While Yi Xingyuan observed the distraught King Jing below, he forced a smile. "Seventh brother, Yi Xiao is a rebellious child, notoriously resistant to discipline. Having roamed the world for years, he has inevitably picked up some untamed traits. Do not worry. Upon his return to the palace, I shall certainly impose severe punishment to provide you and Xingyan with an explanation." King Jing looked up, slightly astonished, and inquired, "Yi Xiao has returned to Tangan, yet has not entered the palace to pay his respects to your Majesty?" He was intentionally sowing discord between Yi Xun and Yi Xiao. Indeed, upon hearing this, Yi Xun was filled with indignation, exclaiming, "How outrageous! He returns to the capital, yet does not immediately come to pay homage to me. I shall most certainly punish this rebellious child severely." No sooner had he spoken than a languid voice interjected. "Ah, here we go again. Is this not merely seeking a place to settle? At my age, I cannot reside in the palace, nor can I step out into the streets after paying my respects." As the words fell, Yi Xiao, clad in a flowing green robe, sauntered in from outside the hall. King Jing, incensed, rose and pointed at Yi Xiao, rebuking, "How can you enter His Majesty's chamber without prior notice? This is utterly disrespectful." Yi Xun, equally stern, added, "Indeed, you rebellious child, do you possess no sense of decorum?" In the face of their approaches, Yi Xiao produced a jade token from his bosom, smiling. "Has Father Emperor forgotten? You granted me the freedom to move within the palace, and have yet to retract it. You mentioned before that I could enter the Ministry of Rights, the Inner Palace, and the Military Affairs Office without prior notification." Upon seeing the token in Yi Xiao's hand, Yi Zhuan's expression turned cold. Humph, I only bestowed such privileges upon you because of your youth. Yet I had forgotten. King Jing's eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Xiao actually possessed such privileges, a fact he had been completely unaware of at that moment. Yi Xiao turned to King Jing and teased. Seventh uncle, what brings you here, a man in his 40s? Surely you are not here to lament. King Jing's face flushed instantly. Enraged, he retorted, Yi Xiao, you are truly heartless. Regardless of the circumstances, Qian is your brother. How could you break his legs, aiming for the knees? You have ruined his life. His ruin is far less significant than the tarnishing of my family's reputation. Yi Xiao sneered. If royal descendants were to universally oppress the common folk, as he does, our family would be utterly disgraced, a subject of scorn for the world. With that, Yi Xiao abruptly turned and bowed, declaring, I respectfully report to Father Emperor that I wish to accuse King Jing of failing in his duties as a father, allowing his offspring to oppress and harm the common people, thereby sullying the reputation of the royal family. I implore Father Emperor to impose severe punishment. King Jing was rendered speechless. It was he who had broken his own son's legs. Yet here was Yi Xiao turning the tables on him. A heavy accusation fell upon him, and he hastily turned to Yi Zhen, his voice betraying a hint of panic. Your Majesty, Yi Xiao's claims are unfounded. Xing Yuan has never committed any wrongdoing. It was merely an unfortunate incident today where my cherished dog lost control and attacked that farmer, leading to his anger-fueled retaliation. It was indeed provoked, and I hope your Majesty can see the truth. Yi Xiao chuckled. What a coincidence. I too have never committed any wrongdoing. It was all provoked. If lack of wrongdoing combined with provocation leads to innocence, then I am surely innocent. King Jing's mouth fell agape. He was at a loss for rebuttal, finally sputtering. You are merely quibbling. Yi Xiao replied with a grin. Seventh uncle, what are you saying? How can this be quibbling? These are your own words. Now, you face two choices. Either all three of us, myself, you, and Yixing, are guilty, in which case we shall each face our own fates under Father Emperor's decree, or we are all innocent, free to return home and rest. Which do you prefer? King Jing found himself in a quandary. Neither option was appealing to him. He glanced at Yi Zhuan, only to find the latter maintaining a serene countenance, seemingly disinterested in intervening. Your Majesty, I beseech you to make a just decision, King Jing implored. Yi Xiao is quibbling. I am not eloquent, and I ask for my elder brother to adjudicate on my behalf. Why, Yi Zhuan replied languidly. Seventh brother, I find that while this rebellious child is indeed outrageous, he speaks with a certain degree of rationale. You are my brother, and he is my son. Both are dear to me that if punishment must be meted out, it ought to be equitable. How can only one be penalized? King Jing could hardly fathom that the situation had escalated to this point. T.O. refrained from punishing Yi Xiao while his own son lay bedridden and lamenting was a bitter pill to swallow. Yet, to punish him would mean a trade-off. In any case, he felt he would be at a disadvantage. Most importantly, he had begun to keenly sense that Yi Zhuan's disposition was somewhat peculiar, at times. Seeming just may not equate to being just. Previously, when a prince caused trouble, Yi Zhuan would invariably reprimand without hesitation. However, today, despite appearing stern toward Yi Xiao, he offered no reproach. With thoughts racing, King Jing closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and softly said, If that is the case, I respectfully request your Majesty to dispatch palace physicians to attend to Qian to preserve his legs to the best of their ability. Granted, you may withdraw. King Jing turned, casting a lingering, furious glance at Yi Xiao, whose face was alight with a smile. Seventh uncle appears rather displeased. Would you care for a duel? You are older, so I shall not be unfair. I shall allow you to use one hand, as I have always upheld respect for the elderly. Humph. King Jing snorted coldly and departed hastily. Once he was out of earshot, Yi Zhuan waved his sleeve, and the palace attendants withdrew discreetly. Once the servants had retreated entirely, Yi Zhuan's expression shifted. His eyes widened with fury as he scolded, You rebellious child, do you even know how to return? A monarch's wrath is akin to thunder, and no matter who it is, they are sure to tremble in fear. Yet Yi Xiao merely smiled faintly. What can I say? I'm getting older. I cannot always wander aimlessly outside. I have returned to enjoy being an emperor, seeking a bit of stability. This. Yi Zhuan's anger turned to laughter. What audacity! You dare utter such words. Yi Xiao stood firm. What is there to fear? I, your son Yi Xiao, wish to become emperor. I have more than one son. Yi Zhuan raised his chin proudly. Your brothers are all exceptional individuals. His expression clearly conveyed. You will have to come to me. Are they truly that remarkable? Yi Xiao stroked his chin, chuckling. Very well then, I shall depart in a few days. If I cannot become emperor, then Tangan holds little interest for me. You dare? Yi Zhuan's face turned ashen, genuine fury igniting within him as he bellowed. Yi Xiao, if you dare to leave without notice again, do not blame me for truly turning against you within the palace. Father and son locked eyes. After a long pause, Yi Zhuan sighed deeply. If you wish to become emperor, you may, but know that this imperial throne was earned through the struggles of our ancestors and concerns the welfare of the realm. It must not be taken lightly that, if you wish to ascend, you must demonstrate your capabilities to me and the officials, and I shall grant you the opportunity to contend for the title of heir. However, you must agree to one condition. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow. A condition? What condition? Yi Zhuan smiled slightly. Marriage. I wish to bestow upon you a matrimonial alliance. Provided you accept, I shall permit you to establish your own residence, recruit retainers, and allow you to maintain 3,000 personal guards, with a monthly stipend of 100,000 in silver and the right to participate in court discussions. It must be said that Yi Zhao's heart was stirred. Although he proclaimed his ambition to ascend to the throne, he was acutely aware of his tenuous foundation after years away from the capital. Returning to the capital, many matters would undoubtedly prove to be fraught with difficulties. The conditions laid out by Yi Zhuan presented him with a rare opportunity to swiftly enter the corridors of power and cultivate his own strength. Deep within Yi Zhao's dantian, a golden cauldron floated, inscribed with the words Human Emperor. This precious item, which Yi Xiao had risked his life to obtain, was a relic from ancient times, used by the human emperor to suppress fortune. In acquiring it, Yi Xiao had also mastered the royal cultivation technique, the great transformation of a human emperor. This technique was immensely powerful, yet its practice was arduous and obscure. Unlike conventional techniques, this one required a secret method to condense the loyalty of others into the human emperor's cauldron within the cultivator's body, refining it into the true energy of a sovereign to nourish the practitioner. Through his preliminary experiments, Yi Xiao discovered that to gather this energy, he needed individuals loyal to him. The more loyal subjects he had, the stronger the energy he could amass, thereby increasing the true energy of the sovereign he could refine. It was precisely because of this, coupled with Yi Zhao's years of wandering and witnessing the suffering of the common people, that he chose to return to the capital of the great Qian Empire. On one hand, he aspired to return to the court, seize the throne, gather support, and cultivate the great transformation of the human emperor. On the other hand, he hoped for the citizens of the great Qian to live better lives, even if only marginally so. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xiao ultimately could not resist the allure of this proposition, despite his uncertainty regarding Yi Zhuan's true intentions. However, before agreeing, there were certain matters he needed to clarify. Why Yi Xiao raised his gaze and earnestly addressed Yi Zhuan. A marriage grant is acceptable, but it cannot be to an unattractive woman. Humph, what are you saying? You are my son. Would I bestow upon you an ugly bride? Nor can she be short. Rest assured, she will undoubtedly be tall and slender, and certainly not plump. Ha! I assure you, I will find you a beauty of unparalleled grace from the great Qian. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhao's expression darkened rather than brightened. What if that woman cannot bear children? Yi Zhuan, incensed, retorted, What nonsense are you speaking? Would I ever choose a wife for you who cannot bear offspring? Yi Xiao scoffed coldly. Do you take me for a fool? If there were no issues with her, would you set such a high price and be so evasive? I merely wish for you to feel secure in staying in Tangan. As for the candidate, I simply have not yet made up my mind. You little rascal, are far too suspicious. It's truly vexing. Yi Xiao regarded Yi Zhuan with suspicion, his instincts telling him that there was certainly a problem, yet he could not discern the details at that moment. I agree. Yi Jun waved his hand dismissively. Very well. You may leave now. Go to Mingyue Palace and reunite with your mother and sister. You have been apart for so long that I have instructed the imperial kitchen to prepare the exquisite Bianjisa Fengu, which is exceptionally delicious. We shall dine together at Mingyue Palace shortly. Suddenly, he looked at Yi Xiao and inquired with a smile. After a decade of travel, what is your current cultivation level? The great Qian was a nation founded on martial prowess. Moreover, on the continent, there were many formidable experts in various nations. Thus, martial cultivation was of paramount importance. Yi Xiao replied with a bow. I report to your majesty, I have entered the soul refinement realm, and I am currently at the 7th rank. The ranks of martial artists are divided into body refinement, blood cultivation, qi accumulation, and soul refinement, constituting the 4 foundational realms, each with 9 ranks. Achieving the 7th rank in the soul refinement realm at the age of 24 was not insignificant. However, upon hearing this, Yi Jun's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment. A 24-year-old at the 7th rank of the soul refinement realm might not even open the heavenly gate by the age of 30, limiting his future achievements. The heavenly gate is a crucial threshold to cross at the 9th rank of the soul refinement realm. The earlier one opens this gate and enters the heavenly origin realm. The greater their potential, it is worth noting that many individuals remain stuck at the peak of the soul refinement realm for years without progress. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xiao withdrew. Yi Jun sat alone in the room, and after a moment sighed. This child should never have left. It has been a waste of time. His voice was filled with regret. After all, in his memory, with Yi Xiao's terrifying talent in martial arts, he should not have reached this age without opening the heavenly gate. From the darkness, a voice emerged. Your Majesty, although the 3rd prince is merely at the 7th rank of the soul refinement realm, I perceive that his heavenly gate has indeed been opened. Upon hearing this, Yi Jun, who had appeared somewhat disheartened, suddenly lifted his head. Is what you say true? How is this possible? From the shadows, a frail, elderly eunuch stepped forward, smiling as he explained. The 3rd prince's true energy is surging and extraordinarily powerful. It is no longer derived from the techniques he practiced in the past. If my conjecture is correct, he must have acquired a certain powerful technique after opening the heavenly gate, which led to a temporary setback in his cultivation, causing his rank to drop. Yi Jun retorted angrily. The great Sun Yuan Yang technique he practiced back then was already among the best in the world. What technique could surpass it? This is simply foolishness. The elderly eunuch spoke softly. Your Majesty, sometimes the paths of fate differ for each individual. Until the end, no one can ascertain the outcome. I implore your Majesty not to be hasty. Yi Jun fell silent, lost in thought. I could see that moment. The eunuch Zhou Tong entered, carrying a tray adorned with a black and gold embroidered dragon robe. He bowed and announced, Your Majesty, the Bianjisa Fengu will take half an hour to prepare, and I have also brought the dragon robe. Yi Jun opened his arms, and the elderly eunuch stepped forward to assist him in unfastening his robe. Zhou Tong, draft an edict to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, granting the 3rd prince, Yi Xiao, a residence and the right to attract guests, along with the ability to maintain 3,000 private soldiers and a monthly stipend of 100,000 silver. Also, draft an edict to grant the daughter of the Pingbei Marquis, Liang Qing'an, in marriage to Yi Xiao as a primary wife. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong, who was kneeling and holding the dragon robe, could not help but reveal a look of astonishment. It is well known that Liang Qing, though exceptionally beautiful, had grown up alongside the military and possessed a cold and straightforward disposition. 2 years prior, during a campaign into enemy territory, she led 7,000 troops in a surprise attack, capturing 4 cities and wreaking havoc in the enemy's rear. This was indeed a great achievement. Yet before each departure, she ordered the burning of cities and the slaughter of all able-bodied men in that battle. She had slain hundreds of thousands of enemies. The brutality of that conflict need not be elaborated upon. It was precisely after that battle that the people of Tang'an began to speak of her with fear, and the name Liang Qing, the butcher, spread throughout the land. Although Yi Jun's first decree displayed great favor toward Yi Xiao, why would the second decree bestow this woman upon him in marriage? It is understood that no man would feel entirely comfortable sharing a bed with a woman who had ruthlessly slain hundreds of thousands. In Mingyue Palace, a beautiful woman gazed at Xiao with tear-filled eyes. She trembled as she reached out to touch his unfamiliar, yet familiar face. Hua Mingyue, Xiao's mother, had been granted the title of imperial concubine. My child, you have finally returned. After all these years, do you have any idea how worried your mother and sister have been for you? The tone of consort Hua was filled with deep sorrow. Xiao smiled faintly. But I have returned, have I not? Now I am much taller than you. When he left, he was still a half-grown child, yet now he stood as a tall and robust man. Consort Hua wiped away her tears and said, Enough of that. Now that you have returned, you must not leave again. Just remain in Tangan as a noble prince. That would be good that in time. I will find a girl for you to marry. Compared to the other princes, it was quite rare for Xiao to be of this age, and still unmarried. Xiao shook his head. No need. Father said he would arrange a marriage for me. Consort Hua was momentarily taken aback. Then her face lit up with joy. That is wonderful news. It seems that even though the emperor has not seen you for many years, he still holds you in his thoughts at this point. Her expression grew a shade gloomier. What a pity. If you had not left, you might have already become the crown prince. It is not too late now. Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile. However, Consort Hua's expression suddenly changed, and she lowered her voice urgently. No, Xiao, you have been away from Tangan for many years and are unaware of the current situation. The eldest, second, and fourth princes have already established their own power and supporters. If you express any desire for the throne, you will certainly face their united opposition, which is extremely dangerous. Listen to your mother. You must act discreetly and avoid confrontation with them. That I ask for nothing more than your safety and stability throughout your life. Just as Consort Hua finished speaking, an excited yet anxious voice suddenly called from outside. Brother. Brother, a girl, lifting her skirt, stumbled into the room. Upon seeing Xiao, she immediately threw herself into his arms. Brother, I missed you so much. The girl clung desperately to Xiao, her own brother, Qian, in the ruthless world of imperial families. Where the emperor's offspring are countless and emotions tend to be rather detached, Xiao and Qian share a unique bond as they were born of the same mother. Their kinship naturally set them apart from others. Within the depths of the imperial palace, hidden dangers lurked in every corner. The first time Xiao took a life was for the sake of Qian, and in her heart, he was the person closest to her. After years of separation, there were countless tales to share. The three of them engaged in endless conversation. Meanwhile, 2 imperial edicts had already been issued from within the palace to the residence of the crown prince. The crown prince listened to his subordinate's report, his face a stormy shade of iron. I knew it. I knew father favored him. The third prince had shattered Yixingyuan's knees, yet not only was he unpunished, but he was also granted a residence, the authority to raise private troops, and a monthly allowance of 100,000 taels, along with permission to participate in court discussions. Why? Why? His face flushed with indignation as he shouted furiously. Yi Sun's treatment of Xiao completely exceeded his expectations. The elderly Mr. Mei, standing nearby, allowed a long sigh. Your Majesty dotes on the third prince far too much. Indeed, even Mr. Mei, who previously thought Xiao had no chance in the struggle for the throne, now found himself wavering. The crown prince approached him, eyes reddened, saying, When I established my residence, father only granted me 10,000 taels a month and 800 private soldiers, after being away for 10 years. He returns to such vast privileges. What is father thinking? What is he thinking? Is he truly intent on forcefully supporting the third prince's ascension? The crown prince's questions left Mr. Mei at loss for words. Was it unfair? Indeed, it was unfair. Compared to other princes who had approved themselves to gain greater authority, Yi Zhao's return had already garnered enough overt support to stand on equal footing with the other princes. The emperor's thoughts remained an unfathomable abyss. No one knew what he truly desired. The glint of ruthlessness flickered in Mr. Mei's eyes as he spoke softly. However, it seems that the third prince may indeed become a significant trouble. Your Highness, it is time to make a decisive move. Why not take advantage of his unstable position and the conflict with Prince Jing to have assassins eliminate him? At this suggestion, the crown prince was momentarily taken aback. A struggle evident on his face, he hesitated, saying, "Mr. May, you previously advised me to win him over. Why now do you suggest his assassination?" Mr. May's gaze remained calm as he coldly replied, "People have 10 fingers, yet they vary in length. If it were not for this decree, the emperor's favoritism could merely be seen as a display of paternal affection, which is not inappropriate. However, this decree clearly indicates that he is to participate in court affairs, thus entering the fray for the crown. Should that be the case, even if his foundation is currently weak, as long as the emperor favors him and assists him both overtly and covertly, there will come a day when he will push you and your brothers aside." The crown prince's expression darkened further, yet he appeared torn. If father favors him, would sending skilled protectors to assassinate him not be courting disaster? Mr. May sighed in exasperation. "Opportunities must not be missed. They do not come again. Even if there are risks, we must at least give it a try. Simply dispatch a trusted assassin. Should it fail, it would only cost one life and would not implicate your highness." "Let me think it over. Let me think it over." The crown prince murmured to himself. In the residence of the Pingbei Marquis, Liang Qingyan wore a troubled expression, facing his wife, Wu Shi, who was glaring at him with fury. "Did you not say Zhou Tao was your old subordinate, like a brother? That if you simply spoke up, Qing and his son's marriage would surely be secured? How could it have been rejected?" Liang Qin, in his 40s with a short beard and a tall, robust figure, now resembled a frostbitten eggplant. He replied helplessly, "They said they are already betrothed." "What can I do? Betrothed? Nonsense. I have heard that after you visited, they hastily arranged a marriage." Wu Shi bit her teeth, saying, "You always talk about brotherhood for life, but when it comes to a real issue, it all seems like a pile of nonsense." Liang Qingyan retorted defiantly, "You cannot say that. Zhou Tao once endured 14 stab wounds to save me. That bond is genuine." "Huh. So what? Is it a disgrace for his son to marry our daughter? After all, he's his biological son," Liang Qingyan murmured. Upon hearing this, Wu Shi was even more incensed. "What nonsense are you saying? Is our Qing not flesh of our flesh?" Liang Qingyan lamented. "Who told her to act so ruthlessly? Even to the point of personally leading the charge to slay the young men of the Chu state. Numerous soldiers witnessed her slaying 1,000 men in one night, and rumors spread of her using their intestines to weave flowers and drinking their brain matter. It sends shivers down my spine. How could those young masters not be afraid?" Wu Shi fell silent. "Isn't this all your fault? If you had not taught her martial arts and allowed her to join the army, how could we have ended up with such rumors? Now look, a 20-year-old young lady, unable to marry. What will she do in the future?" As she spoke, tears streamed down Wu Shi's face. Liang Qingyan was at a loss for words. Feeling equally helpless, since that incident, various rumors had intensified that he even personally approached Yi Sun to have Liang Qing's military post revoked and keep her at home. Yet despite previous suitors knocking on their door, ever since, not only had no one proposed, but even when he actively sought suitors, there were no takers. Just as the couple wallowed in their despair, a sharp voice suddenly pierced the air. "Pingbei Marquis Liang Qingyan, receive the decree." Liang Qingyan and his wife stood in respectful posture as the eunuch Zhou Tong loudly announced the imperial edict. The daughter of Pingbei Marquis Liang Qingyan, Liang Qing, is to be wed to the third prince Yi Xiao as a secondary wife. So decreed. Though he was a eunuch, his voice carried no trace of femininity. As the words fell, Liang Qingyan stepped forward, raising his hands to accept the decree. "Zhou Gonggong, has the third prince returned to Tang'an City?" Liang Qingyan inquired, looking up. Zhou Tong smiled. "Indeed, he just entered the city today and is currently in the palace." After a moment's hesitation, Liang Qingyan produced a silver note and handed it to Zhou Tong. Whispering, "May I ask, why is this marriage designated as a secondary wife?" Typically, when the emperor arranged a marriage, the status within the household was not often specified, implicitly assuming the title of the main wife. However, this decree explicitly stated that Liang Qing was to marry Yi Xiao as a secondary wife. A single word made a world of difference. Zhou Tong did not accept the silver note, smiling as he replied, "I cannot say I am merely a messenger. The emperor's intent is for you to interpret. However, the emperor also instructed me to convey one message to the marquis. Please speak, Zhou Tong continued. There is no need to publicly announce the status of a secondary wife. Simply stating the marriage suffices. With that, Zhou Tong smiled slightly. I must take my leave now. There are other matters in the palace. He turned to leave but suddenly looked back, saying with a smile, By the way, I must inform you both of one more thing. The emperor has showered great favor on the third prince, granting him the right to establish his own residence, a monthly allowance of 100,000 taels, permission to raise 3,000 private troops, and the authority to participate in court discussions that why Yi Sun's decree will soon be known to all. Doing a favor in return will be quite agreeable. As Zhou Tong exited the courtyard, Liang Qingyan furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, Wu Shi appeared delighted as she took the decree, examining it closely that a smug smile crept onto her face as she remarked, Let those fools dare to say Qing'er can't marry now. My daughter is now a prince's wife, enjoying unparalleled honor. As she spoke, she noticed Liang Qin did not seem pleased. Husband, why do you seem so unhappy? Liang Qingyan sighed. I fear the third prince harbors grand ambitions. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. What do you mean? Wu Shi asked, puzzled. Liang Qingyan sighed deeply, leading her toward the back courtyard. As they walked, he explained, the emperor's grants to the third prince clearly indicate he intends for him to enter the fray of imperial succession. Yet, the third prince is still weak in Tangan City. This marriage decree binds our Liang family to him. Whether it brings fortune or misfortune is still unknown. Wu Shi, seemingly unconcerned, replied, I care not. At least my daughter's marriage is resolved. Deep within the imperial palace, in the moonlit hall, Yi Xiao and Yi'er had already taken their leave. The emperor of the Qian, Yi Sun, lay sprawled on the couch, his face flushed with the traces of intoxication, while Hua Mingyue gently kneaded his shoulders. Unable to contain her curiosity, Hua Mingyue ventured to inquire. I heard from Xiao that your majesty intends to arrange a marriage for him. Might I ask which young lady has captured your interest? If there are no suitable candidates, I happen to know a few gentle, well-educated maidens. Fret not, for I have already made my choice. It is Liang Qing, the daughter of the Marquis of Pingbei. Hua Mingyue gasped in shock. Covering her mouth, a heavy silence enveloped the room, and after a moment of steeling herself, she bravely suggested, Your Majesty, could we consider another candidate? The decree has already been issued. Yi Sun replied indifferently, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of helplessness flickered in Hua Mingyue's eyes, and she managed a forced smile. Yi Sun, eyes closed, basked in her ministrations and continued, I have my reasons for this marriage. While Liang Qing may exhibit a certain ruthlessness, her contributions to the nation cannot be overlooked. She has faced considerable criticism these past 2 years, and marrying her to Xiao would provide her with a sense of belonging. Your Majesty is indeed wise. Hua Mingyue uttered, though her heart harbored skepticism. In her view, Liang Qing could wed anyone. Why must it be her own son? After all, there was not a singular prince. However, Yi Sun's subsequent words left her utterly astonished. Secondly, with Xiao returning to the capital, his foundation is fragile. Should he aspire to claim the throne, he requires steadfast allies. This union would establish Liang as a support for Xiao. Furthermore, Liang Qing's military prowess could bolster his strength. These revelations stirred a tempest within Hua Mingyue's heart. What did this imply? Was Yi Xiao being groomed for the throne? Regardless of her contemplation, Yi Sun added, lastly, Liang Qing's notoriety, while unsavory, could serve a purpose. As long as the decree's intent remains undisclosed, it may sow confusion among the populace. After all, the future empress cannot be seen as a heartless killer. This might mitigate some hostility toward Xiao. Your Majesty is indeed insightful. Hua Mingyue's voice quivered with barely contained excitement, for it seemed, from Yi Sun's words, that all these considerations were aimed at fortifying Yi Zhao's position, even subtly hinting at designating him as the heir. Leaning against her legs, Yi Sun whispered, Xiao is most aligned with my aspirations and bears my likeness. In my youth, I too longed to traverse the world as he does, yet I lacked his courage. Unable to escape this Tangan city, I hope he achieves greatness and does not disappoint me. This evening's discourse must remain between us. Should Xiao wish to withdraw from the engagement, please persuade him for me. Rest assured, Your Majesty, if he desires to annul the engagement, I shall certainly counsel him. Yisun chose not to elaborate further. He appeared ready to sleep, his expression serene. Yet within his heart, he murmured to himself, Yi Xiao, you must return. You may become emperor, but should you possess no trump card, should you perish, it will be no fault of mine. At the palace gates, the night was deep. Yi Xiao's carriage awaited him. He emerged from the palace and climbed into the vehicle. He shoo. Let us depart. The coachman, Qian, appeared to be an honest, rustic man. With a smile, he replied, Your Highness, you may simply address me by my name. In this realm, such address may not be well received. Yi Xiao smiled back. It matters not. You are my uncle, and I have acknowledged you as such. Even if my father were present, I would still address you this way. Let us go. The hour is late, and Luer may soon grow anxious at Ti Zhao's command. Qian cracked the whip, and the carriage began to move steadily. The hooves of the horses echoed crisply against the cobblestone streets of Tangan. The pace was neither hurried nor slow, but reassuringly steady. Soon, Yi Zhao's breathing deepened, indicating he had slipped into slumber. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, a shadow darted swiftly. Clad in black and masked, the figure moved like the wind. Silent and swift, a long blade gripped tightly in hand, fixated on Yi Zhao's carriage. As the carriage rounded a corner, a glint of cold light flashed, and a lethal blade sliced towards the coachman with merciless intent. On the tranquil street, the pulling horses let out a brief whinny before all fell silent once more. Young master, there is an assassin. Kill him. Shall we not inquire further? No need. Whether or not we glean any information is debatable. Even if we do, who could discern the truth from lies? It would only serve to complicate matters. In the end, it is merely those few individuals. The carriage continued on its way, the figure in black collapsing to the ground. A distinct wound in its throat, blood oozing from the gash, staining the cobblestones. The assassin's eyes widened in disbelief and shock. And no one knew what he had witnessed, nor the experiences he had endured before his demise. Yet, without a doubt, he had perished silently and without a trace at dawn. Within the inn, Yi Xiao sat upon the bed, circulating his inner energy. A vast influx of natural essence surged through his body's acupoints, merging with the golden energy within him. This was the Yin Huang Ji Gong, an ancient imperial cultivation method. The regal qi cultivated through it was immensely powerful and formidable. However, the difficulty of advancing through this technique was far greater than that of ordinary methods. Yi Xiao opened his eyes, a hint of frustration flashing within them. Too slow. The pace of his cultivation was far too sluggish. He needed to expedite the acquisition of those 3,000 private soldiers. Blessed with exceptional talent from a young age, he had never experienced stagnation in his training. Thus, he felt an acute dissatisfaction with his current progress. To accelerate his cultivation, he must have more subordinates. Only then could he gather sufficient support through the imperial cauldron to enhance his cultivation. Within the palace, during the morning court session, Yi Xiao donned a blue and white dragon robe, standing in the grand hall. As he practiced the imperial cultivation method, even while standing still, he radiated an invisible aura of majesty. The number of ministers had already gathered, yet none approached him to offer greetings. I asked that the third prince? He is indeed a figure of remarkable bearing. And what of it? His actions are far too reckless and ruthless. He brazenly broke Yi Xingyuan's leg at the city gate yesterday, and I've heard that the censorate intends to report him today. But I heard the king of Jing personally entered the palace yesterday and did not even permit the emperor to punish him. What use is it for the censorate to report him? Only by reporting will we know its efficacy. As discussions continued among the crowd, more arrivals emerged. The first prince, the second prince, and the fourth prince. The three princes, similarly adorned in dragon robes, approached with heads held high. The first prince halted before Yi Xiao, a smile gracing his face. Third brother, it has been 10 years. I have missed you dearly. Yi Xiao regarded his feigned smile with a shake of his head. There is no need for longing. I shall be here every day henceforth. Father has granted me the authority to attend court discussions. At this proclamation, The first prince's smile faltered. The second prince stepped forward. His skin as pale as jade, tall and elegant, smiling as he remarked, "It has been many years. Third brother remains as forthright as ever. I hear father grants you a monthly allowance of 100,000 taels. If that suffices for daily expenses, it is not insignificant. Yet, to support 3,000 private soldiers. Moreover, now that you have returned to Tangan, a solitary figure, this amount may prove inadequate for marriage proposals if you require funds. Do not hesitate to approach second brother. I shall ensure your needs are met, and I only ask for an interest of 8%. His words seemed considerate, yet in truth, the 8% interest far exceeded that of ordinary moneylenders. He had no genuine intent to lend money. It was merely a veiled mockery of Yi Zhao's financial state. Among royal siblings, genuine affection was scarce, and mutual ridicule was commonplace. The Yi Xiao, however, responded without anger. Instead, beaming with a smile, he grasped the second prince's hand, casting a glance at the first prince, and said, "Second brother is indeed thoughtful, unlike certain individuals who merely express empty sentiments. However, you have not missed the mark. I find myself somewhat financially constrained at present. Might I request a loan of 10 million taels to tide me over? I shall repay you promptly once I am able." Those nearby who overheard Yi Zhao's words gasped in astonishment. What an audacious request! 10 million taels. The second prince was momentarily taken aback. Did he truly mean it? Moreover, to open with such a staggering sum. What if he failed to repay? The second prince gritted his teeth and retorted, "Third brother, you have quite the appetite. Are you not afraid that such a sum might crush your feet?" His words dripped with veiled threats, and Yi Xiao, showing no restraint, forcefully tossed aside the second prince's hand, exclaiming, "Ah, borrowed too much, have we? If second brother cannot afford it, it matters not. After all, your words sound no different from flatulence. Such is the nature of merchant families." Yi Zhao's tone was laced with mockery. The second prince's maternal family was among the wealthiest in the realm, a status that held little esteem in the eyes of royal siblings. He had been particularly sensitive to this matter since childhood. Indeed, as soon as Yi Xiao uttered those words, the second prince seethed. "Yi Xiao, do not go too far." Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow. "Oh, was it not you who said I could borrow money freely? Now that you cannot provide it, I am the one being unreasonable. Is there such logic in the world?" At that moment, the fourth prince stepped forward, bowing courteously, and said with a smile, "Brothers, there is no need for quarrels. The return of third brother is a joyous occasion. Let us not provoke Father Emperor's displeasure, lest we all face punishment." Yi Xiao regarded the fourth prince and chuckled. "Fourth brother, your reputation in the literary circles of Qian has soared. Your poetry and prose celebrated throughout the realm. Even in the world of martial affairs, I frequently hear scholars reciting your new works. Truly remarkable." This statement was undeniably true, compared to his two royal brothers. The fourth prince's fame was unparalleled, his literary talent renowned throughout Qian. Upon hearing Yi Zhao's praise, the fourth prince revealed a slightly bashful smile. "Thank you, third brother, for your kind words. Such writings are but trifles, hardly worthy of mention." Just as they were conversing, Yi Zhao's gaze fell upon a tall man leading a young girl toward them. The girl possessed a complexion that was not pale, but rather a robust bronze hue. Her features strikingly beautiful. Anyone who beheld her would be compelled to acknowledge her beauty. There have been no recent military conflicts. Why is Liang Qing present in the palace today? Could it be that Father Emperor intends to reinstate her? The eldest prince queried, puzzled. Yi Xiao, intrigued, turned his attention to Liang Qing and remarked, "Ah, it is she, our Qian's warrior woman, who has slain countless foes. It is said that during her siege of Chu, she would decapitate her enemies to use their heads as soccer balls. I wonder how much truth there is to that." The second prince scoffed. "Is it merely for soccer? She even extracted the brains of the Chu people to serve as drinks." Yi Xiao rolled his eyes. Such claims are not to be believed by anyone with sense. Whether you choose to believe it or not, I am aware she personally slaughtered no less than 10,000 young men of the Chu state. Rumors always grow more exaggerated with each retelling. Just then, they noticed Liang Qing's gaze fixed upon them. Locking eyes with Yi Xiao, she offered a faint smile. Her smile is quite charming. Xiao mused. The fourth prince leaned closer, whispering, "If third brother is interested, I could facilitate an introduction. She is still waiting for a suitor." Xiao rolled his eyes again. "Do not get me into trouble, bringing such a fierce spirit into my household. If we were to argue, I might wake up the next day, wondering if my head was still attached." "Huh." The fourth prince burst into laughter, wholeheartedly agreeing. "Your words are indeed true. Third brother, if it were not for such a temperament, she would not remain unmarried for so long. I've heard her father is currently seeking a match for her, but alas, no young man dares to propose. I dare say she may be here today to seek a marriage decree from His Majesty." Upon hearing the mention of a marriage decree, Xiao, who had been smiling, suddenly froze, realization dawning upon him. "Damn! Yijun, do not toy with me. His Majesty arrives." With the announcement from Zhou Tong, all present fell silent, quickly taking their places and bowing their heads in anticipation. Yijun entered. Casually taking his seat upon the dragon throne, he gestured slightly to Zhou Tong, who unfurled the prepared imperial edict and proclaimed loudly, "To third Prince Xiao, who has traveled the realm and returned to Tangan, henceforth, he is granted permission to establish his own residence, maintain a private army of 3,000, participate in court discussions, and is granted marriage to the daughter of the Marquis of Pingbei, Liang Qing." On the court, Yizhuan fixed his gaze intently on Xiao. Witnessing Xiao's expression twist slightly, he felt an immense satisfaction swell within him. "Ha! You little brat, attempting to throw a tantrum with your old man, trying to sneak away." This was a small indulgence for him. He genuinely wished to secure a suitable match for Liang Qing, hoping to provide Xiao with a reliable ally. Yet if he desired, there were certainly other means to achieve the same ends. His feelings toward Xiao were complex. On one hand, he cherished him and hoped he would achieve great things. But on the other, he harbored an obsession regarding the rebellious son who had left home for 10 years. A son must heed his father's word. Thus, when he saw Xiao's displeasure, yet knew he had no choice but to comply, Yizhuan felt an unspeakable satisfaction. Just as Yizhuan reveled in his private triumph, the three princes stepped forward in unison to express their gratitude. "Your son, Xiao, thanks Father Emperor for the grace. This humble minister, Liang Qing, thanks Your Majesty for the grace." The eldest prince, second prince, and fourth prince all widened their eyes, unable to suppress their smiles. The words still lingered in the air. Xiao had indeed been granted marriage to Liang Qing. It could not have been better. Most importantly, this subtly conveyed a signal. Yizhuan seemingly had no intention of making Xiao the crown prince. After all, the consort of the crown prince would likely become the future empress, and Liang Qing's reputation precluded her from such a position. To the three of them, this seemed to indicate Yizhuan's intent to prevent Xiao from ascending to the position of heir apparent. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their thoughts. "Your Majesty, I have a matter to present." The imperial censor, Zhang Pengfei, stepped forth from the crowd. Slightly annoyed at being interrupted, Yizhuan asked, "What is it?" Zhang Pengfei spoke clearly. "Your Majesty, I wish to accuse third Prince Xiao of being without office or title, committing acts of violence in the streets, and injuring the son of the King of Jing, that if everyone were to follow his example, what purpose would the government serve? This behavior must not be tolerated. I implore Your Majesty to punish third prince and issue an imperial edict to warn the populace." Observing Zhang Pengfei's eloquence, Yi Zhao's eyes narrowed. This man he had never encountered before today. Yet, here he was, accusing him. Loyalty to the throne? One might doubt that. Whose man was he? Yi Zhao turned his gaze towards the eldest prince. Smiling, "Is this one of your subordinates?" The eldest prince was taken aback, quickly replying, "Do not jest. All officials in the court serve under Father Emperor. What does it have to do with me?" Yi Zhao then looked at the second prince. "Were you the one who bribed him?" The second prince's face flushed crimson as he retorted angrily, "Do not speak nonsense. How could I act in such a manner?" Yi Zhao stroked his chin, murmuring, "Surely he has defected to the King of Jing. That would be quite foolish." Upon hearing his words, the princes exchanged glances. Such directness was rather uncommon. While many matters may be known to all, they were not to be openly discussed in the court. Their whispered exchanges caught Yi Zhuan's attention. He frowned and admonished, What are you discussing there? Yi Xiao, Zhang Pengfei accuses you. Do you have any counterarguments? Yi Xiao smiled slightly, stepping beside Zhang Pengfei, bowing respectfully to Yi Zhuan. They turned to Zhang Pengfei and asked with a grin, "This esteemed official, according to your assertions, if I were to witness Yi Xingyuan committing violence in the streets, what should I do?" Zhang Pengfei did not even glance at Yi Xiao, delivering his retort. "First, I would like to remind Third Prince that although Yi Xingyuan acted, it may not necessarily be an act of violence. There could be reasons behind it. Furthermore, even if Third Prince intervened, it would not be appropriate to injure him in the streets. He ought to be taken to the government office and then transferred to the Ministry of Rights for handling. That would be the proper course of action." This fellow spoke with impeccable logic that he first negated the premise of Yi Zhao's assertion that Yi Xingyuan had committed an act of violence, while also clarifying that even if Yi Xiao intervened, he ought not to have inflicted serious harm. Why Yi Xiao regarded Zhang Pengfei with amusement, inquiring, "How much did you receive?" "What?" Zhang Pengfei looked utterly bewildered. Yi Xiao continued, "I mean to ask, how much did you take from another nation to deliberately create confusion here?" At this remark, Zhang Pengfei's anger flared. "How dare you? How can Third Prince slander me so? I, Zhang Pengfei, was born and raised in Qian, blessed by imperial favor, and have this official position. Would I accept silver from another nation?" Yi Xiao maintained a smile. "Zhang Yusher, if you did not accept silver from another nation, how could you utter such treasonous words?" "What treasonous words have I spoken?" Zhang Pengfei remained utterly bewildered. Prior to the day's deliberation, he had already rehearsed various responses that Yi Xiao might offer. He had carefully considered his own words, and, upon reflecting on the recent dialogue between the two of them, he truly perceived no errors on his part. Why Yi Xiao slightly nodded, his gaze sharpening as he interrogated Zhang Pengfei. "Zhang Pengfei, Yi Xingyan is a royal relative, my father's own nephew. I in plain sight at the city gate. He assaulted the impoverished populace, kicked the children of the commoners, and aimed to sever their limbs. Such nefarious behavior, once it spreads, will inevitably lead the people of Qian to regard us royals as ferocious beasts. The citizens will be alienated, the realm will tremble. Is this not a simple truth that you, Inspector Zhang, fail to comprehend?" Without waiting for Zhang Pengfei's reply, Yi Xiao continued with a fierce tone, "Had I refrained from punishing Yi Xingyuan at that moment and taken him to the ancestral hall, regardless of the eventual outcome, how would the populace know? If the people remain unaware, how can the sordid reputation of the Qian royal family, known for oppressing the common folk, be cleansed? Countless voices would spread the tale. And by the time the ancestral hall issued its verdict, the news would likely have already circulated throughout the world. Pray tell, Inspector Zhang, once it reaches that point, how will you clarify the matter for the people to believe?" With each word, Yi Zhao's momentum surged, his voice echoing throughout the grand hall. The populace's disrespect and resentment towards the royal family is a matter that undermines the very foundation of the nation. Can we adhere to protocols in such cases? You suggest that I should not punish him before the people and instead take him to the ancestral hall. Does that not diminish the prestige of the Qian royal family? You profess to be a recipient of national grace, yet fail to protect the royal family. Is that not akin to being without a sovereign or a father? Yi Zhao's words flowed like a rapid-fire barrage. As his voice grew louder, the emperor's aura within him radiated a faint golden light. An intangible imperial might emanated from Yi Zhao's being, escalating to its peak, with a furious glare at Zhang Pengfei. He bellowed, "Zhang Pengfei, do you acknowledge your guilt?" In a moment of daze, Zhang Pengfei perceived not Yi Xiao, but rather Yi Sun clad in royal robes. Fear gripped his heart to the utmost. He was drenched in sweat, his legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground. That moment, the gazes of all in the hall towards Yi Xiao transformed. Compared to the other princes, Yi Xiao bore an indescribable majesty, a commanding presence. Among the ministers, Liang Qing's eyes sparkled with admiration. Such a man was indeed the object of her affection. In truth, Yi Xiao himself was unaware of the overwhelming aura he exuded when he reprimanded Zhang Pengfei. When Yi Xiao observed Zhang Pengfei on the ground, he was momentarily taken aback. He then turned to Yi Sun and respectfully stated, "I report to Father Emperor, my defense is complete." Having said that, he stepped aside. Zhang Pengfei, Realizing he had made a fool of himself before everyone, scrambled to his feet, kneeling in the grand hall, repeatedly bowing to Yi Sun. I merely acted thoughtlessly. I harbor no such thoughts of being without a sovereign or a father. I beseech your majesty to discern my intentions. His voice trembled, though Yi Sun nodded slightly. Rise. I know you harbor no such intentions. Simply be cautious next time. Zhang Pengfei stood up, steadied his mind, and rejoined the ranks of the ministers. Yi Sun smiled. Do any of you have further matters to address? If not, you may retire. The ministers remained silent. I could see this moment. The second prince stepped forward, bowing to Yi Sun. Father Emperor, the third brother seeks to form a private army. If he recruits soldiers on his own, they will merely be green recruits, lacking combat capability, and I suggest that Father Emperor allow the third brother to go to the Divine Martial Institute, where those willing to follow him may be taken into his service, thus establishing a foundational force that into Qian's Tang City. There exist several prominent institutions for nurturing talent. The One Yuan Pavilion welcomes all who possess knowledge, housing the learned from various esteemed families who lecture daily for the students' benefit. The Ling Xiaozhai specializes in training spiritual masters. The Divine Martial Institute, however, is a place for cultivating military officers and warriors. Those within the Divine Martial Institute not only study martial arts, but also learn the intricacies of military formations. Many are sent to the army to become its backbone. Numerous renowned generals of Qian hail from the Divine Martial Institute. Upon hearing this, a hint of amusement flickered in Yi Sun's eyes as he turned to Yi Xiao. Xiao, what are your thoughts? Yi Xiao glanced at the second prince, standing in the center of the hall, and replied with a hearty laugh. Brother, your intentions are well-meaning. I cannot refuse. If Father Emperor permits me to select personnel from the Divine Martial Institute. That would be splendid. Very well. I grant you permission to select 30 individuals from the Divine Martial Institute. Any willing to serve in your household may be accepted. Dismissed. As Yi Sun's words fell, he rose calmly and exited the palace. Yi Sun walked ahead, while Zhou Tong followed closely behind. Zhou Tong, do you believe the third prince will manage to select sufficient personnel from the Divine Martial Institute? Zhou Tong smiled apologetically. This servant knows not. Yi Sun coldly replied. I command you to speak. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong realized he could not evade and reluctantly responded. It may prove somewhat difficult. Who among the Divine Martial Institute does not yearn to achieve great deeds and attain titles? While entering a prince's household may grant them nobility, it also severs their path to the future. Perhaps for 10 or 8 years, they may find no opportunity to achieve merit. How could they be willing? Yi Sun stroked his chin, chuckling. The second prince desires to see Yi Xiao humiliated. He is quite unreserved, leaping into the pit he has dug. If it turns out that after a visit, he returns empty-handed, that would indeed be a jest. What do you think his reasoning is? This servant truly cannot say. The third prince's intentions are known only to him. Let us wait and see that go. Relay to the Divine Martial Institute that if Yi Xiao goes, do not offer him any special treatment. I wish to see if he possesses the capability to bring away those arrogant individuals from the Divine Martial Institute. Outside the palace, Yi Xiao stepped through the gates and found Liang Qing waiting by his carriage. Upon seeing him emerge, she approached with initiative. Greetings, third prince. I am Liang Qing. Liang Qing was poised and self-assured, introducing herself without a hint of girlish timidity, instead exuding an air of confidence. Let us converse in the carriage. Noticing the gazes of those around them converge, Yi Xiao gestured for her to enter, and Liang Qing, unreserved, leapt into his carriage. Yi Xiao smiled slightly and followed her inside. The carriage was enveloped in the faint fragrance of Liang Qing. This was their first close encounter. As the coachman cracked the whip, the carriage began to move slowly. Liang Qing sighed and spoke. Third prince, today the second prince intentionally set a trap for you regarding the Divine Martial Institute. Anyone with a modicum of ambition would not choose to become a private soldier of a prince's household. He suggests you select those willing to follow you, but I fear there may not be a single soul. I am aware. Yi Xiao's expression remained calm. Liang Qing was taken aback, then chuckled lightly. So the third prince has already devised a countermeasure? Of course. Yi Xiao revealed a confident smile. The second prince's deliberate proposal was merely to watch me falter. However, Had he not raised this matter, I would not have had the opportunity to recruit talent from the Divine Martial Institute. He spoke a truth. If they are all newly recruited soldiers without training and management, it would take an eternity for them to develop combat capability. Yi Zhao's gaze was resolute. For me, this is an opportunity. Regardless of the outcome, I must give it a try. Observing Yi Zhao's determined expression, Liang Qing softly remarked, "The third prince seems to possess great ambition. Indeed, upon my return to the capital, my aim is to seize the position of heir." Yi Xiao did not conceal his intentions. Since the edict of betrothal was issued, he had never intended to defy it. This woman before him, in any case, was on the same ship as he. Within the carriage, a silence enveloped them, leaving Liang Qing astonished. She had not anticipated Yi Xiao to be so straightforward and unabashed. She fell silent, seemingly processing this revelation. After a moment, she inquired, "May I ask how the third prince intends to contend for the position of heir?" Yi Xiao was acutely aware that her question represented not only her own curiosity, but also that of the Liang family behind her. The edict of betrothal had been issued, yet they had not wed. If they truly found each other distasteful, or if he proved unreliable, this marriage might very well be subject to change. Yi Xiao replied solemnly, "I have not been in the capital for many years and hold no connections with the ministers in court. Those who could be swayed have likely already pledged allegiance to the first, second, or fourth princes. To vie with them, I cannot focus solely on the court. I plan to use these 3,000 private soldiers as a foundation. Aiming for military achievements, by accumulating strength, I shall vie for the high position. Rising from the military, one is bound to wield considerable power. Does His Highness not fear inciting the Emperor's suspicion?" Liang Qing voiced her doubts. Yi Xiao erupted into hearty laughter. Do you not wonder why my father, the Emperor, has arranged a marriage between us?" This question left Liang Qing momentarily stunned. Yi Xiao tilted his head, gazing out the window, and softly remarked, "In the royal family, everyone harbors countless thoughts, and my father has long anticipated the path I intend to tread. Thus, the ally he has chosen for me is also a military leader, simultaneously conveying to me the message to pursue my ambitions without restraint. If I fail to see this and proceed with trepidation, how could I ever contend for the throne?" As he spoke, Yi Xiao suddenly leaned closer to Liang Qing. Their faces were mere inches apart, and he playfully asked, "It is said that Miss Liang is ruthless and has slaughtered tens of thousands. That I wonder, if we were to quarrel, would you sever my head in the dead of night?" Inside the carriage, Liang Qing felt a twinge of bitterness at Yi Zhao's question. Ever since that battle, she had been perceived by all as a cold-blooded killer, merciless in her actions. Consequently, the Liang family had endured scorn and ridicule regarding her marriage prospects. With a self-mocking smile, she replied softly, "Is His Highness afraid? If you fear me, you may seek the Emperor to annul our engagement." Locking eyes, Yi Xiao responded with a wry smile, "To be honest, as a man, the thought of my future wife, my partner, having the lives of tens of thousands on her hands does make my heart flutter with unease." "Is that so?" Liang Qing seemed to anticipate Yi Zhao's next words. However, she was taken aback when Yi Xiao suddenly clasped his hands together and bowed to her, saying, "But, as a member of the Qian royal family, and for the sake of the Qian people, I deeply admire what you have done." Liang Qing retorted with a self-deprecating laugh. "What is there to admire?" "Admire my ruthlessness." Yi Xiao, his expression grave, replied, "I admire how you have fought against our enemies for the Qian, how you have borne the burden of infamy for the Qian, and how you have endured grievances for the Qian." Gazing at Yi Zhao's earnest demeanor, Liang Qing felt an indescribable emotion swell within her. In 2 years, no one had ever spoken to her in such a manner. Yet, what wrong had she committed? Slaying enemies in battle was the duty of a general. If the young men of the enemy state were not eliminated, they would one day become foes. It was merely that she, as a woman, had made decisions that many men would have hesitated to make, thus attracting endless criticism. Yi Zhao's words kindled a flicker of warmth in her heart. Their gazes locked. Yi Xiao softly declared, "The men of Tang'an City may not dare to marry you. But I do. From this day forth, I humbly seek your guidance at the Prime Minister's residence. An array of exquisite dishes was laid out before Prime Minister Su Mingxian. The delectable spread made one's mouth water. Beside him stood his three sons. Su Mingxian appeared entirely engrossed in the culinary delights, speaking little as he savored his meal, while his sons dared not utter a word, quietly standing by. Finally, Su Mingxian set down his utensils. His gaze swept over the group before resting on his second son. Suyu, he spoke softly. Suyu, it seemed to have grown rather close to the crown prince. Starting tomorrow, I shall transfer you from Tangin for a few years. At this announcement, Suyu was first taken aback, then asked in confusion, Father, did you not say I could be somewhat closer to the crown prince? Su Mingxian shook his head, saying, the crown prince is the legitimate heir, his mother being the empress, and the maternal relatives hold no power. Though he may appear somewhat indecisive, based on my understanding of the emperor, it is highly likely he favors him for the position of crown prince. Hence, I allowed you a degree of proximity. Suu, puzzled, inquire, what has changed now? What has changed? Su Mingxian's eyes flickered as he recalled the scene in the hall where Xiao reprimanded Zhang Pengfei. He shook his head, stating, the difference is significant. The third prince has returned. At this point, Suyu remained perplexed. And so what if the third prince has returned? He has been away from Tangin for many years. Even upon his return, he holds no power in court. Can he possibly compete with the other princes? Su Mingxian sighed deeply. That child is exceptional, although he has been away from the capital for many years and carries a somewhat rustic air. When he is enraged, he commands the authority of an emperor. Today, he reprimanded Zhang Pengfei in the hall, and his imposing presence and influence far surpassed those of the other princes. Most importantly, he returned to the city yesterday and received a marriage decree and rewards today, indicating the emperor's favoritism toward him. Even if his foundation is shallow, given time, should he demonstrate true capability, the position of crown prince may very well be his. As to Qian's prime minister, his sensitivity to the political landscape was unparalleled. He sighed, turning to Suyu, I understand that the crown prince has treated you quite generously, and you wish to remain close to the capital. However, in the court's power struggles, one must not act based on emotions but must tread carefully. If you remain in Tangin, you may be used by the crown prince against the third prince, and should you rashly sever ties with the crown prince, you will inevitably offend him. The only prudent course of action is to transfer you from Tangin. Suyu felt helpless yet unwilling. He did not wish to leave Tangin. After pondering for a moment, he said, Father, is one-third prince truly worth such concern? What if he turns out to be a mere decorative pillow? I have heard he is to select talents from the Divine Martial Academy, and it is highly likely that none of the outstanding individuals there would choose to follow him. In that case, he would become the laughingstock of Tangin. At this moment, Su Mingxuan's eldest son chimed in, Father, my brother makes a valid point. Wadi Xiao has only just returned to Tangin and is already enjoying such favor from the emperor, making him a thorn in the side of the other princes. Moreover, he has injured the heir of the Jingwang. His standing is precarious, and with such enmity, he may not survive long. It would be prudent to observe further. Su Mingxuan's youngest son quickly added, Father, we should indeed wait and see. Seeing his three sons so united in their opinions, Su Mingxian remained unhurried, smiling slightly. Very well, we shall observe for now. However, I assure you, I have seen many people in my lifetime, and that third prince exuded extraordinary confidence in the court today. I wager he will successfully recruit some talents from the Divine Martial Academy. Clearly, Yi Zhao's return was akin to a stone cast into water, destined to stir up ripples. Within Tangin, the tales of Yi Xiao had spread like wildfire among the populace. Have you heard? The third prince has returned and broke Yi Xingyuan's leg at the city gate yesterday. Why did he do that? It was because Yi Xingyuan oppressed the common folk, and the third prince caught him red-handed. Haha, I was right there. It was truly satisfying. The third prince first gave him a series of slaps. Leaving him searching for his teeth, he then shattered both of his kneecaps. I snuck a peek, and they were completely deformed. He's finished. In a tea house by the street, citizens animatedly discussed the events. When had Tangin ever witnessed such thrilling occurrences? Breaking the legs of the heir to the Jingwang was something unimaginable for any other prince. In a private room of the tea house, two women sat together. One was stunningly beautiful, exuding a captivating charm in every movement. The girl opposite her, though also fair and lovely, seemed like a firefly beside the bright moon. The fair girl spoke. "Miss, the third prince is being rather reckless. After all, he is the heir of the Jingwang. A member of the royal family, break his legs, so casually could lead to dire consequences." The beautiful woman smiled slightly. "You worry too much, my dear. Hurry and finish your tea and return home. The household accounts are yet to be settled." As the woman listened to the citizens' praises of Xiao, a glimmer of delight flashed in her eyes. "Your Highness, you have finally returned." Xiao Mingyan was the name of the beautiful woman. She could not suppress her smile as she heard the praises for Xiao. For her, he was the most significant person in her life. Yet, just as she reveled in her happiness, a scholar-like figure suddenly stood up in the tea house, loudly proclaiming, "Xiao blatantly disregards the law, wantonly inflicting harm, no different from Yixingyun. They're birds of a feather. Moreover, as far as I know, Xiao's reputation in court is exceedingly poor. Now that he has returned, the emperor has permitted him to form a private army and select talents from the Divine Martial Academy. I fear not a single prodigy from the academy would be willing to follow such a person." Xiao Mingyan furrowed her brows. Who was this person? Why was he deliberately spreading unfavorable rumors about Xiao? In a struggle for power among the princes, public opinion and reputation were crucial elements. Those disseminating such information aimed to magnify Xiao's potential rejection by the Divine Martial Academy, which, if it occurred, could be used as a weapon to undermine him. Meanwhile, throughout the city, there were numerous individuals disseminating similar sentiments. At this moment, Xiao remained oblivious to these occurrences. His carriage had arrived at the prince's residence. This grand estate, arranged for him by the imperial clan court, spanned a vast area, adorned with pavilions and towers. Intricately carved beams and painted pillars, radiating opulence, the eunuchs and maidens of the prince's residence had already gathered, eagerly awaiting their new master. Xiao disembarked from the carriage, closely followed by his personal maid, Luer. Throughout his life, Luer had been the individual he had spent the most time with. She had begun serving him when he was merely 7, while she herself was only 8 at the time. At the age of 14, he took Luer with him as they left Tang'an City. After a decade of wandering, everything that was destined to happen had already transpired. It could be said that Luer was the person Xiao trusted the most and felt closest to. Upon seeing Xiao alight from the carriage, a eunuch in his 40s approached with a sycophantic smile. "That I have met the third prince. I am Chunji, the steward of this residence, should you require anything." "Your Highness, just command me." Xiao's gaze lingered on him for a moment before he coldly replied, "You may leave. There's no place for you here." The moment those words left his lips, Chunji's expression shifted dramatically as he immediately knelt, bowing his head in supplication. "I have committed no offense. Your Highness, punish me as you will, but I beseech you, do not dismiss me." I said, "You may leave." Xiao's tone was frigid. He had no knowledge of Chunji's affiliations or connections, and he was neither inclined to speculate nor concerned about them. However, the steward of the residence must undoubtedly be someone he could trust implicitly. This was beyond dispute. Furthermore, it was his understanding that these eunuchs were on the imperial clan court's parole, and even if dismissed, they would never lack a place to go. A flicker of resentment flashed in Chunji's eyes. Yet he found himself powerless, rising to leave in haste. Xiao's gaze swept over the assembly within the residence as he coldly declared, "From this day forth, all matters, great and small, shall be overseen by Luer. Anyone who dares to oppose her shall be dealt with at her discretion." The eunuchs and maidens fell silent, clearly intimidated by Xiao's resolute demeanor, which instilled a sense of fear within them. Xiao was indifferent to their thoughts, and, having clarified everything, turned his attention to his coachman, Qian. "Uncle He, please find a room in the outer courtyard to settle in, that I shall summon you if needed." "As you command, Your Highness." Qian bowed respectfully to Xiao. Xiao had no intention of concerning himself with the trivialities of the residence. He proceeded to his quarters. Upon entering, he immediately seated himself upon the bed. Crossing his legs in meditation, he could already sense that the human emperor cauldron within him was beginning to exhibit extraordinary changes. As Xiao entered a state of deep focus, he found himself within his consciousness, surrounded by a misty expanse, where the human emperor cauldron hovered in midair. emanating a soft golden light. The moment Xiao manifested, countless golden specks floated forth from the cauldron, gradually converging towards his being. Concurrently, the true energy within Xiao began to circulate at an accelerated pace, and under the influence of these golden lights, his cultivation swiftly ascended. Gradually, Xiao's consciousness felt as if it were being drawn into the human emperor cauldron. He could clearly perceive the respect and admiration harbored by the populace towards him. It was an incredibly peculiar sensation, one he had never experienced before. After obtaining the human emperor cauldron, Xiao had long struggled to comprehend its workings. It was not until he subdued his subordinates that he realized the cauldron could gather the essence of humanity and transform it into the aura of the human emperor, aiding his cultivation. Thus, he had always believed that the cauldron required sufficient subordinates to unleash its power. However, it now appeared that garnering the esteem of the common folk could also consolidate this essence. Simultaneously, a wealth of information flooded into Xiao's mind. Finally, as all the aura of the human emperor coalesced within him, he experienced a breakthrough in his cultivation. He surged directly from the 7th tier of the soul refinement realm to the 8th tier. Xiao opened his eyes, filled with astonishment. Without the assistance of the human emperor cauldron, he would have needed at least 3 months to achieve such a breakthrough through his own efforts. Yet now, in the span of a single night, with the spread of his renown, he had soared to the 8th tier. Excitement flickered in Xiao's eyes. Moreover, just moments ago, as the aura of the human emperor gathered within him, he received a plethora of information. This knowledge encompassed special equipment, crafting methods, techniques for refining weapons, and the intricacies of battle formations, culminating in a supreme military training methodology, unyielding in battle, as solid as a rock. The training methods of the ancient human emperor's elite guards, the Golden Scale Guards. These Golden Scale Guards, once selected, would employ unique breathing techniques. Upon cultivation, they would establish a profound connection with the human emperor cauldron. While providing the cauldron with the essence of humanity, they would also receive certain feedback from it. This feedback, combined with the Golden Scale Guard's specialized techniques and training, would inadvertently enhance their physique, will, and spirit, alongside various battle formations and meticulously crafted equipment, rendering them one of the finest elite guard forces in the realm. It appeared that enhancing his reputation among the common people could also yield the aura of the human emperor. A subtle smile graced Xiao's lips. In this way, he had discovered yet another path to strength. Furthermore, the feeling he had just experienced from the admiration of the simple and direct common folk filled him with immense satisfaction. Meanwhile, at the residence of the second prince, Chunji knelt on the ground, his face a mask of despair. With a quavering voice, he lamented, "Your Highness, I assure you, I did not provoke the third prince. Yet the very first thing he did upon entering the residence was to expel me. I truly had no recourse." At this moment, the second prince reclined upon a grand bed crafted from white jade. Adorned with a massive tiger-skinned, as he listened to Chunji's report, he absent-mindedly sifted through a large plate of golden pearls. The third prince is rather astute, isn't he? It's precisely this that makes things interesting. If he were truly a waste, it would be rather dull, wouldn't it? Chunji dared not interject. He understood that as long as the man before him was displeased, he could vanish at any moment, completely vanish. Suddenly, the second prince withdrew a pearl from his grasp, turning to fixate on Chunji with a piercing gaze. "Tell me, do you think Xiao can bring anyone out from the Divine Martial Academy?" Chunji trembled as he replied, "I do not know." The second prince's lips curled into a sardonic smile. "Well then, let us gamble. If the third prince fails to bring anyone out from the Divine Martial Academy, I shall spare your life. If he brings out fewer than 5, I shall take one of your hands. That if he brings out 10, I shall have you dismembered. And if he manages to bring out more than 20, a fierce glint flashed in the second prince's eyes, that I shall have you subjected to 1,000 cuts, your body torn asunder." The Divine Martial Academy was vast, teeming with people. This moment, the news had already spread. "Have you heard? The third prince is forming a private army, and His Majesty has permitted him to recruit from the Divine Martial Academy." "Of course, I've heard. But didn't the Academy head say it requires our consent?" "Are you planning to go?" "Forget it. Once he establishes a private army, He'll be cooped up in the capital. When will there be an opportunity for merit and accomplishment? Haha, I concur. Besides, the third prince has no standing in court. Even if he were to serve as a prince's private soldier, there would be little future in following him. It would be far better to align with the first or second prince. At this moment, Xiao had been away from Tang'an City for a decade. Now returning, he appeared to these individuals as a prince with no foundation whatsoever. Even if he were to serve as a private soldier for a prince, it would be more prudent to choose someone with the potential to ascend to the throne rather than Xiao. Within the Divine Martial Academy, in the Martial God Pavilion, the academy head, Xiao Qian sat imperiously, savoring his tea. 60 years of age. He appeared no older than 40. Before him lay a chessboard, and across from him sat a young man. Observing Xiao Qian's distracted demeanor, the young man chuckled. That child has returned. Are you not inclined to lend a hand? Not at all. That little brat rejected my offer to take him as a disciple back in the day. It still irks me to think about it. Xiao Qian gritted his teeth in frustration. The young man, though not truly young, was elder Qin Quansheng of the Divine Martial Academy, of a similar age to Xiao Qian, yet his unique cultivation method made him appear comparatively youthful. Observing Xiao Qian's indignation, Qin Quansheng smiled and replied, "He does have a point. The Divine Martial Academy is directly under the royal purview. Should he wish to learn martial arts, a single word from His Majesty would compel you to teach him. So why bother with a master? Moreover, what could you possibly teach him? His innate talent requires no mentor." Humph, Xiao Qian coldly remarked. Now, His Majesty has issued an edict that no care need be taken for him. I shall see how he intends to lead these ambitious young individuals away from the Divine Martial Academy. I fear it may indeed prove quite difficult, for in this life, no one trifles with their own future. Qin Quansheng sighed and added, this time he may well lose some face. As soon as he finished speaking, a tremendous crash resounded. Bang! Two massive iron doors flew off their hinges. What happened? Quickly, go and investigate. The entire assembly of the Divine Martial Academy heard the commotion and rushed towards the entrance. Upon arrival, they beheld Xiao standing at the threshold with his hands clasped behind his back. Xiao Qian, furious, demanded, Xiao, what do you intend to do? My apologies, Director Xiao, but it appears your grand entrance has fallen into disrepair. I merely applied a bit of force, and it broke. Xiao replied nonchalantly. However, the unmistakable footprints on the iron doors made it evident to all that they had been deliberately kicked open. Despite his words of apology, Xiao's expression betrayed no hint of contrition. Rather, he displayed an unmistakable air of arrogance. The students of the Divine Martial Academy glared at Xiao with indignation. Xiao Qian took a deep breath, gritting his teeth as he declared, Xiao, I shall inform His Majesty of this matter. Xiao smiled slightly. Director Xiao, it has been many years since we last met, and you seem increasingly adept at making complaints. I wonder if the disciples you have nurtured are equally inclined to resort to such childish tactics in times of trouble. At this, someone in the crowd could no longer contain themselves and shouted, Xiao, you would do well to show some respect. Xiao stepped forward into the Divine Martial Academy, approaching the one who had spoken. I, too, once regarded the Divine Martial Academy with great reverence. However, having ventured out into the world, I now realize that the individuals cultivated here are rather unremarkable. Take you, for instance. You are quite large and your voice carries well, but I wonder if you possess any genuine skill. The towering individual's face flushed with anger as he retorted, Xiao, do you dare to fight me? Certainly. However, as you are aware, I am in the process of establishing my household and require some assistance. If you lose, you shall serve as my servant. Upon hearing this, the man calmed somewhat. Murmurs arose from the crowd, some mocking. Oh, so this is your plan, to deliberately provoke us into a duel, thereby gathering us under your banner? What a clever scheme! Should you win, you can take us away. Should you lose, you suffer no consequences. You truly believe us to be fools. Ha! Xiao laughed heartily. Well done, you possess some wit. It seems you haven't completely lost your senses. This should suffice. With a wave of his hand, several individuals entered, carrying 10 large chests of silver. Xiao surveyed the crowd and declared coldly, This is 100,000 taels of silver. Xiao, hereby challenge everyone from the Divine Martial Academy. The limit of cultivation is set to the 9th rank of Qi accumulation. Should anyone lack the requisite cultivation, I shall suppress my own to match yours. You may choose any combat technique that you excel in to spar with me, and I will respond in kind. Anyone who defeats me shall receive 100,000 taels of silver, and I will immediately leave the Divine Martial Academy. At these words, the hall fell into stunned silence. What extraordinary confidence, or rather, what unbridled arrogance. Xiao was not merely measuring cultivation levels. He was challenging the mastery of various combat techniques. The Divine Martial Academy, as the training ground for martial officials of the Great Qian, boasted no fewer than 1,000 students, each practicing a wide array of martial skills, from punches and kicks to various weapon techniques. There were practitioners of every sort. Yet here was Xiao, intending to face them all with his single strength, and each opponent would choose their most proficient technique. The difficulty was simply unimaginable. The young men of the Divine Martial Academy initially fell silent, then erupted into a flurry of discussion. Had he lost his mind? Did he truly believe that he could suppress all of us with any technique? How utterly disrespectful. Did he think he could match my ancestral dual ring hook? Haha, how theatrical. Such a challenge is beyond the capabilities of any individual. In the eyes of all, Xiao's proposal was undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. After all, human energy is finite. Even the most talented cannot master every weapon. Xiao Qiansu, the Academy's director, gazed at Xiao with a complex expression. Only he understood the extent of this man's astonishing talent. When he first witnessed Xiao's martial prowess, he had been utterly astounded, an ability he had never encountered. To the point of feeling inadequate, it was precisely for this reason that, despite Xiao's royal status, Xiao Qiansu had disregarded all propriety to express his desire to take him on as a disciple. Yet, alas, his request had been firmly declined. Why Xiao's lips curled into a smirk as he addressed the assembly. What is it? Is there truly no one willing to step forward? 100,000 taels of silver. The honor of the Divine Martial Academy. Are these not worth your attention? If not, why bother training in martial arts or seeking to achieve great deeds? You might as well find a pond to hide in like a timid turtle. As his words fell, the burly man who had first issued a challenge stepped forward with determination. I, Wang Hu, excel in boxing. Do you dare to spar with me? At this declaration, the crowd erupted in cheers. Yet, Xiao Qiansu could only shake his head in silence. Wang Hu's boxing skills were exceptional, placing him among the top 5 of the younger generation at the Divine Martial Academy. Alas, he was facing Xiao. Xiao Qiansu recognized Xiao's intentions, but refrained from exposing them. After all, Xiao was a prince, and the emperor had already permitted him to challenge individuals from the academy. Whatever methods he employed to win over the academy's disciples, Xiao Qiansu understood that he could not deliberately obstruct him. Moreover, he was eager to witness just how far Xiao's remarkable martial talent had progressed. As Wang Hu stepped forward to challenge, the entire Divine Martial Academy erupted in cheers. Many began to recount Wang Hu's past achievements to apply psychological pressure on Xiao. Brother Wang once felled a fierce tiger with a single punch. His strength is unparalleled. The captain of the Divine Fist Camp struggled to a draw against Brother Wang in 200 exchanges. They have already requested Brother Wang to join their ranks. Haha, I still remember when Brother Wang taught me boxing. Just 3 moves, and I was sent flying by his strength. These voices were deliberately loud, extolling Wang Hu's past glories. Listening to the incessant praise, the muscular Wang Hu couldn't help but smirk. After all, he possessed natural strength. Even without the use of true energy, his raw power was formidable. It was precisely for this reason that, in the realm of boxing, he had a natural advantage. Should others of equal cultivation challenge him without weapons, he was confident he could defeat anyone within the academy. Thus, he was the first to step forward at Xiao. However, calmly turned his gaze toward Xiao Qiansu. Director Xiao, you shall serve as the judge here. I trust we shall not cause any fatalities, and they may exert themselves without fear of excuses should they lose. Xiao Qiansu nodded with a smile. Very well, he then turned to the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy, speaking in a solemn tone. Remember, if you choose to challenge, you must give your all. As long as your cultivation does not exceed the limits, You may use any technique to strike any part of your opponent. With me here, nothing untoward shall occur. Do not hold back. Xiao Qinsu's words dispelled any final reservations the Academy's disciples might have had. After all, Xiao was a prince. Who would dare truly harm him? But with Xiao Qinsu present, promising safety, there was no cause for concern. As his words echoed, the crowd dispersed. Xiao and Wang Hu faced each other. Wang Hu, towering at nearly 2 meters, glared fiercely, his internal energy circulating. Behind him, a faint yellow shadow of a tiger began to emerge. Fiery tiger fist. Excitement surged through the crowd. Brother Wang's tiger shadow is more vivid than before. Surely, he gained insight from his recent hunt. From what I gather, Brother Wang's boxing skills ought to rank among the top 3 of our generation. The fiery tiger fist is an exceptionally unique technique. Mastery of this boxing style requires observation of tigers to comprehend their force. Only upon reaching a certain level can one condense the shadow of a tiger behind them. Each strike unleashes a force akin to a roaring tiger. Powerful and overwhelming. Wang Hu's muscles bulged as the tiger shadow let out a fierce roar. Roar! In that instant, the audience felt their eardrums resonate. Simultaneously, Wang Hu's form surged forward, charging at Xiao. Yet, just as he accelerated, Wang Hu's eyes widened in shock. Not only he, but everyone present had their faces drained of color. For right behind Xiao, a magnificent shadow of a fierce tiger emerged. This fierce beast, entirely snow white with black patterns, was even more colossal than the shadow of the king tiger behind Wang Hu. Its eyes brimmed with a chilling intent to kill if the shadow of the king tiger had already exuded an imposing presence. The appearance of the white tiger behind Xiao made everyone acutely aware of the stark contrast between the two. The white tiger behind Xiao was a battle-hardened beast, merciless in its pursuit of blood. Roar! Another resounding roar echoed. Xiao's fist had already struck out, the forces of both sides colliding. Though both had their cultivation suppressed to the same realm, and despite Wang Hu's more robust physique. A tremendous sound was heard as Wang Hu retreated hastily, while Xiao remained steadfast and unmoving. After just one exchange, the victor was clear. Wang Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. You can also perform the fierce tiger fist? Xiao smirked slightly and replied softly. The fierce tiger fist is indeed a commendable martial art. I practiced it for a few days when I was 10. However, your tiger shadow lacks murderous intent and your force is scattered and unfocused. Merely superficial. That if you wish to improve, the 7th floor of the Divine Martial Academy's library has a technique called the 5 postures of the hidden tiger. Although it merely strengthens the muscles and bones, it should yield remarkable results for you. Wang Hu stood rooted in place, his fists clenched tightly, yet he refrained from advancing again. If Xiao had used another martial art, even after suffering a setback, he would still possess the courage to fight. However, Xiao employed the exact same fierce tiger fist. In their previous exchange, Wang Hu had fully sensed the overwhelming might of Xiao's tiger shadow and the exquisite application of his strength. The disparity was glaringly evident. It even filled him with despair. Despite his own divine power, he was still no match for Xiao. Observing Wang Hu's silence, Xiao chuckled. What's wrong? Do you wish to back out? Wang Hu lifted his head and solemnly declared, Your Highness, the 3rd prince is jesting. Even if I, Wang Hu, am a fool, I am still a man of honor, not one to stoop so low. I, Wang Hu, pay my respects to your Highness. From this day forth, I shall follow you unwaveringly. With that, he knelt on one knee, cupping his fist in a gesture of respect towards Xiao. Xiao quickly stepped forward, helping him up and pulling him to stand behind him. He then turned to the gathered disciples of the Divine Martial Academy and said with a smile, All right, who's next? A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Everyone had already discerned the formidable prowess of Xiao's martial arts. Once more, a figure emerged from the throng. This individual was tall and handsome, exuding the aura of a young master from a prestigious family. I, Sun Qing from Ning'an Prefecture, request guidance on your techniques. Your Highness, upon hearing the surname and location, Xiao smiled faintly. The Sun family of Ning'an is renowned for the Star Moon Finger. It seems you are indeed a descendant of that illustrious lineage. Indeed, Sun Qing raised his chin slightly, a hint of pride gracing his features. Practitioners of finger techniques were relatively rare, and the star moon finger of the Sun family was exceptionally intricate. The Sun family dominated Ning'an. And in Ning'an Prefecture, no one was unaware of their name, holding a prestigious position in the martial world. Then let us begin. Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind him, speaking nonchalantly. Sun Qing ceased his words and immediately gathered his true essence. Advancing swiftly, the two drew near, and Sun Qing struck. With a pointed finger, he unleashed a mighty shout. Endless stars in the sky. In an instant, countless shadows of fingers danced through the air, enveloping Xiao's vital points. If Wang Hu's fierce tiger fist relied on brute strength, Sun Qing's star moon finger relied on the exquisite and mesmerizing intricacies of its techniques to secure victory. As he executed this move, Xiao Qinsu, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but nod in approval, quietly remarking, as expected of a family heirloom technique, Sun Qing's endless stars in the sky displays remarkable depth, and the execution flows seamlessly, indicating considerable effort has been invested. Chen Quansheng cast a glance at him, sneering, "What use is it? He still cannot win." Only those of their generation truly understood the terrifying martial talent possessed by the third prince. Xiao. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy erupted into cheers. In the arena, Xiao gazed at the myriad of finger shadows descending upon him, a smile gracing his lips. He too extended a finger. A flash of white light erupted from his fingertip, instantly casting a pall over the surroundings. Sun Qing's multitude of finger shadows seemed to dissipate beneath the white light emanating from Xiao's fingertip. Moreover, his finger precisely struck Sun Qing's attacking finger. In that moment, their forces clashed. Sun Qing's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Solitary moon hanging cold," as the sound of his voice faded. He was sent flying back, accompanied by a sharp crack of breaking bones. Bang! Sun Qing landed on the ground, his right index finger grotesquely twisted. Yet he disregarded the pain, scrambling to his feet, his eyes wide with astonishment as he looked at Xiao. How could you possibly master the star moon finger? And have you truly reached the realm of the bright moon? The star moon finger is divided into 3 realms. The first part is the realm of stars, which is the realm Sun Qing is currently training in. It primarily involves executing the techniques of the star moon finger, specifically the star finger. Xiao, however, utilize the solitary moon hanging cold, which belongs to the second realm of the star moon finger, known as the bright moon realm. Xiao shrugged slightly and smiled. The Sun family's technique has been archived in the Imperial Palace's library. I practiced it for a few days during my childhood. Impossible! I have diligently trained for 10 years and have yet to reach the bright moon realm. How could you attain such a level after only practicing for a few days? Sun Qing shouted vehemently at Xiao, refusing to accept his words. This technique was the pride of the Sun family, as well as his own. He had dedicated a decade of unwavering effort to mastering the star moon finger, practicing tirelessly day after day. Yet now, it had been effortlessly dismantled by Xiao with a single finger. How could he possibly accept that calmly? At that moment, the one who understood him best was Wang Hu, who stood behind Xiao. His expression complicated. Just moments ago, when he was defeated by Xiao, he harbored the same sentiment. Observing Sun Qing's incredulous expression, Xiao shook his head and said, "Often, the world is unfair. Individuals differ vastly. Perhaps you have exerted immense effort, but in the presence of certain individuals, your efforts may seem utterly futile." Sun Qing stared blankly at his index finger, now twisted and fractured due to the clash of techniques. He bowed and cupped his fists, saying, "I, Sun Qing, pay my respects to your highness." Seeing Xiao defeat 2 challengers in succession, the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy were ignited with a fierce competitive spirit. I refuse to believe that this third prince truly possesses such unmatched prowess in all martial arts. A slender figure stepped forward from the crowd, shouting, "I am Li Si from the Divine Martial Academy. Seeking to learn your leg techniques, Your Highness." The match resumed, showcasing the same martial arts, yet with a deeper understanding. Victory and defeat were but a fleeting moment. Individuals from the crowd continued to step forward. Looming Qian from the Divine Martial Academy sought guidance on spear techniques. Zoshan sought instruction on blade techniques. Divine Martial Academy. One by one, disciples stepped forward one by one. They were vanquished. Increasingly, more people gathered behind Xiao. Yet his performance only grew more astonishing. Fists, palms, claws, fingers, blades, spears, swords, halberds, regardless of the type of martial arts. Xiao consistently matched each challenger with the same type of technique and with the same martial art. His mastery and understanding of these techniques utterly overwhelmed the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy. In a continuous series of over 20 challenges, Xiao decisively defeated each opponent using the same martial art. With the 25th challenger defeated, someone finally voiced the question lingering in everyone's hearts. Your Highness, just how many martial arts do you truly know? Indeed, how many martial arts does Xiao know? This inquiry resonated in the minds of all present, scanning the crowd, witnessing their puzzled expressions. Xiao softly replied, "The Imperial Palace Library contains 1,375 martial arts techniques, which I comprehended in their entirety by the age of 12. The Divine Martial Academy holds 582 techniques, which I mastered by 14. Since then, I have departed from Tang'an and traveled the world. As for how many martial arts I know now, I have not counted, but it is undoubtedly over 3,000. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy gasped in astonishment. Is this even human? Xiao Qiansu gazed at Xiao, who spoke with such ease, as if time had turned back 15 years. The year Xiao was 9, marking the first time he had encountered him. As Xiao effortlessly executed various martial techniques, he was left utterly astonished. Many fail to comprehend why some can immediately discern whether someone is a genius. Geniuses are indeed fundamentally different from mere mortals. As Xiao Qiansu witnessed Xiao seamlessly transition through various martial techniques, he became utterly convinced that all the prodigies he had encountered in his lifetime, including himself, paled in comparison to this boy. Even now, Xiao remained as astonishing as he had been in the past. The disciples within the Divine Martial Institute fell into a profound silence, including the elder martial masters who had gathered to observe the spectacle. Could the third prince truly be jesting? Who among them could achieve such feats? Although they had heard whispers of the third prince's exceptional martial talent, they had never been privy to such claims. At last, a martial master in his 40s stepped forward from the crowd, voicing his skepticism that Wei Zhao's assertions were far too sensational. Suddenly, Xiao Qiansu interjected. This is no jest. I once instructed the third prince for a brief period, and I have never seen him take more than 2 days to master any martial technique. However, the matter concerning the third prince has been deemed a state secret by His Majesty, and is not to be disclosed, otherwise it would have long since spread throughout the realm. As Xiao revealed this information, Xiao Qiansu provided corroboration. Talent, in many instances, has the power to captivate others, and one desires to follow a mediocre individual. In this moment, Xiao undoubtedly displayed an astonishing and unparalleled prowess. The crowd fell silent, their gazes laden with complexity as they turned towards Chen Xiao. Was there still a need to continue the challenge? Faced with such a presence, was it even necessary? Xiao smiled and asked, "What is this? Is there no one left to challenge me? If truly no one dares, then let it end here." 25 individuals are quite sufficient. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the crowd. "Your Highness, I am Lu Changfeng, and I wish to follow you. I am Wu Cheng, and I wish to follow you. I am Jiao Dahai, and I wish to follow you." In an instant, 7 or 8 individuals stepped forward, expressing their willingness to follow Xiao. N01 is a fool. With Xiao's martial prowess, he would undoubtedly be a formidable contender for the throne of the Qian. The sooner one aligns with such a person, the greater their chances of soaring to greatness. Observing the growing number of followers, Xiao smiled slightly and declared, "Those willing to follow me, come forth." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiansu immediately stood up, frowning. "Your Highness, His Majesty has decreed that you may select only 30 individuals." "Ha!" Xiao laughed heartily. "Director Xiao, my father permitted me to choose 30. But he did not forbid others from pledging their allegiance to me. They wish to follow me, and I value talent. Naturally, I will not refuse them. Director Xiao may report this to His Majesty. If he disapproves, then you may summon these individuals back within the Divine Martial Institute. Yi Xiao had countered Xiao Qiansu's objection and then turned to those who had pledged their loyalty. He smiled slightly and proclaimed, "Gentlemen, since you wish to follow me, there are a few matters I must clarify, for reasons unknown." As Yi Xiao spoke, a solemnity enveloped the crowd. Such is reality. Some individuals can command immediate attention, while others, the more they speak, the more they induce slumber. Yi Xiao was indeed one who could captivate an audience. His gaze swept across all present. "I, Yi Xiao, act without deceit. My return is solely to vie for the position of Crown Prince." At this proclamation, every eye widened in astonishment. It is well known that while all princes harbor ambitions for the throne, many dare not voice them. Yet, Yi Xiao boldly laid bare his intentions before all. Simultaneously, those who had pledged their allegiance to Yi Xiao felt a thrill of excitement. Indeed, Yi Xiao continued, "I establish a private army not for mere protection or show. Once formed, we shall achieve great deeds. There will be no shortage of conflicts ahead, and on the battlefield, life and death are uncertain. I cannot guarantee safety. Should any of you fear death, you are free to leave now." No one moved. Wang Hu shouted loudly, "Your Highness, though the abilities of those in the Divine Martial Institute may vary, there are absolutely no cowards among us." The crowd echoed in unison. "There are no cowards here." Yi Xiao's lips curled into a smile as he declared, "This is the spirit of the disciples of the Divine Martial Institute. While abilities may differ, none here are timid," with Yi Xiao's praise. The chins of the crowd lifted slightly. However, Xiao Qiansu sensed something amiss. He realized that the emotions of the disciples had been stirred by Yi Xiao. "What is this boy up to?" Xiao Qiansu wondered. Yi Xiao's speech was far from over. With a flourish of his hand, a long sword flew forth from behind him, landing directly in his grasp. Yi Xiao surveyed those who had pledged their loyalty, brandishing the sword with an air of ominous intent, which permeated the atmosphere. He declared, "A true man, born of heaven and earth, must wield his sword against foes, achieving great deeds. As warriors, we seize glory with our swords and seek wealth through our armies. From this day forth, I, Yi Xiao, shall lead you, my brothers, to slay enemies and etch our names in history. Are you all willing?" Yi Xiao's movements were strikingly graceful, and the murderous intent radiating from the sword further ignited the fervor within the hearts of the disciples of the Divine Martial Institute. In unison, they fervently shouted, "We are willing." Dozens of voices rose to the heavens. The disciples observing from the sidelines felt their own spirits ignited by Yi Xiao's charisma, some even envying those who had chosen to follow him. "Ha!" Yi Xiao laughed heartily, then turned to the disciples of the Divine Martial Institute, proclaiming, "Unprecedented fame lies upon the edge of the blade. Amidst the dance of life and death, brave warriors of the Qian. Follow me. Today, we shall roam Tang in, creating tales for posterity. When we meet again in the afterlife, let us not betray our glory." As Yi Xiao's words echoed, he leaped onto the top of the carriage. Brandishing a golden dragon banner that had been prepared in advance, with the flag in his left hand and the sword in his right, Yi Xiao stood tall, exuding the essence of manhood. Formidable and inspiring as the carriage slowly moved away. All who had pledged their allegiance to Yi Xiao followed without hesitation. Meanwhile, the remaining disciples of the Divine Martial Institute were swept up in the fervor. One among them hastened to join in. His movement triggered a cascade, with everyone following suit, and soon the entire procession swelled to over 1,000 individuals, marching forth from the Divine Martial Institute. "What a calamity!" His Majesty instructed him to select 30, and he has stirred everyone to leave. "I shall report you, Yi Xiao. Just wait." Observing the departing figures, Xiao Qiansu pounded his chest in frustration, his cries echoing far and wide. Beside him, Chen Quansheng scoffed. "Still acting, are we? If you wish to stop him, you should have spoken out sooner. One word would suffice. Why did you remain silent before, only to shout now that they have left?" Xiao Qiansu shot him a furious glare. "So you think you're clever? Do you dare to provoke me?" Chen Quansheng lamented, If I were 40 years younger, I would likely have joined them today. That lad possesses a remarkable talent for rallying people. Xiao Qiansu replied softly. Youthful exuberance and fervor are not necessarily detrimental. However, with so many, he cannot possibly manage them all. His Majesty will not grant him all these followers. Chun Xuanxing's tone held a hint of regret. It no longer matters. Those disciples are his now. Xiao Qiansu's expression revealed a trace of helplessness. Nevertheless, I must report this to the palace. The necessary processes must be followed. Moreover, having broken the main gate, our esteemed emperor ought to provide some form of compensation. Within Tang'an City, Yi Zhao's procession was a grand spectacle. Initially numbering merely 1,000, countless citizens soon joined in. The reason for their participation was simple. They were drawn by the excitement. The accompanying citizens chattered animatedly among themselves. Is that the third prince? He is quite handsome. Are these disciples of the Divine Martial Institute? They are willing to follow the third prince? I had heard that none wished to follow him before. Is there truth to that rumor? Why would such a figure not have followers? Yet where were they headed? No one knew. Even the disciples of the Divine Martial Institute following Yi Xiao were unclear of their destination. They were simply swept up in the fervor that Yi Xiao had ignited within them, acting on impulse to join in. However, as they paraded through the streets, the citizens' gazes towards them filled them with an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. This was a sensation they had never experienced before, being noticed and embraced by the populace. Such a spectacle had already set tongues wagging. At the residence of the second prince, he wore a cold expression. Not far away, the eunuch Qinji had been gagged. Executioners were methodically flaying him alive. Upon hearing that Yi Xiao had led over 1,000 disciples from the Divine Martial Academy on an outing, the second prince was utterly enraged. Why? Why were there so many people following him? The second prince could not comprehend. Damn it, he had intended to use this opportunity to tarnish Yi Zhao's reputation, yet it seemed he had inadvertently elevated it instead. The second prince slammed his hand down on the table in a fit of rage. Beside him, a young scholar smiled faintly. Your Highness, do not be so hasty. The outcome remains uncertain. The second prince turned to him, coldly inquired, Is there still a chance for reversal? Indeed, replied the young scholar, unfurling his folding fan with a soft voice. Firstly, His Majesty has tasked him with recruiting 30 individuals from the Divine Martial Academy. Now that almost all the disciples are following him, it contravenes the will of the emperor, and His Majesty will surely be displeased. Even if the third prince gains fame from this, in the long run, it may not bode well for him. Upon hearing these words, the second prince's fury gradually subsided as he urged, Continue. The third prince, in such a grand display, would undoubtedly be viewed as a primary target for both the first and fourth princes who would seek to eliminate him. He had only just returned to Tang'an, his foundation still unsteady, yet he had already made enemies on all sides. Even if he basked in temporary glory, the future would be fraught with peril. At this point, the young scholar took a sip of water and continued. Thirdly, the third prince's parade with these 1,000 followers must have a purpose. If it ends up being a mere routine outing, it might lead to an embarrassing outcome, becoming a subject of ridicule. Therefore, your Highness need not fret. It is wise to observe further. The second prince gently stroked the golden orb in his hand, glancing at Qinji, who had been subjected to countless torments at the entrance. A faint smile creeping onto his lips. Deep within the palace, Yi Sun tossed aside the memorial he had been reviewing. Rubbing his temples, he stretched lazily and muttered to himself, How tiresome it is to deal with state affairs daily. Why must there be so many matters to attend to? None of my sons seem capable. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to toil so hard. I could have long ago enjoyed a leisurely life as a retired emperor. Zhou Tong listened to the emperor's complaints, rendered speechless. That position was one many yearned for. Yi Sun sighed again. In the end, this great Qian dynasty cannot be entrusted to the incompetent. Just then, a young eunuch entered. Your Majesty, the head of the Divine Martial Academy, Xiao Qiansu, requests an audience outside the hall. Yi Sun grinned. Old Xiao has arrived. It seems my son has already gone to him. I wonder what the outcome will be. Let him in quickly. Moments later, Xiao Qiansu stormed in, his face a mask of anger. Upon seeing his expression, Yi Sun felt an ominous foreboding. As expected, his first words dripped with sarcasm. Your Majesty, I am but a martial man, without the finesse for intricacies. If you wish to grant the third prince manpower, why not allow him to select directly? Why must the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy be coerced into following him? Your esteemed son is quite the tyrant today. Ah, at the mention of this, Yi Sun surmised that Xiao must have caused a ruckus. He cautiously asked, Director Xiao, what has my rebellious son done now? What has he done? He literally kicked down the door of the Divine Martial Academy. Xiao Qiansu fumed. Your precious son, in a deliberate act to provoke the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy, kicked the door down. Is there no dignity left for the Academy? Must I, an old servant, lose face as well? If it weren't for your Majesty's sake, I would have dealt with him myself. He. Yi Sun chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, Yi Xiao was in the wrong this time. Rest assured, Director Xiao, I will certainly reprimand that rebellious child AS for the door of the Divine Martial Academy. I will have the Ministry of Works repaired immediately. Repair? Xiao Qiansu's tone rose significantly. Is this merely a matter of repair? I have yet to finish my statement, Your Majesty. Your son has taken all the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy with him. They are currently parading through the streets of Tangan. Yi Sun raised an eyebrow in surprise, asking, You mean to say that all the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy willingly follow Yi Xiao? Xiao Qiansu gritted his teeth. Is your Majesty pleased? Of course not. What are you suggesting, Director Xiao? How could I be pleased? Observing the barely contained smile at the corners of Yi Sun's mouth, Xiao Qiansu retorted angrily. Your Majesty, you only permitted him to select 30 individuals, and now all the disciples have been led astray. How will we allocate forces this year? The disciples of the Divine Martial Academy were the backbone of the great Qian army. Each year, various military divisions vied for their allegiance. Yi Sun waved his hand. Do not worry, Director Xiao. I will not allow him to take too many that I will summon that rebellious son shortly. Most of these disciples will likely return to the Divine Martial Academy. At this juncture, Yi Sun pondered for a moment and added, however, on another note, given the ongoing military conflicts in recent years, the expansion of the Divine Martial Academy could be put on the agenda. Thus, I grant you permission to select 7 locations within the Great Qian territory to establish branches of the Divine Martial Academy, recruit talents, and cultivate them for the Ministry of War's allocation. This was Yi Sun's form of compensation. In truth, Xiao Qiansu had long desired to expand the Divine Martial Academy, but Yi Sun had consistently denied such requests due to the numerous implications involved. The disciples of the Divine Martial Academy were to remain directly under the military's command. While this cultivation model could yield talents for selection, it also posed certain risks, such as favoritism among those from the same academy. This was an unavoidable issue, and Yi Sun could not oversee everything thoroughly. Such a situation would lead to the Divine Martial Academy forming its own faction within the military, a scenario Yi Sun did not wish to witness. Thus, despite Xiao Qiansu's repeated pleas for expansion, none had borne fruit. Now, however, Yi Sun had directly agreed and even permitted an extensive expansion. Xiao Qiansu's eyes lit up with joy as he immediately bowed. Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall take my leave now. As for the door, I can have 2 disciples from the Divine Martial Academy handle the repairs. Xiao Qiansu hurriedly departed, fearing Yi Sun might change his mind. Watching him leave, Yi Sun shook his head slightly, contemplating for a moment before instructing, Zhou Tong, go summon Yi Xiao to the palace. Zhou Tong promptly left, and after his departure, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness. Approaching Yi Sun to pour him a cup of tea, Your Majesty, why have you suddenly permitted the expansion of the Divine Martial Academy? Did you not always refuse before? Unlike ordinary eunuchs, this one seemed to hold little fear of Yi Sun. Yi Sun chuckled lightly. In the past, I pondered how to limit the Divine Martial Academy's influence. But no matter how I restricted their numbers or divided them among the military divisions, the necessary connections still persisted. The disciples of the Divine Martial Academy continue to hold many vital positions in the military. As he spoke, he lifted his teacup, gazing at the tea leaves within, murmuring, military positions are akin to the water in this cup. There's a finite amount, and no matter what, it cannot overflow. The disciples of the Divine Martial Academy are like the tea leaves. If they are scarce, they will greedily absorb the water, enriching themselves. However, if the cup is filled with tea leaves, it becomes a different matter. Once the branches of the Divine Martial Academy are established, I shall have military officers rotate through the academy for training. This will enhance their combat prowess while rendering the identity of the Divine Martial Academy commonplace. When everyone becomes a disciple of the Divine Martial Academy, let us see how they may continue to band together. Saying this, Yi Sun smiled with satisfaction. Humph, that lad Yi Xiao is indeed my son. He has the ability to rally all the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy. Quite the skill. However, the conclusion of this outing is of utmost importance. Should he make a poor choice, it would be a disappointing end. Indeed, the essence of leadership lies in one's ability to inspire. Some individuals are naturally endowed with a powerful charisma that compels others to follow. Yi Xiao is undoubtedly one of those individuals, and the destination of his outing has long been determined. The great Qian heroic shrine, a place of solemn reverence. Here lie the altars of countless renowned generals and the spirits of countless martyrs who sacrificed themselves for the nation. In his royal capacity, Yi Xiao leading the gathering for a tribute is most fitting, and both he and the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy, as well as the citizens of Great Qian, ought to take these individuals as their exemplars. The carriage came to a halt. Yi Xiao leapt down from the roof, the dragon banner fluttering fiercely in the wind. Standing at the entrance of the heroic shrine, Yi Xiao bowed and proclaimed loudly, "For a millennium, Great Qian has stood, with countless loyal and brave souls sacrificing their lives for the nation, and I, Yi Xiao, as a royal descendant, leave my fellow sons of Great Qian here to pay tribute. May the spirits of the heroes bless my brothers of Great Qian." With that, he bowed 3 times. The disciples of the Divine Martial Academy behind him followed suit. The surrounding citizens mimicked the gesture as well. In this atmosphere of solemnity, Yi Xiao spoke again. Holding the dragon banner, he declared loudly, "I, the third prince of Great Qian, Yi Xiao. In this solemn oath, I pledge, with my humble self, to protect the people of Qian, to safeguard the lands of Qian, to serve my country with my life, and to face 100 deaths without regret, with blood staining the dragon flag. Should I betray this vow, may heaven's wrath and earth's fury be upon me." As he spoke, Yi Xiao wielded his long sword, slicing through his palm. Channeling his vital energy, blood gushed forth, spraying onto the golden dragon flag, instantly dyeing it crimson. This spectacle ignited the fervor of the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy behind him. Yi Xiao turned and shouted, "Those who wish to follow, feel free to come forth." However, just as his words fell, he felt the human emperor cauldron within him spinning rapidly, a strand of golden light flowing from it into the dragon flag. And in that instant, a mighty dragon-s roar erupted. Outside the brave right shrine, a sea of humanity gathered. Countless citizens followed to witness the event. Yi Xiao bowed in reverence, staining the dragon flag with his blood, and made his vow. Originally, this stirred the blood of the disciples and the populace alike. But suddenly, the golden dragon flag, now smeared with blood, seemed to absorb the irregular splotches of red, transforming the entire golden dragon into a deep crimson. Following this, a resounding dragon's roar reverberated. The dragon, a legendary creature. That thunderous roar sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. In an instant, an uncontrollable reverence welled up from within, gazing at Yi Xiao, who held the dragon flag. Someone began to kneel, like a cascade of dominoes. The rest followed suit, all kneeling in response to the dragon's roar. "Look, something is emerging from within the brave right shrine." A voice of astonishment rang out from the crowd. The air shimmered with countless golden lights, drifting towards the blood-stained dragon flag in Yi Xiao's hand. This occurrence took everyone, including Yi Xiao, completely by surprise. Turning around, he beheld a celestial cascade of golden light resembling a golden meteor shower. Clutching the dragon flag tightly, he felt a strange energy being infused into in the eyes of the onlookers. There was no doubt that this was the acknowledgement from the countless loyal souls of Qian within the brave right shrine. As the golden light subsided, all gazes fixed upon the blood-colored dragon flag. Recalling Yi Zhao's earlier words, Wang Hu, among the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy, was the first to rise. He stepped forward beneath the dragon flag, slicing open his palm to smear his blood upon it. I, Wang Hu, vow to follow Third Prince, staining the dragon flag with my blood to protect the Qian, facing 100 deaths without regret. Should I betray this oath, may heaven's wrath and earth's fury be upon me. His action prompted others to rise and follow suit, imitating his example. Had it been earlier, such a vow may have stemmed from a moment of impassioned fervor, likely forgotten soon after. Yet just moments ago, the dragon's roar manifested, and the spirits of the brave Right Shrine revealed their power. Who among them could dare to forget this oath? In truth, they were not foolish. They understood that failing to pledge allegiance now would invite scorn and disdain from their peers. Moreover, did not this extraordinary phenomenon indicate that Xiao was destined by fate? If not now, when would they pledge their loyalty? As the crowd swore their oaths, Xiao noticed a surge of vitality gathering within the human emperor cauldron inside him. These individuals, including the observing citizens, were subconsciously beginning to regard Xiao as the future sovereign of the Qian. They were, in an intangible way, surrendering to him. This allowed the human emperor cauldron to absorb a significant amount of this collective energy. Just as the crowd buzzed with excitement over the extraordinary phenomenon, Zhou Tong pushed his way through the throng. Third Prince, His Majesty requests your presence in the palace. Xiao smiled gently. I shall make my way there. With that, Xiao looked at Wang Hu. From their previous encounters at the Divine Martial Academy, Wang Hu had consistently spoken the right words and taken the right actions at the opportune moments, showcasing a blend of brawn and subtlety. Xiao handed the dragon flag to him. Wang Hu, I am to enter the palace now. Please retain the individuals I have chosen today, and together return the dragon flag to my residence. After speaking, Xiao turned to the others and proclaimed, Brothers, my father summons me. I shall take my leave, that today's oath is a fortuitous event in my life. Regardless of where we find ourselves, let us not forget today's vow, and together serve the Qian. May you all soar to great heights and achieve splendid futures. With those words, Xiao stepped into the carriage amidst the cheers of the crowd. The carriage proceeded slowly as the surrounding citizens instinctively parted to create a pathway. Inside, Lu'er handed him a cup of ice water. Your Highness, you have worked hard at tea that moment. Xiao completely relaxed, leaning against Lu'er's lap and sighed. To be a ruler, one must adhere to certain protocols. One cannot be reckless. I did not anticipate that the human emperor cauldron would trigger such an extraordinary phenomenon today, aiding me in this endeavor. Was that phenomenon caused by the human emperor cauldron? Lu'er asked in astonishment. I thought it was your recognition from the spirits of the brave, Right Shrine. Xiao chuckled. To receive acknowledgement merely by making an oath, it cannot be that simple. Both the dragon's roar and the golden light were incited by the human emperor cauldron. Lu'er dismissed his argument, saying, the human emperor cauldron is intrinsically linked to you. Had you not acted as you did today, invoking the human emperor cauldron, those phenomena would not have occurred. Thus, it was still your influence. Her words held some merit, and Xiao chose not to argue further, instead playfully pinching her nose and laughing. You are quite clever. Meanwhile, the coachman, Qian, sensed Xiao's steadily rising cultivation level. The faint smile crossed his lips. Young master has abandoned his former cultivation, shifted to the great Yin Emperor's supreme art, and integrated with the human emperor cauldron. It seems he has finally begun to reap some rewards. Qian, like Lu'er, was among Xiao's most trusted individuals. Were it not for their presence, Xiao would not have so readily abandoned his cultivation to pursue the great Yin Emperor's supreme art. Hearing Qian's musings, Xiao smiled softly. It is only right to see some results. Otherwise, would I not have wasted my prior efforts? It is indeed a pity to have wasted so many years of meticulously cultivated true energy. If it were anyone else, they might lack the resolve you possess. As he spoke, Qian appeared somewhat puzzled. In truth, with your talent, young master, even without practicing the great Yin Emperor's supreme art, you would inevitably become an unparalleled expert in the future. Why take the risk? Inside the carriage, Xiao closed his eyes, reclining against Lu'er's soft lap, and softly replied, I'm a person who strives for excellence. If I am to do something, I must strive to be the best. Human cultivation is constrained by the limitations of the body and meridians. and even the most exceptional experts of the same level often fall short against the barbaric and demonic races. However, the true energy cultivated through the great Yin Emperor's supreme art can surpass that of the Great Sun's original Yang art, making it comparable to the most elite techniques of those two races. This seemingly minor difference may well become a chasm in the future. A decade or so of cultivation is hardly a loss. Outside the carriage, admiration flickered in Qian's eyes that Tio speak of a decade of cultivation so casually. How many decades does a person truly have in their lifetime? Such decisiveness inspired immense respect within him. Moreover, among the countless human beings, simply being the strongest among them is a dream pursued by innumerable individuals throughout their lives. Yet Xiao evidently aspired to be the strongest among all living beings. His ambition was unmistakable. Had it been anyone else, Qian might have laughed at their naivete. But the words came from Xiao, a prodigy in martial arts unlike any he had ever encountered. Thus, such aspirations seemed entirely reasonable. "Shu, please go inform Meng Yin to come see me tonight." "Understood, young master." Luer pouted, muttering softly, "That vixen is probably dying to see his highness." Xiao opened his eyes and playfully pinched her nose again. Laughing, "What can I say? I am simply too handsome for my own good." "Is that wrong?" "That is not wrong. My young master is indeed a paragon of elegance. Change the words. A figure of imposing grace." "Anything else?" "Say more. Refined and cultured, dignified and poised, extraordinarily talented and breathtakingly beautiful." "Stop." Within the palace, Zhou led Xiao onward as a gentle breeze swept by. Xiao's voice drifted from behind him. "I recall when I left the palace. You were not yet serving my father, were you?" Zhou responded, "Indeed, I was under Eunuch Yu's service at that time. That it was only after Eunuch Yu retired that I became one of His Majesty's attendants." He spoke the truth that this moment, he dared not harbor even a hint of disdain for Xiao. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the extraordinary spectacle at the Brave Right Shrine. Zhou was uncertain how Xiao had achieved it, whether by coincidence or design. However, he was acutely aware that from this day forth, Xiao would undoubtedly be the most prominent figure among the royal princes. Upon hearing Zhou's words, Xiao sighed deeply. Eunuch Yu was indeed a good man. However, given his cultivation level, even at an advanced age, he should not have retired just as for that. I cannot say that Xiao offered a faint smile, but refrained from pressing further. The imperial palace, a realm of countless secrets, is accompanied by endless strife. The transition of the old and the new is inescapable. As he traversed the long corridors of the palace, many court ladies and eunuchs cast curious glances at Xiao. He responded to each with a gentle smile and a nod. Zhou Tong could not help but feel a sense of admiration. This third prince seemed to possess a certain ease and grace that set him apart from the others. Indeed, it was a sense of untroubled ease that in stark contrast to the cautious demeanor of the other princes. Xiao exuded a remarkable nonchalance, his words and actions devoid of any apparent tension or anxiety. Witnessing Xiao's demeanor, some court ladies and eunuchs were startled into kneeling to pay their respects, while others hastily lowered their heads at the rules of this palace are so stringent, it is truly tedious. Xiao remarked, casting a glance around. Zhou Tong chuckled. These servants have likely never encountered a prince as amiable as you, making it inevitable for them to feel nervous. Xiao smiled slightly. "Ah, you mean they have never met someone as unconventional as myself?" At these words, Zhou Tong halted, bowing deeply as he exclaimed, "Your Highness must not misunderstand. I would never dare to harbor such thoughts." Xiao stretched lazily, disregarding him, and continued strolling, pulling out a handful of sunflower seeds to crack open as he inquired, "May I ask you something, during my absence from the palace? Has anyone mistreated my mother or my sister?" Zhou Tong felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He realized that he was beginning to feel an uncharacteristic sense of trepidation in Xiao's presence, a sensation he had never experienced with any other prince. While the other princes maintained a semblance of decorum, they had never shown him anything less than respect, nor had they ever condescended to him. Yet Xiao, despite his carefree demeanor, emanated an air of authority that suggested he could easily dictate Zhou Tong's fate, treating him as a mere servant. Thus, the question was how to respond. Should he offer vague reassurances? Or speak the truth? Zhou Tong's mind raced as he murmured, "Life in the palace adheres strictly to rules that I, as your humble servant, have not been privy to the affairs of the harem, but I imagine that with such regulations in place, no one would dare mistreat Consort Hua or Princess Yunming." Yunming, of course, was the title of Yi Yuner. Upon hearing Zhou Tong's words, Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of sharpness flashing within them as he softly replied, "I see. In the palace, conversations are often veiled, and though Zhou Tong's words did not explicitly state much, they nonetheless hinted at underlying truths that Yi Xiao grasped. The rules of the harem were dictated by none other than the empress. However, to uncover what had transpired, Yi Xiao would need to seek verification elsewhere, for Zhou Tong was not the source of such information. Entering the quarters of Yi Sun, Yi Xiao stepped inside. As soon as he crossed the threshold, Yi Sun sprang to his feet, his face contorted with rage, rebuking, "You rebellious child! I tasked you with selecting 30 disciples from the Divine Martial Academy to follow you, yet you have taken away all the disciples. What are you trying to accomplish? Tell me, what is your intent?" The sudden display of authority startled Zhou Tong, who had followed behind, but while Yi Xiao maintained his composure, responding with a smile, "What? Are you envious that they wish to follow me?" Zhou Tong was taken aback. When had a prince dared to speak to Yi Sun in such a manner? Yet to his astonishment, Yi Sun merely scoffed, "Envious? I am the sovereign of Qian. All its subjects are my vassals. Why should I be envious of you?" Yi Xiao replied with a grin, "Well, you are the emperor now, so naturally that is the case. But in your youth, could you have attracted so many disciples from the Divine Martial Academy to follow you?" "Naturally not." Yi Xiao chuckled. "So, doesn't that make you feel proud of your son?" "Humph." Yi Sun snorted dismissively. "What you have done today may bring you fame, but such ostentation will likely invite more enemies to target you." In response to this concern, Yi Xiao surveyed the room and noticed a round stool in the corner. He turned back and instructed Zhou Tong, "Fetch that stool for me. Standing while speaking is rather exhausting." Zhou Tong, who had been trying to blend into the shadows, was momentarily taken aback. What should he do? Should he fetch it or not? Thankfully, Yi Sun interjected, "Bring it to him." Zhou Tong was perplexed, based on his understanding of Yi Sun. Had it been any other prince, such a blatant disregard for decorum would have resulted in punishment. Yet, Yi Xiao not only escaped unscathed, but also spoke freely with the emperor. He carried the stool over to Yi Xiao, who promptly sat down. With a satisfied smile, Yi Xiao remarked, "Ah, this stool is quite plush and comfortable." "Humph, that was I who had it modified to ensure those granite seats would be more comfortable," Yi Sun replied with a hint of pride. In that moment, Zhou Tong felt as though the two were not emperor and prince, but rather a pair of humble farmers. This sensation was something he had never perceived when observing Yi Sun interact with other princes. As he remained in a daze, Yi Sun turned to Zhou Tong, saying, "You may leave now, at once." Zhou Tong quickly bowed and exited, eager to avoid overhearing anything inappropriate. Once he departed, Yi Sun turned to Yi Xiao and sighed. "You are being too conspicuous. You are being too radical. This will surely provoke your brothers to unite against you." Yi Xiao smiled. "Being meek and subservient is not my style. I prefer to stand in the light rather than hide in the shadows." "Let them unleash their schemes if they wish." Yi Sun replied coldly. "Any excess manpower must return to the Divine Martial Academy. The various factions must share the spoils and cannot all be given to you." "They have already been sent back," Yi Sun continued. "What are your thoughts on your marriage?" This was the primary reason Yi Sun had summoned Yi Xiao, but he remained concerned that Yi Xiao might not accept it. To his surprise, Yi Xiao merely smiled faintly, suddenly standing to bow. "All blessings, both thunderous and gentle, are the benevolence of the sovereign, and I am deeply grateful and exceedingly satisfied." "Really? Of course, it was a facade." Yi Xiao lifted his head, his eyes flashing with indignation. "Let me ask you, would you marry a bloodthirsty female demon into the palace?" As their gazes locked, Yi Sun chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his nose, but refrained from answering and instead countered. "And then what? What do you intend to do?" Yi Xiao's anger dissipated as he reseated himself. Sighing, "The imperial decree has been issued. I must marry her. Liangqing has rendered great service to the Qian and has endured much hardship. If I do not marry her, Would that not make her situation even more unbearable? Yi Sun was somewhat taken aback by this response, praising, "You indeed possess a sense of responsibility. Naturally, for the future of Qian is mine to bear. Without responsibility, how could one shoulder the weight of the world?" As evening descended upon the palace, the rain began to lightly fall outside. Why Xiao had already taken his leave. Why Yi Sun reclined on the couch in his quarters, half closing his eyes while toying with a string of sandalwood beads. Before him stood a tall, slender figure clad in black, reporting on the day's events. Once the report concluded, Yi Sun furrowed his brow and inquired, how did he manage to create such celestial phenomena? The figure in black bowed and replied, "It remains unclear for the moment. The spiritual masters of the star-picking pavilion and the spies from the pacification office have both investigated but found no clues. It appears to be a genuine celestial phenomenon. Impossible." Yi Sun scoffed. That brat went to the Divine Martial Academy today with a clear intention, deliberately provoking those disciples to incite their ire, followed by showcasing his extraordinary martial prowess to subdue them, and ultimately inciting their bloodlust with his words, leading them to parade through Tangan, culminating in a blood-drenched banner and a vow of fame. Every step was meticulously calculated. How could the final phenomenon be mere coincidence? The figure in black paused for a moment before asking, "Should we dispatch someone to keep an eye on the third prince?" Yi Sun shot him a glance. "No need." The figure in black looked puzzled. Yi Sun sighed. The child has grown. Having some secrets of his own is quite normal. However, if something occurs and you cannot uncover it, it greatly disappoints me. The figure in black remained silent, feeling aggrieved. Should they be blamed for not uncovering the truth? Though he harbored grievances, he did not dare show them, and could only bow, saying, "It is my inadequacy." Yi Sun waved his hand dismissively. "You may leave. This matter ends here." "Understood." The figure clad in black gradually retreated from the grand hall. Why Yi Jun chuckled lightly and remarked, "Shower, the more I see you, the more I find you pleasing to the eye. You possess both majesty and cunning, capable of inspiring the hearts of men, embodying the demeanor of a sovereign. Alas, the only flaw is your somewhat impetuous nature. I had initially intended to bestow marriage upon Liangqing, to confound the eldest and the second and fourth brothers, thereby alleviating some of his burdens. Yet today, before everyone, he boldly declared his intent to vie for the throne and even invoked an extraordinary phenomenon at the Yonglai Shrine. I fear his reputation will soon echo throughout Tangan." His voice was not low, clearly intended for more than just himself. In the shadows, the elderly eunuch quietly interjected, "If your majesty holds the third prince in such high regard, why not directly designate him as the heir?" Yi Jun shook his head and sighed. "The ruler of Qian bears the weight of the world. Presently, within the human realm, there are the Chu and Xia kingdoms opposing us, while externally, the barbarian and demon races lurk with ill intent. Should I select a candidate lacking in ability, one misstep could spell disaster for the nation and its people. Although Xiao has displayed some capability, he remains inexperienced in significant matters, his wings still unformed. This contest for the throne, though it involves fraternal strife, also serves as an opportunity for them to hone their skills and strengthen their wings. Only through enduring this trial can we truly identify the worthy sovereign of Qian. Even though I have affection for him, I shall not allow my emotions to cloud my judgment." Upon hearing Yi Jun's words, the elderly eunuch could only shake his head in resignation. The phrase "the sovereign is heartless" was vividly exemplified in Yi Jun at this moment, within the residence of Yi Xiao. Luer was gently kneading Yi Xiao's shoulders. Zhao Mingyan, adorned in a delicate yellow gown, her features as picturesque as a painting, gracefully entered, lowering her umbrella to reveal a strikingly beautiful visage. The moment her eyes met Yi Xiao's, it seemed as if she noticed no one else, completely oblivious to Luer's fierce glare behind him. Softly parting her ruby lips, her sweet voice sent shivers down the spine. "Mingyan pays her respects to His Highness. It has been too long. Not a moment passes that I do not yearn for you." The woman spoke of her longing. Why Yi Xiao maintained a calm demeanor and gently inquired, "Pray tell, what have you accomplished in this past year?" Zhao Mingyan took a deep breath and recounted, "In accordance with your command, I have come to Tangan, primarily to recruit individuals from the lower echelons. As of now, I have gathered 34 storytellers, 52 singers, along with 5 theatrical troupes and 19 who perform lewd songs. To ensure a balanced income and expenditure, I have also opened 5 clothing shops. You entrusted me with 30,000 taels of silver, and I currently have a surplus of 130,000 on the books. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhao's expression softened. In truth, he had not anticipated such remarkable success when he initially sent her back to Tangan. With the 30,000 taels given by Yi Xiao, she had not only fulfilled his directive to control the lower classes, but had also generated considerable profit. This was indeed a pleasant surprise for Yi Xiao. Your efforts are commendable. It is no hardship. Serving you, Your Highness, is my heartfelt desire. Zhao Mingyan lightly bit her lip, gazing at Yi Xiao with affectionate eyes. Your Highness, I truly miss you. Yi Xiao could feel the pressure of her hands on his shoulders increasing. You and Lu are the 2 closest to me. I shall eventually grant you both a rightful status, but the time is not yet ripe. Yi Xiao did not hide his intentions, speaking candidly. I hold a higher status than you. Lu shot a glare at Zhao Mingyan. Zhao Mingyan instantly returned the glare, her tone losing its gentleness, even rising in volume. On what grounds? I have helped His Highness earn a great deal of money and gathered those from the lower classes. I have rendered significant service. Why should you overshadow me? Lu was unyielding. Simply because I have been with His Highness longer. In the future, I can bear him sons. Zhao Mingyan rolled her eyes dismissively. We're all women. What is so remarkable about bearing sons? Anyone can do it. I can bear 2. I'll bear 5. I'll bear 8. Both of you be quiet. Yi Xiao interjected forcefully, halting their quarrel. In truth, sending Zhao Mingyan back to Tangan first was somewhat influenced by the incessant bickering between these 2. With Yi Zhao's command, both women fell silent, though neither was willing to back down, glaring at each other defiantly. Yi Xiao chuckled. Let us not dwell on such matters. Should we fail in this contest for the throne, and all 3 of us lose our heads, it would be a most unfortunate jest. Zhao Mingyan disregarded Lu and gazed deeply at Yi Xiao. To share the fate of losing our heads with you, Your Highness, would bring me joy. Yi Xiao was too weary to entertain her declaration. After a moment's thought, he instructed, tomorrow, upon returning, have those storytellers, singers, and theatrical troupes travel to the surrounding towns and villages of Tangan to spread word of today's events through their performances, whether concerning martial prowess or the celestial phenomenon. Let them embellish the tale as much as they wish. Ensure this matter is widely disseminated. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall see to it. Yi Xiao nodded in satisfaction. He understood that besides consolidating loyalty among his followers, garnering the admiration of the populace would also serve to enhance the prestige of the future emperor. Lu discerned the underlying affection in Yi Zhao's words and voiced her discontent. Such an important matter should be addressed tonight. His Highness has allowed me to remain. Do not meddle. Go to sleep. I will take care of His Highness tonight. Zhao Mingyan swayed her waist, moving behind Yi Xiao, nudging Lu aside, her slender arms wrapping around Yi Zhao's neck. Her cheek pressed against his. The faint fragrance of flowers wafted into Yi Zhao's nostrils as Zhao Mingyan's voice brimmed with allure. Your Highness, let us rest early. In Tangan City, what was the most discussed topic? The 3rd prince, Yi Xiao. Ever since his return to Tangan, it seemed he had captivated everyone's attention. First, he shattered Yi Xingyuan's legs, and then he led the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy in a pledge at the Yonglai Shrine, invoking a heavenly phenomenon. Have you heard? The 3rd prince's martial talent is nearly terrifying. At just over 20 years old, he has already mastered thousands of combat techniques. Is that true? Learning one technique a day would take over 10 years. Of course it's true. Otherwise, how could the 3rd prince have recruited so many disciples from the Divine Martial Academy? I find it hard to believe. Where could such a genius exist in this world? It must be exaggerated. I beg to differ. The heavenly phenomenon and the blessings of the ancestors of the Qian at Yonglai Shrine. How could that be an exaggeration? I say the 3rd prince will undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. Perhaps he shall become the future heir of the Qian. After all, he publicly declared his intention to vie for the throne in the streets and alleys whenever the citizens had a moment of leisure. They would discuss Yi Xiao. At this moment, within Yi Xiao's carriage, he sat opposite Liang Qing. The two engaged in casual conversation while Yi Xiao stifled yawns. Noticing his lethargic demeanor, Liang Qing frowned and asked, "Did you not sleep last night? Why do you appear so drained?" Yi Xiao sighed. "Last night I gained insights into staff techniques. Thus I practiced diligently until dawn." Liang Qing displayed admiration. "No wonder His Highness is proficient in thousands of martial arts. It seems that besides innate talent, you have also put in considerable effort." "Indeed." Yi Xiao smiled slightly. "But about that Yinze, do you truly believe he would be willing to join my household?" "I cannot say for certain." Liang Qing shook her head. "Yinze hails from Dingzhou and has some connections with my father. However, after he killed a corrupt official for embezzling military provisions, he turned himself in. The emperor stripped him of his official rank, relegating him to commoner status and sentencing him to 5 years of exile. Later, my father brought him to Tang'an, providing him with a house. Now he makes a living by running a martial arts school. The Huofeng camp of Dingzhou is his initiative. He is exemplary in both leading troops and command in battle. My father says his blood remains hot. Should you manage to recruit him, it would benefit you by training an elite force. And for him, it would allow him to realize his ambitions. A boon for both of you." In truth, Yi Zhao's greatest concern was the selection of a commander for his 3,000 soldiers. While his martial talent was exceptional, he was not adept at commanding troops or training soldiers. Moreover, he could not personally oversee such matters. The disciples of the Divine Martial Academy, though they had undergone systematic training, were still inexperienced youths. Yi Xiao could not possibly entrust them with leading positions. As the saying goes, it is easier to find 1,000 troops than a single commander. The choice of a military leader was paramount. An outstanding general could bring about transformative changes in an army. As he had yet to find a suitable candidate for the commander, Yi Xiao had refrained from recruiting soldiers on a large scale. On that day, I inquired about this matter with Liang Qing. To my surprise, early this morning, Liang Qi came running to the prince's residence, bearing a letter from Liang Qing'in, intending to meet with Yinze. In truth, he had a vague recollection of Yinze's past events, but at the time, he merely regarded it as a novelty, a fleeting thought easily forgotten. Finally, as the carriage rolled forward, Yi Xiao arrived at his destination. Ding'an Martial Arts Hall. Yi Xiao and Liang Qing disembarked, only to behold the doors of the hall wide open. Inside, over a dozen youths were training vigorously under the blazing sun, their bare torsos glistening as they honed their martial skills and strengthened their bodies. Beside them stood a middle-aged man in his 40s, his gaze sharp and scrutinizing the group of young practitioners. "Chen Wu. Slacking off again, are we? You think I can't see you're not putting in the effort?" "Lu Dali, 30 more with the stone lock. Wang Xiaoxi, don't think I can't see you. You must exert full force when performing the chopping technique. You've been lazy on 3 strikes now, so add 300 more." People are naturally inclined to laziness. Those who can maintain self-discipline are few and far between, especially among youths whose character is yet to be fully developed. In moments of interest, they may be immensely earnest. But martial training requires years of monotonous practice, inevitably leading to bouts of negligence. "Uncle Yin, I have come to see you. I brought a variety of delicacies," Liang Qing exclaimed as she entered the courtyard, carrying a prepared feast. Upon hearing her voice, Yinze's face brightened with delight as he approached with a smile, saying, "You come here, yet bring food as well. It has been some time since you last visited. Have you found a suitor recently? The last time your father came, he lamented to me that you might never marry." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao discerned that the individual before him certainly lacked emotional intelligence. It was not hard to fathom. Had he possessed even a modicum of emotional awareness, he would not have rashly provoked the powerful Liang Qing. Indeed, the once cheerful Liang Qing's expression stiffened at this remark. Thankfully, the emperor had already bestowed a marriage upon her. Otherwise, such words might have truly triggered her fury. She forced a smile and replied, "Uncle Yin, I have indeed found a suitor." At that moment, Yinze also noticed Yi Xiao and laughed heartily. "So, what's this lad, is it? I must say, he has quite the appearance. Not much different from how I looked in my youth. Young man, what is your surname, and who is your father?" Yi Xiao grinned and replied, "My father is Yi Sun. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Damn it, why can't I quite place it? Yanzei furrowed his brow and thought that Wei Sun's name was indeed both familiar and strange. After all, few would mention the emperor's name in casual conversation. After pondering for a while and still unable to recall, he chuckled and said, "Ah, it doesn't matter who you are. What matters is that you're bold enough to marry Qian. The goddess of slaughter, I admire you." "Uncle Yin," Liang Qing shouted angrily. Yanzei seemed to realize something, scratching his head and laughing. "Did I say something wrong again? I'm truly sorry. My mouth always gets me in trouble." Liang Qing took a deep breath to calm herself and said, "Uncle Yin, His Majesty has bestowed the marriage. He is my future husband, the third prince of the Qian, Xiao." "Damn." Yanzei's eyes widened in shock. "Your father is the emperor." Xiao smiled and nodded. Yanzei glanced between Xiao and Liang Qing, taking a long moment to digest this information. Finally, he exclaimed, "So that's how it is? I thought you were married off." Turns out it was a royal decree. Liang Qing fell silent. 3 seconds later, her right hand glimmered with a faint red light, and a blood-red long knife materialized in her grasp, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Her eyes darkened as she softly spoke. "Uncle Yin, do you think my blade is dull? Spirit weapons, crafted by spirit masters, can be transformed at will for ease of transport while wielding considerable power." Liang Qing's blood knife had claimed countless foes. The moment she drew the weapon, it was clear she was genuinely enraged. Yanzei was taken aback and hurriedly exclaimed, "I was wrong. Please, don't take action. There are children present." However, Liang Qing's murderous intent only intensified, causing the training youths to instinctively halt their movements, afraid to even breathe. Gazing down at the crimson blade in her hand, Liang Qing murmured, "His Majesty has granted the third prince 3,000 personal soldiers, but is in need of a commanding general." Goodness! Uncle Yin appeared far from foolish. He realized he should refrain from uttering anything that might provoke her again. "I understand. Often the course of events unfolds in unexpected ways." Xiao had not anticipated that what he initially thought would require considerable negotiation could be resolved so smoothly in Liang Qing's wrathful state. He hadn't even had to refer to Liang Chengyan's letter. Yet it must be said, the murderous intent Liang Qing exuded was indeed chilling. Having taken countless lives, Liang Qing's aura of menace was something Xiao had never before encountered. Even he felt a shiver down his spine, his hair standing on end. In that moment, he almost summoned his true energy to act. Watching Liang Qing sheath her long knife, Xiao swallowed hard. Liang Qing then turned, her face breaking into a radiant smile. "Third prince, that's wonderful. Uncle Yin has agreed, and it seems my father's words were indeed correct. Uncle Yan's passion remains undiminished." Her laughter revealed 2 lovely dimples. And her eyes sparkled like stars, creating a stark contrast to her earlier fierce demeanor. Had he not agreed, he might have truly faced dire consequences. Xiao silently mused. Nevertheless, he maintained a smile and said to Yanzei, "General Yin, since we have reached an agreement, let us go to the residence tomorrow, as I have matters to discuss." "Excellent." Yanzei wiped the sweat from his brow and secretly gave Xiao a thumbs up. "Let us depart." Xiao and Liang Qing exited the martial arts hall. Just as they stepped outside, the children behind them erupted in exclamations. "Master, that woman was terrifying." "Master, I thought you were going to die just now." "Master, will you still be able to teach us tomorrow?" Yanzei's gruff voice rang out. "What are you worried about? I'm going to become a general, and you lot will come along to join the army. I won't let your tuition fees go to waste, but I must say this up front. If you wish to carve out a future, you must be prepared to risk your lives." Xiao and Liang Qing climbed into the carriage. Liang Qing cast a glance at him and said, "Don't take it to heart. Such things are unavoidable." Xiao chuckled. "I understand. Whoever assumes leadership must have their own people. It's only natural, as the saying goes. Clear waters harbor no fish." Xiao was not a naive child, unaware that one cannot entirely curtail the authority of subordinates. Such an expectation is unrealistic. As the carriage rolled onward, Xiao and Liang Qing engaged in light conversation. Liang Qing shared insights about training new recruits and military command, while Xiao regaled her with tales of landscapes and curious happenings. The two found themselves enjoying each other's company, gradually growing more familiar. Meanwhile, in the Empress's chambers, Empress Yang Li lay reclined on a couch as the mother of the crown prince. She was nearing 50, yet her beauty remained akin to that of a woman in her 30s. With her eyes half closed, she seemed to drift between wakefulness and slumber, surrounded by the soothing scent of incense. Kneeling before her was a young girl. What happened? What was Xingrou's reaction? She has already gone to seek revenge on the third prince. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement spread across Yang Li's face. That's the spirit. That wild child, Xiao, has returned to Tang'an City if he had been willing to behave like a noble prince. It would have been one thing, but to dare compete with my son, let us see how he handles it now that Xingrou is after him. In the streets of Tang'an, the populace was gathered in a throng. At the center stood a girl of about 15 or 16, brandishing a sharp blade and pointing it at Yi Xiao's carriage, her voice ringing out defiantly, "Yi Xiao, you disregarded our kinship and broke my brother's legs. I demand a life and death duel. Will you dare to step down and fight?" According to the Qian's laws, life and death duels were permitted to resolve disputes that if both parties agreed and established a life and death contract. They could settle their grievances through combat. The party that kills would not face any repercussions. Why Xingrou, the daughter of the Duke of Jing, was the younger sister of Xingyuan, and she was merely 15. Yi Xiao furrowed his brow, observing the young girl obstructing his carriage in the street, feeling a sense of exasperation. He did not fear a duel to the death. However, the issue lay in the fact that his opponent was an inexperienced girl. In the eyes of society, a man fighting a woman was undoubtedly a disgraceful act. It is particularly unacceptable for an adult male to strike a half-grown child. If he were to resort to lethal violence, it would undoubtedly provoke even greater controversy. Yi Xiao pondered for a moment before pushing open the carriage door and leaping down. He declared loudly, "Your brother oppresses the common people and tarnishes the royal reputation. He deserves his fate. You dare challenge me? Are the scions of the Jing Wang family entitled to act with impunity, beyond the reach of punishment?" He intended to persuade the young lady to withdraw. Xingrou shook her head, stating, "I do not comprehend such lofty principles. My brother has treated me with great kindness since childhood. You have shattered his legs. He now languishes at home, suffering daily agony, even shunning the company of others. I seek vengeance for him. If you dare not accept this duel to the death, I shall defy the law and slay you here today." Yi Xiao sighed. He truly did not wish to engage in combat with Xingrou. Defeating such a young girl would be a hollow victory. Yet, given the circumstances, he found himself compelled to act, just as he was about to speak and accept the duel. Liang Qing sprang from the carriage. "Why, Xingrou, what audacity you possess!" At the sight of Liang Qing, Xingrou's expression changed dramatically. "Sister Liang Qing," she exclaimed. "What are you doing in his carriage?" Upon hearing Liang Qing's name, the surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. "Wow! Is that the infamous woman butcher? Step back quickly. It is said that anyone who merely gazes upon her may lose their head." "Humph! Look at you, trembling with fear. What is there to be afraid of? If you're not afraid, why do you shrink back?" With Liang Qing's emergence, the onlookers collectively retreated nearly 2 meters. Standing beside Yi Xiao, Liang Qing proclaimed, "The emperor has arranged our marriage. He is now my betrothed. What issue arises from me, sitting in his carriage? You, on the other hand, possess such boldness to publicly confront my fiancé for a duel to the death, considering me in such low regard." Xingrou bit her lip, murmuring, "But he has harmed my brother. And so what? If your brother had not oppressed the people, he would not have suffered such a fate. To entertain a hypothetical. Should you harm him today, it is entirely possible that your father, your mother, and your entire family could perish." Liang Qing's words refer to Yi Xiao's royal status. However, upon her utterance, the crowd misinterpreted her entirely. Wow, she truly is the woman butcher, openly threatening to annihilate an entire family. How terrifying. This woman is truly fearsome. Indeed, she must be a fierce warrior who drinks the brains of the Chu people, threatening death to entire families. Yi Xingrou clenched her fists, seemingly still reluctant to yield. Liang Qing stepped forward, saying, "If you truly seek revenge, then I shall take his place in this duel to the death. I assure you, not only will you fail to avenge him, but you will also lose your own life here." she recognized that Xiao was hesitant to strike a girl. Regardless, she was a woman herself. If Xiao could not act, then she would. With that, Liang Qing's gaze sharpened, and a menacing aura enveloped her. As her ferocity radiated, Yi Xingrou's previously resolute demeanor flickered with uncertainty. After a moment's pause, the young girl suddenly cast aside her weapon, tears streaming down her face. "Sister Liang Qing, you are bullying me." As she wept, Yi Xingrou turned and fled. Incredible! She frightened that girl to tears. "Haha, I have goosebumps. If you're not afraid, then go confront her." However, truth be told, the third prince is rather formidable, daring to marry such a woman. The third prince is, after all, a person blessed by the valiant spirits of the great Qian. Naturally, he has no fear. Impressive, a paragon for us all. A true man among men, a paragon of masculinity. I have heard it said that the third prince is the manifestation of the martial star, while Miss Liang is the embodiment of the heavenly killer. They are truly a match made in heaven. Is that truly so? Indeed, it is. As Yi Xingrou departed, Liang Qing surveyed her surroundings, noting that all had fallen silent. The two returned to the carriage, and, as it moved forward, the crowd instinctively parted to create a pathway. Only after the carriage had left did the fervent discussions resume. Yi Xiao lowered the curtain and turned to Liang Qing with a smile. "It seems these people are quite fearful of you." Liang Qing shook her head, saying, "There is no help for it. How many people are truly unafraid of me?" There was a hint of bitterness in her tone. Yi Xiao gently reassured her. "Though they may fear you, they also recognize that what you do is just." "Perhaps," Liang Qing said, brushing her hair back and smiling brightly, "Tiomi, their opinions hold little importance. After all, I cannot expect to be liked by everyone. Whether they fear or loathe me, the thoughts of those unconnected to me are beyond my concern. Otherwise, I would not have acted so decisively." At this point, Liang Qing expressed some regret. "It is a pity that I'm still not ruthless enough. Had I slain the elderly, the young, and the women, I could have further weakened the military strength of the Chu nation." "Perhaps this is the compassion of a woman," Yi Xiao sighed. "If you were truly so ruthless, I fear I would not dare to marry you. To slay the elderly and the young is a cruelty I could not bear." This statement held truth. While nations may engage in war without restraint, at the core, humanity should retain a semblance of compassion. Were Liang Qing to truly eradicate the innocent, Yi Xiao would find it hard to accept. As the morning sun cast its light within Yi Xiao's residence, a group of disciples from the Divine Martial Academy, led by Wang Hu, had already arrived. Yanzhe had also donned a clean outfit. Compared to the previous day, he had shaved his beard, presenting a much more spirited appearance. His attire was impeccably clean and well-fitted, exuding an aura entirely distinct from that of the day before. "Who is that old fellow?" "I know not, but he appears to be quite extraordinary," the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy whispered among themselves. Yet Yanzhe remained indifferent. Finally, Yi Xiao emerged from the rear courtyard. "Greetings, Your Highness," the assembly chorused respectfully. Yi Xiao surveyed the gathered crowd. Noting that all those expected had arrived, he then declared aloud, "I wish to form a private army, to be named the Golden Scales Guard, with Yanzhe as the chief commander." As he spoke, Yi Xiao pulled Yanzhe beside him and introduced him to the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy, saying, "From this day forth, he shall serve as the commander of the Golden Scales Guard, overseeing all matters within the military." With that, Yi Xiao further announced, "Sun Qing shall serve as the chief scribe of the army, responsible for all financial expenditures and bookkeeping. I shall periodically dispatch individuals to audit the accounts. And it is imperative that no discrepancies arise. Wang, who will serve as the deputy commander, assisting General Yan in managing various affairs." Yi Xiao took it upon himself to appoint personnel, thereby establishing the basic structure of military positions. In the future, all promotions and demotions within the ranks must be documented and submitted to the residents for review. Similarly, punishments for military officers and soldiers must also be documented and reported. Control over personnel is the most critical power of those in authority, and Yi Xiao would not easily relinquish this. Likewise, punishments for soldiers must undergo sufficient oversight to prevent abuses of power that could oppress and control the troops. With the general framework established, Xiao instructed someone to retrieve the funds. He addressed Yan Zhe earnestly. The upcoming recruitment, including registration with the military department and land acquisitions, shall be your responsibility. Is there any issue? None. Yan Zhe responded with remarkable composure. Why? Xiao nodded in satisfaction, then dismissed the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy before producing 2 tomes. This volume contains the methods for the equipment fabrication of the Golden Scales Guard, while the other details training and formations. General Yin may study them at his leisure. Yan Zhe was momentarily taken aback, while he sensed that Yi Zhao's previous appointments and established rules were intended to limit and supervise him, something he found quite normal. Yi Zhao's direct provision of the so-called methods for equipment fabrication and training, including the application of formations, left him questioning whether the army was truly under his command or merely a puppet in Yi Zhao's hands. A flicker of displeasure crossed Yan Zhe's heart. Nevertheless, given that Yi Zhao was indeed the actual master of the Golden Scales Guard, he refrained from arguing, silently accepting the 2 books. As he departed, Lu Er emerged from the side, smiling. Young master, it seems this General Yin is somewhat displeased. Yan Zhe was not the type to harbor deep thoughts. Even Lu Er could perceive his discontent. Quite normal, Yi Xiao replied with a calm expression. He possesses his own understanding of military training and naturally would not welcome external interference. Even though I am the master, if I were to restrict the amount of sugar and salt you could use while cooking Wu tea, that also displease you. Indeed, Lu Er wholeheartedly agreed. She pondered, then why does your highness still interfere with him? After all, those are the recipes of the top chefs in the world. Why? Yi Xiao sighed. The Golden Scale Guard is my first army, and its combat effectiveness is of utmost importance. Rest assured, as long as he peruses those 2 books, all discontent will dissipate, and he may even feel gratitude towards me. Your Highness, I have another matter that confuses me. Lu Er inquired curiously, isn't your Highness placing too many restrictions on Yan Zhe, from what I overheard? It seems he must seek your approval for everything he does. Yi Xiao stretched lazily, wrapping an arm around Lu Er as they strolled toward the backyard, explaining. Lu Er, I will have many subordinates in the future. I cannot assess each person's character or moral quality individually, nor can I establish emotional connections with every subordinate. Thus, rules are vital. These regulations will ensure their actions remain within certain boundaries. To illustrate his point, Yi Xiao continued, for instance, I appointed Sun Qing as the chief scribe to oversee financial matters. Moreover, I want Yan Zhe to be aware that someone is monitoring him. Why? Yi Xiao smiled. Let me ask you, do you think there are more good people or bad people in this world? This question left Lu Er momentarily perplexed. She pondered for a long moment, unable to determine whether good or bad people were more numerous. Yi Xiao laughed. Now let me ask you, do you believe there are more corrupt officials or honest ones? Without hesitation, Lu Er replied, there are more corrupt officials. And why is that? I don't know. Lu Er shook her head. Yi Xiao sighed. It is largely because they believe their corruption will go unnoticed, especially in remote areas, where the distance from authority often breeds impunity. If I were in their position, could I guarantee I would remain incorruptible? Perhaps I cannot, Yi Xiao remarked. Therefore, discussions of character and morality are mere nonsense. Only supervision and a sufficiently robust oversight system can mitigate such issues. I do not believe Yan Zhe would be corrupt now. But if he remains unrestrained, with vast sums of money flowing freely at his fingertips, could he maintain that mindset after 1, 2, or even 5 years? That is not trust. It is temptation. None of us are saints. And I do not expect others to be either. Thus, for certain matters, transparency yields the best results. Listening to Yi Zhao's explanation, Lu Er finally understood. That night, at Yan Zhe's residence, he looked helplessly at the 2 books before him. How ridiculous! He had never encountered such indignity in his life, commanding troops, wielding financial power, and holding the authority to appoint or punish. All these were in his hands, yet now he was being instructed on military training by a mere fledgling. Many had criticized their leaders, including emperors, but at this moment, Yan Zhe regretted agreeing to this task. After much hesitation, he began to open the 2 books. The moment he glanced at the first page, he was utterly astonished. He had uncovered the design of the Golden Scale Guard's armor, a design unlike anything he had ever seen. The materials used were not iron, but rather resilient animal hides crafted into leather armor. The construction process adhered to a strict layering technique, utilizing tendon cords and securing them with rivets, ensuring the resulting armor boasted incredible defensive capabilities while maintaining the soldier's mobility. In Yin Zhe's understanding, the defensive capacity of armor typically correlated with its weight. However, heavier armor inevitably restricted a soldier's agility, endurance, and operational range. The method of crafting leather armor presented by Xiao was unprecedented in his experience. Yet its feasibility was immediately apparent to him. He was merely uncertain of its ultimate effectiveness. Just the first piece of leather armor had left Yin Zhe utterly astounded. He flipped back through the pages, discovering each piece of equipment brimming with ingenious ideas. After reviewing the equipment list, he became nearly convinced that, as long as the soldiers were trained adequately and donned this gear, they would undoubtedly form a formidable army. Without hesitation, he opened the training manual, which further expanded his horizons. As dawn broke and roosters crowed, Yin Zhe rubbed his red eyes, murmuring to himself, "There are always greater talents beyond oneself." If the results were indeed, as described in the book, producing the world's strongest soldiers would not be an exaggeration. However, Yin Zhe also realized that training according to the book's methods would require an investment of funds far exceeding that of ordinary soldiers. Closing the book, Yin Zhe remained dazed for a moment before suddenly slapping himself across the face. He struck with such force that blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his cheek turned red and swollen. "Damn it, Yin Zhe, you fool! The third prince is so generous with his invaluable military training methods, yet you dared to secretly criticize him. Truly, you have underestimated his intentions." At that moment, Xiao, standing in Yin Zhe's heart, began to soar. It is essential to understand that in this era, the methods of military training were fundamental to the standing of military officials. They were not meant to be shared. Some top-tier training techniques were state secrets. Yet Xiao had unreservedly entrusted him with the equipment and training methods of this elite force. This trust, in Yin Zhe's eyes, was infinitely more precious than any semblance of power. It could even be said that these 2 tomes of secret techniques could form the very foundation of his family's lasting prosperity. Within Xiao's residence, his internal cultivation continued to grow. As his reputation spread, the gathering of people transformed into royal energy. Its intensity was truly terrifying. Moreover, this royal energy was remarkably profound, while its strength was formidable. It did not burden the body. Instead, it nourished the practitioner's physique during its continual circulation. The so-called soul refinement realm is where martial artists elevate the realm of their spirit. From this point onward, martial artists could begin introspection and even perceive the world around them. Xiao opened his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips. Indeed, fortune and misfortune coexist, and life is unpredictable. Though I have wasted my cultivation, rendering years of hard work into naught, the process of rebuilding has reinforced my body, solidifying my foundation beyond measure. The foundation-laying 4 realms represent the stages where martial artists establish their groundwork, refining the body, nourishing the blood, gathering energy, and refining the soul. Each realm serves to strengthen the foundation. Although Xiao had dismantled his cultivation, his physique remained unweakened, his vitality undiminished, and his spirit intact. In fact, during the rebuilding process, he established a firmer foundation than ordinary individuals. After all, few would willingly relinquish the fruits of their arduous practice. He resolved to quickly break through to the heavenly origin realm, drawing upon the world's vital energy to merge it with the royal energy, thereby cultivating the essence of force. Only upon reaching this stage could the true power of royal energy be unleashed. Xiao was determined. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang from outside. "Young master, you must come out to see. General Yin Zhe is at the door, bearing a humble apology." Xiao exclaimed in bewilderment. "Bearing a humble apology? What has this fellow done?" With a heart full of suspicion, he hurriedly leapt from his bed to the gate of the prince's residence. Yin Zhe knelt bare-chested, carrying a bundle of thorny branches upon his back. He knelt upright at the entrance, while Qian sat on a stool, munching on sunflower seeds, nonchalantly advising, "There's no need for such theatrics. The prince is a good man. Even if you have made a mistake, he wouldn't take your head. No, I will wait for His Highness to come out. I must offer my apologies. You don't need to go this far. Honestly, it's quite embarrassing. What do you know? Yanzei retorted. This is my sincerity. Very well, then continue. Qian resumed his snack, humming a tune while basking in the sun. Just then, Xiao emerged from the residence. Qian put away his seeds and stood upright. Yanzei coldly sneered, "You old fool. You certainly know how to ingratiate yourself." Qian shot him a glare, but chose not to respond. Upon noticing Yanzei's posture, Xiao hastily inquired, "General Yin, what has transpired?" Yanzei bowed his head to the ground and proclaimed loudly, "Your Highness." Yanzei was blinded by greed yesterday upon returning home, harboring resentment towards Your Highness for intervening in the training of the soldiers, and I even uttered a few foul words. Having seen the training methods bestowed by Your Highness, I now realize my narrow-mindedness and have come to bear a humble apology. Xiao. He had expected a matter of grave consequence to warrant such actions. Thus, it was merely a matter of exchanging a few hushed insults. Lu Er, equally taken aback, leaned closer to Xiao and whispered, "Your Highness, could it be that this individual is not entirely sane? Is he truly capable of leading troops?" Xiao responded softly, "It should not be an issue I have investigated. This fellow seldom faces defeat in battle and has achieved numerous military accolades." Observing Yanzei prostrating on the ground, Xiao felt a sense of helplessness and approached him, intending to assist him to his feet. However, the man remained unmoved, instead drawing forth a thorny branch and proclaiming loudly, "I beseech Your Highness to punish me with this branch. Otherwise my heart shall find no peace." Xiao replied. He chuckled, saying, "General Yin, please rise and speak. This minor transgression is of no consequence. I forgive you. No, I implore Your Highness to administer punishment." Xiao found himself at a loss for words, envisioning the absurdity of wielding a branch against a burly man repeatedly. Such a sight was scarcely bearable. Yanzei, undeterred, persisted in his plea ate tea that moment. Lu Er could no longer restrain herself and interjected, "If you truly believe you have erred, then dedicate yourself to training the troops properly for His Highness." Yanzei was initially taken aback, then turned to Xiao and inquired, "And who might this be?" Xiao smiled and replied, "This is my concubine, Lu Er, who now oversees all matters within the estate." Though Lu Er held no official status within the household, and they had not yet formalized their union, Xiao chose to accord her a position in the eyes of others. Yanzei was taken aback. The prince dared to take a concubine? Xiao regarded Yanzei and remarked, "Why should I not dare to take a concubine?" Yanzei stroked his chin, suddenly enlightened. "Your Highness is indeed astute. To take a concubine before marriage ensures that once Liang Qing enters the estate, it becomes irreconcilable. Clever indeed." Xiao, did this fellow truly think he would fear Liang Qing? Absurd. Yet, Yanzei seemed to have been awakened by Lu Er's words. After pondering for a moment, he rose and bowed to Xiao, declaring, "Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall train the Golden Scale Guard to become the strongest army of Qian." With that, he turned and departed. In the capital, a royal edict was posted. The third prince seeks to recruit a private army. The news stirred a considerable uproar. This moment, Xiao's reputation among the citizens of the capital was formidable. The day he swore an oath at the brave and fierce shrine had caused a remarkable celestial phenomenon, known to all, inspiring countless passionate youths to enlist. In a street corner, two neighbors engaged in idle chatter about the event. "Have you heard? That third prince has begun recruiting a private army, and the pay is significantly higher than that of regular soldiers." "I heard. My son is determined to join. I cannot dissuade him." "Why must we common folk risk our lives in such perilous endeavors?" "Indeed, my child is equally insistent, yearning for fame that I should not have taken him to witness the third prince's ritual that day." On a brighter note, many are signing up. What if your son is not selected? Your son is the one who is unlikely to be chosen. Did you not just say you wished he would not go? Why are you angry? Regardless, your son will not be chosen. Old scoundrel, watch your tongue. I fear you not. Countless citizens eagerly registered. Some sought to carve out a future, while others simply wished to secure a meal. After all, life was not easy for the common folk. Even in Tang City, The impoverished lived rather poorly. Over 10,000 individuals signed up. Xiao did not involve himself in the selection process, leaving it entirely to Yanzhi, Wang Hu, and others. 7 days later, the army was officially formed. They acquired a plot of barren land in the capital, erected barracks, and commenced training. Yanzhi also recruited craftsmen to forge the equipment for the Golden Scale Guard. Despite his boisterous demeanor, he placed great importance on confidentiality regarding these matters. The components required for the equipment were meticulously divided, produced in batches, and assigned to different individuals. The assembly was to be executed by the Golden Scale Guard themselves. Compared to ordinary soldiers, the training regimen for the Golden Scale Guard was exceptionally rigorous. Moreover, their rations were of remarkable quality. Essentially, they received 4 meals a day, with 2 of those guaranteed to include meat. For these soldiers, such a standard of food was already quite generous. That it is worth noting that many of them at home would only have 1 or 2 meals a day. Even regular soldiers typically managed only 2 meals. The Golden Scale Guard's daily 4 meals were beyond their wildest dreams. Xiao and Yanzhi wandered through the camp, observing the soldiers training vigorously. Xiao cautioned, ensure that the training load is substantial, and the food must keep pace. Rest assured, Your Highness, I am well aware of this. However, the recent expenditure has indeed been considerable. Yanzhi glanced at Xiao with concern. Do not worry about finances. As long as the accounts are clear and the provisions are in place, I have ample funds, but I have heard that His Majesty allocates 10,000 taels of silver to you each month. In this month alone, the costs for equipment have been substantial. Is this sustainable? Yanzhi was acutely aware of the expenses incurred by the Golden Scale Guard. Thus far, the amount that had passed through his hands had already exceeded 120,000 taels. Fear not, it is manageable. Mere funds for meals cannot deter me. At this moment, Xiao indeed felt quite confident. Zhao Minyan's clothing business had been quite lucrative, and he had arranged for her to send 10,000 taels of silver to the estate. Thus, he currently possessed more than enough funds to cover the soldiers' expenses. Upon hearing this, Yanzhi felt reassured. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he declared, "The technique Your Highness provided is simply extraordinary. With adequate nourishment, these young men will develop combat prowess within half a year." Yanzhi was thoroughly convinced. The training method presented by Xiao yielded explosive results for the youths involved, leading to rapid advancements in their cultivation. Xiao smiled slightly. The ancient emperor's method of cultivating soldiers possessed its unique merits. Their allegiance to Xiao would bring vitality to the emperor's cauldron, and in return, the cauldron would provide certain benefits. Compared to ordinary individuals, their cultivation speed was indeed astonishing. Coupled with the meticulous training methods, every detail mattered. For instance, practicing the technique at dawn would allow them to absorb the essence of the sun and moon. Subsequently, they would train in formation techniques, enabling their bodies to fully digest and assimilate the essence of heaven and earth. And in the afternoon, when their vitality was at its peak, they would engage in physical conditioning. The combination of these various details led to an astonishingly rapid enhancement of the soldier's strength. Xiao's gaze drifted toward the dragon flag at the center of the camp. He could not yet discern its significance. However, one thing was certain. This object undoubtedly possessed its own mysterious qualities. Let them train diligently. Do not allow any laziness. Xiao imparted this final instruction before turning to return to the estate. As he watched Xiao depart, the smile vanished from Yanzhi's face, replaced by a grave expression. "Everyone, gather around. Each of you shall lift a stone lock of 500, you little rascals, if the meat runs out. You better give me your all, or I shall have your skins." Half a month later, within Xiao's estate, he sat cross-legged. A vast amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth converged around him. With the inclusion of 3,000 soldiers under his command, they provided ample vitality each day, transforming into the emperor's true energy. In just over 10 days, Xiao's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the soul refinement realm, a mere step away from the heavenly origin realm. At this moment, Xiao closed his eyes, focusing his mind, preparing to make a final push to break through the celestial gate atop his head. Within him, golden energy surged, rapidly circulating around his body. Outside the room, all servants had been cleared from the courtyard. Lu'er, wielding a longsword, sat cross-legged at the entrance. Qian lounged on the roof, casually sipping from a wine jug while maintaining a heightened focus. The opening of the celestial gate by a martial artist invokes a resonance with the heavens and earth through their spiritual power. This is the most critical moment. The slightest error could result in failure to open the celestial gate. However, for Xiao, this was not a daunting task. They still dared not be careless. After all, Xiao had numerous enemies. Should anyone take this opportunity to harm him, it would spell trouble. Qian sipped his wine while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. As Xiao's true energy broke through the celestial gate, a torrent of majestic primordial energy gathered above his head. Your Highness's talent is truly remarkable. The opening of the celestial gate draws forth such a massive amount of heavenly energy, resulting in an extraordinarily formidable aura. Qian marveled. When a martial artist opens the celestial gate, the denser and more potent the primordial energy, the higher the quality of their technique. The richness of the primordial energy surrounding Xiao was something Qian had never encountered in his life. However, gradually, he began to sense something amiss. The speed at which the vital energies of heaven and earth converged was accelerating, and their intensity was increasingly spiraling out of control. Eye in the sky, dark clouds slowly coalesced. Qian's expression changed drastically as he murmured, "It's merely the opening of the heavenly gate. Isn't it too much?" Any cultivator, upon reaching a certain level and attempting a breakthrough, could potentially trigger celestial phenomena, even attracting heavenly tribulations. This was a manifestation of an individual's power reaching a significant threshold. Yet Xiao had only just begun to open the heavenly gate. How could he possibly provoke a thunderous tribulation? This was something Qian simply could not comprehend. However, he knew that this was beyond his intervention, and that Xiao had to rely on himself. At this moment, the heavenly gate above Xiao's head had already been completely breached by the formidable true energy within him. Having previously opened the heavenly gate once, he was now well versed in the process. Coupled with the overwhelming imperial true qi, he surged forth with vigor, forcefully breaking through the heavenly gate and summoning the vital energies of heaven and earth to elevate his imperial true qi. Simultaneously, Xiao sensed the gathering dark clouds overhead. An inexplicable pressure descended upon him. "What is happening?" Xiao exclaimed, utterly astonished. After all, when he opened the heavenly gate for the first time, such a situation had not occurred. Yet, in the next instant, a tremendous thunderclap echoed. A purple lightning bolt, as thick as a water barrel, crashed into the room. The Tianyuan realm, as the name implies, signifies the transformation of one's internal vital energy combined with the energies of heaven and earth into a new form of vital energy, commonly referred to as gang qi. From this moment forth, the martial artist would undergo earth-shattering changes that a martial artist who had opened the heavenly gate possessed a level of true energy intensity that was entirely incomparable to that of a spirit refinement realm cultivator. Furthermore, depending on the cultivation techniques practiced, the gang qi produced would vary. For instance, Xiao, who had previously cultivated the Great Sun Yuan Yang technique, would, upon merging with the energies of heaven and earth, transform his true energy into the Great Sun Fiery Yang Gang Qi, which, when unleashed at its peak, could incinerate all things, a truly terrifying force. Xiao was also well aware that the Diyan Huang Jigong, according to its descriptions, should yield the Huang Jizi Xiao Gang Qi, a synthesis of the Emperor's overwhelming aura and the purple sky's thunder. However, he never anticipated that this power of Xiao would directly summon the purple thunder to strike down upon him. As the lightning bolt descended, Xiao was caught completely off guard, its speed surpassing the limits of human reaction. The might of heaven and earth was indeed fearsome. Suddenly, the Ren Huang Ding flew from above Xiao's head. The purple lightning struck the Ren Huang Ding instantly. The Ren Huang Ding flickered with lightning, and after a moment, tranquility returned. Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, only to be met with wave after wave of thunder. Yet, no matter how terrifying the lightning, all was absorbed by the Ren Huang Ding. Simultaneously, the Ren Huang Ding began to gradually channel the power of the purple lightning into Xiao's body. This lightning power flowed with Xiao's true energy, slowly merging within, However, suddenly, Xiao discovered that, with the influx of vital energy, a familiar force began to emerge within him. The great sun Gang Qi. Indeed, the great sun Gang Qi that Xiao had previously dispersed had reappeared, reconstituted through the absorption of the vital energies of heaven and earth. A single spark can ignite a prairie fire. Having cultivated the great sun Yuan-Yang technique for over a decade, every realm, body refinement, blood nurturing, energy accumulation, and soul refining, was nourished by the great sun Yuan-Yang true Qi. Later, upon breaking into the Tianyuan realm, he transformed it into the great sun fiery Yang Gang Qi, making it clear that the great sun Yuan-Yang technique had long since seeped into the marrow of Yi Zhao's being. Although he had indeed dispelled his power, his blood could not dissipate, nor could his body or soul. The primordial force lying dormant within him once again drew upon the vital energies of heaven and earth, reassembling into the great sun fiery Yang Gang Qi. This time, things were about to get interesting. Within Xiao, the great sun Gang Qi began to condense from every direction during the operation of the Huang Jizi Xiao Gang Qi within his meridians. It continuously collided and repelled against the great sun fiery Yang Gang Qi. While the great sun fiery Yang Gang Qi was indeed inferior to the Huang Jizi Xiao Gang Qi, it was still one of the top martial arts techniques in the world, its strength by no means weak. The two techniques clashed continuously within Yi Zhao's meridians. This was truly a torment for Yi Zhao. Intense pain surged through him, yet the great sun fiery Yang true Qi seemed to multiply like bamboo shoots after a rain, constantly being shattered, and even within Yi Zhao's veins, a scorching red began to spread. Yi Zhao spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, this cannot continue. He made a judgment at this moment. Yi Zhao's meridians had begun to show signs of cracks due to the collision of the two true energies. He knew he had to halt this situation. With a swift thought, Yi Zhao steeled his resolve and began to attempt to regain control over the great sun fiery Yang Gang Qi. Simultaneously, he directed his focus to guide the Huang Jizi Xiao Gang Qi back to his dantian. Then he resumed the operation of the great sun Yuan-Yang technique, integrating all the great sun true Qi within him. An unusual phenomenon occurred within Yi Zhao. The Huang Jizi Xiao Gang Qi spiraled within his dantian, while the great sun fiery Yang Gang Qi surged rapidly through his veins. As the great sun fiery Yang Gang Qi increased, Yi Zhao began to draw it into his dantian. He intended to forcibly attempt to fuse the two true energies. This was the only solution Yi Zhao could conceive. If he allowed the Huang Jizi Xiao Gang Qi to continue rampaging through his meridians, shattering the great sun fiery Yang Gang Qi, his meridians would surely rupture. Should his meridians break, it would inevitably lead to a complete loss of control over his true energy. His meridians could not withstand the collision of the two true energies, but his dantian could, as the storage place for true energy. The dantian is colloquially known as the Sea of Qi. Moreover, the size of the dantian is also a form of innate talent. Yi Zhao's dantian was vast, immensely large. This allowed him to accommodate more true energy and provided a space for the two true energies to collide and fuse. Yi Zhao cautiously manipulated the two forms of true energy. First, he maintained a significant amount of Huang Jizi Xiao true Qi in a curved formation at the edge of his dantian, serving as a protective barrier. At the same time, he guided a sliver of the great sun fiery Yang true Qi into the dantian, followed by a thread of Huang Jizi Xiao true Qi. Striving to stabilize the true energies within his meridians and dantian, he delicately controlled the collision and fusion of the two strands of true energy. Multitasking, were this anyone else, such a feat would be utterly impossible. Yet Yi Zhao was different. With his extraordinarily formidable martial arts talent, he was fully capable of executing such control. Collision, shattering. Yet this time it would not harm Yi Zhao. Countless collisions, countless shatterings. This time, under Yi Zhao's deliberate control. The Huang Jizi Xiao Gang Qi no longer held absolute dominance. Within Yi Zhao's dantian, the purple-red aura began to accumulate increasingly. This colliding and shattering Gang Qi gradually began to blend. After all, The powers of thunder and fire inherently complement each other. Finally, after countless failures, a strand of tricolor gang qi, mingled with purple, gold, and red hues, manifested within Yi Zhao's dantian. As this strand of gang qi appeared, Yi Zhao's heart leaped with joy. He had succeeded. Moreover, he could feel that this strand of gang qi was even more formidable than the pure Huang Jizi Xiao gang qi. One success signified a new beginning. More and more gang qi began to merge into as this tricolor gang qi underwent further transformation. The three colors gradually coalesced into golden gang qi, with a hint of purple-red radiance. Yi Xiao could distinctly sense that this newly birthed gang qi could transform into any elemental attribute at will, encompassing numerous combinations of power, centered around Huang Ji, true qi, supplemented by the powers of thunder and fire. Interdependent and harmonious, it contained boundless variations. In the second prince's residence, the three princes sat together. The fourth prince chuckled, "I wonder why second brother summoned me, and eldest brother here." The second prince replied softly, "You all must have heard the rumors about Tang, right? Now, among the common folk, the third prince is regarded as a figure comparable to the martial star. His reputation has soared to heights surpassing that of the three of us combined in less than a month since his return." The first prince scoffed, "And then what? What do you mean by that?" "Nothing much. It's merely an alliance." The second prince said calmly, "The three of us should join forces to eliminate the third prince first. Once he is deprived of the opportunity to vie for the throne, we can compete at our leisure. Otherwise, if we continue to bicker amongst ourselves, we will only end up benefiting the third prince." The fourth prince smiled slightly. "Has second brother made preparations?" The second prince's gaze darkened. "Of course. In 7 days, it will be the empress's birthday. The third prince has been intentionally flaunting his martial prowess. Hasn't he? My suggestion is to prepare a few young experts, and during the birthday banquet, propose a contest through the empress's words, publicly humiliate him, and ruin the reputation he has been building." In Yi Zhao's residence, Yi Yuner curiously surveyed her surroundings. "Brother, you must reserve a room for me in your mansion. I'll come to stay whenever I have the chance." "Of course," Yi Xiao readily agreed. He had always been very fond of this sister. After exploring the mansion, Yi Yuner expressed with a hint of envy, "Father treats you well. Brother, this residence is far larger than my princess's abode." What she truly envied was not the size of the residence, but the affection Yi Jun bestowed upon Yi Xiao. "While I was away in Tang, and how have you and mother fared?" Yi Xiao gently inquired. "Not too bad." Yi Yuner seemed reluctant to elaborate further, merely responding with a perfunctory remark. "And no one is bullying you in the palace, right?" "Not at all. I'm perfectly fine," Yi Yuner replied with a smile. After gazing at her for a moment, Yi Xiao also broke into a smile. "That's good." Sensing Yi Zhao's probing, Yi Yuner took his hand and deftly shifted the topic, recounting amusing anecdotes from her years spent with Hua Mingwei. "Brother, I've entered the star-picking pavilion. I'm a spirit master now. Mother embroidered a pair of mandarin ducks the other day, but they turned out uglier than ducks. Recently, I've been practicing embroidery too. Soon, I'll stitch you a set of python robes." Yi Xiao smiled, affectionately observing his younger sister. His gentle-hearted sibling was ill-suited for the palace, where her temperament left her vulnerable to bullying. That why Yi Xiao understood that she never wished to cause trouble. Enduring when she could, her silence was merely an effort to shield him from worry. Suddenly, Yi Xiao interrupted Yi Yuner. "Yuner, do you know why I returned this time?" "I intend to become emperor." Yi Yuner was taken aback, unsure of Yi Zhao's intentions behind this revelation. Yes, she gazed into his increasingly bewildered eyes. Yi Zhao's gaze hardened, and he spoke resolutely. "I want to be emperor. The eldest brother and the empress are the first to oppose me. They would relish my downfall. Our conflict is irreconcilable. Likewise, you and mother will become their targets. Even if you endure, it won't lessen my troubles by a fraction that I in fact. If you keep silent, it will only serve as a weapon against me." Yi Xiao looked earnestly at Yi Yuner, asking, "Let me ask you again, has the empress ever bullied you and mother over the years?" As Yi Zhao's words sank in, feelings of grievance began to surface within Yi Yuner. She spoke softly, "Brother has always been favored by father since childhood, which has drawn envy. Your strong-willed nature meant that no one dared to insult us while you were in the palace. However, after you left, father visited mother less frequently, and our lives became less favorable. Especially in the third year after your departure. As I watched you take your time returning, the Empress came to visit mother under the pretense of showing her bracelet, which turned out to be broken, merely glued together. When mother took it, the Empress deliberately pushed her, causing the bracelet to shatter, and she seized the opportunity to strike mother and even withheld her allowances. From that moment on, mother has been targeted, and only in the last 2 years, as I began to show my talent as a spirit master, has it improved somewhat. Xiao's gaze grew increasingly frigid. The thought of his mother's humiliation filled him with rage. No man would endure such indignation. Yangli. Xiao clenched his fist. I understand. His expression turned solemn, his voice cold as ice, sensing the suppressed fury emanating from Xiao. Yun'er stepped forward to grasp his hand, urgently advising, Brother, please do not act impulsively. Regardless, the Empress is the matriarch of the harem, the mother of the realm. You are no longer a child. Countless eyes are upon you now. Rest assured, I am well aware. Xiao managed to muster a semblance of smile, patting her shoulder and ruffling her hair. Yet, a glint of cold determination flickered in his eyes. He was never one to suffer in silence. Within the palace, the lights blazed brightly. The court officials and dignitaries were all invited, with royal relatives numbering in the dozens. Today marked the birthday banquet of Empress Yang Li of the Qian dynasty. In truth, as the mother of the nation, Yang Li held a significant position. Although Yi Zhuan had long ceased visiting her palace, and they had not been closed for many years, he still hosted grand banquets annually to celebrate her birthday, inviting officials and warriors to gather and toast to her health. Such honor was unparalleled by any other consort in Yang Li's palace. Maidservants were applying her makeup, being a woman of noble status. The Empress was meticulous about her appearance. Incense burned steadily beside her, a well-known preference throughout the court. Beside her stood the crown prince. Is everything prepared? Yang Li inquired softly. All. And Wai Sun has persuaded Zhao Sun, the son of the commander of the dragon cavalry, to intervene if the second prince falters. Yang Li frowned, saying, Today's banquet is meant to preserve Yi Zhao's dignity. We must not let things go awry. I do not wish to see him steal the spotlight at my birthday celebration. Rest assured, Mother. Zhao Sun's prowess far surpasses those of the Divine Martial Academy disciples. He possesses exceptional talent and has since become a disciple of the Qingyuan sect. Although he is just in his 20s, his strength has already reached the 6th tier of the celestial realm. I've confirmed with those from the Divine Martial Academy that Xiao, when he challenged them, had yet to break through the celestial gate. The disparity between their strengths is vast. As long as there are no restrictions on cultivation levels, Xiao stands no chance. The crown prince continued. As for the third prince, he deliberately exaggerated his abilities, spreading rumors about his martial talent. Yet at 24, he still hasn't entered the celestial realm. Zhao Sun, being younger, will surely defeat him today, ruining the reputation he has labored to build. Yang Li shot him a glance, dissatisfied. You criticize the third prince for exaggerating, yet you are too naive if you possess the same cunning as him. The second and fourth princes would have long been beneath your heel. In truth, Yi Zhao's abilities could not be concealed. The Divine Martial Academy housed many experts who had discerned his true strength upon witnessing him in action. In the eyes of the crown prince and others, Yi Zhao's so-called martial talent was nothing but a farce. What uses it to master a myriad of martial arts if one's cultivation remains low? At 24, still unbroken at the celestial gate, he cannot be considered gifted. And what of the second prince? Who is he preparing for? What of the fourth prince? Were you not all in agreement? I truly do not know. The fourth prince merely claims he has no experts. Yang Li scolded. Humph. The fourth prince's cunning is just as sickening as his mother's. It's truly revolting. Clearly, the three of you conspired. Yet he contributes nothing. The crown prince chuckled. He has always been this way. Were it not for his literary reputation, father would never allow him to attend court. Enough, since you have all conspired. Today, I wish to see the spectacle. That little brat Xiao has irked me since childhood. The empress seethed with anger. This day, she vividly recalled the incident when 8-year-old Xiao, furious at her for bullying concubine Hua, stormed into her chambers, wreaking havoc, tearing out her hair, and even urinating on her feet. It was the most humiliating day of her life. Yet Yi Zhuan only punished Yi Xiao with house arrest for half a month while he penalized her with a reduction in allowances for 6 months. In the palace, rows of low tables were neatly arranged. The royal offspring and children of influential families were seated in 4 distinct groups, each led by one of the royal heirs. Yi Xiao found himself in the 3rd row. Flanked by the 2nd and 4th princes. Yi Xiao settled into his seat. The 2nd prince also took his place. Holding a cup of wine, Yi Xiao looked at the 2nd prince with a playful smile. I recall in our youth, you were solely interested in leisure. Who would have thought upon your return, you'd changed as well? The 2nd prince replied nonchalantly. People change, do they not? You used to be solely focused on martial arts. Yet it's a pity that after so many years of practice, your cultivation is still lacking. You merely fool those ignorant commoners outside. His words dripped with sarcasm that Yi Xiao offered no rebuttal, merely smiling slightly. If I can fool the commoners, I can certainly fool the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy. I owe my thanks to you, 2nd brother. Otherwise, if I had declared my intention to recruit from the Divine Martial Academy, it might have seemed presumptuous. Strangely enough, those fellows do possess some skills and have proven useful. Mentioning this, the 2nd prince maintained a calm exterior, yet inwardly seethed with a desire to strangle Yi Xiao. I fail to comprehend why you focus on me, when your mother has also faced bullying from the empress in the harem. Why not direct your ire towards the eldest brother instead? The 2nd prince retorted angrily, do not attempt to sow discord. I have never targeted you, so do not presume to speculate. Yi Xiao chuckled. Then how about we make a wager? A wager on what? Let us wager that someone will undoubtedly challenge me tonight. Upon hearing this, the 2nd prince was taken aback, responding with a mocking smile, you must think highly of yourself. At the empress's birthday banquet, who would challenge you without cause? Yi Xiao gently swirled the wine glass in his hand and remarked softly, as my reputation in martial arts gradually rises, I find it rather disconcerting that just a short while ago, my cultivation was merely at the soul refinement realm. Among the prodigies of the capital, that hardly ranks high and indeed fails to capture the attention of many when one's strength does not align with their fame. It becomes all too easy for others to exploit their vulnerabilities that in such an ostentatious gathering, should a younger individual effortlessly defeat me, would I not be reduced to a mere charlatan, a fool who can only boast and deceive others? At this juncture, Yi Xiao leaned closer to the 2nd prince, chuckling. If I were in your position, I would certainly devise a scheme to ally with the eldest, plotting to trip me up, so I could discern who exactly you have enlisted. In the midst of the 2nd prince's wide-eyed astonishment, Yi Xiao turned his gaze toward the assembly of royals and scions behind him. Who could it be? Never mind. It's beyond me. He then grinned and continued. Let us not waste time on guessing. Do you wager that someone will challenge me? Who would bet on such a trivial matter? The 2nd prince, feeling an immense relief in his heart, thought to himself, if Yi Xiao had truly guessed the identity of his ally, it would be utterly terrifying. Yet even so, he was profoundly shaken. Yi Xiao regarded the 2nd prince with a smile, saying, 2nd brother for now. I shall still address you as such. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. I am not like you. I am a genius, and you are not. Engaging in a contest with me is a fruitless endeavor. Relinquish the idea early, and I will ensure you lead a life of wealth and honor. The 2nd prince was utterly speechless. It was his first encounter with someone so brazen. Indeed, in his eyes, Yi Xiao was the epitome of audacity. What right did he have to adopt such an arrogant demeanor? A genius. It was merely a ruse, one he had evidently convinced himself of, with a sigh. He remarked, 3rd brother, I have heard of a Dr. Qian in the capital, renowned for his exceptional treatment of madness. Would you care to pay him a visit? I shall cover the consultation fee. Unexpectedly, Yi Xiao extended his hand, gazing at him with eager anticipation, as if demanding money. The 2nd prince realized that should he withhold it, Yi Xiao's next words would not be pleasant. He promptly retrieved 2 silver notes from his pocket, forcefully slapping them into Yi Xiao's hand, gritting his teeth as he declared, 3,000 taels. That should suffice. As Yi Xiao tucked the notes in his robe, he laughed. Indeed, this is ample. It will provide my band of mercenaries with several hearty meals. Thank you, second brother. The second prince, now incensed, retorted, I was providing you with funds for a physician. I never mentioned seeking a doctor. Return my money. Do you wish to be beaten? The second prince fell silent, fully aware that Xiao was indeed bold enough to follow through. Those of royal lineage, roughly his age, had all tasted Xiao's fists whenever disputes arose in their youth. Turning his head away, he chose to ignore Xiao. As time passed, the hall became increasingly crowded. The eldest and fourth princes also arrived in succession. The atmosphere buzzed with chatter and laughter. Conversely, the dynamic among the four princes felt somewhat peculiar. Yijun had 14 sons and 21 daughters. Among them, only these four contended for the throne. It was not that the others lacked ambition. Rather, they struggled to gain recognition. Notably, the fifth prince had repeatedly sought to attend court sessions and had applied to establish a residence, only to be rebuffed by Yijun. Now, he sat behind the eldest prince, fixated on the four individuals ahead. Particularly, his gaze lingered on Xiao, revealing unmistakable resentment and bitterness. Having been absent from the capital for a decade, Xiao returned to claim his place at court. In contrast, the fifth prince, who had always conducted himself with utmost diligence and care, felt utterly eclipsed. Finally, with the eunuch announcing the emperor's arrival, silence enveloped the hall. Yijin, accompanied by Empress Yangli, entered the scene. The elderly eunuch who had lingered in Yizhuan's quarters emerged as well, his silver hair gleaming as he followed closely behind. Upon seeing this figure, Xiao's pupils constricted. Lu Tong, though a eunuch, commanded respect and fear. Hailing from the Tianlong courtyard, he had been by Yizhuan's side since Yi Zhao's earliest memories. The Xinwu Academy was the training ground for military officials, while the Tianlong courtyard served as the pinnacle of martial prowess within the great Qian dynasty. According to the ancestral edicts, anyone who entered the Tianlong courtyard was prohibited from holding any other official position, serving solely at the emperor's command. Thus, those who chose to enter were often individuals wholly dedicated to the pursuit of martial arts. Within the Tianlong courtyard, they were free from any other concerns, focusing solely on cultivation and executing the emperor's orders. Lu Tong was the only eunuch to have entered the Tianlong courtyard since the establishment of the great Qian dynasty. Yi Xiao vividly recalled that during his first attempts at cultivation, it was Lu Tong who had examined his physique. The Dai Yuanyang Gong was also a technique established by him. Noticing Yi Xiao's gaze, Lu Tong offered a slight smile and a nod. Yijin and Yang Li took their seats at the head of the table. Everyone rose to pay their respects. We have seen the emperor and the empress, all ministers. No need for formalities. As Yijun concluded his words, everyone straightened up. Today, as we celebrate the empress's birthday, let us all revel together without restraint. Please, take your seats. Let the feast commence. With that, everyone settled down, and the palace maids and eunuchs began serving dishes and pouring wine. Such gatherings typically followed certain protocols. For instance, officials would step forward to offer their congratulations and raise their cups in a toast. Additionally, those gifted with literary talent would compose poems on the spot to honor the occasion. The fourth prince promptly composed a poem to celebrate the empress's birthday. Once the poetic segment concluded, the eldest prince was the first to rise, holding a beautifully crafted box aloft, proclaiming, I have prepared a birthday gift for Mother. I humbly ask her to accept it. Presenting a gift was a demonstration of filial piety, a tradition upheld by princes and ministers alike. Generally, it was customary for the eldest prince to take the lead. Given his status as both the emperor's firstborn and the empress's son, that I have procured a millennium-old wild ginseng as a gift for my mother. May she enjoy blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity surpassing that of the southern mountains. The eldest prince opened the box containing the ginseng and displayed it to the gathered assembly, before a palace maid stepped forward to accept it. Subsequently, those with significant gifts queued to present them. The empress, Yang Li, observed the offerings with a beaming smile. Once all the gifts had been presented, her gaze shifted to Yi Xiao. In a soft voice, she inquired, Shower, after a decade of absence, what gift have you prepared for me? Though I am not your biological mother, I have always regarded you as my own, cherishing you dearly. Before my arrival, I perused the list of gifts and found your name absent. If you have not prepared something for me, It would truly sadden me. Upon hearing these words, Yi Zhuan's brow subtly furrowed. The matter of gift-giving was entirely voluntary. Typically, for the sake of appearances, most would offer something. However, some individuals might refrain for various reasons. Yet generally, no one would dwell on the issue. By bringing it up, the Empress implied that if Yi Xiao had no means of remedying the situation, it would reflect poorly on him. Indeed, it would be seen as a lack of filial piety. As the Empress was the matriarch of the harem, she could be considered Yi Xiao's mother in a nominal sense. If it were true that Yi Xiao had not prepared a gift, it would undeniably be perceived as his failing from any perspective. Gradually lifting his head from his meal, Yi Xiao smiled. "Your Majesty, you jest. How could I be unaware of your affection? In truth, I have prepared a gift. But upon witnessing the opulence of the other offerings, I feared mine would be deemed too humble and that you might find it unworthy. Thus, I refrained from presenting it." Yang Li scoffed inwardly. "You, preparing a gift for me? I find that hard to believe." Indeed, she had no faith in Yi Zhao's words. After all, since he was 8 years old, they had never seen eye to eye, even until he departed at 14. He had never once offered her a gift during the birthday celebrations. At that time, he was merely a child, but now he had matured. Previously, her grievances towards Yi Xiao had seemed petty. Now, however, he was an adult. If he failed to present a gift, it would signify his ignorance of proper etiquette. Yang Li, convinced that Yi Xiao had not prepared anything, smiled and remarked, "Shower, you speak nonsense. The value of a gift lies in the sentiment behind it. How could your mother find fault with you? As long as you think of me, I shall be thoroughly content." Confident that Yi Xiao had indeed not prepared a gift, she felt assured that Yi Xiao sighed and replied, "To be honest, Your Majesty, during my travels across the land, I have witnessed the suffering of the common people. Many are left without clothing or food. As a result, I have endeavored to refine several dishes that may not seem exquisite to us. For you, I have prepared a humble yet delightful selection of folk cuisine, which I once sampled and found to be, though unassuming, a true delicacy of the world. However, as I indulged in the exquisite delicacies of the palace, I couldn't help but feel that the Empress would surely disdain such offerings to prevent waste. I hesitated to present them, for every grain and morsel is born of the toils and sweat of the common folk. If the Empress were to refuse them, it would be akin to letting the labor of the people go to waste. Thus, I deemed it best not to present this gift. Wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing Yi Zhao's words, Yang Li was taken aback. After all, if the offerings were truly the fare of the impoverished, she would find them beneath her. Yet, as she surveyed Yi Xiao, she noticed nothing of substance around him. She was convinced he had not prepared a gift and replied with a smile, "What are you saying, Shower? As long as it is a gift from you, I shall surely savor it with delight. Moreover, what delicacies from the common folk could I possibly refuse? Having tasted the finest of dishes, it is rare indeed to experience the simple fare of the people. If you have truly prepared such a gift for me, it aligns perfectly with my wishes. I shall consume it all without waste." As her words fell, Yi Xiao extended his hands, channeling his energy, and from the folds of his robe emerged an exquisitely wrapped gift box. He bowed and said, "Your servant has prepared for the Empress a delicacy from the common folk, stinky tofu. This dish, born from the accidental fermentation of tofu, emits a foul odor but is surprisingly delightful in taste. Tofu, being the essence of beans, embodies the hard work and sweat of the people. So I implore the Empress not to let it go to waste. Otherwise, thinking of the hardships endured by the farmers, my heart would ache." As he spoke, Yi Xiao opened the gift box, revealing several pieces of gray, spoiled, stinky tofu that on top of the tofu lay a yellow-brown sauce, merging with it to exude an unbearable stench. Yang Li's expression shifted dramatically. Having been raised in luxury, accustomed to fragrant delicacies, she found it utterly impossible to consume such a repulsive item. Yet, recalling Yi Zhao's insistence on the people's labor, and her own declaration that she would eat whatever he offered without waste, she was at a loss. To refuse now would be tantamount to slapping her own face. However, to claim she would eat it would be foolish. Who could know what ingredients Yi Xiao had added? Yi'er was also present among the royal offspring, and as she observed the Empress's contorted visage, a faint smile crept upon her lips. "Brother, Now that you have returned, no one can bully us. At that moment, Yang Li was in a state of panic, feeling trapped and unsure. This was a predicament she had never encountered in her life. She clearly did not wish to eat, yet her words had sealed her fate. Your Majesty, Yang Li turned to the side, addressing Yi Jun, her tone tinged with desperation. It was evident she hoped Yi Jun would extricate her from this dilemma. Yi Jun, however, frowned deeply. His discontent was not directed at Yi Xiao, but rather at the unbearable stench of the stinky tofu he had brought. Confronted with Yang Li's plea, he replied coolly, "Eat it. Every grain and morsel is the sweat of the people and must not be wasted." The bond of affection between him and Yang Li had long since dissipated. Upon hearing this, Yang Li descended into despair. Her consuming the stinky tofu was akin to eating excrement. Most importantly, she believed Yi Xiao had deliberately concocted this situation, surely having added something foul to it. The yellow-brown sauce looked anything but normal. Yang Li, resolute in her determination, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and picked up a piece of stinky tofu, shoving it into her mouth. Immediately reaching for the nearby wine. After several attempts, she managed to swallow the tainted tofu. She turned to Yi Xiao, forcing a smile as she said, "Shower's gift. I find it most delightful. Ugh." Ultimately, she couldn't suppress a bout of dry heaving. Hastily, she took another swig of wine to wash it down. Her face flushed crimson. She felt the lingering foulness in her mouth and belly. She harbored thoughts of murder against Yi Xiao. After a moment of composure, Yang Li managed to force a smile, yet her gaze was sharp enough to cut. "Shower, having been away from the capital for so long, many young talents in the capital wish to spar and exchange ideas with you. Why not take this opportunity during the banquet intermission to engage with them? I wish to broaden my horizons. What say you? A challenge, one could accept or decline. However, history has shown that in matters of literature and martial arts, there are no absolutes. Any martial artist seeking renown must inevitably face countless challenges. For Yi Xiao, the same applied. If he chose not to showcase his martial prowess, the outcome would matter little. Yet if he proclaimed his martial talent while refusing to accept challenges, he would be seen as a cowardly fraud, especially in such a grand setting, where Yang Li had already pointed out that those challenging him were younger than he. For Yi Xiao, declining such challenges would be akin to admitting defeat. Yi Xiao glanced at Yi Jun, smiling. "Father, wouldn't it be inappropriate to engage in combat during the birthday celebration?" Yi Jun smiled slightly. "As you wish." He neither aided Yang Li nor intended to assist Yi Xiao. Observing this scene, Yang Li felt a wave of relief wash over her. If Yi Jun had forbidden any dueling, all her machinations would have been in vain. "What, Shower? Do you not wish to fight?" "If you do not, I shan't press you." Yang Li spoke softly. She understood that for Yi Xiao, there was no retreat in such a circumstance. As the saying goes, to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. The entire capital was abuzz with rumors of Yi Xiao's extraordinary martial talent. If he refused a challenge today, by tomorrow, tales of his deceit would echo throughout the city. Yi Xiao suddenly turned to the second prince. Grinning, "See, I told you there would be challenges today." The second prince was left speechless. "Are you serious? You still have the leisure to jest at a time like this?" Yi Xiao stepped forward, proclaiming, "Since there are those who wish to challenge me, let them come." A hush fell over the crowd. Moments later, a young man stepped forward from among the capital's youths. He was slender, appearing to be around 21 or 2 years of age. "I am Yao Yuntian, and I seek to learn from the third prince." Yi Xiao turned to the second prince, smiling. "Is he one of yours?" The second prince retorted angrily. "Do not speak foolishly." Yi Xiao chuckled lightly, but offered no further comment. This moment, Yao Yuntian had approached the forefront. With a calm demeanor, he bowed. "I have heard that your highness excels in both fists and legs, with mastery over weapons. Using weapons in front of the court seems inappropriate. Hence I wish to seek your guidance on your fist and leg techniques. Please enlighten me." "Very well." Yi Xiao nodded in agreement. At this juncture, the elderly eunuch Lu Tong was summoned by Yi Jun. "What is Yao Yuntian's current cultivation level?" "4th tier of the Tianyuan realm. Does Yi Xiao stand a chance against him?" "He should have a shot. The third prince has recently broken through to the Tianyuan realm, but he is likely only at the 1st tier." Yang Li, overhearing their conversation, felt a tightening in her chest. At that moment, Yao Yuntian began to channel his energy. The air around him began to warp. Xiao raised an eyebrow. The great sun, primordial yang skill. Indeed, at the age of 7, my father perished in battle for the nation. Acknowledging my pure yang physique, the emperor bestowed upon me the great sun, primordial yang skill. But I have heard that the third prince also practices this technique. I humbly request your guidance. One must commend the second prince for his efforts. Aware of Yi Zhao's training in the great sun, primordial yang skill, he had sought out a practitioner of the same art to challenge him. Should a younger individual defeat Yi Xiao using the same technique? The reputation of Yi Xiao as a martial genius would be reduced to a mere jest. Ah, the great sun, primordial yang skill, such a nostalgic technique. Yi Xiao mused, as the searing energy within him surged forth. The temperature of his energy caused the air around him to warp as well. Currently, Yi Zhao's energy could switch freely among the attributes he possessed, even when switched to the great sun radiant yang energy. It was stronger than the version he normally cultivated. How is this possible? Lu Tong exclaimed. It should be noted that he had previously sensed that Yi Zhao's energy was no longer purely yang. Why was he able to summon the great sun primordial yang energy today? Yi Jun furrowed his brow, but he chose not to inquire further. Lu Tong's astonishment spoke volumes. The fact that even he was taken aback indicated just how extraordinary Yi Xiao was at this moment. Yang Li tentatively asked, Lu Gonggong, what is the matter? Why are you so astonished? Lu Tong shook his head. It is nothing. I am merely a simple old servant, and I apologize for causing the Empress to laugh. Seeing he would not elaborate, Yang Li ceased her questioning and turned her gaze back to the arena. Two streams of scorching energy manifested, and even from several meters away, she could feel their temperature. Observing Yi Zhao's cultivation reveal itself, Yao Yuntian shook his head and remarked, the third prince is merely at the first level of the Tianyuan realm. Such a cultivation is somewhat disappointing. Why? Yi Xiao smiled faintly and replied, whether one is disappointed or not can only be determined through combat. Then, your highness, prepare to receive my attack. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yao Yuntian soared forward, directly targeting Chen Xiao. His arms were enveloped in energy, striking fiercely towards Yi Xiao. The great sun fierce yang fist. This was one of the accompanying martial techniques of the great sun yuan yang skill, and it was among Yi Zhao's most familiar techniques. Yet his punch missed entirely. The fist grazed past Yi Zhao's nose, and the energies of the two even created friction. However, he had indeed struck nothing. As the battle commenced, Yao Yuntian unleashed punch after punch without holding back. Yet no matter how fiercely he attacked, Yi Xiao seemed like a lone boat adrift in a vast ocean, swaying amidst the raging waves while suffering no substantial damage. 20 exchanges passed in the blink of an eye. Yao Yuntian halted, breathing somewhat heavily, and looked at Yi Xiao with disdain, saying, is the third prince merely adept at evasion? If it were a contest of movement, I would gladly concede. Yi Xiao smiled slightly. Let us see your fist techniques, he continued. Your fist technique has some flaws. Now, watch closely. This time, Yi Xiao no longer hesitated but advanced boldly. Yao Yuntian, witnessing Yi Zhao's approach, his eyes flashed with ferocity as he shouted, Great Sun Golden Spike! Third Prince, take this! With that, he hurled a punch, and the bright crimson energy surged towards Yi Xiao in an instant. This technique was one of the 7 absolutes of the Great Sun Fierce Yang Fist. Its power was immense. It was also his most confident strike. This time, Yi Xiao did not evade. Instead, he assumed a stance and countered with the same technique, the same form. A punch was unleashed. However, this strike revealed the disparity between the two. Yao Yuntian's energy was as thick as a fist, while Yi Zhao's energy was merely the width of 2 fingers. Moreover, Yi Zhao's energy glowed with a brighter hue. In nearly an instant, the two energies collided. Identical techniques, identical forms, and equally fiery energies. Yet the outcome defied all expectations. Despite Yao Yuntian's cultivation being 3 tiers higher than Yi Zhao's, his energy was abruptly shattered at the center. The two energies flew past Yi Zhao's sides. As for Yi Zhao's strike, no, it could no longer be termed a mere strike. It was akin to an arrow released from a bow, crashing through Yao Yuntian's energy and directly impacting his body. Yao Yuntian's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet the force of the strike surged forth like a vast river, unrelenting. He exerted all his strength to mobilize his energy in an attempt to withstand it. But it was utterly futile. Yao Yuntian, whose cultivation was 3 tiers above Yi Zhao's, was violently sent flying by the clash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. In midair, he heard Yi Zhao's cold voice. This great sun golden spike. The energy it condenses is arrow-like in shape, sharp as a dart, fierce as the blazing sun, and vast as a river. Your feeble, disorganized energy is unworthy of competing with me. The great hall fell into a profound silence. Yi Xiao stood with hands clasped behind his back. His gaze, I see why, an inexplicable aura emanated from him. From the moment he became serious, he seemed entirely transformed. Yao Yuntian struggled on the ground for a while, unable to rise. A single punch had already injured his internal organs. Suddenly, among the martial generals, a burly man stood up abruptly. Excellent fist technique, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. The third prince's boxing skills are extraordinary. Truly impressive. His words ignited a wave of praise throughout the hall. Why, Izun spoke up. Bring Yao Yuntian to the imperial physician for treatment and reward him with 1,000 taels of silver. Immediately, a guard stepped forward to assist Yao Yuntian away. Yang Li forced a smile, saying, Shower truly does not disappoint. This fist technique is remarkably powerful, even though this humble one does not understand it. I was nonetheless startled. Is there no one else willing to challenge? Such an opportunity is quite rare. Thus, the victor of the next match shall receive the 1,000-year ginseng I just mentioned as a reward. She was keenly aware that the next challenger would be one of her own son's subordinates. The rewards presented would not trouble her. She also aimed to prevent the first prince's subordinates from harboring any cowardice after witnessing Yao Yuntian's dismal defeat, hence motivating them with rewards. Yi Xiao turned to the gathered aristocratic youths of Tangan, his sharp gaze sweeping over all. He awaited the next opponent among the crowd. Zhao Sun slowly stood up. His expression was solemn. He dared not show any slight, for Yao Yuntian practiced the great Sun Yuan Yang skill and was defeated by a single punch. Such ferocity was daunting, even for him. A mere first-level Tan Yuan realm, Yi Xiao had accomplished this feat. He could not help but acknowledge the terror that Yi Xiao instilled. Yet, the die was cast. He had no way to retreat, unless he desired to sever ties with the first prince in the world of martial arts. One is often bound by circumstances. In the court, it was no different. Zhao Sun approached the assembly, bowed respectfully to Yi Xiao, and solemnly declared, Zhao Sun seeks guidance from the third prince. Upon hearing Zhao Sun's name, Yizun turned to Lu Tong and softly inquired, This child is considered a talent among the younger generation in Tangan. I wonder if Shower can prevail. Hearing his question, the Empress Yang Li also perked up her ears. Lu Tong shook his head and replied, It's difficult to say. Just now, the third prince was able to defeat Yao Yuntian with a single strike that on one hand, it is due to the third prince's superior understanding of the great sun golden spike. And on the other, Yao Yuntian's fist technique is one that the third prince is most familiar with. In facing the third prince, every move and technique was anticipated and all weaknesses were discerned. Zhao Sun, having apprenticed at Qingyuan sect, employs techniques and skills not recorded in either the palace's armory or the Divine Martial Academy's arsenal. His cultivation is at the 6th level of the Tianyuan realm, a full 5 tiers higher than the third prince. While not a great realm, Qingyuan sect is one of the 7 major sects of the great Qian, and its Qingyu heart technique is not inferior to the pinnacle techniques of the great Sun Yuan Yang skill. For the third prince to achieve victory against such an opponent, it may not be so easy. Upon hearing this, Yang Li felt a sense of relief. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao scrutinized Zhao Sun from head to toe. Suddenly, he turned to the second prince with a smile and said, Brother, this contest lacks excitement. How about we wager a hand on it? I wager that I will win. The second prince's subordinate, feeling irked by Yi Xiao's display, retorted angrily, Yi Xiao, this is the Empress's birthday banquet. What nonsense about betting are you spouting? What? Does brother lack funds? Yi Xiao replied with a grin that I can lend you some, capped at 3,000 taels. No interest. Unlike you, I am quite generous. The second prince. 3,000 taels? That 3,000 taels belongs to me. At this moment, Yi Zun suddenly interjected, "Today is the Empress's birthday banquet, a festive occasion with no rigid rules. Since we are to bet, let us wager a hand. The Empress will present 1,000-year ginseng as a reward for the victor, and I shall not be stingy. The victor today shall receive 10,000 taels of silver." Upon Yi Zun's declaration, the second prince was momentarily taken aback before sneering. "Since father permits gambling, then let us wager a hand, brother. However, I do not require your silver. Let us each contribute 8,000 taels. With the victor taking all, it is a deal." Yi Xiao readily agreed. 8,000 taels may not sound like much, yet in reality, it was a significant sum. Many ordinary citizens earn only 1 or 2 taels a month. The monthly salary for Yi Xiao's ordinary soldiers was merely 3 taels. 8,000 taels was a sum that many common folk would never earn in their lifetime. However, the second prince's maternal family comprised the wealthiest merchants in the realm, making this amount trivial to him. Just like the previous 3,000 taels, while not a large sum, it would greatly discomfort him to see it taken by Yi Xiao. At this moment, Zhao Sun was filled with excitement. The Empress's 1,000-year ginseng, Yi Zun's 10,000 taels reward, plus the 8,000 taels each contributed by Yi Xiao and the second prince. If he could win this match, he would directly obtain 26,000 taels along with 1,000-year ginseng. Such a generous reward made him willing to risk his life to win the match. "Third prince, please enlighten me." Zhao Sun approached without weapons. After all, in front of the emperor, and considering Yi Zhao's royal status, it would be inappropriate to use weaponry. Thus, he also engaged with fists and feet. Why Yi Xiao remained confident. "Come forth." Upon hearing this, Zhao Sun immediately sprang into action. His movements were incredibly swift, leaving after-images in the air. "Qing Tian Mi Hun Step." Lu Tong remarked softly, "This is the signature skill of Qing Yuan's sect, combined with its Qing Tian de Shouyin. Its might is formidable. This Zhao Sun is young, yet his mastery of this step is impressive. This battle is bound to be fierce." Yi Zun remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the arena. He was eager to see just how far Yi Xiao could go. As Zhao Sun charged forward, Yi Xiao took a deep breath, murmuring, "With a 5-tier cultivation difference, defeating him may not be difficult, but accomplishing that particular feat could be a challenge. At the first level of the Tianyuan realm, I should be able to hold out for a quarter of an hour. Enough. Today, let me present to you something that you should not have the privilege to witness." With resolute determination, Yi Xiao surged his energy, flooding his mind. As his secret technique operated, the world around him seemed to shift and transform. The martial path, the heart of heaven without form. This was Yi Zhao's sole, self-created martial art in the arena. He executed his technique. Others failed to discern its essence. Yet Lu Tong's eyes widened in astonishment as he murmured, "Truly a prodigy." However, to think that at merely the first level of the Tianyuan realm, he could brush against the fringes of the martial domain. It is known that once a martial artist opens the heavenly gate, they may enter the 4 realms of martial arts. Tianyuan, holy body, true martial, and star domain. These constitute the 4 realms of martial arts. In the Tianyuan realm, one combines the essence of heaven and earth, prompting their own vitality to transform into Gang Qi. In this realm, the intensity of Gang Qi serves as the most direct manifestation of one's cultivation level. In the holy body realm, one fortifies their physical form with Gang Qi, further enhancing their body's strength and integrating it with Gang Qi. In the true martial realm, one comprehends the ultimate essence of martial arts, with each technique wielding tremendous might. The star domain realm involves cultivating the martial domain, forming a unique territory through one's understanding of martial arts within a certain scope, amplifying and enhancing specific abilities. Yet at this moment, despite Yi Zhao's mere cultivation in the Tianyuan realm, he displayed a remarkable enhancement of his own perception, although he had not yet attained a domain. His prowess was already astonishing. In the arena, Yi Zhao's eyes shimmered with golden brilliance. With a casual strike, he had already conjured multiple phantoms of Zhao Sun, directly hitting him. The scene then took on a rather bizarre quality. Yi Zhao's every movement appeared almost chaotic, yet paradoxically. With each strike, Zhao Sun seemed to collide like a headless fly It resembled two mischievous children engaged in a brawl, lacking the elegance exhibited during Yi Zhao's earlier duel with Yao Yuntian. Zhao Sun, for his part, felt exceedingly awkward. He sensed that he was utterly unable to exert his strength. Despite the significant disparity in their cultivation levels, every attack he directed at Yi Xiao was seemingly countered by Yi Zhao's rudimentary techniques. A simple punch from Yi Xiao landed precisely where it caused him the most discomfort. Regardless of how the techniques transformed, he could only passively endure the blows. This was a sensation he had never experienced in his life. Why? Why was this happening? Zhao Sun could not fathom it. Throughout their exchange, as they continued to maneuver, Zhao Sun found himself unwittingly guided by Yi Xiao to a position just a few meters in front of the queen. Suddenly, Yi Xiao leaned back and slammed into Zhao Sun's chest. The sheer force caused Zhao Sun to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Yet in the next moment, Yi Zhao's right hand swiftly grasped Zhao Sun's jaw. With a sharp crack, Zhao Sun's jaw was dislocated. As he held Zhao Sun's jaw, Yi Zhao's elbow thrust forward, striking Zhao Sun's abdomen. Zhao Sun felt an overwhelming force enter his body through his elbow, instantly twisting his stomach. The power surged from below. Yi Zhao's movements were incredibly swift, a series of actions unfolding in less than a second. Despair flooded Zhao Sun as he realized that the hand gripping his jaw had aimed his mouth towards Queen Yongli. Gag! Countless digested remnants of food and drink were violently ejected from Zhao Sun's mouth, propelled forth like a high-pressure water cannon. The speed was astonishing. Lu Tong, standing beside Yi Xiao, stepped forward in a rush. An invisible force intercepted in front of Yi Xiao, catching all the splattered remnants. However, Yongli did not enjoy such fortune. The sour and foul remnants directly splattered all over her face and hair. Ah! Yongli shrieked. At that moment, Yi Xiao had already released his grip. Turning back, he bellowed, "Well done, Zhao Sun. A spar is one thing, but why did you vomit on Her Majesty the Queen?" Zhao Sun was utterly dumbfounded. In such a situation, the consequences could be dire. He wished to defend himself, yet found his dislocated jaw rendered him incapable of speech. Ah! Zhao Sun, in a panic, was drenched in cold sweat. He reached to support his jaw, attempting to reset it, but was restrained by Yi Zhao's grip. At that moment, Zhao Chuan, the commander of the Longxiang guards, rushed from the crowd, kneeling before the emperor and repeatedly bowing his head. "Your Majesty, my son has acted without decorum, offending Her Majesty the Queen. However, this incident was merely an accident during a spar, that I beseech Your Majesty for forgiveness." Yi Xiao rose with a cold expression, stating, "What is the meaning of this? Let the queen decide." With that, he swept his sleeve and departed. Zhao Chuan kept his forehead pressed against the ground, drenched in cold sweat. I could see this moment. Yongli's heart was ablaze with murderous intent. But what could she do? Kill Yi Xiao? That was out of the question. Kill Zhao Sun. He was one of her son's subordinates. "Quickly, help me back to the palace to wash up," she screeched. Assisted by a number of palace maids, she hurried away. In such a humiliating moment, she wished to leave without delay. Observing that the gifts had yet to be taken away, Yi Xiao was unceremonious, stepping forward to claim the 1,000-year ginseng. He then turned to the second prince, saying, "Second brother, do not forget the 8,000 taels of silver. If you do not pay today, starting tomorrow, interest will be calculated." The second prince, with a grim expression, pulled out 8,000 taels of silver from his robe. Meanwhile, the eldest prince glared at Yi Xiao with a chilling gaze. "Third brother, you are being excessively unreasonable." Yi Xiao turned to face the eldest prince, unwavering. "Excessive? I think not. Perhaps the truly excessive matters are yet to come. In this world, some matters are undeniably irreconcilable. In the rear palace, Yongli retched violently. The accursed stench of the fermented tofu, mingled with the remnants that had splattered over her, left her utterly humiliated. Yet, she could not pinpoint a single fault of Yi Xiao's in this affair. The gifts were of her own request. The spar was initiated by her. An accident occurring during their exchange could hardly be attributed to Yi Xiao. Damn Yi Xiao, I will see him dead one day. She furiously rubbed her body. As the mother of a nation, her noble form now emanated a foul odor, one that pervaded her being. even if the stench had dissipated in Yang Li's heart. It remained a source of disgust. She felt as though that odor lingered everywhere. Tonight, I shall burn 10 incense burners, nonstop. She had always adored fragrant scents. The events of today left her feeling utterly sullied. In Yi Sun's sleeping quarters, he reclined on the couch, having dismissed all the palace maids and eunuchs, leaving only the elderly eunuch Lu Tong. I ask you, did you not say that the third prince no longer possesses the great sun Yuan Yanggong within him? Why then today did he invoke the great sun fierce Yang Gang Qi and even employ the great sun Golden Spike? Lu Tong shook his head. This old servant knows not. On that day when the third prince returned to the palace, I distinctly sensed that his inner vitality was overwhelmingly powerful, even surpassing the quality of the great sun Yuan Yanggong of the same level. Yet it was not pure yang in nature, but today he summoned the great sun fierce Yang Gang Qi, which astonished me. Silence fell within the chamber. After a long pause, Yi Sun coldly chuckled. Why did you not protect the queen? Lu Tong spoke softly. The incident occurred too suddenly. This old servant did not react in time. I beseech your majesty for punishment. Yi Sun remained noncommittal, saying, I see that you wish for the third prince to achieve his goals. Is that not so? The elderly eunuch, having had his thoughts exposed, remained unafraid, merely bowing his head respectfully. The third prince has been watched over by this old servant since childhood, being a martial talent of such caliber. It is only natural to develop an affection for him. I hope your majesty will pardon me. Moreover, if your majesty wished to assist her majesty the queen, you would not allow her to ingest such foul substances. This servant dared to delay a moment. Even you hold him in high regard. Then my son is indeed remarkable. Yi Sun suddenly inquired. On the path of martial arts, how far do you think he can go? In this world, strength is paramount, whether it be national power or personal prowess. Yi Sun's query plunged the elderly eunuch into deep contemplation. After a long while, he sighed softly. This old servant is but a frog at the bottom of a well. The prince is a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. I cannot foresee how far he may reach. To catch but a glimpse of his brilliance is already a stroke of fortune. Ha ha ha! Yi Sun's laughter echoed throughout the palace. It seemed to bring him immense joy. Go, summon concubine Hua to my chambers. Reward her with a platter of gold cakes and 10 bolts of silk. The emperor's favor in the harem is akin to a protective talisman. The quantity or quality of gifts matters little. What is most crucial is the attitude. However, at this moment, there were few who shared Yi Sun's elation, particularly the eldest and second princes. Today, they had effectively lost both their retainers and their valuables. Each had suffered defeat, with the second prince losing 11,000 taels of silver and the eldest prince's birthday gift to Yangli being lost to Xiao. Now, the two found themselves uncharacteristically sharing a carriage. Inside the carriage, the eldest and second princes sat facing each other. The second prince smiled and said, Elder brother, after tonight, our third brother's reputation as a martial arts genius is sure to be firmly established. With a slight adjustment in his demeanor, he appeared considerably more at ease. Although he had incurred some financial losses, reflecting on the queen's ordeal earlier that day rendered his troubles trivial in comparison. The first prince replied coldly, You did not summon me merely to discuss this matter, did you? Certainly not. The second prince chuckled. What I mean is, since the situation cannot be altered, why not assist in promoting him to the fullest? Upon hearing this, the first prince narrowed his eyes slightly, but he immediately grasped the implication of the second prince's words. To elevate their brother through exaggerated praise, it is often noted that martial artists possess a certain youthful arrogance, a refusal to concede to others. Frequently, for the sake of reputation, they are willing to engage in fierce conflicts. While many might deem such behavior foolish, it is undeniable that this is a common flaw among martial artists. In truth, whether it be the first or the second prince, despite having some influence in the court and a few capable subordinates, they ultimately lack truly exceptional talents. Furthermore, many genuine prodigies in the capital would not align themselves with them, as the reasons are straightforward. Yi Sun is still in his prime, and the prospect of a regime change remains uncertain. Those with exceptional abilities can easily carve their own paths to fame and fortune without needing their assistance. Conversely, Those who do seek their patronage are often individuals who are somewhat discontented or unsuccessful, and their capabilities are generally lacking. What a splendid idea! By tomorrow, our third brother will be hailed as the foremost martial genius of Qian. I look forward to seeing whether those arrogant prodigies can maintain their composure. Should a master from the starry ranking challenge him, I wonder if he can hold his ground. The first prince nodded in agreement. Every industry's elite faces countless challenges, and particularly for martial artists, the title of Qian's best is not easily won. The second prince sighed. Our third brother has indeed secured his footing. The first prince replied softly, there is no rush. There is still ample time, is there not? Indeed, the most arduous aspect of the struggle for succession lies in its protracted duration. Often, it is not sufficient to seize upon an opponent's flaw or weakness to bring them down. Continuous vigilance and caution are required to navigate the myriad of underhanded tactics that may arise. The following morning, news of the third prince's consecutive victories over two formidable opponents during the queen's birthday banquet spread like wildfire throughout the palace. Such royal secrets typically circulate among the upper echelons of Qian. Yet under the joint encouragement of the first and second princes, the entire city of Tang'an was abuzz with the tale. Have you heard? The third prince last night defeated two renowned fighters of the queen's banquet, one of whom was a disciple of the esteemed Qingyuan sect. Truly remarkable. The Qingyuan sect is one of the 7 sects of the realm, and their disciples were effortlessly bested by the third prince. The third prince, he is the embodiment of the Wuxing descending to earth, the foremost martial genius of Qian. Is that not a bit excessive? While the third prince is indeed impressive, can he truly be called the best in Qian? His name does not even appear on the starry ranking of the Tianji Pavilion. What do you know? The third prince has merely been modest in the past. Otherwise, he would dismiss the starry ranking as trivial. Bang! At a nearby tea stall, a stunning young woman clad in azure attire, a long sword slung at her waist, slammed her palm onto the table in indignation, her eyes blazing with fury. She exclaimed, the Tianji Pavilion's ranking encompasses martial experts from across the realm, and anyone of note can be listed. Each individual on that list is among the top talents of their age. Even if the third prince is a genius, he would not so easily disregard the starry ranking. Her outburst silenced the crowd momentarily. Her demeanor suggested she was of the martial world, and none wished to attract trouble over such a matter. With no one responding, the young woman felt a surge of frustration. She glanced around defiantly before turning to leave. However, just as she stepped away, she caught snippets of conversation from the crowd behind her. Believe me, before the third prince, the starry ranking is nothing. The young woman retrieved a ranking list from her bosom, titled Qian's Starry Ranking. This was the list published every 3 months by the Tianji Pavilion, detailing the martial geniuses under 30 in Qian. The top 3 were Mu Han, Bai Lingsu, and Xiao Fei. Her gaze fell to the very bottom, ranked 187. Xiao Yue, her own name. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei, the third ranked, was her elder brother. Fuming, Xiao Yue burst in her brother's room at the inn, throwing a wine pouch onto the bed. I brought back the wine, just for you. Drink, drink, drink. All you do is drink. If you would only drink a little less and train more, perhaps you would have reclaimed the top spot on the starry ranking by now. Xiao Fei, appearing to be in his early 20s, possessed decent features, yet his eyes were glazed and his disheveled hair, combined with a scruffy beard, gave him a rather unkempt appearance. He paid little heed to his sister's reprimands. Grabbing the wine pouch and gulping it down greedily, what a delight! A rosy hue crept onto his cheeks as he laughed. This is the life of the carefree, wine immortal. With this wine, I wouldn't trade places with an emperor. Xiao Yue, exasperated, lamented, brother, you clearly have such talent. Why do you refuse to train diligently? Are you truly content to be overshadowed by Bai Lingsu and that Mu Han? Leaning against the bed, Xiao Fei continued to down the wine, seemingly oblivious to her words. Frustrated by his indifference, Xiao Yue stomped her foot in anger and stormed out. Alone in the room, Xiao Fei continued to drink. Growing increasingly intoxicated, his gaze becoming ever more unfocused. Bai Lingsu, she is nothing. But what use is training? No matter how hard I try, can I defeat Mu Han? It is futile effort. Better to indulge in wine. In a corner of the room lay a long sword, rusted and neglected. With his wine pouch now empty, Xiao Fei succumbed to a deep slumber. such as the existence of one who drinks away their life. Through the crack in the door, Xiao observed her brother's rising snores, her eyes clouded with sorrow. The Xiao Fei of yore was not this way. Once a prodigy of the Jinyu Mountain Villa, he had ascended the starry ranking at 15 and claimed the top spot by 17, reigning supreme for 3 years, overpowering the geniuses of the 7 great sections until that fateful day when Mu Han challenged him. The details of their battle remain unknown. Yet after that day, Xiao Fei shattered his sword and departed from the Jinyu Mountain Villa, retreating into a life of drunken stupor. The title of the starry ranking thus passed to another. And for 5 years, there was no change. Yet even after the passage of 5 years, the inebriated Xiao Fei still held the 3rd position on the starry ranking, a testament to his talent in the eyes of the Tianji Pavilion. The fabric shop, Qian, bustled with patrons coming and going in the back courtyard. Zhao Mingyan sat before her vanity, gently brushing her hair. In recent days, Zhao Mingyan's textile shop had become a favorite establishment among the ladies of the capital, thriving due to her innovative styles and exquisite dyeing techniques. However, her thoughts were not focused on the business itself. Having heard the news of Xiao's impressive feats within the palace, a sweet smile graced her lips as she envisioned his extraordinary prowess. Suddenly, a maid rushed in, breathless. "Miss, something terrible has happened." Zhao Mingyan remained composed, inquiring calmly, "What has occurred?" In Xiao's presence, she exuded warmth and charm, yet before others, she often adopted a more aloof demeanor. Some ruffians came by, deliberately overturned a bucket of filth at the shop entrance, and unleashed 2 vicious dogs, causing no one to dare enter. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingyan's brows furrowed in concern. Ruffians have existed since time immemorial. Where are Rongxi's men? Are they not nearby? They are at the restaurant across the street, but when I called for them just now, they ignored me entirely. The maid replied helplessly. They probably wish to increase their protection fees. Zhao Mingyan's eyes narrowed at this. Protection fees? I fear it is not that simple. Since establishing herself in Tangan, she has had to navigate relationships with various factions, the Tangan garrison, the authorities, the local ruffians. And the neighborhood must all be managed delicately. Conducting business is far more challenging than one might imagine, especially for a woman. From the moment Rongxi first laid eyes upon her, his gaze had glimmered with greed and desire. The man harbored the most sordid and vile thoughts. Of that she was acutely aware. Were it not for her leveraging the authority of the magistrate and her willingness to remit a substantial sum of silver to them, calamity would have surely befallen her long ago. Have the servant in the shop convey a message to Rongxi, inviting him to my residence for a banquet. That very afternoon, a lavish feast was laid out at Zhao Mingyan's estate. A bald man, approximately 40 years of age, with a protruding belly, swaggered in, swaying with every step. Rongxi, a notorious ruffian from the west of Tangan City, was known to have a hand in any monetary dealings within that area. Upon entering, his gaze fixated on Zhao Mingyan. "Zhao, how I have longed to see you." As he spoke, he attempted to grasp Zhao Mingyan's hand. Zhao Mingyan was not one to be so easily taken advantage of. She deftly evaded him, creating distance in an instant. Rongxi was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. I did not anticipate that Zhao Zhonggui possessed such martial prowess. A flicker of caution appeared in his eyes. This woman had never before revealed her capabilities. Zhao Mingyan smiled faintly and replied, "Master Rong, I am but a humble woman engaged in commerce in Tangan City, seeking only wealth, not other pursuits. However, should anyone dare to obstruct my means of livelihood, I, Zhao Mingyan, will not hesitate to fight back, even if it costs me my life." Hearing her words, Rongxi forced a laugh. "Zhao Zhonggu, let us speak plainly that I, Rongxi, have taken a liking to you, that if you would consent to spend a few nights with me each month, I assure you your business will flourish day by day. Otherwise, such unfortunate events as today are bound to recur. I spit on that," Zhao Mingyan retorted, spitting at him. "Rong, have you looked in the mirror? Let me make this clear. If you wish to earn money, we shall continue as before. But if you insist on driving me to my demise, I will not hesitate to pay 50,000 taels for your life. Do you believe that?" Rongxi's face flushed with rage as he coldly laughed. "Impudent woman, I'm doing you a favor by being interested in you, yet you truly think a few tens of thousands of taels could buy Rong's life. Go ask around and see how much I rake in every month in Tangen's West. 10 to 8,000 taels is the least. If my life were so easily taken, I would have lost it long ago. Huh. Well then, let Rong try. I will simply flee to the ends of the earth, and every coin I earn will go toward your head. Xiao Mingyan's resolute words plunged Rong Si into silence. Very well, Xiao Zhanggu, I concede your fortitude. Today's conversation shall be as if it never occurred. We will adhere to our previous agreements. With that, Rong Si clasped his fists in farewell and departed. Once he had left, Xiao Mingyan pondered for a moment before commanding, "Bring me my belongings. Gather all valuables." The maid, perplexed inquirements, did not Master Rong just agree to continue our dealings as before? Xiao Mingyan scoffed. Do you dare to trust the words of such a man? If I am not mistaken, he will undoubtedly bring people tonight. We shall abandon our shop in the west. Xiao Mingyan's instincts proved accurate, as that very night, the shop in the west was set ablaze. Fortunately, she had already removed her valuables, and since the shop was merely rented, the loss was not severe. In Yi Zhao's residence, Xiao Mingyan reported the events truthfully, ultimately stating with resignation, Rong Si has developed designs on me. The business in the West is irreparably compromised. Yi Xiao stroked his chin, chuckling, Rong Si. How intriguing that I was just contemplating bringing Niu and a Tangan, and now he has stirred up a hornet's nest. There is no rush regarding business matters. Once Niuan arrives in a few days, let him deal with this so-called Rong Si. Mentioning Niu brought a slight smile to Xiao Mingyan's face. Your Highness, do you intend to support Niu An's establishment in Tangan? Yi Xiao nodded. Indeed. 3,000 men are insufficient. I require a larger cadre of loyal followers. Furthermore, I need personnel to gather intelligence from various fronts. These ruffians and lowlifes may not be entirely reliable, but they are sufficiently well-informed, and the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Xiao Mingyan cautioned, Your Highness, that Niu is a reckless character. Should he come to Tangan, he may very well cause you trouble. Fear not. While Niu appears reckless, he is quite astute. If he cannot manage this, I would not have saved his life in the first place. Niu, in a strict sense, could not be deemed a good man. However, he was not wholly irredeemable either. He hailed from a background of ruffians, commanding the rogues of the county into Qian. Yet he had made some unexpected transformations. First, he bribed the county magistrate, becoming the local constable, then turned all his loyal followers into officers. He subsequently consolidated control over the lower-tier industries in the city, establishing a plethora of taverns, gambling houses, brothels, and opium dens, while prohibiting forced prostitution and human trafficking, instead offering high prices to recruit people from surrounding counties. Gradually, he transformed the entire county into a renowned hub of debauchery, attracting countless merchants and tourists. He became the undisputed underground emperor of the region. Alas, just as he sought to expand his grand ambitions further, he fell prey to the scrutiny of the local aristocracy. His subordinates betrayed him. His enterprises were seized, and he found himself hunted down. On the brink of death, he was saved by Yi Xiao, narrowly escaping with his life. Outside Tangan City, Niu, accompanied by a dozen young lads, trudged forward with their belongings. Niuan was just over 30, towering at more than 2 meters tall. A dragon tattoo adorned his shoulder, and his arms were as stout as the thighs of an average man. With a fierce countenance, he declared, Listen up. Once we reach Tangan City, we are like fierce dragons crossing the river. We must make a name for ourselves. Once we prosper, and wealth flows in, I will tell our master to arrange for you all to be washed clean and obtain official titles. Bringing glory to our families, a curious youth asked, Big brother, who is our master? Niuan glared fiercely, swiftly delivering a slap while scolding, Who is our master? What the hell? Do you even understand the rules? Is this something you can inquire about? Just remember, our master's words carry more weight than mine. That is all that matters. Don't you dare mix up the big and small names when the time comes, or I'll make sure to deal with you. Though his words were harsh, he did not strike with full force. It was merely symbolic. The boy bore no resentment, chuckling instead. For them, Tangan City represented a land of dreams. a place they once dared not even imagine in front of Xiao. Qian shed the bravado he displayed before his subordinates. His towering frame slightly hunched, and a servile smile graced his face. Your Highness, I have adhered strictly to the training schedule you set for me this past year, without a hint of laziness. My subordinates have also followed your instructions diligently. Xiao regarded him briefly. Noting his significant improvement in cultivation, he spoke softly. From today onward, I want you to establish a reputation in the west of Tangan. Qian will assist you. Within a month, accomplish 3 tasks. First, Rongxi must perish. Second, gain control over the lower-tier businesses, ensuring that my subjects are not living in fear of being sold or rendered destitute. Third, gather intelligence daily, assigning someone to organize and filter the information before delivering it to my residents. Xiao had no intention of confronting Rongxi directly. To him, Rongxi was unworthy of his attention to Xiao. Taking Rongxi's life was as trivial as crushing an ant. However, controlling the underground forces of Tangan City would yield several advantages. Firstly, it would allow him to circumvent superficial restrictions and amass a group of followers, drawing greater attention to the emperor's dynasty. Secondly, it would provide him with a source of intelligence, potentially unearthing valuable information. Thirdly, it would grant him additional subordinates to undertake tasks he could not personally manage. Since returning to Tangan City, Xiao had continually found himself targeted. Ultimately, his fragile foundation and lack of loyal personnel were to blame. Rest assured, Your Highness, with Xiao's assistance, Rongxi is guaranteed to meet his end. Very well, off you go. Xiao waved his hand, and scampered off eagerly. After his departure behind the screen, Zhao Mingyan and Lu Er emerged. Your Highness, can this fellow be trusted? Lu Er expressed some doubt. Why Xiao smiled slightly. Do not worry. Despite his seemingly reckless demeanor, he is far more reliable than many so-called principled scholars. Loyalty often arises from the most unexpected places. Lu Er chuckled. Your Highness seems to harbor some disdain for those scholars. In a certain sense, yes. Xiao maintained a tranquil demeanor, offering no denial. Beside him, Zhao Mingyan, perplexed, inquired, Why? Why should I regard them with higher esteem? Xiao retorted. Scholars possess the ability to govern and administer, do they not? Yet what I perceive is their capacity to bring calamity upon the nation and its people. A flicker of indignation flashed in Xiao's eyes as he continued in a hushed tone. After a decade of traveling the world, I have witnessed that 8 or 9 out of 10 officials collude with local gentry, subjecting the common folk to oppression. Those who are merely corrupt are hailed as upright officials, performing superficial acts for the sake of political achievements. While within the government, those with connections act with impunity, and the powerful reign from their lofty perches. They wreak havoc upon families with little regard. Why should I regard such scholars with any reverence? Some matters are only revealed when one is entrenched within them, Xiao reflected. Before embarking on his travels, he believed that the great Qian was a realm of peace and prosperity, where the nation flourished and the people thrived. Yet after his journeys, he discerned that such tranquility was but a facade, concealing profound suffering beneath the surface. His anger intensified as he spoke. Throughout history, has there ever been a significant upheaval in the great Qian that did not stem from those wretched scholars? In the 132nd year of the great Qian, rampant corruption among officials led to chaos across the land, only quelled by the decisive actions of the emperor, who established the town pacification office. Executing tens of thousands of corrupt officials to salvage the empire from the brink of collapse. In the 342nd year, the avaricious governor of Yinzhou left the defenses vulnerable, resulting in its conquest by the state of Chu, causing the deaths of over 1 million citizens while he fled with his family. Even now, Yinzhou remains under Chu's control. In the 465th year, with Chu's forces besieging the capital and the treasury empty, the reigning emperor called upon officials to donate funds, yet they contributed less than 100,000 taels of silver, resorting to selling their own broken pots and tiles in the streets. This incited the royal family's fury, leading to a night of inspections by the town pacification office, which uncovered 800 million taels of silver from the residences of court officials. In 745, officials of Jingzhou colluded with local gentry to seize land. and despite natural disasters, they withheld grain from the populace, leading to mass starvation and the tragic fate of countless souls resorting to cannibalism in their desperation. Yi Zhao's agitation grew. Why should I hold such literati in any esteem? Lu Er gently massaged Yi Zhao's shoulders and remarked, yet among them, have not many distinguished themselves with both talent and virtue? For instance, our current Prime Minister Su Mingxian, who is universally regarded as a wise statesman, that he advocated for peace and trade with the barbarian tribes, securing a decade of stability along the southern borders and increasing the treasury's income, while also establishing schools in various regions and repeatedly advising His Majesty to strengthen the scrutiny of local officials. Such officials are indeed commendable, that Yi Xiao sighed, conceding, indeed, even if I harbor discontent and resentment toward these scholars, I must acknowledge that governing the nation requires their expertise. No emperor can manage the realm without the aid of officials. Just as Yi Xiao finished his statement, a servant entered. Your Highness, there is someone at the door presenting a name card seeking an audience. Yi Xiao accepted the card, which boldly proclaimed, Han Qi, a scholar from the Hamlin Academy. Pondering, he realized he had no recollection of this individual. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded, let him enter. Shortly thereafter, a man in his 40s, gaunt and clad in a coarse long robe, entered. Han Qi from Liangzhou pays his respects to the third prince. The man bowed sincerely. Yi Xiao queried, what brings you to see me? I wish to serve the third prince and dedicate myself to your cause. Han Qi's eyes narrowed slightly as he declared his intent. This was the first time Yi Xiao had encountered someone seeking to pledge loyalty. He replied with a cold smile, I lack the ability to bestow titles upon you, that if you expect me to secure a favorable position for you, you are sorely mistaken. This statement rang true. The reason no one sought to align themselves with Yi Xiao was largely due to his minimal influence in the court. Reputation holds little weight without power. For instance, some individuals can sway the appointments of officials, drawing aspiring Hamlin scholars to them like moths to a flame. Yi Xiao, however, was not in a position to wield such influence. To Yi Zhao's surprise, Han Qi shook his head, saying, I do not require the third prince to arrange titles for me. I am willing to relinquish my official status and serve as a retainer in your household. This proclamation piqued Yi Zhao's interest. The Hamlin Academy only admits those who have passed the highest imperial examinations. And after a period of training, members are typically appointed to vacant positions, at the very least as county magistrates. In the past, Yi Xiao had looked down on county magistrates, but after his travels, he understood the formidable power they wielded. In many areas, their words hold greater weight than edicts from the Tangan city. They are, in essence, local emperors, and even the most impoverished counties can extract their share of wealth, far surpassing the prospects of serving as a mere retainer. Yi Xiao regarded Han Qi, now a middle-aged man. His attire was tattered, indicating a modest background, yet he stood upright, his eyes as calm as still water. Seemingly awaiting Yi Zhao's response, Yi Xiao softly inquired, after a decade of diligent study culminating in success, why choose to resign from your official post? Because I lack a patron. Han Qi's candid response momentarily stunned Yi Xiao. This man was refreshingly forthright. And then, lacking a patron means I can only be dispatched to remote locations, making promotion unlikely that I could serve until retirement, never to return to Tangan, or perhaps seize the opportunity for wealth and luxury. But that is not my desire. Yi Xiao had never encountered a scholar so straightforward before. Intrigued, he asked, what is it that you truly seek? To assist a wise ruler in governing the nation, to vanquish the Summer Kingdom and the state of Chu, to achieve great deeds, and to be immortalized in history. Han Qi's words were resolute. Yi Xiao merely smiled, unconvinced. Flattering rhetoric is easy for anyone to utter. However, the determination displayed by this man, willing to forsake his position in the Hamlin Academy to serve him, was indeed noteworthy to stay or to dismiss. Suddenly, Yi Xiao recalled his earlier question and inquired, allow me to ask you, in light of the rampant corruption among great Qian officials, do you have a remedy? Han Qi bowed and spoke earnestly. The root of the corruption lies not in the selection of officials, but rather in the appointment system of our great Qian. Currently, Once officials are appointed, their promotions are dictated by the high-ranking officials in the court. Consequently, local officials engage in rampant graft, sending fortunes to Tangan in hopes of advancement. Those in high positions often possess decades of experience and extensive networks, protecting one another, thus exacerbating the corruption. To combat this corruption, firstly, the terms and conditions for the appointment and promotion of officials should be established with set limits, 3, 5, or 8 years, depending on the rank. Upon taking office, officials should be subject to temporary reviews conducted by the court, where only those who pass scrutiny are promoted, while those who fail are dismissed to prevent idleness. Secondly, there must be oversight of officials' assets, prohibiting officials and their families from engaging in commerce. All assets must be reported, including those of relatives and friends, with periodic audits to identify any unexplained wealth deemed corrupt. Thirdly, the supervisory system must be strengthened. Although we have the Town Pacification Office and the Censorate, the authority of the former completely overshadows the latter. If the Town Pacification Office itself is corrupt, how can that be rectified? Therefore, an additional supervisory agency should be established to ensure mutual oversight among the three, with regular personnel changes and stringent reviews for those replaced. This approach can significantly reduce corruption. As Han Chi concluded, he asserted, to combat corruption, only strict laws and oversight can suffice. Reliance on human hearts and virtue is insufficient. Moreover, it requires long-term commitment. Only then can we achieve a transparent and effective governance. Xiao could not help but acknowledge that Han Chi's remarks resonated with his own thoughts. Regardless of their merits, he had at least proposed solutions and offered feasible suggestions. Besides, his considerations appeared comprehensive. Why me? If you seek a wise ruler, there are more princes in this court than just I. Han Chi replied softly, because when your highness saved that farmer, I was among the crowd. His gaze towards Xiao was filled with anticipation. I had intended to lead a life of indifference, but upon witnessing your highness, it was as if the clear sky revealed the bright moon. Your highness, disregarding your noble lineage, punished Yi Xingyuan for the sake of the common people. If such actions do not define a wise ruler, then what does? I implore you to accept me. In the annals of great Qian's history, no one had ever harmed a member of the royal family for the sake of the populace. The Yi family was supreme in great Qian. Yet it was precisely Yi Zhao's actions that shocked all. The people of Tangan sang his praises, and Han Chi wished to align himself with him. Yi Xiao sighed, but I truly lack the ability to arrange an official position for you. Han Chi smiled faintly and said, I truly can resign from my position in the Hamlin Academy to follow your highness. Many individuals, perhaps swayed by a single event or a mere phrase, would willingly choose to follow someone. Han Chi indeed relinquished his position at the Hamlin Academy and entered the residence of Yi Xiao, becoming an honored guest with a monthly salary of 10 taels. At the entrance of the Jinlinwai camp in Tangan City, Yi Xiao and Liang Qing disembarked from their carriage. Why must you insist on coming here? Yi Xiao, somewhat weary from being awakened early in the morning by Liang Qing's insistence to visit the Jinlinwai, asked. Liang Qing, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, replied, Yesterday, Uncle Yin visited my home and drank with my father. He spoke of the Jinlinwai, claiming it to be the strongest army in the great Qian. I must see for myself where he derives such confidence. It was undeniable that when Liang Qing uttered those words, her eyes gleamed with excitement. Why Yi Xiao could distinctly sense her affection for the soldiers. Upon entering the camp, Liang Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, the soldiers of Jinlinwai were bare-chested, and their physiques had undergone a remarkable transformation. Each of them exhibited a robust and muscular build. While their features might not have been sharply defined, they possessed immense endurance and strength. These men were fervently training, their skin darkened from prolonged exposure to the sun, a natural consequence of their rigorous regimen. Each soldier bore a fierce and determined expression. In just a month, a dramatic change had taken place. Though their faces might still retain a hint of youth, Liang Qing observed that even ordinary soldiers, after years of training, might not achieve such results. She murmured, Uncle Yin truly did not exaggerate. If this continues, this private army may indeed become the strongest in the great Qian. Everyone, train hard, Wang Hu commanded as he rushed over from the crowd. I have met the third prince, and General Yin is on leave today. I am in charge of training the troops. Wang Hu succinctly reported the situation. This time, his skin had also darkened considerably. Yet the youthful aura around him had diminished significantly. The fierce spirit instilled by Yin Zhe had infected every soldier. This exemplified the influence of a commanding general, not merely through words, but through an unintentional impact in daily conduct. Xiao patted Wang Hu on the shoulder and chuckled. Have you practiced the 5 styles of the crouching tiger? Upon mentioning this, excitement flickered in Wang Hu's eyes as he exclaimed, Indeed, the results are remarkable. My punching power has improved by at least 30%. Thank you for your guidance, Your Highness. In truth, Wang Hu had initially been skeptical. However, having witnessed the astonishing power of Yi Zhao's fierce tiger fist, he sought out the 5 styles of the crouching tiger as suggested by Yi Xiao. The results were indeed astonishing. Within a short span of days, he felt his comprehension of the fierce tiger fist deepen and his control over the technique become far more effortless. Curious, Liang Qing inquired, were the 5 styles of the crouching tiger? She was aware that Yi Xiao had been to the Xinyu Academy and that he had clashed with some disciples. Yet the specific details of the combat remained unknown to her. In response to Liang Qing's question, Yi Xiao smiled gently, while Wang Hu eagerly recounted the events of that day. In retrospect, Wang Hu's words brimmed with admiration for Yi Xiao. After hearing everything, Liang Qing fixed her captivating gaze upon Yi Xiao and teased, Your Highness, just how many talents do you possess that we are unaware of? Exceptional martial prowess, teaching this training method to Uncle Yin, and guiding others in their techniques. What else do you excel at? Third Prince. What else? My staff techniques are unparalleled. Yi Xiao replied with a hint of pride. Then I must seek your instruction one day. Liang Qing promptly refocused her attention on the soldiers in training, watching intently. Let us move on. It is about time. Yi Xiao gently reminded her, if I observe any longer, I might learn a method of cultivating their vigor that I have never encountered before. For Liang Qing, the art of training soldiers was her greatest passion. Unfortunately, ever since 2 years ago, when Liang Qingyan had requested Yi Sun to strip her of her military authority, she had seldom had the opportunity to re-enter the military realm. Thus, seeing the soldiers train again brought her immense joy, albeit tinged with regret. Reluctantly, Yi Xiao accompanied her for a full morning within the Jinlin Wai, even sharing a meal of the soldiers' communal pot before parting with reluctance. As they exited the military camp, Liang Qing, seated in the carriage, expressed with envy, if only I could have 3,000 private soldiers. Yi Xiao chuckled, when I become emperor, how about I grant you 3,000 female soldiers? Female soldiers? That sounds splendid. I would indeed like to assemble a female army. Liang Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ha! When I ascend to the throne, I shall appoint you as a grand general, and you shall conquer all for me. Liang Qing envisioned herself commanding thousands, her spirit ablaze with ambition, her tone becoming increasingly assertive in relationships. It is common for couples to envision a sweet future together, marriage, children, and a blissful life. Yet, these two were quite the anomaly, with one dreaming of becoming emperor and the other aspiring to be a grand general. That night, at the headquarters of the Tiger Gang, Rongxi's eyes glimmered with despair. He could not comprehend why such a formidable expert had become embroiled in the sordid conflicts of their gang. Outside, the cries of his subordinates echoed relentlessly, yet he dared not venture out. Clutching a knife, his hands trembled. Bang! The door was kicked open. Niuan, wielding a sharp blade, was accompanied by Qian. Rongxi's eyes widened in terror as Niuan stepped forward, kicking the steel knife from his grasp and pulling him over, pinning him down on the table. Brother Niu, spare my life. From now on, our Tiger Gang will follow you. Whatever you say, we will comply. Rongxi pleaded urgently. During this time, Niuan had arrived in the western city of Tang'an, and in a matter of days, he had dismantled several of Rongxi's establishments. Since then, Rongxi's nightmares had begun. Essentially, whenever a member of the Tiger Gang sought trouble, they were invariably met with a brutal thrashing from Niuan. If captured, they were delivered straight to the magistrate, and then, in their own establishments, Niuan would commence wrecking their businesses. Naturally, Rongxi could not sit idly by. Rallying his men to confront Niuan, however, the problem lay with Qian. This individual possessed an alarming level of combat prowess, presenting an overwhelming advantage. For someone like Rong Si, who had never even contemplated opposing such an expert, it was a daunting reality. After several confrontations, the once mighty Tiger Gang in the west of the city became rife with discord. Many even chose to voluntarily join Niao An's ranks. Niao An held Rong Si's head down with a cold smile, saying, "You should never have provoked our Madame Yan. How dare you harbor designs on the woman of our master?" At that moment, Rong Si recalled Xiao Mingyan. He had feigned agreement with her, intending to raid her home at night and abduct her. Little did he expect her to escape. Now he finally realized that the root of his troubles lay here. And he was astonished to discover that Xiao Mingyan had other backing. "Grandfather Niao, I was wrong. I shall never dare again." "Wrong? It's too late, you scoundrel, running a gambling den and charging exorbitant interest, forcing good people into prostitution, and kidnapping children. If I do not eliminate you, I would be remiss." Thud! Niao An plunged a knife into Rong Si's abdomen. Blood flowed from his wound as he widened his eyes, desperate to speak. But Niao An firmly covered his mouth. Niao An leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "Rest assured, I am not like you. I do not bring misfortune upon families. I will spare your wife and children. However, the filthy money you have hoarded shall be taken without hesitation." As Niao An spoke, he plunged the knife down several more times. The once feared Rong Si of Tang'an City faded into oblivion. Niao An tossed the knife aside and turned to Qian, smiling. "Uncle He, the matter is settled. You may return now. Rest assured, I will establish rules tomorrow. Usury, forced prostitution, and human trafficking will have no place in the Western City. I also assure His Highness that we will not take a single coin from legitimate businesses. I shall take my leave then. Do not forget the matters our master instructed." Within the entire gang, aside from Niao An, no one was aware of Yi Xiao's true identity. These lowly individuals serve as mere tools for Yi Xiao. He can control them, yet their limitations are well known. Otherwise, there would surely be those who, under his name, would stir trouble. After sending Qian away, a subordinate approached. "Boss, if we follow your earlier suggestion, shall we collect some funds from those few establishments? I fear we cannot sustain so many brothers." With a swift motion, Niao An turned and slapped him. "Fool! Do you dare to show the venue to others? From now on, all the gambling houses in the western part of the city shall belong to us, as will all the smoking parlors. As for the money from flesh trade, I have no interest. Merely collect some silver periodically to cover expenses. Remember, anyone who dares to break the rules, I will ensure you meet a gruesome end." Niao An's eyes glared fiercely, but his subordinates erupted in laughter. Countless conflicts are bound to arise from this. Yet, in the course of life, who can aspire to rise without competing? In the room, Yi Xiao sensed the number of loyal subjects within the human emperor cauldron. 4,782. Indeed, through the cauldron, Yi Xiao could perceive all his subordinates, and he even discerned that the contribution of popularity varied greatly depending on their strength. For instance, although Qian was but one person, his contribution in terms of popularity equaled that of hundreds. Meanwhile, the entire Golden Scale Guard, as their strength increased, offered him an ever-growing share of popularity. In stark contrast, Niao An's subordinates were a motley crew, mostly comprised of the dregs of society, contributing far less popularity. Nevertheless, any contribution is better than none. With Niao An's subordinates joining, Yi Xiao's training speed would at least accelerate significantly. In the room, Yi Xiao opened his eyes. Lu Er lay beside him, her face flushed with shyness. Yi Xiao's cultivation had reached the second tier of the heavenly origin realm. After breaking through to the heavenly origin realm, each subsequent advancement required a greater amount of imperial true qi. 4,000 individuals were still too few for Yi Xiao. He had spent nearly 4 months cultivating at the first tier. While this duration was not slow, Yi Xiao remained unsatisfied. In just a month, the Golden Scale Guard would be ready for initial formation at that time. He could lead them to seek glory in places of conflict. Yi Xiao sighed, understanding that nothing could be rushed. Throughout these 4 months, he faced challenges from various individuals, youthful arrogance, as it were. Even though Yi Xiao was a prince, young warriors still sought to challenge him. He accepted these challenges without hesitation. He knew that to ascend to such heights, One must endure certain trials. Meanwhile, at the inn, the second prince stood before Xiao Yu'er. He scrutinized her from head to toe. Her features were exquisite, her skin fair, and her delicate visage exuded a hint of sharpness. Xiao Yu'er also examined the man before her, uncertain as to why he had blocked her path. "What do you want?" "I wish to discuss something with you," the second prince replied calmly. "I'm not interested." Xiao Yu'er rose to leave, but just then, a black-robed man with a pale complexion reached out from behind the second prince, instantly exerting a powerful force that forced Xiao Yu'er back into her previous position. The black-robed man coldly declared, "The second prince has not permitted your departure." Xiao Yu'er was taken aback, realizing that this man was indeed the second prince of Qian. "What do you want?" "Nothing much, just a conversation. Spit it out." Xiao Yu'er was not one to hold back, and despite the intimidation of the black-robed man's strength, she retorted boldly. The previously smiling second prince's expression stiffened. After a moment, he took a deep breath and said, "I need your brother to intervene." At this revelation, Xiao Yu'er's brows knitted tightly. "My brother? What do you need him for?" To challenge the third prince. "Yi Xiao." "Ha!" Xiao Yu'er laughed derisively. "Yi Xiao. He hasn't even made it onto the star rankings, and you think my brother would step in?" Although Yi Xiao had defeated several challengers, none of them had made it to the star rankings, which featured the top 200 young talents of the Qian. This discontented the second prince, prompting him to search for experts from the star rankings. Thus, he discovered Xiao Yu'er, who was currently in Tang N. However, his true target was not Xiao Yu'er, but her elder brother, Xiao Fei. "Miss Xiao, it would be prudent for you to cooperate with me," the second prince said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. "If you agree, I will generously offer you 100,000 taels of silver. Otherwise what?" A man's voice echoed from the staircase. Xiao Yu'er exclaimed in delight. "Brother!" Xiao Fei, with bleary eyes, descended the stairs step by step until he stood before the black-clad man. "You dare to lay hands on my sister?" The black-robed man tensed, fixing his gaze on the disheveled man before him, ultimately focusing on the sword at his waist. "Your sword is rusty. Killing you will suffice." As the words fell, the sword was drawn, yet no one saw the flash of the blade. It was an eerie sensation. Everyone seemed to witness Xiao Fei's strike, yet no one actually saw the sword. The black-clad man also moved, his right hand suspended in mid-air. His hand was severed from his arm, blood gushing forth. Just moments ago, he had used that very hand to shove Xiao Yu'er back. Xiao Fei approached Xiao Yu'er, helping her to her feet, and complained, "My drink is all gone. Why are you taking so long to return with the wine?" Xiao Yu'er gazed at her brother. Stunned up, it had been a long time since she had seen Xiao Fei in action. Xiao Fei led Xiao Yu'er past the second prince, but suddenly halted. "You are a prince. I shall not harm you. But I cannot stand by while my sister is bullied." The second prince's eyes widened. This was the first time he had ever felt the specter of death. At the moment Xiao Fei drew his sword, he distinctly sensed a chilling presence sweep past his neck. Only after Xiao Fei departed did he regain his senses, turning to glare at the black-robed man, his eyes flashing with anger. Useless, he had anticipated that those on the star rankings might be formidable. Yet he had never imagined that Xiao Fei, ranked third, could annihilate his specially chosen expert with a single strike. He had always held dominion over the lives and deaths of others. When had anyone dared to defy him so? He muttered to himself, "Damn it, had I known, I would have brought the 4 demons of Qianxi with me. This fellow is unexpectedly strong." Upon exiting the tavern, Xiao Yu'er exclaimed, "Brother, you finally made a move. From now on, let us practice martial arts instead of drinking, shall we?" Xiao Fei's expression remained calm. "No. Why not? Martial arts are of no use." Xiao Yu'er bit her lip. "If you cannot fight, what would you have done in that situation?" "Die." Xiao Yu'er. This response truly caught her off guard. "You can go die. Stop messing around." The siblings were not foolish. They headed straight for the city gates. However, as they rushed, Xiao Yu'er suddenly spoke. "Brother, I believe you need not concern yourself with Muhan any longer." "Why is that?" "He is dead." Instantly, Xiao Fei halted, turning his head to gaze at Xiao Yu'er with piercing intensity, as though he were a beast about to pounce. The oppressive aura made Xiao Yu'er's heart race. "I am not jesting. It is the latest star ranking from the Tianji Pavilion, which has removed him and provided the reason for his removal." As she spoke, Xiao pulled out a list from her bosom and handed it over. First, by Ling Su. Second, Xiao Fei. Third, Xiao Fei could not be bothered to look at the rankings of the others. He went straight to the end. There, it was written, formerly ranked first, Mu Han, has been missing for 2 years and has not been seen in the martial world. No trace has emerged, suspected to be deceased. Hence removed, impossible, he cannot be dead. That fellow would never die. Xiao Fei hurled the star rankings aside. Let us go. Where to? To find Luo Yuchong, that madwoman. She would do anything for Mu Han. With the Tianji Pavilion releasing this list, she will undoubtedly not let this matter rest. Meanwhile, this list had already sparked a tremendous uproar within the martial world, in the extreme cold land. Bai Ling Su opened her eyes amidst the falling snow. Her hair and brows were entirely white. Mu Han, you suppressed me for 3 years. How could you possibly be dead? If you're not here, what use is my mastery of the extreme northern ice chi? In a certain stronghold of the celestial mechanism pavilion, the ground was strewn with corpses that a woman of extraordinary beauty, indeed, breathtakingly beautiful, stood amidst the carnage. Her beauty surpassed that of any mortal, leaving one gasping for breath. Yet upon her stunning visage now rested a maniacal grin. Mu Han is dead. Who permitted you to write such a thing? I demand to know who authorized this. As she spoke, she swiftly severed the head of one of the men present. The madness in her smile deepened. Whoever dares to claim that Mu Han has perished, I shall ensure their demise first. You wretches of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, so enamored with rankings, today I shall arrange a proper order of death among you. Luo Yuchong, the most renowned madwoman in the martial world, was also its most celebrated genius. Previously ranked first on the star list, she broke through the 4 realms of martial arts by the tender age of 24, ascending to the Moonlight list, where she now held the 3rd position. Yet, all were aware that it was only a matter of time before she claimed the top spot. The Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, spanning 3 nations, boasted countless masters and profound depth. Yet even so, she dared to challenge their stronghold. At the estate of Xiao, a list from the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion lay before him. He smiled faintly and casually shattered it. Let them die. Let them die. It would be for the best if that madwoman doesn't discover this. Within the imperial palace, in the chambers of the 2nd prince's mother, Cui Yunxi, the 2nd prince stood with his body bowed. Cui Yunxi wore a stern expression. What recent measures have been taken against the 3rd prince? Primarily, they have targeted his reputation, exaggerating his martial talent to incite resentment among the prodigies of the martial world, provoking challenges against him, while simultaneously spreading word among the common folk and scholars that his martial prowess is of no use for governance. The 2nd prince replied helplessly, the 3rd prince currently has no allies in court, making it difficult to find a weakness to exploit. That I plan to contemplate the upcoming imperial examinations, hoping to gather some followers. Cui Yunxi nodded in approval. Yes, that will suffice. You have previously given him too much importance. She then spoke solemnly. Your true threats are still the eldest and 4th princes. I have heard that the 4th prince is already scheming to oversee the imperial examinations. At these words, the 2nd prince was startled. It was known that the 4th prince had already gained considerable renown in literary circles. Should he also oversee the examinations, he would undoubtedly attract many talents. How could I not be aware of this? You certainly would not be. The 4th prince places great importance on these examinations, enlisting several eminent scholars to advocate for him. Although he is yet to enter the court, this matter is already nearly settled. The 2nd prince furrowed his brow in concern. Damn it, I've been so preoccupied with the 3rd prince that I've allowed him to slip through the cracks. Cui Yunxi scoffed. Do not fret too much. I have prepared a significant achievement for you. Once this merit is established, your reputation will surpass that of both of them. Upon hearing this, the 2nd prince's spirits soared. What merit? Disaster relief. The 2nd prince was momentarily taken aback. Confused, but I have not heard of any disasters occurring. A fierce glint flashed in Cui Yunxi's eyes. Just because you haven't heard of it does not mean it will not happen. Just then, in the grand hall of the palace, several officials from the Ministry of Rights petitioned for permission for the 4th prince to oversee the examinations. Although some officials opposed, they were of little consequence. And it was ultimately decided that the 4th prince would indeed take charge. Shortly thereafter, another message arrived. Your Majesty, the embankment of Qian has collapsed, resulting in a flood that has destroyed countless fields and homes, leaving millions of commoners displaced. We beseech your Majesty for a royal decree. As he gazed upon the kneeling envoy, drenched in mud and begging for mercy, Yi Sun was consumed by fury. Nonsense. Just days ago, Qian's officials submitted a report stating that this year would be bountiful due to favorable weather. How could it suddenly turn into a flood? The envoy cried out. Recent heavy rains have caused the river to breach its banks. It is indeed a natural disaster. Yi Sun inhaled deeply, coldly stating how much silver is needed for disaster relief. At least 1,000,000 taels. Upon hearing this, Yi Sun turned to the Minister of Revenue. The minister hastily stepped forward. The treasury is currently strained. We can only allocate 200,000 taels. At this, Yi Sun's expression darkened further. An 80,000 tael deficit. For now, allocate 200,000 taels. And the 4 of you princes shall each reduce your monthly allowances by 50,000 taels. The Ministry of Rights will contribute another 200,000 taels, totaling 600,000 taels for disaster relief. Who among you is willing to go to Qian for aid? A profound silence fell over the court. Such a disaster, with insufficient funds, could easily incite popular unrest. If mishandled, it would be a grave mistake. In that moment, no one spoke. Just then, the second prince stepped forward, declaring loudly, Your Majesty, I am willing to go for disaster relief. Xiao observed the confident second prince, his brow instinctively furrowing. Yet he understood well that this task could not be entrusted to him. It was not merely a matter of financial shortfall. There simply weren't enough capable individuals available. This endeavor required extensive manpower for coordination, preparation, and later reconstruction of homes. The second prince's maternal family comprised the wealthiest merchants in the realm, far more suited for procuring supplies and organizing craftsmen than he was. Xiao also wished to demonstrate his capabilities, yet he refused to take risks with such a critical matter concerning the lives of millions. As he watched the second prince step forward, Yi Sun scanned the room, finding no opposition. I grant my permission. After the court session, as Xiao prepared to depart, the second prince approached him with a hint of provocation. Why did you not speak up for disaster relief earlier, third brother? In this regard, I surpass you. I am quite calm regarding disaster relief. Xiao replied evenly. The second prince was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha ha! Third brother, you possess some self-awareness. Have you learned now? The path of governance, martial talent. None of it matters. What significance does fame hold? Surely you cannot use your fists to build homes for the disaster victims. How many would you need to construct? With that, he turned and left. Watching the second prince's retreating figure, Xiao shook his head helplessly before striding away. Just as he was about to exit the palace gates, he suddenly heard a voice calling out, Third prince, please wait. Xiao halted, turned to find it was Zhou Tong. His Majesty requests your presence. Xiao was taken aback, then smiled. Very well, I shall go at once. Before long, Xiao arrived at the imperial study. All the palace maids and eunuchs had been dismissed by Yi Sun, leaving only him and Lu Tong inside. As Xiao stepped in, he found Yi Sun's expression exceedingly grim. Upon seeing Xiao enter, he coldly inquired, What is your take on the disaster situation? I observe it with mine own eyes. Yi Sun was enraged. Even now, you dare to speak such nonsense. Do you believe I will have your head for this? What does father believe I should do? Lay back and watch. When Yi Sun fell silent, he gritted his teeth. This disaster is abnormal. I have personally inspected the Qian embankment. It is remarkably sturdy. Since its construction 7 years ago, it has never faced a flood, and this year has been favorable. Why would such a disaster occur? In the imperial study, Yi Sun voiced his suspicions. Xiao found himself at a loss for words. At times, he could speak freely, but certain matters required evidence. Facing these questions, Xiao countered, What does His Majesty summon me for? He understood that Yi Sun must have something in mind. The Qian incident must be thoroughly investigated. I will dispatch personnel from the town guard to look into it. As he spoke, Yi Sun fixed his gaze on Xiao. However, I hope you will lead your golden scale guards to Qian. Why? Yi Sun replied solemnly. In the aftermath of a great disaster, public sentiment is volatile. It is inevitable that some may take advantage of the chaos to pillage and plunder. If you lead troops there, any marauders encountered shall be swiftly executed. Furthermore, since you are going, you may also investigate the cause of the disaster. If it is indeed a natural calamity, there is nothing to be done, but if it is man-made, I shall not forgive those foolish thieves. Hearing this, Xiao contemplated for a moment. The Golden Scale Guards have been established for nearly half a year and were ready to gain some combat experience. This opportunity was indeed favorable. Moreover, if this could provide insight into the second prince's schemes, it might serve as an unexpected advantage. He promptly responded, "I shall obey the command. Go, gather your things, and set out." There is no need to wait for the second prince and the others. The martial world and the court often functioned as two distinct realms. The violent clashes of the rivers and lakes stand in stark contrast to the subtle intrigues of the imperial court. Yet, at times, these realms intertwine. For instance, among the younger generation of the Qian court, many have ascended the star list. Liang Qing, ranked 124th. Indeed, she not only possesses exceptional military prowess but also exhibits remarkable talent in martial arts. However, this time, Liang Qing truly felt the disparity. In her sparring with Xiao, no matter how hard she tried, apart from the difference in their cultivation levels, in terms of martial comprehension, she was utterly outclassed. It felt as if she were a child practicing against a seasoned warrior. Third prince, with your innate talent, how is it that your cultivation has only reached the second tier of the Tianyuan realm? Liang Qing expressed her bewilderment, while Xiao smiled faintly, replying, "In my early years, I was not diligent and squandered much time." "What a pity!" Liang Qing did not doubt him, only expressing her regret. If Third Prince had truly devoted himself to cultivation, he might well have a chance at the top 10 on the star list. Perhaps not, Xiao replied without modesty. Liang Qing had come to bid farewell to Xiao, and neither of them was one to be shy. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they engaged in a bout of sparring. As Xiao's belongings were packed, a faint flush appeared on Liang Qing's face. She took the initiative to approach and adjust Xiao's collar, much like a wife sending her husband off to war, tenderly reminding him, "Take care and return soon." After spending half a year together, she had already developed feelings for him. "Fear not, I'm quite fond of my own life," Xiao remarked as he stepped out, where 3,000 golden scales guards awaited him. Clad in dark green leather armor and iron helmets, their resolute gazes exuded an air of grim determination. Xiao mounted his horse, the crimson dragon aura billowing in the wind. This was his first time leading troops out of the city. However, not far beyond the city gates, he retreated into his carriage. Tossing aside his helmet and resting against Lu Er's thigh, "It is much more comfortable inside." Xiao sighed. Lu Er playfully fed him grapes, laughing, "Why is your highness in such a hurry this time? It hasn't even taken 3 hours from the palace to the city gates." Xiao's expression turned somewhat cold. He called out, "Let Han Qi board the carriage." For this journey, Xiao had brought Han Qi along. During their time together, he had discovered that Han Qi possessed genuine abilities. Most importantly, Han Qi was the only person who could offer him advice. The more minds, the more ideas. After all, this was not merely a straightforward battle. Han Qi climbed into the carriage, and Xiao sat upright. Recounting everything that had transpired in court that day, he concluded, "Do you think this matter might have been orchestrated by the second prince? If we are to investigate, where should we begin?" Such words would not be uttered in front of Yizun, for regardless of the circumstances, Yizun remained the emperor. Without evidence, it would be frivolous to make such claims. However, Han Qi was different. He was Xiao's subordinate. Upon hearing Xiao's words, Han Qi fell silent. After a long pause, he shook his head, saying, "Perhaps so, perhaps not, but for now, I do not believe it holds great significance." Xiao was somewhat perplexed. Why is that? If the second prince were truly behind this affair, endangering countless innocent lives, his greatest concern would be the exposure of his misdeeds. Thus, he would undoubtedly eliminate all who were involved as swiftly as possible. Whether or not he was guilty, it seemed we would struggle to find any incriminating evidence. Han Qi's words plunged Xiao into contemplation. Indeed, if the second prince could commit such heinous acts, would he hesitate to silence his accomplices? Deep within the palace, Yizun leaned back in his chair, his gaze icy. Tell me, who among the second and third princes will gain the upper hand in this endeavor? This old servant does not know. Lu Tong shook his head, indicating his uncertainty. Why Yizun did not press further, merely murmuring, the cause of the calamity will be difficult to ascertain. I have resolved to behead the governor of Qian. Regardless of the circumstances, he cannot escape culpability for allowing such a grave matter to occur. As for the third prince, I intend for him to go deliberately, after half a year of military training. With 3,000 troops, against the support of the world's merchants backing the second prince, I shall see how my two fine sons fare when they leave Tangyan and operate outside my watchful gaze. Engaging in a life-or-death struggle, a hint of ruthlessness crossed his face. I wish to see if the second prince dares to take action this time. The opportunity has been presented to him. If he does not seize it, I shall be greatly disappointed. Likewise, should the third prince manage to survive, I shall reward him handsomely. Further enhancing his power, Lu Tong fell silent. For Yizun, many of his darker thoughts remained hidden from all. Yet, harboring such sentiments in his heart proved burdensome. Lu Tong was the only one with whom he could share his thoughts. However, the darkness of the emperor's heart was unsettling, revealing the depths of his cruelty in pitting his two sons against each other. Inside the carriage, Han Chi looked at Xiao and said solemnly, Your Highness, I believe this journey is fraught with peril. Your foremost priority must be to remain vigilant and prioritize your safety. What do you mean by that? Han Chi replied earnestly, Your Highness, Qian is currently in chaos, with the populace displaced, leading to rampant banditry. The second prince's maternal family comprises the wealthiest merchants in the land, and there are bound to be associates within Qian, should anyone seize this opportunity to masquerade as a mob and attack you. The 3,000 men you bring may not suffice to ensure your safety. Therefore, in this journey, any plans to quell banditry or investigate are secondary. Ensuring your personal safety is paramount. Xiao narrowed his eyes. To be honest, he had not considered this aspect, in Xiao's view. Yizun clearly suspected the second prince, thus sending him to quell banditry, while simultaneously investigating. He had even purposely allowed himself to arrive first in Qian to seize any potential evidence against the second prince. Hence, Xiao believed he was in a position of initiative. However, after hearing Han Chi's words, Xiao suddenly realized that he might actually be the one in the more passive position. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao shook his head, saying, As for whether to investigate or not, let that be set aside for now. Given the current turmoil in Qian, since I have received the emperor's command, regardless of the circumstances, I shall make haste to Qian to safeguard the safety of the local populace. This sentiment was indeed commendable. Qian was not excessively far from Tangyan, yet it was not close either, with 3,000 troops. Carrying supplies and provisions, it would take a full 10 days to reach Qian. As Xiao and his men delved deeper into Qian, the environment grew increasingly dire. The muddy, pockmarked roads were suffused with the stench of decaying corpses. Scattered bones and swarming insects along the roadside evoked profound discomfort. Qian was part of the Qian inland prefectures, comprising 7 counties and 81 villages. As Xiao progressed, he observed that many village homes had been entirely washed away by floodwaters. Leaving the villages desolate and empty, he pressed onward until he finally arrived at Yongmen County, governed by Qian. Upon seeing the city walls, Xiao was taken aback. An overwhelming throng of destitute citizens congregated outside Yongmen County. Men, women, and children mixed together, their tattered clothing barely covering their emaciated forms, their faces vacant and dazed. Suddenly, someone in the crowd spotted Xiao and shouted, The court has come to provide disaster relief. In an instant, the eyes of the crowd lit up with hope. The disaster victims surged forward, akin to a horde of zombies besieging Xiao's entourage. Soldier, please give me something to eat. I haven't eaten in 3 days. Soldier, I have a child. Please give my child a morsel. Soldier, my father is 80 years old. Please give him something to eat. As the disaster victims cried out, they rushed toward Xiao's contingent, their eyes fixed on the supplies carried by the Golden Scales guards. Seeing the tumultuous crowd approaching, Yanze wasted no time, barking orders. Form up, draw your blades. Instantly, the Golden Scales guards formed ranks, their voices booming as their long blades unsheathed. The sudden display of force quelled the advancing masses. Yanzhe roared, "Any who dare approach, behead." Xiao furrowed his brow, gazing at the wailing crowd before him, clenching his fists. This tragic scene, if indeed the result of human folly, would be utterly reprehensible. Yet he understood that this was not a time for compassion. Any hesitation would lead to the complete pillaging of the Golden Scale's guard supplies. At that moment, it was not only the disaster-stricken populace who faced dire shortages. The Golden Scale Guard also lacked sufficient provisions. As the Golden Scale Guard drew their swords, their imposing presence halted all the citizens in their tracks. Suddenly, a frail woman fell to her knees before them, cradling a nearly unconscious child in her arms, and cried out in anguish, "Oh, military officials, please grant us a morsel to eat. My child is truly on the brink of starvation." Her lament seemed to awaken the dormant emotions of those around her, and in an instant, everyone sank to their knees, crying out in desperation. Their pitiful state was beyond words. Meanwhile, atop the city walls, several middle-aged men sat leisurely in the gate tower. Before them lay an array of exquisite dishes, both meat and vegetables, while they savored their meals. Observing the scene outside the city, "Is this the third prince?" One of them jested, "Do you think he will show any mercy? I doubt it, that if he does, it would be rather dull. After all, he is of royal blood. How could he possibly possess a heart of compassion? Let us wager. How long will it take for this third prince to enter the city? 3 hours. I wager 1 hour. Ha. Then I shall guess 2 hours." The joys and sorrows of individuals seldom resonate with one another. Those who are well-fed are indifferent to the thoughts of the hungry. The cries from outside the city might stir unease in Xiao's heart. Yet they failed to move those atop the gate tower. Unexpectedly, just as their conversation concluded, Xiao's eyes widened, exuding an aura of murderous intent as he bellowed, "Now, clear the way at once. Allow this official to enter the city, or else face the blade." Turning back, he commanded, "Advance. Any who obstruct shall be executed." At that moment, Xiao felt as if 1,000 needles were piercing his heart. He gazed at the woman with her feeble child, knowing he could save them. Yet how could he address the countless others who were equally near death? If he distributed rations, the Golden Scale Guard would be left without provisions, and the situation within the city remained uncertain. Should the Golden Scale Guard lose their supplies, they would soon be no different from the very people outside. Why then? Even if Xiao possessed extraordinary abilities, it would be difficult to reverse the situation. At present, the priority was to enter the city swiftly, ascertain the circumstances, and perhaps find a glimmer of hope. The Golden Scale Guard advanced once more, their sharp blades parting the crowd and the citizens. Ultimately, too intimidated to resist, obediently cleared a path. The expressions of the men atop the wall shifted. The black-clad county magistrate sighed. "This third prince is remarkably decisive. Someone, remove the food. Let us go down and welcome His Highness." When Xiao arrived at the city gate, he was met by waiting figures. "Who goes there?" "It is the third Prince Xiao, leading the Golden Scale Guard, here on imperial orders to inspect Qian." The city gate opened slowly, and Xiao and his men entered. As they stepped inside, the gate was swiftly shut behind them to prevent any disaster victims from mingling in. Upon entering, Xiao discovered that the conditions within the city were not as dire as he had anticipated. The buildings were intact, and the streets were clean and orderly, creating a stark contrast to the chaos outside. At that moment, a man in his 40s, clad in black, approached Xiao. "I pay my respects to your highness. I am Wang Fu, the county magistrate of Yong'an." Xiao furrowed his brow and inquired, "It seems the city has not suffered any disaster." Wang Fu replied respectfully, "Indeed, there's been no disaster. Yong'an County is situated on the periphery of Jiyuan Prefecture, on slightly elevated terrain. During the flood, the city was protected by its moat and wall, and the waters did not breach the city." Xiao, upon hearing this, became furious. "If that is the case, why have you not provided aid to the disaster victims?" Wang Fu was prepared with a response. "Your Highness, you cannot speak so lightly. That I am but a man, not a deity. Yong'an County lacks granaries. How can I have provisions to assist the disaster victims?" Xiao retorted coldly, "Since the city has not suffered, the citizens must have food stored. and the merchants must also have reserves. Gather some provisions for the time being to aid those outside. When the relief supplies arrive, they can be returned in full. Can living beings truly be left to perish? Wang Fu shook his head. Your Highness speaks so easily. You are of royal lineage. Your word carries weight. But I, Wang Fu, am merely a county magistrate. If the relief supplies come and there is a shortage elsewhere, who will provide for me? If I borrow food today, even my life may not suffice to repay it. Furthermore, the lands outside have all been ravaged, and most of the farmland for the citizens lies beyond the city. This year they will harvest nothing, and the food in their hands must last until next autumn. If I cannot return the borrowed food, what will they eat or drink? Wang Fu's reasoning was sound, yet his arguments were infuriating to but what of the wealthy families? Surely their food must be rotting by now. I cannot say. Wang Fu replied coldly. I have always acted according to rules. How could I know how much food they possess? He then looked at Xiao and suddenly asked, His Majesty sent you here. You must not be responsible for disaster relief. It would be better to wait for the second prince to arrive and report to him. Xiao felt he had hit a wall. Suddenly, a smile spread across his face, and he raised his hand to deliver a resounding slap. Smack! The force of Xiao's slap left Wang Fu stunned. He believed he had navigated the conversation flawlessly, leaving no opportunity for Xiao to explode in anger. How could he have received such a blow? Shocked and furious, he exclaimed, Third Prince, why did you strike me? Because I find you displeasing. Smack! Xiao retaliated with another slap. You are so clever with your words, yet I am but a martial man. Do you expect me to reason with you? My hand is my reasoning. Xiao swung his arm, delivering slap after slap until Wang Fu was left spitting blood. Xiao had never been one to adhere to rules. Had he been, he would not have fled Tangan at the age of 14. If he had followed the rules, he would not have broken Yi Xingyuan's legs. If someone told him now to follow the rules while watching those disaster victims starve to death, he would simply say, to hell with the rules. Why return to court to vie for power? Because the emperor's word is law. The emperor can disregard so-called rules. There are always those who, under the guise of rules, bully the weak. Wang Fu was one of those individuals. However, he had now encountered the unruly Xiao. The onslaught of slaps left Wang Fu seeing stars, and he knelt in supplication. Third Prince, please stop. I was wrong. I was wrong. Xiao looked down at Wang Fu, who lay prostrate on the ground, and sneered, to seek self-preservation is not inherently wrong. During ordinary times, I would not hold it against you. But now, with tens of thousands of disaster victims outside waiting for sustenance and countless lives hanging by a thread, you show not a sliver of responsibility. What use are you to me? What use are you to the Qian? What use are you to the common people? Yi Zhao's commanding tone made Wang Fu feel as though he stood before an emperor of Qian. Although he knew Xiao was merely a prince, not even the crown prince, the sensation was overwhelming. Yi Xiao, disinterested in further conversation, kicked Wang Fu down and turned to Wang Hu, instructing, keep him under close watch. Do not allow him to contact anyone. Yes, Wang Hu bowed in compliance, asking no questions. Gather some constables and soldiers, and have them bring the heads of the influential families in the city to me immediately. Those who do not come will face extermination. Tell them this is by the order of the third Prince Xiao, and it is no empty threat. Xiao was unconcerned with the intricacies of these individuals. What he sought was to secure provisions without delay. If there was a shortage of food within the city, he might consider other methods. However, since the city had not suffered disaster, there must surely be surplus food available. Half an hour later, within the government office, Xiao sat at the head of the table, facing a dozen heads of influential families from Yong'an County. Each of them bore expressions of indignation. After all, a figure as formidable as Xiao was unheard of, yet no one dared to take a chance, for news of Xiao breaking Yi Xingyuan's legs had already spread throughout Zhuyuan. Would anyone dare to challenge a man who had the audacity to break the legs of the son of the King of Tranquility? Yi Zhao's gaze swept over the gathered individuals as he spoke coldly. Write a letter instructing your families to send grain. One among them could not help but interject, Your Highness, surely there must be some protocol for sending grain. For what purpose? How much is it a donation? A loan, or to be returned? Without hesitation, Yi Xiao replied, Each family will send 1,000 jin. The grain must be sent now. We will discuss the rest later, with 10 families contributing 1,000 jin each. That amounted to over 10,000 jin of grain. While it was undoubtedly insufficient for the tens of thousands of citizens outside, it was a start. However, in times of emergency, a single breath of life is always sufficient. The golden scale guards immediately produced ink and brushes, distributing them one by one to observing the surrounding guards clad in armor and wielding blades. The noble families had no choice but to hastily write down their pledges. The golden scale guards promptly sent them off. Half an hour later, Han Shi had already arrived at the city gates, initiating the establishment of a porridge distribution center and releasing grain for disaster relief. The disaster-stricken populace, already steeped in despair, was taken aback upon sighting the porridge station. Each individual stood stunned. What is happening? Why is the city suddenly open to distribute porridge? I don't know. Hurry and seize your share. Damn it, slow down. Form an orderly line. Who dares to break the rules? I will beat you to death. This last proclamation was shouted by Yen Zhe, who was maintaining order among the throngs. Otherwise, the elderly, women, and children would have been trampled to death. Listen up. This is the grain provided by the third prince Yi Xiao for the city's noble families. Remember to appreciate the third prince. This message was conveyed on behalf of Yi Xiao. Having saved lives, it was only natural to promote his own reputation. When Yi Xiao first entered the city, he was exceedingly forceful, and many citizens cursed him behind his back. Now, as porridge was distributed, all grievances were forgotten, and gratitude flowed abundantly. A bowl of hot porridge at the brink of death surpassed all else. Inside the city, Yi Xiao sat in meditation, absorbing the rapidly converging vitality within him. Without uttering a word, he silently advanced his cultivation. The heads of the noble families remained seated, and at last, one could no longer contain himself and spoke up. Your Highness, what exactly is the meaning of this? Can you not provide us with a word? We are not unwilling to provide grain. Why must you act this way? Yi Xiao opened his eyes and cast a cold glance at him, a mere look causing the man's body to stiffen instantly. Gradually, Yi Xiao rose, his gaze sweeping over them as he coldly declared, "The grain you possess is borrowed by me, Yi Xiao, should the court fail to return it. I, Yi Xiao, will find a way to repay it. I do not wish for the disaster victims outside the city to perish. Tomorrow, I will send people to inspect each noble family's granary, retaining the necessary grains and surrendering the rest." Yi Xiao was also pondering the justification for acquiring this grain. Ultimately, he decided to shoulder the responsibility himself. Regardless, the benefits would be his to claim, and a reputation would also be his to garner. If he could procure the grain from Yi Sun, he would naturally not need to dip into his own pockets. However, if that proved impossible, Yi Xiao intended to supplement it himself. To speak frankly, Yi Xiao currently possessed considerable wealth. Although the Golden Scale Guards incurred significant expenses, primarily for equipment and barrack construction, once established on the right track, the monthly salaries and provisions could hardly exhaust the allocated funds of 100,000 taels of silver. Thus, Yi Xiao consistently had a substantial surplus each month. Coupled with Zhao Mingyin's flourishing business and Yo En's monthly contributions to the treasury, Yi Xiao's household had accumulated nearly 400,000 taels of silver over the past 6 months. As long as he navigated through the current crisis and returned some grain, it would not pose a challenge. Upon Yi Xiao's declaration, the heads of the noble families, who had initially believed he intended to forcibly requisition grain, were taken aback. "I guess what you say true." Yi Xiao let out a cold chuckle. "Am I not a prince of Qian? Would I deceive you, a mere rural landlord?" Upon hearing this, someone within the room grew displeased. "My Lu family is a scholarly lineage." Yi Xiao shot a glance at that individual. "Oh, does the sage teach you to turn a blind eye to those in peril?" This retort rendered that person speechless. Night fell. Han Shi, weary from a day's labor, entered the city and returned to the government office. "Your Highness, the citizens outside the city have received a bowl of hot porridge. Although it may not suffice to satiate their hunger, it should preserve their lives." Han Shi reported sincerely. Yi Xiao nodded, seated himself, and suddenly inquired, "Do you think I could replicate this effort and continue to enter Jiu Yuan to provide disaster relief?" "No," Han Shi exclaimed urgently. Your Highness must not act impulsively. Why? Xiao, intrigued, asked. Why not? Han Qi promptly analyzed. Your Highness, Yong'an County is situated on the edge of Jiuyuan, and given the current situation, its internal conditions must be even more dire. If you rashly penetrate deeper, who will oversee the disaster relief in Jiuyuan? That is point one. Secondly, while the noble families may have some surplus grain, in severely afflicted areas, their reserves may well be inadequate. You command merely 3,000 soldiers. If every county were to act thus, it would surely incite the resentment of the powerful that if someone maliciously stirs trouble, the counties and towns surrounding Jiuyuan might unite against us, leading to chaos. Thirdly, under normal circumstances, while the powerful may hoard grain, it would be absolutely insufficient for the disaster victims. The scale of the disaster is not a matter of a day. It has lingered for a long time and requires substantial funds to fill the gaps. Our treasury has some surplus to assist Yong'an County, but to aid the entirety of Jiuyuan is but a drop in the bucket. Lastly, after a major disaster, a significant plague is inevitable, especially in the case of floods where putrid corpses contaminate water sources, easily spreading epidemics. There may already be outbreaks within Jiuyuan. Your Highness has neither military physicians nor medicines. Should you lead troops into the region, if any illness befalls you, the consequences would be dire. Please, Your Highness, do not act impulsively. Han Qi's face was filled with anxiety, fearing that Xiao might truly lead his troops into Jiuyuan for disaster relief. Xiao regarded Han Qi with a slight smile. Mr. Han, you have worked hard. Rest early. I will carefully consider your words. Seeing Xiao seemingly reconsidering, Han Qi finally let out a sigh of relief and took his leave. After he departed, Xiao maintained his original posture, gazing at the desk, lost in thought. After a while, he murmured, "It seems that Han Qi is not a person of the second prince's faction." He Kun emerged from the side and sat beside Xiao. I have been observing him these days and have found no evidence of his connection with outsiders. Xiao nodded. Let us hope he is not someone planted by others. That would be beneficial for both him and me. He Kun shook his head. The world of Jianghu is still preferable. Though rife with conflict, at least there are fewer schemes and intrigues. One does not have to tread so carefully. Ha! Xiao burst into laughter. The world of Jianghu is far away. We shall not meet again. A decade in Jianghu, full of joys and grievances, has been enough. Men, after all, must grow. A hint of nostalgia mingled with determination flickered in his eyes. With a sigh, Xiao remarked, If I were to trust easily, I fear I would truly be courting death. Does Xiao trust Han Qi? No. He has never trusted him. Trust is a precious commodity for the current Xiao, especially toward the scholar from the Hamlin Academy who suddenly came to seek refuge. With an unclear background that why Xiao had no reason, nor should he, to place his trust in him directly. Observing his words and actions is the only way to gradually build trust. In truth, the same applies to Han Qi. Xiao's capabilities, vision, and decisiveness are likewise under his scrutiny, and if Xiao were truly incapable of achieving great things, Han Qi would not remain by his side. Xiao understood that he could not take charge of the disaster relief. It was not his place that, in Xiao's view, the second prince possesses formidable mobilization capabilities. He can procure grain, physicians, and medicines from external sources, as well as organize sufficient craftsmen to assist these disaster victims in rebuilding their homes. Those are not things he can compare to. His assertion that disaster relief is better handled by the second prince is not mere flattery. After all, the strength of that family is evident. However, what Xiao did not anticipate was that the second prince, whom he expected to arrive within 3 to 5 days, had delayed for a full 7 days without showing up at this moment. The disaster victims of Yong'an County, having received food, had begun to rebuild their homes. Meanwhile, Xiao's reputation among these people had risen to that of a savior. In their most desperate hour, Xiao's appearance had rescued them. These tens of thousands of disaster victims contributed immense vitality to Xiao daily, propelling his cultivation to new heights. Yet in their hearts, the concept of loyalty did not exist. Gradually, they would forget about Xiao, focusing on their own lives. Only occasionally would they recall him, still holding a sense of respect. Conversely, Yi Zhao's subordinates would continually contribute to his reputation. Within the Yong'an County government office, Yi Zhao's expression darkened like water. The second prince, I never expected him to be so ruthless. Yi Zhao slammed his fist down in anger, causing a thunderous sound to echo off the table. Beside him, Han Qi shook his head helplessly. The second prince is deliberately stalling for time. The funds allocated by the court for disaster relief are indeed insufficient. With each day he delays, countless disaster victims perish in the calamity, thereby reducing the gap in funding. Furthermore, when he arrives to complete the disaster relief, the citizens will still express their gratitude toward him. I have dispatched individuals to gather intelligence, and the situation across Qian is exceedingly dire. Numerous locales have already succumbed to outbreaks, with the populace falling ill in the wilderness. Deprived of sufficient sustenance, conditions are profoundly bleak. Yi Zhao clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Had I known he would act in such a manner, it would have been better for me to seize the relief efforts myself." Han Qi sighed deeply, stating, "At this juncture, we can only wait." "Wait? Ha! I shall not wait, idly go. Send word to every corner, proclaiming that the second prince wields the authority over disaster relief yet embezzles funds and engages in debauchery. He revels in pleasures daily, departing concurrently with the third prince, who is actively attending to disaster relief in Yong'an County while the second prince dawdles." Han Qi's mouth fell agape at such malevolence. Nevertheless, upon reflecting on the second prince's current conduct, a grin unexpectedly spread across his face that he relished it. "Your orders are my command." On the official road, the second prince's caravan moved forward slowly. Nearby, a farmer driving an ox cart passed by, and a child atop it exclaimed, "Wow, Grandpa, what a splendid carriage. What is it for?" "Shh! No noise. This is a procession of significant individuals. But why are they moving so slowly? They are important figures. Naturally, they cannot hurry like us." At that moment, the second prince reclined within his luxurious carriage, far more opulent than Yi Zhao's .6 majestic steeds pulled it, providing ample space. The second prince lay back on soft cushions, a book covering his face as he slumbered. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the carriage. "Report. Your Highness, we have received word from Qian. Read it." The knight broke the wax seal and withdrew the letter, his eyes widening in shock upon reading its contents. "Your Highness, perhaps it is best if you read it yourself. I instructed you to read. The letter from the disaster-stricken land. How filthy could it be? Must it pass through my hands?" The man, left with no choice, lowered his voice and began. "Recently, rumors have spread throughout Qian." The second prince removed the book from his face, opened the carriage window, and barked, "Louder! Are you trying to mimic a mosquito? Who can hear such a feeble voice?" The subordinate's face flushed as he raised his volume. "Recently, there have been widespread rumors in Qian, asserting that the second prince embezzles disaster relief funds, engages in debauchery, and delights in dressing as a woman to entice strong men. He indulges in pleasures daily, neglecting his duties to the court, having departed on the same day as the third prince, yet arriving over half a month late, exacerbating the disaster." Han Qi, seizing upon Yi Zhao's remarks, made slight modifications. This time the reader's voice was amplified, resonating clearly throughout the entire entourage. Even the farmer and his grandson from earlier overheard. "Grandpa, what is a debauchee? Be quiet. Hurry along." The old man whipped the ox furiously. Clutching his grandson protectively, the ox let out a long bellow, quickening its pace. The second prince's face turned crimson with rage. He gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at the messenger. The man, filled with trepidation, instinctively bowed his head. What vile slander! It must be that scoundrel, the third prince. No one else could utter such shameless words. The second prince bellowed, "Go, summon all my strategists at once." The second prince's caravan came to a complete halt. Shortly after, a throng of individuals gathered beside the carriage, exchanging glances as they passed around the letter. "What should we do now?" The second prince, now seething with fury, could tolerate being slandered, but the latter remarks were intolerable. One literate man furrowed his brow and suggested, "Your Highness, in my humble opinion, we should first instruct the officials in Qian to quell the rumors and assert that the third prince arrived first because he had no disaster relief duties." while your highness needed to coordinate supplies from various regions, hence the delay. Moreover, we should hasten our journey. If we allow these rumors to spread unchecked, even if the relief is completed later, we may still not reap the benefits. Upon hearing this, the second prince fell into contemplation. What is there to hesitate about? The funds allocated for disaster relief by Father Emperor are insufficient, and my uncle intends to profit further. How can we proceed? The people around him were all loyalists. Speaking without reservation, one of them chuckled. Your Highness, with the epidemic rampant in Qian, as long as you arrive, we can isolate the sick from the healthy, with the pretext of lacking medicine. Many of these individuals may perish. Thus, even if we arrive a bit earlier, the shortfall will not be too great, and we can subsequently request additional funds from the court for disaster relief. It should suffice to complete the relief, albeit with a smaller profit for us. Greed is the lurking demon within the human heart. It can be said that everyone harbors greed. Yet, to what extent will one go for the sake of gain? This varies from person to person. Does the second prince lack money? No. His maternal family is also affluent. Yet even so, amidst the tightening of relief funds, he still seeks to profit. Ultimately, he decided to expedite the journey. Once the pace quickened, within a few days the second prince, accompanied by a substantial supply of relief grain, entered the territory of Yong'an County, the first stop in Qian. Xiao remained there. He did not rashly venture into Qian. For during his reconnaissance, he discovered that while some took advantage of the chaos, there were no large-scale bandits to contend with. Thus, the matter of bandit suppression could not be discussed at this moment. Secondly, he lacked sufficient resources. Without grain, as previously analyzed, it is challenging to make any significant impact in severely afflicted areas. A skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. That is the essence of the matter. The second prince's caravan, laden with abundant provisions, grandly approached Yong'an County. Open the city gates. The second prince's carriage has arrived. The gates swung open, but before the second prince's carriage could enter, Xiao had already emerged from the city with the golden scale guards in tow. One individual from the second prince's entourage furrowed his brow and shouted, "What is the meaning of this, third prince?" Xiao coldly laughed, stepping forward to survey the sun. "What is the meaning? It is only just past noon. Hasten forward, and you shall reach Liang by evening. The disaster situation in Yong'an County has already temporarily eased. What purpose do you have in entering the city?" Upon hearing this, the second prince lifted the carriage curtain, fuming. "Xiao, do not create a ruckus here. We have traveled a long distance and require entry to rest and prepare. So fond of resting? Stay home if you wish to lie about. What are you even doing here for disaster relief? Have you been rendered impotent? You took 10 days to cover a distance that should have taken only 2 days." Xiao suppressed his fury, fully unleashing it now. The second prince had never anticipated that Xiao would show him such disrespect. His face turned scarlet, and he retorted fiercely, "What do you know? Gathering food, purchasing grain, and transporting it do not take time. Do you think I could just come with people like you? Oh, have you grown a backbone? Dare to argue?" Xiao coldly scoffed, stepping forward at that moment. Several individuals suddenly blocked the second prince's path, their imposing auras clearly surpassing Xiao's by a considerable margin. Xiao halted, casting a wary glance at them, and coldly stated, "Regardless, you shall not enter the city today. Either proceed to Liang now or remain outside the city." "Very well. Xiao, remember this. Today our matter is far from concluded." The second prince understood that if Xiao stated he could not enter the city, then he absolutely could not. He immediately turned his cohort around, heading straight for Liang, with Xiao and the golden scale guards trailing closely behind. The disaster relief in Yong'an County was nearly complete. As the area had sustained lighter damage, the grain Xiao borrowed from various households, once distributed, would be sufficient for the disaster victims to endure until next autumn's harvest. In the interim, while waiting, Xiao did not remain idle, instructing Han Qi to oversee the local populace in assisting the victims in rebuilding their homes. Han Qi was tirelessly busy, growing increasingly gaunt, yet his capabilities shone through, whether communicating with the populace, mobilizing manpower, or organizing construction. He executed everything flawlessly. Clearly, he was not merely a bookish scholar. As they ventured deeper into Jin, the environment grew progressively more harrowing, with corpses strewn about and the stench of decay permeating the air. At this moment, Xiao noticed that his blood-red dragon flag emitted sporadic glimmers of golden light, dispersing into the bodies of the golden scale guards, though he was not entirely certain of the implications. Xiao believed it could only bring benefits, not detriments. Meanwhile, the second prince arrived in Liang by evening. In contrast to Yong'an County, the plight of Liang's citizens was far more tragic. The city had also suffered from flooding. However, the authorities did not bar the disaster victims from entering the city as they had elsewhere, instead consolidating supplies for distribution. Although everyone was still hungry, they managed to secure some broth and water, ensuring they would not starve. Yet, they all appeared haggard and emaciated. Liang's magistrate, Lian, greeted the second prince in a soiled official robe. The second prince was about to head out to greet someone when he noticed Xiao approaching on horseback. Alone, he turned and angrily exclaimed, "What do you want?" "Just here to watch the commotion," Xiao replied with a sense of righteousness, leaving him somewhat helpless. The sensation of being scrutinized by watchful eyes was decidedly uncomfortable. At that moment, Li Yin, who appeared emaciated and frail, glanced at the two of them and bowed to the second prince, reporting, "Your Highness, the food supplies in the city have been exhausted. Had you not arrived in time, the disaster-stricken populace would scarcely have lasted much longer." No need to think that I doubt he is doing anything other than picking up stones on the way, Xiao retorted without reservation. The second prince turned to face Xiao, bellowing, "It's you? I assent to it? Who else could it be? Those clandestine matters of yours. Who but your brother would know?" Xiao scoffed. "Such claims are nothing but fabrications. How do you intend to prove it? Strip down and show everyone." Hearing their quarrel, Li Yin sighed in exasperation, saying, "Your Highnesses, the most pressing issue at hand is disaster relief and epidemic prevention. There have already been reports of plague victims in the city. I have implemented some emergency measures, but we are lacking in medical supplies and will need to make further arrangements. I understand. I will coordinate promptly and request some doctors from the neighboring provinces, as well as procure medicine. In the meantime, Magistrate Li, please take people to distribute porridge to the populace. Wine men will conduct an investigation within the county to separate the sick from the healthy." The second prince issued his orders. Xiao remained silent. After all, the responsibility for disaster relief lay with the second prince. Upon entering the city, the Golden Scale Guard set up camp outside. Returning to the camp, Xiao was approached by Han Shi, who had a broken bowl in hand, and whispered, "Your Highness, look. This is the disaster relief grain prepared by the second prince." Xiao looked down to see the bowl filled with a dark, unappetizing mixture. Han Shi continued, "I managed to sneak a handful of the relief rice just now. All of this rice is nothing but old, spoiled grain. Worse still, it's mixed with sand and dirt. The disaster victims are already weak. Consuming this could easily lead to fatalities for those with sensitive stomachs." Xiao took a deep breath. The starving populace would eat anything, but how many could withstand such tainted food? Their already frail bodies, coupled with unsanitary conditions, would surely lead to dire consequences. Xiao, come with me, Xiao commanded as he took the bowl of rice and made his way into the city. The second prince had already occupied a grand residence, where a sumptuous feast was laid out before him. Accustomed to indulgence from a young age, he required a dedicated chef even when traveling. Each meal consisted of 8 dishes and a soup, never skimping on variety. At this moment, several maidservants attended to him, serving dishes and replenishing soup with utmost diligence. However, he was cautious. Before dining, he had someone test the food for poison with a silver needle, and had the maidservants sample each dish first. Only after confirming their safety did he begin to eat heartily. Just as he was enjoying his meal, a commotion erupted outside. "Third prince, please wait. The second prince is dining. We must inform him before you enter." The servants made a token effort to block Xiao, but none dared to lay a hand on him. Given his notorious temper, the second prince looked up. Xiao had already barged in. The guards at the second prince's side stepped forward, but the second prince dismissed them with indifference. "No need to stop him. He is already inside." Xiao took a seat across from him. Surveying the feast laid out on the table, he smiled slightly. "Brother, your appetite seems quite hearty. I have nothing against enjoying life. As members of the royal family, it is only natural that we dine well and live comfortably. As he spoke, Xiao flung the bowl of rice onto the table. However, as members of the Qian royal family, should we not possess a degree of compassion for our own subjects? This bowl of rice could very well kill someone. The second prince glanced at the bowl of rice, unfazed. Do you wish to hear the truth or a lie? Let me hear the lie first. Xiao replied. The second prince chuckled. The treasury has limited funds, and with the autumn harvest approaching but not yet realized, grain is scarce and prices are soaring that we are forced to procure inferior, aged rice mixed with sand to provide for the disaster victims. Once the harvest is in, the government will allocate funds and grain for improvement, as for the sand. It is a precaution against opportunistic individuals mingling with the victims to take advantage of the relief supplies and thus reduce costs. With a grin, the second prince added, What do you think? Even Father Emperor would struggle to find fault with such reasoning. Xiao maintained a calm demeanor and inquired, And the truth? The truth is quite simple. The second prince said softly. On that day in the court, you claimed that you could handle disaster relief better than I. I know that your assertion stems not from a lack of ability, but from the absence of the substantial merchant backing that I possess. Should you take on disaster relief, I might even secretly hinder you, ensuring that you encounter various issues in collecting and transporting grain. At this point, a flash of anger crossed the second prince's eyes. But do you think I can command those merchants to obey me without question? They support me, yet I cannot compel them to comply. The most powerful merchant among them is my uncle. I rely on them to gather and transport grain, but they will always seek to profit from the arrangement. The grain may be poor, but if I don't allow them to profit, I would have nothing at all. Should I then go to the victims with nothing but empty silver coins? Xiao slammed the table in fury, exclaiming, But this is outrageous exploitation. Then you should do it yourself. I can provide you with silver right now. Go buy grain. If you can successfully transport into Qian, I will concede your prowess. The second prince countered defiantly. You have no idea of their power. I can assure you, the grain prices in the surrounding counties of Qian have already surged threefold before the autumn harvest. You will not find any cheap grain. Even if you compel the officials, do you really believe they will act diligently? And if they do you think there won't be consequences? The next day, someone's head might just be found hanging at the government office. Xiao was not swayed by his words and pointed out the crux of the matter. But there shouldn't be so much sand mixed in. The second prince remained unperturbed. There's no other way. The funds are limited, and I do not wish to mix in sand, but the situation demands it. It's survival of the fittest. That's the way of the world. Leaning forward, he glared at Xiao like a venomous snake, dark and menacing. The same goes for us brothers, is it not? You and I, the eldest and the fourth, it is destined that only one of us will survive. Xiao gazed at the second prince, whose face bore a fierce expression, and suddenly smiled. Yin, I once told you if you don't provoke me, I might spare your life, but now I tell you, if I gain power, I will kill you, along with your entire maternal family. The second prince, Yin, remained unfazed, chuckling lightly. I feel the same way. At that moment, a servant approached to announce, Your Highness, Li Yin is seeking an audience outside. Let him in, Xiao commanded. Yin hurried in, disregarding formalities, and urgently questioned the second prince. Your Highness, I must ask, why is there so much sand mixed in the relief porridge? While mixing sand into disaster relief porridge was not unprecedented, excessive amounts posed a significant danger. The second prince regarded him with a glance. That's just how the relief grain is. If you don't wish to eat it, then don't. He offered a brief explanation to Xiao, but had no intention of indulging Li Yin further. Li Yin was left speechless, then pressed urgently. Your Highness, I've observed your soldiers drawing quarantine lines in the city. Too many disaster victims are rushing in. The plague is like a ferocious tiger. Anyone who might be infected must be kept at bay. We cannot afford any negligence. The second prince coldly replied. Li Yin. His sharp rebuke left Li Yin feeling desperate and helpless. He had initially thought that the arrival of the disaster relief team would be a beacon of hope for the victims. But now it seemed that, for many, it might just be a death knell. Xiao rose and walked outside, with Qian trailing closely behind him. As they passed by Li Yin, Xiao softly said, Let us go. There's no point in reasoning with him. His tone was remarkably flat, as if devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Anger, at times, proves to be a futile emotion, one that brings about no change in circumstances. After a brief hesitation, Li Yin followed closely behind Xiao, hastily departing. Observing the departing figures of Xiao and the others, the second prince's gaze turned icy. He resolved to send someone to inquire with his uncle about how much longer it would take to prepare. The third must perish in Jiuyuan this time. Within Yi Zhao's tent, Li Yin was voraciously consuming the meal before him. For him, such delectable food had long been a rarity. Do not consume that disaster relief rice mixed with sand. If you fall ill, the chaos in Liang County will only worsen. Yi Xiao gently admonished. He could discern that this Li Yin was unlike the previous Wang Fu. He was a diligent and earnest official. The fact that Liang had managed to maintain a semblance of order thus far was largely due to Li Yan's efforts. Li Yin nodded appreciatively. Thank you, third prince, for your guidance. I understand. I could see that moment. He was already aware of the entire situation, and his face was etched with fury. After this matter, I will certainly report to the court and lodge a formal complaint against the second prince. Yi Xiao remained non-committal. The adversary had long been prepared to counter any accusations, rendering them impervious to blame. Thinking of the suffering victims, sorrow flickered in Li Yan's eyes as he sighed. The second prince is deliberately reducing the number of disaster victims. His approach to disaster relief is excessively ruthless, especially towards those in quarantine, that I fear that within a few days, they will all succumb to illness. That I observed that there were no medicines for treating the disease among the second prince's convoy, nor any doctors. These people are doomed. After enduring so much hardship to support the victims, the thought of numerous citizens dying as a result filled him with profound anguish. Suddenly, Han Qi, who had been silent for a while, turned to Yi Xiao and said, "Your Highness, I have a plan. I wonder if it could be feasible. Speak." Han Qi took a deep breath and said, "The second prince's actions are indeed insidious. That I believe we could employ a similar tactic. Find a corpse that died of the plague. Bind it with stones, place it in a sack, and toss it into the well of the second prince's residence. This would surely make him fall ill." Qian could not help but interject. "That's useless. Though that brat's cultivation is not high, he possesses a top-tier martial art. While the plague is formidable, it cannot take his life. In just a few days, with a little treatment, he will recover." Han Qi shook his head. "I know it cannot harm his life, but people are most concerned about their own survival. If he exhibits any symptoms of the plague, coupled with a widespread outbreak among his subordinates, he will inevitably summon doctors and medicines. At that point, even if he only pretends to care, he will have those doctors attend to the patients and provide them with more medicinal supplies, thereby saving more lives." After Han Qi finished speaking, he noticed the other occupants of the room regarding him with strange expressions, including Li Yin, who had ceased eating. "What's the matter? Is there something wrong with what I said?" He appeared bewildered. "Is their problem. From a strategic standpoint, there is indeed no issue, but from a moral perspective, feeding others with water contaminated by a plague-ridden corpse, that seems rather inappropriate." Yi Xiao stood up and stretched. "I am a bit fatigued. You all can decide what to do." With that, Yi Xiao left the tent. The three remaining individuals exchanged glances, their gazes ultimately landing on Qian. Infuriated, Qian exclaimed, "Why are you two looking at me? We are merely scholars, incapable of physical confrontation. Naturally, we must rely on you. Senior He." Qian gritted his teeth and retorted, "You learn men have dark hearts." The second prince fell ill. Despite his meticulous scrutiny for poisons and food, he still succumbed to illness. Some substances are far more difficult to detect than poison. Burning with fever and racked with pain, Yin lay in bed, his eyes tightly shut, impatiently demanding, "When will the doctor arrive?" A nearby guard softly reassured him, "Your Highness, do not panic. Although you have contracted the plague, your cultivation level offers you protection. We too have been feeling somewhat unwell these past few days. I do not care. When will they arrive? They should arrive this afternoon." "That's good. Go urge them again." As the second prince spoke, he fell into a deep sleep, leaving several guards to sigh in resignation. For martial artists, the plague was not as terrifying as imagined. With robust physiques, they merely required a few days of rest to recover. However, This pampered second prince, accustomed to a life of luxury, had gone mad on the first day of his illness, insisting that letters be sent out to gather medicines and doctors. Even Xiao had not anticipated this. The second prince had managed to summon 10 carts of medicine. His intention was clear. Not a single patient was to be found in Liang County. Yes, after falling ill, his sole thought was that Liang County must not harbor any sick individuals, for he did not wish to contract the disease himself. Watching the long convoy of medicinal supplies and a multitude of doctors slowly enter Liang County, Yi Zhao's gaze turned increasingly frigid. What was once beyond his control, what were once issues of insufficient funds, suddenly ceased to be problems when his life was at stake in just 3 days. With 10 carts of medicine and hundreds of doctors, alongside the logistics involved, one could clearly see the extent of his resource-gathering capabilities. Yi Xiao was certain that if he desired, this disaster relief effort could indeed save many lives. Yet in his eyes, those lives were worth less than the benefits he could personally reap. Just as Yi Xiao was observing the medical convoy entering the city, a figure rushed in, bowing to Yi Xiao as he reported. "Third Prince, the second prince requests your presence. He has urgent matters to discuss." Upon their next meeting, the second prince was buried under blankets, his eyes dimmed. Upon seeing Yi Xiao enter, he gritted his teeth and said, "Third brother, do you know? Just now, a corpse was retrieved from the well in the backyard. It was stuffed in a sack and weighed down with stones. Goodness, it seems that the residence you selected has witnessed a tragedy. We must have Li Yin conduct a thorough investigation." Yi Xiao replied casually. The second prince stared intently at Yi Xiao, seemingly searching for any hint of emotional fluctuation on his face. "However, my subordinates examined the corpse and concluded that it had only died a few days ago. Based on the degree of decomposition, it must have been discarded in the well after I moved in." "Ha! Your subordinates are quite talented." Yi Xiao feigned ignorance but then deliberately stated, "But that water is truly unfit for consumption. It is utterly disgusting." "Disgusting? Of course it is. The second prince has already vomited multiple times. Enough of this. Let us discuss serious matters. The grain convoy bound for Jiuyuan has been intercepted." The second prince's voice was cold as he sternly reproached. "Father commanded you to lead troops against the bandits. What have you been doing? Merely indulging yourself outside the city. If this continues, how many lives will be lost due to the delay in grain supply to Jiuyuan?" Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes at S. "Oh, what does the second brother mean?" "I will immediately dispatch another batch of grain, medicine, and doctors to Jiuyuan.to prevent any further bandit attacks. You shall be responsible for the escort. Given that third brother possesses a compassionate heart, I trust you will not refuse, will you? If this shipment were to be lost again, Jiuyuan would likely become a graveyard." The two locked eyes, an unspoken understanding passing between them. This was a trap, an overtly laid pitfall for Yi Xiao. The choice of whether to leap into it lay solely with him. For Yi Zhao's duty was to eliminate bandits, not to escort supplies. He could easily refuse, citing the need to seek out the bandits instead. In the second prince's gaze, Yi Xiao detected a profound taunt. Even without words, he could discern the challenge in his eyes. Wazti had said that one should possess compassion to take the risk of escorting while tying it to disaster relief supplies. Did he dare? Those supplies were the lifeline for the people. If he failed to act, they would surely perish at that moment. The blame for the failure in combating banditry and disaster relief would fall squarely on his shoulders. Yet if he did go, he would be stepping into a veritable hell of danger. This was a blatant scheme, a scheme designed to force Yi Xiao into a dilemma. Silence enveloped the room as Yi Xiao and second Prince Yin exchanged glances. He awaited Yi Zhao's response. Suddenly, Yi Xiao smiled. "It seems you have dug a pit for me." Yin remained silent, his voice hoarse as he said, "Is third brother unwilling to go? I can find someone else." Illness had left him with a sore throat. Even with his cultivation, he could not escape some discomfort. Yi Xiao turned to leave the room. "Just provide me with the grain, medicine, and doctors. I do not require you to send a single soldier or laborer. I will gather them myself." Yi Xiao harbored no desire for the second prince to gain prominence. Having the second prince's entourage close at hand could lead to unforeseen complications should any misfortune arise, merely adding to the burden. As he watched Yi Xiao depart, he called out loudly, "Then I wish my third brother swift success." As his words echoed, a middle-aged man emerged from behind a screen. This Xiao. Indeed, a striking figure. Exuding remarkable authority, a true leader. The speaker was named Cui Changhe, a member of the illustrious Cui family, and the second prince's uncle. The second prince, feeling somewhat displeased by Cui's praise of Xiao, retorted, "Third uncle, have you lost sight of your loyalties?" "Huh." Cui Changhe laughed heartily. "It is precisely because I am aware of my allegiances that I offer my assistance. I merely lament the rarity of individuals like Xiao, whose innate nobility and majesty are seldom encountered, having traversed the world and mingled with countless dignitaries and royal families." Yin gritted his teeth and declared, "What am I lacking compared to him? Have you seen his mannerisms? There is not a shred of decorum." Cui Changhe sighed. "True, his actions may lack the nuances of royal etiquette, yet the pride, nobility, and authority that emanate from him are indeed rare in this world. I assure you, my judgment is sound. Such qualities are ineffable yet palpably present. For instance, you possess nobility, but lack the imposing presence to command respect and win hearts, relying instead on wealth and ruthless tactics." The second prince fell into silence. To be frank, had anyone else made such remarks, he would have dismissed them outright. However, Cui Changhe was his uncle and a steadfast supporter of the Cui family. With such a figure extolling Xiao's virtues, he found it difficult to deny that Xiao indeed possessed unique attributes. "Uncle, is there truly no issue in Jiuyuan?" He proactively changed the subject. "Of course," Cui Changhe smiled faintly. "Xiao's journey there is a perilous one, fraught with danger. Outside Liang City, the Jinlin Guard has begun its march. A considerable amount of disaster relief provisions, medicinal herbs, and dozens of physicians accompany the convoy. Li Yin has personally rallied 3,000 laborers, primarily honest farmers, to assist in escorting the supplies. Has Yanzhe ensured the safety of the convoy and conducted a thorough inspection?" "Yes, everything has been verified. There are no concealed items. All personnel have been checked. None possess martial prowess, weapons, or magical artifacts." Yanzhe approached Xiao and bowed. "Your Highness, the inspection is complete. We may proceed." Xiao gazed into the distance, then abruptly turned to Yanzhe, saying, "General Yin, this path we tread may lead us through fire and brimstone, and many may perish. If we wish to reconsider our course, now is the time." Yanzhe was taken aback. "Puzzled, Your Highness. Why do you say this? As soldiers, if we fear battle and death, how can we aspire to achieve great deeds? In the chaos of war, life and death are dictated by fate. We too are subject to this. There are no guaranteed victories. If we only seek certainty, then we ought to forego all battles." Xiao regarded him in silence for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. "Huh, you speak wisely. General Yin, it appears I have overthought this. Let us set forth." The convoy surged forward in a grand procession. Meanwhile, at the city gate, the second prince watched Xiao's retreating figure, his eyes cold with malice. He murmured to himself, "Xiao, today you shall comprehend that the merchants you disdain possess far greater influence than you can fathom." Within the convoy, Xiao seemed to sense something amiss. He cast a glance back at the guards flanking Yin. This fellow is surrounded by competent protectors. Otherwise, letting Hishu deal with him would have been far simpler. In truth, Xiao's murderous intent was not absent. At this juncture, he and Yin were essentially locked in a life-or-death struggle. However, those few around Yin were not weak, and Xiao did not wish to take unnecessary risks on the official road. The procession advanced with great momentum. The sun blazed overhead, and although it was early autumn, the heat remained oppressive. The soldiers beneath their leather armor were drenched in sweat, each step seemingly requiring immense effort. The convoy pressed on in silence. As Jiuyuan Prefecture came into view, the city walls at last appeared. Xiao could finally breathe a sigh of relief. They had maintained a state of heightened vigilance throughout the journey. Dozens of scouts had been cycling through, patrolling the surroundings to prevent enemy encounters. Yet, contrary to Xiao's expectations, the journey had been eerily tranquil. What surprised Xiao was the absence of disaster victims beneath the city wall, only the stark sight of bleached bones. "Wang Hu, go and call the city," Yanzhe commanded. Xiao suddenly interjected, "Wait, something is amiss." Yanzhe paused, confused. "Your Highness, what seems out of place?" Xiao turned to Yin, gesturing towards the bones below the city wall. His voice cold. General Yin, what do you think caused those corpses to turn to bones? Yin fell silent. What do you mean, Your Highness? Xiao gazed at the imposing walls of Jiuyuan City. His tone frosty. The multitude of bleached bones indicates cannibalism. Jiuyuan City has likely transformed into a realm of the dead. No sooner had he spoken than the gates of Jiuyuan City swung wide open. Countless able-bodied men surged forth, wielding swords, axes, sickles, and clubs. Their eyes were filled with madness. Kill, slay the treacherous dogs of the court, and we shall have food. In an instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries. In Liang, the second Prince Yi Yin's condition had improved considerably. Before him lay an array of fruits, meats, and wine. Cui Chang'e sat opposite him, downing a cup with gusto, and remarked, the great disaster in Jiuyuan has prompted noble families and merchants to evacuate. Many influential households have fled early. Your Highness has delayed considerably on the road, and the disaster victims can no longer endure. In times of desperation, people will resort to any means, and ambitious souls are plentiful. With just a little provocation, civil unrest can arise. Of the hundreds of thousands, only a few tens of thousands remain. The rest have become sustenance. That Xiao commands merely 3,000 armored guards, facing tens of thousands desperate for survival. Even his cunning will not suffice. The second prince rarely exhibited hesitation. Yet he questioned, Uncle, is the loss of life not excessive this time? Excessive? Not at all. Though Jiuyuan Prefecture faces tremendous upheaval. Have you not already submitted your report? Once His Majesty receives it, the imperial army will arrive shortly. Those tens of thousands of disaster victims will be mere dust in the face of the imperial might. After the chaos settles, Jiuyuan will be nearly desolate, vast tracts of land left fallow. You could recommend Wang Fu as the prefect of Jiuyuan. My Chui family could also seize the opportunity to annex land. Rest assured, we shall fulfill our obligations to the court without fail. When the time comes, you will have the merit of the recommendation, and the Chui family will reap substantial profits deep within the palace. Yi Zhuan sat before two memorials, a playful smile gracing his lips. Before him stood Su Mingxian, the Prime Minister to Qian. Prime Minister Su, take a look at these two memorials. Su Mingxian approached, bowing slightly to receive the document from the hands of the chief steward. He lowered his gaze to read, and his brow furrowed at once. That why Yi Zhuan addressed him languidly. The second prince's memorial criticizes Yi Xiao for his ineffectiveness in suppressing bandits, resulting in the confiscation of disaster relief supplies, and reports that Jiuyuan is in disarray. Jiuyuan has fallen. He requests reinforcements from the court. Meanwhile, the third prince claims the second prince is slow in his journey, deliberately delaying relief efforts. Prime Minister Su, who do you believe is in the right? Your Majesty, at this moment, the most pressing matter is the eradication of the rebel forces. In my humble opinion, we could dispatch 70,000 troops from Ezhou at the fastest pace to Jiuyuan to quell the uprising. 70,000 soldiers should suffice to pacify the tens of thousands of disaster victims turned rebels. The hall fell into silence. After a moment, Yi Zhuan spoke coldly. I did not inquire about your solutions. What I wish to know is, based on these memorials, which prince is justified? Su Mingxian clasped his hands, replying, both princes are deeply concerned for the nation and the people. Their memorials carry weight in their considerations. If your Majesty seeks to discern right from wrong, it will be prudent to await their return to Tang'an and summon them for a face-to-face confrontation. Only then can the truth be unveiled. Yi Zhuan waved his hand dismissively. Very well. Proceed as you suggest. Issue orders for the Ezhou troops to head to Jiuyuan for disaster relief. As he watched Su Mingxian depart, Yi Zhuan turned his gaze back to the two memorials. Suddenly, a smile crept across his face. Ah, Su Mingxian, you are indeed astute. Recognizing the essence of the issue, should one of them fail to return to Tang'an, what would be the question of right or wrong? Let them fight. As long as they remain discreet and leave no traces, the more ruthless their methods, the better. The ruler of Qian bears the weight of the world, without a modicum of cunning. How can they maintain their seat upon the dragon throne? Outside the city of Jiuyuan, a tumultuous horde of rebels emerged. They were disorganized, lacking a commander. Yet they possessed one distinct advantage: sheer numbers. The martial arts masters are indeed remarkable. However, it is often the case that quantitative changes can lead to qualitative transformations, as long as the numbers are sufficient. Even the most skilled martial artists can be overwhelmed. A throng of tens of thousands surged forth from the city, their battle cries piercing the heavens. The porters tasked with transporting grain were thrown into utter disarray. It was unclear who led the charge, but they turned tail and fled. At that moment, the Golden Scale Guards dispatched scouts from all directions, returning in haste. "Your Highness, foes approach from all sides. It is difficult to ascertain a path for breakout." Xiao's expression grew grave as he coldly declared, "It appears our movements have been compromised. They have intentionally widened their encirclement to evade our scouts. Prepare for a breakout." "Absolutely not." At that instant, Yan Zhe surveyed the surroundings, where waves of armed disaster survivors emerged. He spoke in a somber tone, "Your Highness, the enemy's forces vastly outnumber us. Their numbers are several times greater than ours, should we attempt to break through. Our formations will inevitably scatter, and our inexperienced troops will be left without support, leading to certain annihilation, with only a scant few surviving. I am willing to lead our forces in a defensive formation, to the best of my ability, to slay the enemy and fight to the death, seeking a slender chance of victory. Your Highness may take the senior guards and break through on your own." As his words fell, the fleeing porters encountered the chaotic soldiers, who, in their bloodlust, showed no mercy, ruthlessly attacking the farmers in a mere moment. The porters were all slaughtered. Xiao glanced at Yan Zhe, then at the increasingly tense Golden Scale Guards. Suddenly he bellowed, "Everyone, these chaotic forces present us with an opportunity for glory. We must not let it slip away. I, Xiao, the Prince of the Qian, am willing to fight alongside you here, if we must perish. Let it be with the souls of the fallen." The previously anxious Golden Scale Guards, bolstered by Xiao's fervent shout, found their spirits rising. They were willing to follow the third prince into battle. The air was filled with cries of battle, rivaling the might of 1,000 troops. Though they were new recruits, until today, none had taken a life. Yet, the long and arduous training had instilled in them a fearless resolve. At that moment, Yan Zhe's voice rang out. Golden Scale Guards formed the triple circular formation. In an instant, all began to move instinctively, countless rehearsals allowing them to remember their roles even amid the tension. The formation was completed in less than 15 breaths. Prepare the sleeve crossbows. The Golden Scale Guards did not wield bows, but each had a sleeve crossbow tucked in their cuffs, equipped with 5 bolts. First row, aim for the legs. Second row, prepare. Shoot. As the enemy drew near, Yan Zhe issued the cold command. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sleeve crossbows fired. Compared to standard bows, the sleeve crossbows had significantly less power. However, the chaotic forces were lacking even proper armor. As countless bolts flew forth, the charging enemy fell to the ground in droves. Second row, shoot. Third row, prepare. The circular formation continuously unleashed bolts, sending more of the chaotic troops to their deaths. As the bolts were exhausted and the enemy closed in, Yan Zhe remained calm and detached, like an unyielding boulder, directing the fight with unwavering poise. First row, shields and spears to meet them. Second row, pierce through the gaps. Wang Hu, lead a battalion to reinforce. Sun Qing, prepare the thunder fire pills. With each command issued, the disparity between the two forces became evident. The long-term systematic training had fostered a seamless cooperation among the Golden Scale Guards, and, as they tasted blood, their ferocity began to awaken. They maintained their formation while tirelessly dispatching the enemy. Waves of attackers fell before them, yet the sheer number of chaotic troops seemed inexhaustible. Xiao joined the fray. With a long sword in hand, he plunged into the throng, swinging with abandon, his sword aura cutting through. And in an instant, several foes were cleaved in two. Were these adversaries strong? Not particularly. In fact, they posed no real resistance against Xiao. Yet, the situation was dire. As time slipped by, Xiao lost count of how many he had slain. Corpses littered the ground, and he was drenched in blood. He Kun was similarly engaged, battling through the throng to alleviate the pressure on the Golden Scale Guards. Yet, despite their efforts, the number of injured among the Golden Scale Guards continued to rise. There was no remedy. Their strength was waning. Amidst the relentless attrition, despair began to seep into the hearts of the Golden Scale Guards. Despite the belief that they had vanquished many foes and the ground was strewn with bodies, the enemy continued to surge forth. In truth, had it not been for the protection of their quality leather armor, many Golden Scale Guards would have already perished. Yet Yin Zai's gaze remained resolute. Seasoned by battle, he discerned that some of the chaotic troops had begun to falter. Their assault hesitated, wavering, on the city walls. A tall man observed the disorder below. Suddenly, he bellowed, "Brothers, we have no retreat. If we do not slay these imperial dogs, we shall all perish. 1,000 gold coins for each enemy slain, and 10 beauties. Slay ye Xiao, be granted the title of Grand General." In truth, this was a critical moment. The Golden Scale Guards were indeed at their limit, yet the chaotic troops were also suffering heavy casualties. No one wished to lose their life. Survival is a fundamental human instinct. A surge of momentum may lead to decline, and thereafter exhaustion, present. Both sides resembled a tightly stretched rubber band. Either the Golden Scale Guards would be scattered and completely entangled with the chaotic troops, leading to inevitable annihilation, or the morale of the chaotic forces would plummet, causing them to collapse like a house of cards. The man's cultivation was not low. His words echoed with resounding power. The chaotic troops surged forward as if invigorated. After all, for these peasant men, 10 beauties were a dream beyond imagination. They charged at the Golden Scale Guards. Yi Xiao gasped for breath. Were the Golden Scale Guards strong? Indeed, they were formidable. A new army, under siege by over 100,000 chaotic troops, had held their formation for an entire hour without a single casualty, even managing to slay tens of thousands of enemies. Yet ultimately, human strength is finite. Observing the chaotic forces, now seemingly invigorated, and the nearly exhausted Golden Scale Guards, any discerning eye could see that the Golden Scale Guards were on the brink of collapse. At that moment, He Kun rushed to Yi Zhao's side, urging urgently, "Your Highness, lure, and I will protect you as we break through. This cannot continue. Decisive action must be taken in the heat of battle." He Kun grasped Yi Xiao, imploring fervently to owe him. The lives of all present paled in comparison to a single hair on Yi Zhao's head. Even if all 3,000 Golden Scale Guards perished, even if Yin Zai fell in battle, it mattered not as long as Yi Xiao survived. That was of utmost importance. Facing the frenzied onslaught of enemies, Yi Xiao did not look back. He swung his sword with wild abandon. Blood splattered, heads rolled. "Why, Yi Xiao?" He Kun yelled in frustration. "You are not like them. Your survival is essential for avenging them. If you perish, all is lost." With a furious roar, Yi Xiao clenched his right fist and unleashed a mighty punch. In that instant, a crimson light flickered upon his fist. The explosive force of the blazing sun surged forth, creating waves of searing winds that rushed toward the crowd. Where the punch landed, the air seemed to ignite instantaneously. A massive red glow shot upward, golden flames spreading outward. At the center of the punch's wind, several chaotic troops were instantly slain, the scorching flames lashing out, igniting those who were touched, eliciting their anguished screams. Some were even set ablaze, becoming living torches. Panting heavily, Yi Xiao turned to the anxious He Kun, his eyes flashing with reluctance as he gritted his teeth. "Uncle He, grant me a moment longer, just one more try. If I flee now, the morale of the Golden Scale Guards will surely plummet, leading to their certain destruction. And no matter the cost, as long as the formation holds, there remains a chance. I cannot abandon them." Indeed, even as the number of injured rose, the Golden Scale Guards held their ground. It must be said that Yin Zai's command was skillful. Forming the circular formation at the first opportunity was the best defensive strategy against foes approaching from all sides. It prevented being attacked from both front and rear, allowing each Golden Scale Guard to face only 2 or 3 enemies at a time, which was optimal for defense, moreover, being divided into 3 layers. With the second layer of soldiers filling in gaps, allowed the Golden Scale Guards to rotate positions and alleviate fatigue. coupled with the fact that the chaotic troops were not particularly formidable. This ensured that the Golden Scale Guards formation remained intact. However, the extreme exhaustion and relentless combat had stretched the nerves of these new recruits to their breaking point. A collapse could occur at any moment. As Xiao had expressed, if he and He Kun were to break through first, the morale of the Golden Scale Guards would undoubtedly shatter, leading to swift defeat. This was something he was most unwilling to witness. Regardless of the circumstances, just as Qian hesitated over whether to forcibly take Xiao away, a sudden occurrence transpired at the center of the Jinlin Guard. A blood-red dragon slowly opened its eyes atop the dragon banner. The ground was littered with corpses, blood flowing freely, and the air was thick with the pungent stench of blood. The blood dragon inhaled deeply, drawing forth countless crimson vapors that surged towards the dragon banner. A resounding dragon's roar erupted from the banner. Golden rays of light shot forth, cascading down upon all those present who were loyal to Xiao. The soldiers of the Jinlin Guard, who had already exhausted their strength, suddenly felt invigorated, their bodies brimming with newfound power. Minor injuries began to heal rapidly. Simultaneously, a phantom of the blood dragon surged directly towards Xiao. Ah! Xiao bellowed in fury. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming force of vitality forcibly infused into his being. Behind him, a faint blood-red dragon shadow began to materialize. Xiao sensed that his strength was being amplified to its utmost limits. He delivered a casual punch. Bang! The head of an approaching rebel was smashed to bits by his fist. Erupting in a massive spray of blood mist, Qian beside him swallowed hard. Such destructive power was not uncommon among high-ranking martial artists. Yet he had just clearly felt that Xiao had not employed any vital energy to achieve such an effect solely through physical strength. Was he still human? At that moment, the Jinlin Guard, who had previously been shrouded in despair, were utterly invigorated. Amidst the crowd, Wang Hu's voice rang out with fervor. The third prince is destined for greatness, and we are blessed by the heavenly dragon. Victory is surely ours today. All the Jinlin Guard were now at the peak of their morale, collectively shouting. Today, victory is ours. Despite being only 3,000 strong, they faced a multitude of over 100,000 with a momentum akin to a raging tide. The rebels, who had just been emboldened by heavy rewards, now stood frozen in shock. They watched the Jinlin Guards, each one seemingly fueled by adrenaline as they cut down their enemies. An involuntary chill gripped their hearts. Most importantly, that dragon's roar, the celestial phenomenon, and the colossal dragon shadow behind Xiao had completely surpassed the comprehension of these impoverished commoners. It seemed as though their wounds were healing. Among the crowd, some had already noticed the miraculous transformation of the Jinlin Guard. They had just witnessed countless casualties among their ranks, barely managing to injure a few of the Jinlin soldiers. Yet now, visible wounds on some Jinlin Guards were visibly mending at an astonishing rate. In that moment, the morale of the rebels plummeted to its nadir. On the battlefield, both sides were acutely aware of each other's conditions. The Jinlin Guards were fatigued, their spirits waning, and many were on the brink of collapse. The rebels could sense this as they observed the expressions and movements of the Jinlin Guards. However, now they felt that the Jinlin Guards not only radiated an overwhelming aura, but had also completely regained their strength. The rewards were substantial, but ultimately, life is singular. These Jinlin Guards had already slain countless individuals that a multitude of corpses lay at their feet. The rebels were all too aware of their fighting prowess. They were on the verge of exhaustion, yet there remained a glimmer of hope for victory. But at this moment, the Jinlin Guards appear to have transformed into their most formidable selves, who would willingly step forward to meet their demise. A most peculiar scene unfolded on the battlefield. These chaotic forces, the rebels, all stood frozen in place. Why did they not flee? Because their eyes were filled with the sight of the relief supplies carried by the Jinlin Guards. At that moment, Xiao suddenly soared into the air, landing atop the dragon banner. He thundered, "I, Xiao, the third prince of the great Qian, hereby assure you, if you lay down your arms, I will spare your lives. Otherwise, by the blessing of the heavenly dragon, I shall ensure your utter destruction." In Xiao's eyes, these individuals were deserving of death, yet also undeserving of it. They deserved death for their heinous deeds, having committed atrocities that invited the wrath of heaven and humanity. Yet they were undeserving as they were driven to the brink of despair. These disaster-stricken individuals were, after all, teetering on the edge of death. In their struggle for survival, they could resort to any means. However, Yi Zhao's intention to spare them was not born of mercy. Rather, it was because there were simply too many of them, and in comparison to the disaster victims from other counties. Their current condition was relatively better. Should they flee and subsequently regroup under another banner, they could turn against the remaining counties of Qian, resulting in even greater death and calamity. Upon hearing Yi Zhao's declaration, a man on the distant city wall grew increasingly anxious. He bellowed, "The crime of rebellion is unforgivable. He is but a mere prince and cannot dictate the fate of this matter. Brothers, charge forth and slay these soldiers. Only then do we have a chance at survival." Yi Xiao turned his gaze, his eyes icy, towards the man on the city wall. He recognized him as the instigator behind the rebellion among the disaster victims. However, Yi Xiao was acutely aware that this man possessed considerable strength. Moreover, his actions indicated a great deal of caution at this distance. Even if the rebels were to be defeated, he could still retreat unscathed. Yi Xiao disregarded them and coldly addressed the multitude of rebels below. For a millennium, the royal family of the great Qian has never been toppled by rebellious mobs. You possess neither rations nor weapons, and my 3,000 troops stand against your 100,000. Should you refuse to surrender today, when the imperial army arrives, you shall all be eradicated. With a final roar, Yi Zhao's voice resonated, and the blood dragon shadow behind him trembled. The dragon's roar reverberated once more, and in concert with the blood dragon apparition, Yi Zhao's imposing presence reached its zenith. Suddenly, among the crowd, some individuals faltered, loosening their grip on their weapons, the esteemed legacy of the great Qian after a millennium. The dignity of the royal family naturally still held sway in the hearts of the common folk. The formidable might of the Jinlin guards, the extraordinary phenomena unfolding, along with Yi Zhao's commanding presence, thoroughly intimidated the rebels. They dared not strike, for they knew they could not win. They could not flee, for there was nothing to eat. Surrendering, however, with Yi Zhao's guarantee, seemed to be their best option. Some in the crowd discarded their weapons. This action immediately triggered a chain reaction. The disaster victims began to cast aside their arms, weeping bitterly to their core. They were simply honest folk. The majority had toiled diligently throughout their lives and had never committed any wrongdoing. In these trying days, they had abandoned their humanity in the fight for survival. Now, as they laid down their weapons and looked back, many realized that loved ones had perished in the chaos. How could they not grieve? How could they not feel anguish? One person's tears ignited the sorrow of many, and soon the wilderness echoed with cries of despair. What had begun as an assault of over 100,000 against merely a few thousand had now turned into a scene of utter despondency. With not a shred of fighting spirit remaining, Yi Xiao turned to glance at the city wall, only to find that the man who had previously rallied the rebels was now nowhere to be seen. Everyone was lined up, preparing to receive porridge. Yi Zhao's expression darkened. He issued orders. His mood was far from pleasant. Those 3,000 conscripted laborers had all been slain by these rebels, perhaps to the court. It was merely a cold statistic on an official document. Yet for the families of those 3,000, it was an unbearable blow. However, Yi Xiao understood that he had to see this through. Turning to Yan Zhe, Yi Xiao commanded, "Organize these individuals, divide and conquer. Implement a collective punishment system. If one escapes, the entire unit shall face execution. Our men must remain vigilant on the periphery. We cannot allow anyone to flee. These individuals may escape the death penalty, but they would not evade the consequences of their actions." Yi Xiao did not intend to forgive them lightly. Regardless, those who had perished must pay the price. In the second prince's residence in Liang, Yi Yin was fast asleep when a figure rushed in. It was none other than Shui Chang'e. "Wake the second prince. Something has happened." Soon, in the council chamber, the second prince's gaze was filled with gloom. "Third uncle, what did you say back then? Wasn't it said there was no chance of survival? How is it that over 100,000 rebels could not vanquish a mere 3,000 troops?" Faced with the inquiry, Cui Changhe could only offer a helpless smile that I did not anticipate this. Those 3,000 soldiers are exceptionally skilled in defense, and their combat prowess is astounding. They have slain tens of thousands of rebels while maintaining their formation intact. Moreover, that fellow possesses a spiritual artifact that can summon the heavenly dragon Shadow and assist his soldiers in recovering their strength. The rebels have been intimidated by him, leading to their panicked surrender. Spiritual treasures are crafted by spiritual masters using rare materials, often possessing extraordinary capabilities. Xiao's dragon banner, while not made of any special material, had been imbued with the essence of imperial authority through the emperor's cauldron, drawing upon Xiao's own vitality and the faith of the loyal souls of the great Qian, thus transforming it into a weapon of war. Of course, Cui Changhe was unaware of the intricacies involved. To him, it simply appeared to be a spiritual treasure crafted by a spiritual master. The second prince scowled. "What shall we do now?" The second prince has quelled tens of thousands of rebels and is currently providing disaster relief in Yong'an. His reputation has completely overshadowed mine. Even if he returns to court, his accomplishments will eclipse my own. Cui Changhe replied helplessly. At this point, there seems to be little that can be done. I never expected that Xiao's subordinates, having formed their army in just 6 months, would possess such terrifying combat prowess. The second prince seethed with rage. "I did not foresee this. I did not foresee this. Is this a reason, at this moment? I do not wish to know why I have failed. I simply want to understand what steps I should take next to surpass the third prince, or rather, what measures can you all take to eliminate him for me?" Despite the fact that Cui Changhe is the uncle of the second prince and usually treats him with respect, when the second prince is truly enraged, he dares not speak out. Now, I fear the situation may not be easy to handle. His Majesty has already dispatched troops from Yizhou to quell the rebellion, and they are expected to arrive within 3 days. The calamity in the other cities of Jiuanfu has also slightly eased. Cui Changhe finds himself somewhat helpless at this moment. The second prince closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and suddenly said, "Immediately send someone to sift through the disaster relief grain and sand for me." With so many lives lost in Jiuanfu, there is no need to utilize such grain any longer. Dispatch doctors and medicines to various locations and expedite the disaster relief efforts to stabilize the situation. Cui Changhe was taken aback and hesitated, saying, "If we do this, the cost of relief will likely be. Do not concern yourself with costs. Given the current state of affairs, we cannot afford to give the third prince any opportunity to criticize me. Additionally, send someone back to Tang'an to spread rumors that the third prince's failure to suppress the bandits has led to the chaos among the populace of Jiuanfu." The second prince coldly declared, "I will contact those within the court. Our next confrontation will take place in the imperial court. He has already determined that the overall situation has been set. As long as the food, doctors, and medicines are in place, the situation will stabilize. With the support of the troops from Yizhou along with the control of local officials, order in Jiuanfu will soon be restored." Before long, a wave of rumors swept through Tang'an City. News of the rebellion among the people of Jiuanfu reached Tang'an. "Have you heard? That third prince, Xiao, has taken his soldiers to Jiuanfu, and every day he merely indulges in feasting and revelry, neglecting to combat the bandits, resulting in the disaster relief grain being intercepted by villains, causing hundreds of thousands of people in Jiuanfu to revolt. Over 100,000 have died. No way. That Xiao's previous demeanor hardly seemed like someone capable of such actions. You do not understand. Do you? This is akin to a decorative pillow. It may appear impressive, yet in reality, it is devoid of substance, a superficial facade. Exactly, that's the sentiment. In the streets and alleys, the populace was abuzz with discussion. While many may not believe that Xiao would commit such acts, they could not resist the influence of deliberate manipulation. For instance, at the Baifu building in Tang'an City, one of the Cui family's establishments. Normally bustling with patrons, the waiter now lowered his voice, whispering mysteriously to the guests. "You are not aware of this news? Allow me to share, that third prince is truly a worthless individual." Just as he finished speaking, 2 figures burst through the door. They carried a foul-smelling bucket and hurled its contents forcefully into the hall. In an instant, the vile substance splattered throughout the room, After emptying the bucket, the two did not linger, leaving behind a letter before fleeing. As the patrons inside caught a whiff of the stench, the two had already vanished from sight. Immediately, the diners erupted in curses, while the manager and waitstaff of the Baifu building were thrown into a state of panic. In truth, such incidents were not uncommon. Many individuals in Tang'an City who disseminated rumors began facing targeted retaliation. Most of these individuals hailed from merchant families, and they were frequently doused with filth, some even subjected to deliberate beatings or arson. Following these events, they received extortion letters demanding payment for protection. The recipients of these payments were various factions within the city. That night, at the headquarters of the Tiger Gang, Qian sat confidently while his subordinates gathered around him. One of them, puzzled, asked, "Boss Qian, what exactly are we doing today? Did we not agree to avoid targeting ordinary merchants? Why then are we now focusing on those who spread unfavorable remarks about the third prince, and why are we leaving behind letters demanding protection fees? This seems to benefit other factions, and we gain nothing from it." The crowd looked to Qian for clarification, unable to comprehend his arrangements. Faced with the bewilderment of his subordinates, Qian sneered, "This is precisely why you lot have failed to make a name for yourselves under Rongxi. You are a bunch of dimwits. This disaster relief is led by the second prince, while the third prince combats the bandits. The second prince's maternal family is the wealthy Chui family. Now, those merchants are claiming the third prince is ineffective in dealing with the bandits. What does this indicate?" His subordinates looked utterly confused. For them, these matters were beyond their comprehension. After a moment of silence, one bravely asked, "Boss, what does it indicate?" Qian sneered. "It indicates that these merchants are all aligned with the second prince." Oh, his subordinates finally grasped the meaning, yet quickly found themselves lost again. "But what does this have to do with us?" Qian immediately erupted in fury, slamming the table and reprimanding his subordinates. "I told you to read more when you have the time. Yet what do? You only know how to kill, collect protection fees, and indulge in debauchery. We shall disrupt the second princess businesses under the guise of the other factions in Tang'an City. What do you think will happen to the second prince?" Finally, one clever fellow, under Qian's guidance, seemed to have an epiphany. "I understand now. He will definitely wipe them out. So that is how it is. Brother Qian is truly wise. Wow. That's why we must conceal our identities. It prevents them from recognizing us. Ha! Once the second prince eliminates those scoundrels, our Tiger Gang can seize their territory. Boss is amazing." Qian rose with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Brothers, following me, Qian guarantees you a life of luxury. Those who participate in today's operation will each receive 50 taels of silver. But let me make it clear, if any of you dare leak even a hint of this plan, I'll wipe out your entire family." As the news spread among the members of the Tiger Gang, they were all engulfed in jubilation. With money in hand, their lives were filled with indulgence and vice. Listening to his subordinates shouting and celebrating outside, Qian wore a smile. These people have such limited vision. Whether the second prince wipes out the other factions or not, Qian does not care. He merely wishes to prevent them from spreading detrimental rumors about Xiao. As for the extortion letters, that was merely a ruse to mislead and provide his subordinates with a plausible reason. People, after all, are driven by profit. Without benefits, who would willingly take risks? One must always give these individuals something to look forward to. All right, I believe my part is done. However, this will only slightly delay the spread of rumors. I have no idea when the master will return." Qian stroked his chin, muttering to himself, "If the master does not return, these rumors will eventually spread. I cannot let the master take the blame. I need to discuss with Miss Yan about tarnishing the second prince's reputation. My subordinates must not be tied to the master." Before long, another wave of rumors swept through Tang'an City. The second prince's ineffectiveness in disaster relief sparked civil unrest. Furthermore, there were deliberate attempts to tarnish the third prince's reputation. In an instant, the entirety of Tang'an City was filled with gossip about the two of them. Within the imperial palace, Yi Zhuan closed his eyes and focused, listening to the reports from the cloaked figures below. Currently, the rumors circulating in Tang'an City mainly revolve around these two narratives. However, tracing their origins remains elusive. Origins? It is none other than my sons." Yi Zhuan scoffed, opening his eyes and stating, "Do not concern yourselves. Let the common people spread whatever rumors they wish. Such matters cannot be curtailed. You may leave." "Understood." The cloaked figures retreated while Yijin stretched lazily, picking up another confidential report from the table, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Xiao, you still possess some merit. After half a year of military service, 3,000 armored soldiers repelled an assault from over 100,000 riders. Such capability, even among the Qian army, is considered top tier. Given time, this force's combat effectiveness will undoubtedly be unparalleled in the world." As he spoke, he shook his head, adding, "It is a pity that you still exhibit some softness, being led into Jiuanfu by the second prince and finding yourself in perilous straits at this point." He expressed dissatisfaction. The second prince, too, should understand that even when battling a rabbit, one must exert full effort. If one engages, can he not muster a few competent experts? He wishes to kill yet fears making mistakes that might expose him, hesitating and being overly cautious. Otherwise, gathering skilled fighters to launch a surprise attack amidst the chaos would ensure the third princess' demise, while all 3,000 soldiers would certainly perish. Instead, the third prince has taken the opportunity to quell the rebellion and earn great merit. As he spoke, flames erupted in his hand, and the confidential report instantly turned to ashes. "Zhou Tong," Yi Zhuan called out loudly, and Zhou Tong hurried into the room. "Go convey my command." With the situation in Jiuanfu stabilizing, Yi Xiao and Yin may return to Tangan, and subsequent matters will be handled by the local officials. Understood. Zhou Tong hastily departed. He would, of course, personally deliver the message to Jiyuan Prefecture. Within Jiyuan Prefecture, Yi Xiao sat cross-legged upon his bed. On that fateful day, the blood dragon banner absorbed the blood essence, transforming into a blood dragon that entered Yi Xiao's body, bestowing upon him divine power. However, once the blood dragon dissipated, the terrifying strength he had gained vanished as well. Yet Yi Xiao still reaped immense benefits. Throughout this period, a formidable stream of blood essence continually coursed through his veins. For an ordinary individual, this might be bewildering. However, Yi Xiao, a master of myriad martial arts, would not squander this blood essence. Through the secret art of refining blood qi, he reinforced his physique in just half a month. Yi Xiao's physical strength surged dramatically. Although he could not yet achieve the terrifying feat of smashing a person's head into a mist of blood with a single punch, his physical power had already increased by more than 1,000 jin. "Your Highness, General Lu seeks an audience," came Lu Er's voice from outside the door. Lu Ping, the middle-ranking general of Yizhou, commanded an army of 70,000, arriving to quell the rebellion. Upon his arrival, he was utterly astounded. Over 100,000 riders have been trapped by Yi Xiao in the desolate outskirts of the city, under strict surveillance, leaving no trace of chaos. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao commanded merely 3,000 soldiers. When he learned that Yi Xiao had withstood the onslaught of over 100,000 riders with just 3,000 men, his respect for Yi Xiao deepened. "I shall go out now." Yi Xiao opened his eyes and rose from the bed. With a mere movement, the blood qi within him surged, and his sinews resonated to why Yi Xiao's gaze flickered. "Ha! The blood barbarian clan's body-forging method is indeed fearsome." The claim of being able to capture dragons with one's bare hands is no mere exaggeration. It was unfortunate that it required an immense amount of blood essence, and human blood qi was difficult to sustain in continuous practice. Indeed, the body-forging method Yi Xiao practiced was a unique technique of the blood barbarian clan, known as the blood-burning divine refinement. The blood barbarian clan boasted extraordinary innate abilities, with unceasing blood qi flowing within them. The purer the bloodline, the more so. This blood-burning divine refinement was the supreme technique of the blood barbarian clan, burning the blood essence within to forge and strengthen the body from the inside out. It was reputed to be able to forge a physique on par with the divine, capable of capturing dragons in the flesh. However, the blood barbarian clan had been annihilated 300 years prior. The truth of this claim was uncertain, yet this technique was indeed recorded in the great Qian armory. Regrettably for humans, this technique was as useless as scrap paper, utterly untrainable. When the blood qi within Yi Xiao reached its zenith, he instinctively thought of this technique, because in Yi Xiao's eyes, There was no rival to the art of body forging with blood qi. Thus, he unhesitatingly chose to cultivate this technique. He believed that since the blood dragon banner could gather blood qi and infuse it into his body, he would undoubtedly be able to master this technique. In the conference hall, Xiao and Lu Ping sat across from each other. Lu Ping, approximately 50 years of age, had a rough, dark complexion, and his eyes sparkled with vitality. Lu served tea and then discreetly withdrew. While Xiao looked at Lu Ping and softly inquired, "Might I ask what brings General Lu here today?" Lu Ping chuckled lightly and grinned. "Your Highness, it is like this that my brothers have been residing outside the city for these past days. Jiyuan City is uninhabited. Why not allow them to take shelter inside? Otherwise, they would suffer in the wind and rain." Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Lu Ping. In truth, he understood Lu Ping's intentions very well. On the first day of Lu Ping's arrival, Xiao had prohibited his subordinates' large army from entering the city. The reasoning was simple. Although Jiyuan City had suffered from a flood, there were still many valuables to be found within its walls. For ordinary soldiers, even a few precious items could yield considerable wealth. This was not out of the question. Xiao had established the tone for the matter, and Lu Ping was immediately delighted. Those in command often protect their subordinates if benefits could be gained without affecting others. Who would not wish for their subordinates to receive a little advantage? Then I shall allow them to enter the city today. Not at this moment. Xiao shook his head in refusal. Lu Ping furrowed his brow. Why not? Because my men must search within the city. After tomorrow, General Lu's men may enter the city at their leisure. Xiao smiled and continued. News from Liang has arrived. My father has dispatched someone with a decree, summoning me and the second prince back. Hence, I shall be departing tomorrow. My brothers have risked their lives in battle. They ought to reap some rewards. Would you not agree, General Lu? As for my 3,000 men, once we finish searching today, Jiyuan City will be at General Lu's discretion. Lu Ping's expression gradually relaxed. He had no objections to this. To put it plainly, Xiao's forces had withstood the assault of over 100,000 riders, ultimately defeating and persuading them to surrender. This was indeed a monumental achievement. It also indirectly ensured that his subordinates would not need to engage in battle. Furthermore, Jiyuan City was vast, and with only 3,000 men, Xiao's forces could not possibly search every nook and cranny. It would be beneficial for his subordinates to glean some rewards as well. Your Highness speaks wisely. We shall proceed as you suggest, Lu Ping replied, rising to leave. However, Xiao called out to him, his tone grave. General Lu, I have one matter to entrust to you. Keep a close watch on those over 100,000 riders. I have other plans for them. It is not merely a matter of inconvenience that allows their release. After all, they are rebels, and leniency is not an option. Xiao's gaze was icy and resolute. Lu Ping was momentarily taken aback. Such a firm command. It should be noted that Xiao had no authority over him. His compliance was out of respect for Xiao's princely status. However, this order now carried an implicit sense of irreversibility. In truth, in Xiao's eyes, it was inconsequential if Lu Ping's men entered the city, but if the supervision of the riders were to be relaxed, leading to their escape, that was not something Xiao wished to witness. Should these individuals scatter throughout Jiyuan, it was highly probable that the court would no longer pursue the matter in that case. They could commit heinous acts without facing punishment, which was precisely what Xiao sought to avoid. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Ping bowed to Xiao. I understand. I shall take my leave. He acquiesced. Once he departed, Lu and Qian emerged from the side. Your Highness, were you not a bit too stringent with General Lu just now? Lu inquired curiously. Xiao shook his head. Some individuals require a firm hand. Otherwise, they will not take you seriously. I am a prince, and those riders were captured by my subordinates. How could I allow others to dispose of them at will? Lu Ping, as the middle-ranking general of Yizhou, would not pledge allegiance to me even if I were to treat him gently. I only need him to execute my orders. Whether he is content or not is of no concern to me. At this point, Xiao turned to Qian. Uncle He, please inform the Golden Scale Guards outside the city to assemble and enter immediately. Within Jiyuan Prefecture, 3,000 Golden Scale Guards stood silently. Having witnessed bloodshed and experienced dire straits during the recent battle, They now emanated an aura of fierce determination. A transformation indeed. Addressing the assembled crowd, Xiao proclaimed, Qian Prefecture has suffered calamity, with most of the populace perishing, leaving it a desolate city. The rioters outside are loathed by heaven and man alike. While I have granted them clemency, they are destined to be conscripted into labor across various regions for their lifetimes. As for the items within the city, they are now ownerless. Those who fight valiantly with me to suppress the rebellion shall earn merit for the nation. Today, you may enter the city and freely search. All that you find shall belong to you. We shall not take anything, and once we depart tomorrow, all will be left for the forces of Xiao to claim as they please. Therefore, you need not hold back. As Xiao's words echoed, every pair of eyes in the crowd brightened. Go forth! With Xiao's command, the crowd erupted in excited cheers, rushing into the deserted Qian Prefecture. This was undoubtedly an opportunity beyond the usual rewards. Who could resist such a lure? At this moment, Yanzhe, however, remained somewhat aloof. Xiao smiled and asked, General Yan, why do you not join in? Yanzhe gently urged his horse forward, shaking his head. A commander must possess dignity. If one loses their gravitas over trivial gains, how can they still instill fear in the hearts of their soldiers? Saying this, he broke into a smile. Moreover, I believe your highness will not neglect your subordinates. Xiao replied softly, Of course not. This time, those who are entitled to benefits shall receive their due, while those who are not shall not be allowed to take anything. The matter of Jiyuan was settled. Xiao returned to Tangan, and it had now been over 2 months since he had set out for disaster relief. During these 2 months, Xiao had gained immensely. Not only had his physical strength increased, but his cultivation had also risen by 2 ranks, reaching the 3rd tier of the Tianyuan realm. At the gates of Tangan City, 2 squads advanced in parallel. One was led by Xiao, while the other was commanded by the second prince, Yin. Yin had received the imperial edict first, and although Xiao was a step behind, his forces marched with greater speed, leading to a chance encounter at the city gates. Both walked side by side, neither party hastening their pace. Yet equally, neither showed any intent to retreat. Finally, at the city gates, both parties came to a halt. From within Xiao's carriage came the sound of his dissatisfied voice. Yinza, who commanded your halt? Enter the city. Your Highness, there are individuals ahead to greet us. They appear to be of royal lineage. Indeed, both parties have come to a standstill due to the welcoming presence. And the one who greets us is none other than the Crown Prince himself. The Crown Prince exclaims loudly, Esteemed brothers, your arduous efforts in the relief of Jun have not gone unnoticed. Our father has entrusted me with the honor of welcoming you here. Kindly disembark and enter my carriage to proceed to the palace. It is evident that he has discerned the tension brewing between the 2 parties. For him, any conflict arising from the entry into the city is something he would prefer to avoid at all costs. As soon as the Crown Prince finishes speaking, the second prince, Yin, emerges from the carriage, laughing heartily. Elder brother, a modicum of hardship is but a small price to pay for the welfare of the people. How could I allow you to suffer the trouble of receiving us? With a beaming smile, he approaches the Crown Prince. Upon reaching his side, the 2 embrace warmly. However, Xiao has yet to make an appearance. The second prince sneers. Why is the 3rd brother still in the carriage? Does he not see our elder brother here to welcome him? Inside the carriage, Xiao peers out. He gazes at the 2 figures at the city gate. Both are adorned in opulent attire, their tall statures unmistakably signifying their royal heritage. The second prince, seeing Xiao emerge, deliberately provokes. 3rd brother, do you truly disregard our elder brother? He has been waiting at the city gate, yet you remain in the carriage? A flicker of displeasure crosses the Crown Prince's eyes, but he quickly responds with a smile. The 3rd brother has been away for some time. He may be unfamiliar with the customs. It matters not. Xiao leaps down from the carriage. Standing tall, he strides toward the 2 Dasun. He stands before them, the 3 brothers of similar height and strikingly handsome appearance, creating quite a spectacle. Xiao's gaze completely bypasses the Crown Prince. Fixating intently on Yin, unfazed, Yin smirks. It appears that the 3rd brother harbors some discontent toward me. Xiao sighs. Indeed, while we are all ruthless at heart, there are distinctions among us. To be fierce against the strong and the enemy is expected, but to be so toward the common folk and our subjects is utterly inhumane Yet I have heard that when you commanded the execution of the rioters, you showed no mercy. Yi Yin retorts with a smile. Currently, many from the various counties of Qian still wish to erect longevity tablets in my honor. Look over there, those are the umbrellas of the people sent from the counties of Weian, Longjing, and Zun. As he speaks, he gestures toward 3 magnificent golden umbrellas beside his carriage. Indeed, these are no mere trinkets. The other afflicted counties of Qian benefited from his timely interventions of sifting sand, dispatching doctors and providing medicines, successfully managing the disaster. Coupled with the guidance of local gentry, these umbrellas were genuinely gifted to him by the populace. This is also a testament to his achievements in this instance of disaster relief. 3 umbrellas for the masses. In the eyes of outsiders, his relief efforts are deemed a resounding success. In contrast, the chaos caused by bandits plundering resources, leading to uprisings among the displaced, seems to lay the blame squarely on Xiao. Xiao shakes his head. You take the credit and the fame, leaving me with the blame. Ha ha! The second prince's face exhibits sheer arrogance, yet he cleverly dodges responsibility. What are you saying? Third brother, I am merely acting with a compassionate heart, doing what I can for the disaster victims. Nothing more. Xiao sighs, murmuring. Elder brother plays a clever game, but it seems you have overlooked a detail. The second prince appears perplexed. What have I overlooked? A sinister smile creeps upon Xiao's lips. Do you dare come this close without your vicious dogs by your side? Upon hearing this, Yin is taken aback, exclaiming, How dare you? Before he can finish, Xiao has already swung his fist. Do you think I wouldn't dare? Bang! Xiao's fist lands squarely on Yin's face. Yin, having trained in martial arts, possesses some skill, though not particularly exceptional. Yet he has practiced top-tier techniques. However, his abilities pale in comparison to the nearly invincible martial prowess of Xiao. With that punch, Yin is sent tumbling backward. The crown prince's guards, witnessing the royal brawl, are momentarily stunned. What in the world is happening? A royal fight in the street. Just as they prepare to intervene, the crown prince urgently bellows, Cease at once. As princes, do you not understand decorum? To engage in such violence in public, who would dare to intervene? If things spiral out of control, it could lead to capital punishment. The guards halt in their tracks. Meanwhile, several figures dart out like lightning from beside the second prince's carriage. In the same breath, 2 figures leap from Yi Zhao's entourage, charging forward. The assailants are He Quan and Yinza. Both are equally formidable. And upon meeting the second prince's elite guards, a fierce battle ensues on their end. The second prince finds himself pinned to the ground, receiving a relentless beating. As he is struck, he is berated. You enjoy your little games. Do you? I'll show you what it means to play. Yi Zhao's pent-up frustration has been boiling over this entire journey. What pretense is this? The so-called umbrellas of the masses. You dog, do you not know what you've done? Did you think I wouldn't dare strike you? I did as a child, and I can do so now. To be honest, when it comes to killing, Yi Xiao indeed hesitates, without evidence. Killing Yin would undoubtedly exclude him from the struggle for the throne and could even lead to severe punishment. However, beating Yin is something he does not hesitate to do. He Quan and Yinza block the elite guards of the second prince, preventing others from coming to aid him. The crown prince shouts in admonition, Third brother, cease at once. Look at what you've done to the second brother's left eye. With such asymmetry, how will he show his face to others? Oh dear, just as I say that, you've gone and bruised his right eye as well. As brothers, how can you be so merciless toward his face? Mistakes made in childhood deserve no more than a smack on the rear. Third brother, you have gone too far. He is a grown man now. How can you strip him of his trousers? Finally, Yi Xiao relents. The second prince sprawls on the ground, his trousers half pulled down, revealing a pale backside. His face resembles that of a pig, bruised and battered. With multiple contusions across his body, his eyes tightly shut, he has lost consciousness. Ha ha! Yi Xiao gazes at the pitiful sight, laughing heartily 3 times. He then turns to the crown prince. Elder brother, I shall enter the palace as planned. You needn't trouble yourself. The third brother will go at his own pace. The crown prince smiles faintly, unfazed. Yi Xiao swiftly returns to his carriage. Meanwhile, Qian and Yinza also retreat to their positions. The elite guards beside the second prince finally rush over, only to discover he has succumbed to unconsciousness. As they enter the city, any who dare obstruct them shall be executed. Simultaneously, Xiao's chilling voice resonates. Understood. The golden scale guards behind him respond in unison. In an instant, a palpable aura of menace fills the air. In this battle for Jin, the golden scale guards are stained with blood, each having taken more than one life. The morale of the entire unit is now starkly different from the moment they left the city. The elite guards of the second prince, though reluctant, can sense the unwavering resolve of Xiao and the golden scale guards. Should they dare to intervene, Xiao would undoubtedly command their execution. Exchanging glances, they hastily carry the unconscious Yin back to their ranks. Thus, they watch as Xiao's entourage proceeds grandly into the city. The crown prince murmurs to himself, "Well done. The second brother has brought disgrace upon himself. This matter cannot simply be overlooked. I am eager to see how our father will handle the third brother." Having accomplished a great feat, yet also incurring a grave blunder, there must be some reckoning. Deep within the palace, Zhou Tong rushes forth, sweat beading on his forehead. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, there has been an incident." Zhou Tong collapses to his knees before Yi Sun. Alas! Yi Sun, engrossed in reviewing memorials, sighs without lifting his head, expressing his discontent. Why? Why can't you be more composed? What calamity could possibly cause you such distress? How many times have I instructed you, when faced with a crisis, to remain calm and steady as a mountain? The second prince, Yin, was assaulted at the city gate. At these words, Yi Sun's eyes widen in fury. Springing to his feet, his voice laced with murderous intent. "Who dares to lay a hand on my son? I shall eradicate their entire clan." In Tangan City, the citizens cast sidelong glances. The golden scale guards follow Yi Zhao's carriage along the bustling streets. Though there are many troops in Tangan City, even ordinary folk can perceive the extraordinary nature of this force. These are the golden scale guards of the third prince. Why are they not clad in iron armor? No one knows. However, these individuals appear quite fearsome. "Hush, keep your distance." Wherever the golden scale guard passes, the common folk hastily retreat. Yi Xiao reclined against Lu Er's thigh, suddenly sitting up and exclaiming, "Halt the carriage." The procession came to an immediate standstill. Yi Xiao leaped down from the carriage. "Lu Er, come. Let's indulge in some wine." Lu Er, taken aback, responded, "Your Highness, are you not heading to the palace? What's the rush? My father isn't going to die anytime soon." With that, Yi Xiao turned and strode away. Lu Er, recovering from her surprise, swiftly descended to follow him. Yinze stood in silence for a moment before turning to Qian. "What should I do now? Return to the camp with the men. What else? Can we just stand here on the street waiting for him?" "I don't trust you, old buddy." Wang Hu rallied the brothers back to camp. "I shall escort brother he back to his residence." As he spoke, Yinze leaped onto Qian's carriage. Qian rolled his eyes. "You're truly insufferable. Better than being led astray by you in life." People are classified into various ranks, and taverns are no exception. Some taverns are luxuriously adorned and serve exquisite dishes. Yet for many, even with money in their pockets, there exists an instinctual aversion to such establishments. For instance, Yi Xiao. At this moment, he stumbled into a shabby, street-side eatery. The patrons here were predominantly common folk dressed in simple attire, with a few wanderers from the underworld, but none matched the opulent appearance of Yi Xiao. Even the middle-aged man, singing at the center of the tavern, paused, as all eyes converged upon Yi Xiao. Oblivious to the attention, he bellowed, "Owner, 3 gin of old white liquor and 4 gin of cooked meat." After placing his order, Yi Xiao selected a table in a corner. The surface was slick with grease, and the walls blackened with soot, yet he seemed unfazed. He plopped down, leaning against the wall, a hint of weariness creeping into his gaze. After a decade in the martial world, he had frequented far worse establishments. Yet at this moment, he felt profoundly out of place. Soon enough, the food and drink arrived. Lu Er poured wine for Yi Xiao, who downed 3 large bowls in quick succession. As the potent liquor coursed down his throat, a glimmer of moisture shimmered in his eyes, and his cheeks flushed. with a haze of inebriation enveloping him. The tavern bustled with patrons coming and going, while the performers strummed song after song. The quality was unimpressive, and the voice lacked brilliance, yet it carried a certain melancholic charm. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao felt as though he had returned to the realm of his heart. A decade in the martial world, exhilarating and joyful, filled with the clash of blades and the thrill of revenge. As he continued to drink bowl after bowl, his intoxication deepened. Suddenly, Lu Er spoke softly. "If you are unhappy in Tangan City, we can leave." She sensed the fatigue that accompanied Yi Xiao on this journey, a weariness not of the body, but one that emanated from his heart. Yi Xiao turned to her, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "Leave to wander the martial world with me. Endure hardships, and find joy." Joy. Lu Er's gaze was resolutely steadfast. "Heh." Leaning against the dark wall, Yi Xiao gave a self-deprecating smile, murmuring, "But I do not wish to. I promised that child I would make this world a better place." Yet, immersed in the martial world, even with extraordinary power, how much can one truly change? Lu Er fell silent. She understood all too well the trials Yi Xiao had faced along this journey. The countless sights he had witnessed, some matters, some individuals, remained etched in the hearts of both Yi Xiao and herself. In the imperial palace, Yi Zhuan's eyes widened in fury, an attack on a prince. Such an event was a direct affront to the dignity of the Qian imperial family, an affront he could not tolerate. "Your Majesty, the assailant was the third prince," Zhou Tong hastily explained. The first prince went to greet the two returning princes, but it seems a conflict arose between the second and third princes, leading to the latter's assault. Bang! Yi Zhuan kicked Zhou Tong. "Why didn't you state it outright? Speak half-truths again, and I shall annihilate your entire clan." Yi Zhuan was genuinely enraged. Who was he? The emperor. His words were law. Just moments ago, he had proclaimed the extermination of the assailant's kin, only to discover that one son had struck another. Was this not a slap in the face? Zhou Tong was speechless. He hadn't intended to speak in fragments, but had been interrupted by Yi Zhuan. "Where is the second prince?" "He has been taken to concubine Yun, where the imperial physician is treating him." "And the third prince?" "Unknown. After entering the city, he disappeared without a trace." Yi Zhuan's fury escalated. "And the eldest? Where has he vanished to? Was he not tasked with receiving them?" "The first prince escorted the second prince to concubine Yun and should be returning shortly." Yi Zhuan furrowed his brow, waving his hand. "Go, quickly find the third prince." Zhou Tong bowed and exited while Yi Zhuan returned to his seat. Lost in thought, pondering unknown matters, I in concubine Yun's chamber. Cui Yunqi stood before the second prince, who was battered and bruised. "Mother, will you not speak to father on my behalf?" Cui Yunqi's gaze was frigid. "What is there to say? In your current state, do you expect me to plead? Shall I go weep and wail? Do you think that would be of any use?" The second prince fell silent. Cui Yunqi instructed, "Remember, once you arrive, do not cry or make a scene, nor speak of this matter if your father inquires. Downplay it, trivialize it, and showcase your magnanimity." "Why? He struck me in public. Are we to let this matter go unpunished?" The second prince's eyes widened in anger, though they were swollen nearly shut, leaving only a narrow slit for vision. No matter how he tried, he could not open them even a fraction. "Of course not." Concubine Yun replied coldly. "You and I both know that this is an affair of the harem. Your father will deal with Yi Xiao today, and this matter will be considered settled. Whether lightly or severely, our words carry little weight with him. Rather than this, it would be better to appear more magnanimous. Tomorrow, during the court assembly, some officials will surely bring up Yi Xiao. At that time, the truth shall emerge. You must understand, the only things that can influence your father are not familial ties." In the tavern, Yi Xiao was now quite intoxicated, his steps unsteady. Lu Er rushed to support him. As they reached the door, they discovered a fine drizzle had begun to fall from the sky. "Young master, where shall we go?" "To the palace, to see my father." The two stepped into the rain. Meanwhile, in a corner of the tavern, a man slowly raised his head. A long scar marred his cheek. Seeing Yi Xiao and Lu Er depart, he donned a hat from the table and hurriedly followed them out. The rain poured ever heavier. Soaked to the skin, Yi Xiao allowed Lu Er to assist him, indifferent to the chilling autumn rain drenching him. The sound of the rain masked all, including the hurried footsteps pursuing him. Suddenly, a blade glimmered, striking fiercely at the back of Yi Zhao's head. In the torrential downpour, the blade was sharp and menacing, aimed directly at Yi Xiao. Yet, in his hazy state, it seemed as though Yi Xiao possessed an uncanny awareness. Leaning back just in time, in that instant, a glimmer of golden light flickered at his fingertips, precisely striking the acupoint on the assailant's arm. The man's blade halted just inches from Yi Zhao's neck. A flicker of unwillingness flashed in his eyes as his arm succumbed to numbness, the grip on his weapon slipping away. With a clang, the long blade clattered to the ground. Why? Yi Xiao turned his head. Sighing, I spared your life back then. Why must you act thus? The man lifted his gaze. You remember me. Of course, there were 181 men from Huangfeng Zhai, and I killed 180. You, though pierced through the chest by my sword, were spared the vital blow. If fate favored you, you lived. The weight of Yi Zhao's words left the man incredulous, as he had always believed that his survival was a result of divine favor. An indication of his good fortune. To discover that it was the very man before him who had shown mercy was unfathomable. Impossible. This cannot be true. He shouted at Yi Xiao. Why did you spare my life? Because you are not entirely irredeemable. You occasionally counsel your elder brother to refrain from slaughter and have secretly helped those villagers nearby. Why? Yi Xiao replied softly. Though you have committed wrongs, you possess kindness as well. Life is often beyond one's control. Thus, I granted you a sliver of hope. Today, should you remain silent, we can part ways amicably, each taking our own path. Why must you take action? The man bellowed. You have slain my brother and destroyed my Huangfeng stronghold. This grudge cannot be overlooked. Then you shall die, Yi Xiao retorted, turning away. The man knelt in the rain, while only Yi Zhao's haunting voice echoed. In those days of goodwill, a glimmer of hope existed. Yet your obstinacy has led you to your demise this very day. A line of crimson appeared upon the man's neck. Why? Yi Zhao's words reached his ears, his consciousness blurring, leaving only the silhouettes of Yi Xiao and Lu Er in his vision. Just as in the past, the young man wielded his sword to pierce through Huangfeng's stronghold, with the girl ever by his side. Back then and now, nothing had changed. The sole distinction was that this time, he truly faced death. Would he regret it? Perhaps to some extent, yet the absence of vengeance would surely bring deeper remorse. Deep within the imperial palace, the furious reprimands of Yi Zhuan resonated. The target of his ire was none other than the crown prince. As the elder brother, can you truly allow your two younger siblings to brawl before you? Is Yi Zhao's might so formidable that you cannot intervene? Are you afraid of provoking a backlash from his faction, resulting in casualties? What do you fear, then? Why not simply remain at home? From tomorrow onwards, you shall be confined for 10 days. In contrast, Yi Zhuan approached the second prince, Yin, with a demeanor of reassurance. Unexpectedly, Yin exhibited remarkable magnanimity, even exonerating Yi Xiao. After all, my third brother has roamed the martial world for years. His temper is somewhat volatile and prone to violence. It is a common occurrence. Father, rest assured, I harbor no resentment towards my third brother, as the elder brother. It is only right that I yield to him, that I can attend court tomorrow. There are still matters in Jiyuan Prefecture that require my attention. I hope Father will grant me permission. Observing the second prince, who appeared battered and bruised, even a normally unyielding Yi Zhuan felt a twinge of compassion to go. And rest assured, your efforts in disaster relief will not go unnoticed. I shall not treat you unjustly. The second prince and the crown prince took their leave, while Yi Zhuan's expression grew increasingly somber. Summon the third prince. Why has he not entered the palace yet? In this age devoid of telecommunication, locating a suddenly absent person proved exceedingly difficult by the time Xiao arrived at the palace. Darkness had fallen, and the rain had ceased. He reeked of alcohol. Drenched and appearing rather disheveled as he staggered into the palace, while Lu Er awaited him outside. In Yi Zhuan's chamber, bang! The palace door was forcefully kicked open. The palace maids and eunuchs stood in stunned silence, for they had never witnessed anyone daring enough to act in such a manner. Yi Xiao strode into the chamber. Hey, where's old Yi? Wasn't it you who wished to see me? Here I am. His drunken shouts elicited a frown from Yi Zhuan, who, however, offered no response. Only when Xiao stood before him did he inquire, "What is your purpose? Are you pretending to be inebriated to mitigate your culpability?" "Huh. What crime have I committed?" Xiao plopped onto the floor, defiantly raising his chin. "You openly assaulted Yin and claim innocence. Isn't it only natural for a younger brother to strike his elder?" Yizhuan, infuriated, retorted, "How can this be justified? An elder brother is like a father. It is a fundamental principle of the universe. You strike your second brother. Where is the justification in that? An elder brother is like a father, and a second brother is naturally like a son. After all, one cannot have two fathers, can one? Thus, since he is a son, it is only right for me to strike him." Yizhuan nearly erupted with laughter from the absurdity. "You insufferable fool," he scolded, then demanded, "Why did you strike Yin?" "I found him disagreeable." Xiao replied bluntly, "I asked that all." Indeed, the simplicity of his reasoning left Yizhuan momentarily speechless as he struggled to find a way to exonerate Xiao. "What is the situation now? Do not tell me you truly drank too much?" "Huh. Nothing more than finding you disagreeable." Yizhuan's expression darkened further. "Why, Xiao, you would do well to recognize the gravity of your actions." Why Xiao remained seated on the ground, gazing up at Yizhuan. Their eyes locked, and Xiao could see the anger simmering in Yizhuan's gaze. Yet he felt no fear as he murmured, "You see, I understand your intentions. You merely wish to incite conflict between me and Yin. However, I believe that our brotherly disputes should be predicated upon a crucial principle. It must not harm the interests of the Qian, nor inflict suffering upon the common people. What vexes me is that, knowing our united front could lead to greater loss of life, you still send us forth. Oh, you have any idea how dire the situation is for the people of Jiyuan Prefecture? How many have perished?" Yizhuan's voice turned somber as he asked, "Let me inquire. Do you believe that if you do not go, Yin will venture forth alone, resulting in fewer casualties?" "Well," Xiao began, only to find his voice choked. He suddenly realized that if he chose not to go, would Yin truly undertake the relief efforts diligently, if Yin adhered to his initial intentions? Amidst widespread disasters and grain tainted with sand, would the people of Jiyuan Prefecture fare any better? He had no answers. Why Yizhuan rose, his tone cold as he stated, "The path of an emperor requires balance. When appointing personnel, one must consider numerous factors. The disasters are peculiar, and the court is currently short on funds and resources that Yin has offered his services. I have no reason to refuse if a common official were to be dispatched. Do you truly believe they could manage the crisis? Yin has the backing of the realm's wealthy merchants. Merchants are driven by profit, and I would never place my trust in them. Your presence in Jiyuan is akin to a sharp blade poised over Yin's head. He will undoubtedly harbor a deep-seated animosity towards you, seeking your demise. Yet in his actions, he must also proceed with caution. You tell me, even if I know that you two will clash, if I do not send you, whom should I dispatch?" In the empty hall, only the father and son remained. Why, Yizhuan's voice was devoid of warmth and ice-cold. As an emperor, one desires to control everything. Yet the reality is that throughout the court and among the populace, there are none who do not seek to conceal their self-serving agendas from me. At this juncture, Yizhuan's gaze fell upon Xiao. "Even among you brothers, there are no exceptions claiming to be selfless, yet everyone possesses their own selfish motives." Xiao did not dispute this. Why Yizhuan returned to his bed, pouring himself a cup of tea and taking a sip, murmuring, "Did you think I merely wish for you to clash with one another in Jiyuan? You greatly underestimate me. What I desire is for the calamity in Jiyuan to be quelled with minimal cost and maximum efficiency. Regardless of how this situation arose, the outcome is what I seek." He shot a glance at Xiao. As for the chaos and casualties that may ensue from your involvement, what of it? A swift resolution is far more preferable than a slow and painful grind. Allowing Yin to play his games at leisure, he possesses myriad means to exploit and torment the common folk. Prolonged delays could lead to untold deaths. However, if you exert sufficient pressure on Yin, compelling him to act against you, be it your life or death, he will address the calamity with utmost diligence. So, is this answer satisfactory to you, my son? Ha ha ha. Xiao burst into laughter, rising from the ground. He bowed deeply to Yizhuan. "Thank you, father. I was in the wrong. Are you no longer angry? What is there to be angry about? Yi Zhuan smiled faintly. I am risking your life here. Should there be a next time, let be me. Yi Xiao murmured, I have never anticipated any fatherly affection. Go now. Yi Xiao turned to leave. Suddenly, Yi Zhuan's voice called out from behind, Your altercation with Qian is far from over. I understand. I shall accept whatever punishment is deemed fit. Yi Xiao exited. Leaving the grand hall empty. Yi Zhuan sat beneath the lamp, sighing heavily, a solitary man. Such is the fate of an emperor. My dearest is Yi Xiao. Yet even so, his life is but a pawn on the chessboard. Summon the winning strategy. What is the outcome in Jiyuan? The aged eunuch promptly departed to convey the command. Shortly thereafter, a cloaked figure arrived at Yi Zhuan's chamber. Your Majesty, I have assessed the situation regarding the destruction of the dam in Jiyuan. At the scene, it is impossible to ascertain whether it was intentional as for the civil unrest. It is reported that a man named Wu Wenshan incited it. A likeness has been produced, yet he has vanished without a trace. After hearing the report, Yi Zhuan pondered for a moment. Is that all? Sensing his dissatisfaction, the cloaked figure began to sweat profusely. For the time being, that is all. The town suppression office, indeed, has not failed its past reputation. Upon hearing Yi Zhuan's words, the man in black fell to his knees with a thud, bowing his head and exclaiming, It is my incompetence. Xiao, tell me, among the 4 princes, who do you believe is fit to inherit the throne? I do not know. A cold sweat trickled down Xiao's back. He was utterly perplexed by Yi Zhuan's true intentions. Not knowing? No matter. You may assist me in discerning this matter from this day forth. I shall lift the town suppression office's surveillance over each prince. Gather as much intelligence as possible. Xiao was taken aback. The last time he suggested monitoring the princes, Yi Zhuan had not responded in this manner. I understand. You may leave. As Xiao departed, Yi Zhuan let out a long sigh. Ah, the second son. Should you wish to seize the throne, those wealthy merchants can only serve as subordinates if there is no distinction between primary and secondary. It would deeply disappoint me. Within the Yi Xiao mansion, he stepped inside. Your Highness, Miss Liangqing and the palace steward, Zhou Tong, are waiting for you. Yi Xiao, taken aback, did not expect Liangqing to still be at his residence at such a late hour. As he entered, he found Zhou Tong anxiously rushing to greet him. My little ancestor. Where have you been? His Majesty is still waiting for you in the palace. Zhou Tong was on the verge of tears. Yi Zhuan had sent him to find someone, yet he arrived at Yi Xiao's mansion only to be told that Yi Xiao had gone off to drink. Now that it was so late, Yi Xiao had just returned. Fearing that Yi Zhuan might be enraged, he was at a loss for how to respond. Observing Zhou Tong's anxious demeanor, Yi Xiao chuckled. I've already been to the palace. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong let out a sigh of relief. Then I shall not disturb you further. He prepared to leave, but suddenly paused, glancing around before speaking softly to Yi Xiao. Your Highness. May I have a word? Yi Xiao waved his hand, and the others discreetly retreated. Zhou Tong lowered his voice. Your Highness, the Saintess of Qingyuan sect has recently arrived in Tang'an and has an audience with His Majesty and the Empress. The Empress is quite fond of her and is considering adopting her as a goddaughter. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao's brow furrowed. The Qingyuan sect, one of the 7 sects of Daqian, with a profound heritage and a plethora of experts. Generally speaking, these sects of the martial world tend to maintain a respectful distance from the court, fearing to get involved. Why then is the Qingyuan sect so eager to align itself with the court? After a moment's contemplation, Yi Xiao smiled at Zhou Tong. I understand now. Thank you for the information. Zhou Tong departed at Yi Xiao stroked his chin, murmuring to himself. The Saintess of Qingyuan sect is named in Linglong. If I recall correctly, never mind. I can hardly be bothered. It will be best if she does not come to provoke me. After wandering the martial world for a decade, Yi Xiao has encountered countless prodigies. In Linglong, the Saintess of Qingyuan sect only ranks 17th on the star ranking. Perhaps to many, this is indeed a lofty height. Yet for Yi Xiao, he never even harbored the desire to spar with her. The two have never crossed paths. I could see that moment. Yi Xiao noticed Liangqing standing not far away. Quietly observing him, he waved his hand and smiled. Back already? Yi Xiao nodded. Yes, I have returned. A mundane exchange, yet dissipated the subtle distance between them entirely. "Why aren't you heading home at such a late hour?" "I wanted to see you." Liang Qing was not the type to hide her feelings. She spoke her mind openly. Xiao smiled. "And now, it is time to leave. You should rest early." "All right." Liang Qing approached Xiao, gazing deeply into his eyes, as if to imprint him in her memory before turning to depart. She had waited long for this moment, simply to catch a glimpse of him. Such is the nature of love, often so pure and uncomplicated. Far away in the Qingyuan sect, the higher-ups convened in a heated discussion. "I believe Linglong should adopt the Empress as her godmother. At present, our Qingyuan sect lacks a successor, and there is a significant gap in the emergence of new masters. In 10 years' time, the position of the Seventh Sect will inevitably become unstable and be seized by others. As long as the court agrees to our conditions, establishing a department to regulate the sects based on the Qingyuan sect, allowing us to rise above the other sects, what harm is there in adopting her as a godmother? If this matter were to spread, our Qingyuan sect will become a laughingstock of the martial world. We would be the sinners of the Qingyuan sect. What of it? In the martial world, there must be some rules. Our Qingyuan sect is aligning with the court, and in the future, we shall become officials of the court, overseeing and regulating the various sections. They must listen to us, whether they like it or not. What difference is there from being the leader of the martial world? Ridiculous. We as people of the martial world have never entangled ourselves with the court. Now we would have the saintess of our sect adopt the empress as her godmother, making the disciples of our sect mere hounds of the court. Such utter disgrace. Silence. The sect leader, and Baisong, bellowed, interrupting the arguments within the Qingyuan sect, and Baisong regarded the assembly with a cold gaze. He spoke sternly. Our Qingyuan sect has stood for hundreds of years, once dominating the Daqian martial world. But what of it? Should our top experts perish, the sect prestige will vanish in an instant. Currently, Linglong ranks only 17th on the star ranking, and there are signs of instability. In another 10 years, in this new generation, who will shoulder the responsibility? Do not speak only of the younger generation. Among our own, aside from myself, who else truly holds influence in the martial world? Our ancestor is nearing the end of his 300-year lifespan and may soon face the tribulation of the heavens. He has confined himself within the icy cavern to accumulate strength. If, in 30 years, he fails to transcend, who will protect our sect's peace? Each inquiry rendered the assembly silent. In the strife of the martial world, one's glorious heritage can indeed foster many first-rate experts. Yet, the true pinnacle sects still rely on the most exceptional talents. Since the last generation, the Qingyuan sect has begun to experience a disconnect between the old and new. In the new generation, this is even more pronounced, with 2 consecutive generations lacking top-tier experts. Coupled with the ancestors' inability to intervene, they must contemplate the future. The room fell into a profound silence. Suddenly, someone spoke up. "What if we were to bring back that child?" "Cheng-Hu, shut your mouth." And Baisong glared fiercely at the speaker. "That ungrateful child, infatuated with a demonic sex enchantress. Do not mention him." "And Cheng-Hu," and Baisong's eldest son, 5th on the star ranking. In truth, he was once the hope of the Qingyuan sect, the prodigy in everyone's eyes. However, 5 years ago, and Cheng-Hu had betrayed the sect. In Baisong's fury left the assembly in silence. After a moment, and Baisong composed himself, took a deep breath, and solemnly declared, "I have made my decision. As long as the court agrees to establish a department to regulate the sects based on the Qingyuan sect, it is not impossible for Linglong to recognize the empress as her godmother. He is ultimately the head of the Qingyuan sect. Furthermore, he is a descendant of our ancestor. Though many within the sect may not agree with his decision, they cannot defy this moment." In Tangan City, a man and a woman traverse the night. "Little Tiger, do you think the tavern owner was referring to young Master Mu?" The woman was young and exceedingly beautiful, though she did not turn around. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she spoke. And Cheng-Hu remained silent for a moment before slowly replying, "He is already dead." Slap. The woman swiftly turned and struck Cheng-Hu across the face. "Little Tiger, if you dare to say young Master Mu is dead again, then you shall roll away." The fifth ranked in Chenghu did not dodge or retaliate, merely stating coldly, "He does not like you." Upon hearing this, the woman fell into silence. After a moment, she sighed, "I do not like you either, but do you know why I keep you by my side? Because I understand how painful it is to love someone and not even be able to see them." And Chenghu clenched his fists. Some individuals are destined to be romantic souls. From the moment he encountered this woman, he found himself ensnared. Yet, her heart has always belonged to that man. Why is it that he attracts so many admirers? You too, and Luo Yuchong. Why must you chase after him? Because he is strong. The woman stated matter-of-factly, the man who belongs to Nangong Wanwan should be the strongest in the world. If little tiger, you can defeat him, I will marry you. Mentioning this, despair flickered in Chenghu's eyes. He seemed poised to argue, but found no words. Ultimately, he could only let out a powerless sigh. I cannot defeat him. Reflecting on the encounter with that man, despite his unwavering dedication to practice over the past few years and the consequent enhancement of his skills, Chenghu still does not believe he can emerge victorious. He has faced defeat before, yet the only individual whose loss left him in utter despair is that singular person that I heard your sister has come to Tangan. Would you like to meet her? Not interested. What a dull fellow. The morning sun has yet to rise. Within the prince's residence, Xiao stands upright, arms outstretched, allowing Luer to assist him with donning his dragon robe. The prince's official attire is a dragon robe, symbolizing his esteemed status as he attends court. Luer adjusts Xiao's garments. She remarks, "Your Highness, clad in the dragon robe, you truly exude an extraordinary presence. When you traversed the martial world in the past, wearing such attire would undoubtedly have captured the hearts of countless talented young women." Xiao scoffs, "Capture hearts? The few who pursue me now are already enough to give me a headache. I've been running around in a frenzy for the past 2 years. If more come, will I even be able to survive? Hee, I thought you were quite pleased. Your Highness, after all, those ladies are indeed breathtakingly beautiful." It must be said that Yi Zhao's decision to return to the court is driven by numerous reasons. Upon mentioning the beauty of those ladies, Yi Zhao shakes his head helplessly, saying, "Those women may be beautiful, but they are not to be trifled with. Their minds seem quite unhinged from their martial training." "Humph, your Highness speaks so lightly of it. Who encouraged you to challenge them back then? They are all exceptional talents. And after being defeated by you, they still shared drinks with you. Your noble birth and exceptional demeanor surely drew their attention. Now you blame them for being enamored with you when this matter is brought up." Yi Xiao feels utterly wronged and can't help but defend himself. "I challenged them simply because they ranked highly on the star list, or refine my Tianxin Wuxiang. I needed to engage with more martial experts and gather various techniques. And what the drinking? After a match, why not share a drink and discuss martial arts philosophies? Was that wrong? I intended to engage with them over martial arts, yet they lusted after my person and now blame me? All right. My prince is blameless. Not a single fault. It is all their doing. Though perhaps it cannot be said quite so simply. Look, you seem distressed. I am not. You are. Once his attire is in order, Yi Xiao finishes his breakfast and steps into the carriage. His expression is solemn, for he knows that during court today, Yi Yin will surely seize the opportunity to strike. I end the court. Yi Yin stands before the assembly with a face resembling that of a pig's head. To be honest, although Yi Xiao struck him quite hard, such an injury, treated with spiritual herbs overnight, should not appear so dismal. It is evident he has chosen not to seek treatment, intentionally presenting such a face at court. Upon Yi Zhao's entrance into the grand hall, all the ministers cast sidelong glances. Every gaze is fixed upon Yi Xiao. In the eyes of the assembled officials, Yi Xiao is far too overbearing. Indeed, he is excessively arrogant. He dares to strike his own brother, a prince, in public. It is utterly outrageous. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Yi Xiao strides confidently toward his designated seat. "Oh, second brother, you look rather well. It seems you must have slept quite soundly last night." Yi Xiao smiles, greeting the pig-headed Yi Yin. The second prince, Yi Yin, wishes he could bite Yi Xiao to death. Yet he knows that today someone will stand up for him. He merely turns away, not wanting to engage in a verbal spar with Yi Xiao. There is no alternative. Speaking truly hurts his face. Unfortunately, Yi Xiao has no intention of letting him off the hook. Noticing his silence, Xiao chuckles. Did my second brother do something last night? Perhaps have his throat poked with a stick? Is the rumor true? The second prince, enraged by these words, retorts fiercely, Third, do not push me too far. I do not wish to engage with you, so do not provoke me. And if I do provoke you, what then? Xiao coolly regards the second prince, declaring, the people of Qian prefecture have certainly not provoked you. Second brother, what are you talking about? I do not understand. At this moment in the court, the second prince cannot afford to lose face as he glances toward the 3 grand umbrellas standing in the corner of the hall. Laughing, I knew countless citizens would sing praises. Xiao follows his gaze to the 3 enormous yellow umbrellas, dismissing them nonchalantly. What a pity, though, these praises cannot be transformed into the silver you favor. Second brother, that is not necessarily the case. Before the second prince can finish his sentence, Zhou Tong's sharp voice rings out. His Majesty has arrived. Instantly, the court falls silent, and the ministers stand aside. Yizhuan strides in like a dragon, taking his seat upon the throne. His gaze sweeps across the assembly, and he coldly declares, if you have matters to report, do so. If not, disperse. In the court, a middle-aged scholar steps forward. Bowing deeply, I, Xiao, Deputy Minister of Rights, accuse the third Prince Xiao of assaulting the second Prince Qian. His temperament is brutal, disregarding propriety. I beseech your Majesty to strip him of his right to participate in court discussions, confiscate his private troops, and confine him within the prince's residence as a warning. Once one individual finishes, another immediately steps forth. I, Zoli, the imperial censor, accuse the third Prince Xiao of failing to quell bandits, resulting in an uprising among the disaster victims of Qian prefecture, causing tens of thousands of casualties. I request your Majesty to punish him. I, Qian, Deputy Minister of Personnel, accuse the third prince of overstepping in Yong'an County, dismissing County Magistrate Wang Fu, treating the court's rules and laws with contempt. I implore your Majesty to punish him. I, on behalf of Wang Fu, submit a letter accusing the third prince of extorting and oppressing the citizens of Yong'an County. And I present the list of oppressed citizens along with their testimonies. In an instant, the court is filled with those accusing Xiao. It seems he has drawn the ire of heaven and the resentment of the people. His foundation is shallow, and no one speaks up for him. If it were an ordinary person, they would likely be in a panic. Yet Xiao remains unfazed. Just then, Yizhuan speaks. Let us address these matters one by one. Let us first discuss the incident of Xiao assaulting Yian. Xiao, do you have any rebuttal? Xiao steps forward and bows. I have no rebuttal. Are you willing to accept punishment? I am willing, but I have one question for Minister Xia Shirlang. Xiao approaches Xiao, who is considerably shorter than him, towering over him as he solemnly inquires, pray tell, Minister Xia, does our great Qian lack laws? Xiao is taken aback for a moment, then furrows his brow. Of course we have laws. If there are laws, why do you not act in accordance with them? Xiao exclaims, the laws of great Qian state that if one assaults another in public, provided no severe injury or bodily harm results, the penalty is 30 taels of silver, 80 lashes, or 3 months of imprisonment, at the discretion of the offender. I shall choose the 80 lashes. The laws of great Qian cannot be said to be lenient. 30 taels of silver is no small sum for the common people, coupled with 80 lashes or 3 months of imprisonment. The punishment is quite severe, which is why instances of wanton assault are rare. Xiao does not fear the 80 lashes. However, to relinquish his military authority and right to participate in discussions is absolutely unacceptable. Upon hearing this, Xiao erupts in anger. You assaulted a prince. And what of it? Is a prince not akin to a common citizen? Of course not. Xiao responds without hesitation. A prince and a commoner cannot be equated. Xiao gazes at Xiao, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. If Minister Xiao insists, then the laws of great Qian do not stipulate any penalties for assaulting a prince. As the saying goes, where there is no prohibition in law, one may act freely. If there is no such regulation, am I not innocent? As he speaks, Xiao turns to Yizhuan and bows. Minister Xiao has already testified on my behalf. I am innocent. Xiao is left dumbfounded. That was not his intention. His meaning was clearly that the punishment for assaulting a prince should not be the same as for assaulting a commoner. Indeed, the laws of Great Qian do not specify a penalty for assaulting a prince. After all, who would be foolish enough to assault a prince? In other words, princes are not so easily assaulted. Xiao hastily looks to Yi Zhuan. Your Majesty, the third prince is arguing deceitfully. That is not what I meant. Before Yi Zhuan can respond, Yi Xiao, already weary, interjects, then what do you mean? Speak. To assault a prince should warrant a more severe punishment. Why? Because a prince holds a noble status, if that is the case. I too am a prince. Should not the punishment for a prince's crime be lessened? One leads to another. Is it not, as it was before? If a prince commits a crime, he should be judged equally with the commoners. How can the punishment be lessened? Oh, since they are equal, why should it be more severe? Just because my second brother has a larger head. As soon as these words were uttered, Qian, who had been spectating from the sidelines, was momentarily taken aback. He realized that all eyes were fixed upon his own foolish head. It was indeed accurate to say that he had a large head. Qian's face flushed with embarrassment. He wanted to scold them, but suppressed the urge. However, it must be acknowledged that Yi Zhao's proposal to carry out the punishment according to the law was truly difficult to refute. After all, everyone understood that the law is the foundation of a nation. Observing the seemingly deadlocked debate between Yi Xiao and Xiao, Qian took the initiative to step forward. Father, I believe my third brother's suggestion is quite feasible. 80 strokes of the judicial staff, and this matter shall be considered settled. It is crucial to note that receiving the judicial staff's punishment would seal one's cultivation, in Yian's understanding. To have one's cultivation sealed and then receive 80 blows would be enough to make anyone drink from the cup of death. If the blows were heavy, it could even result in death. Of course, he did not actually believe that Yi Xiao would perish from it. Why? Yi Zhuan glanced at Yi Xiao and coldly remarked, since this is your own proposal, let it be decided. 80 strokes of the judicial staff. The imperial guard shall execute it shortly. Wait, Yi Xiao interjected once more. Why? Yi Zhuan smiled slightly. Are you afraid? No, I believe that the one administering the punishment should not be the imperial guards. Then who should it be? Yi Zhuan inquired softly. Why? Yi Xiao approached Qian and said with a smile, it must be my second brother who administers the punishment personally. This way, it would demonstrate that father has not shown favoritism and would also allow my second brother to vent his frustrations. With that, Yi Xiao turned to Qian. What do you say? Let it be you, second brother. Otherwise, father, who has always favored me, might instruct the imperial guards to go easy on me, and the punishment would not be effective. Qian was momentarily stunned. He instinctively sensed something was amiss, but could not discern Yi Zhao's intentions. Yet the thought of being the one to strike was indeed tempting. After all, delivering the blows himself would be immensely satisfying. Furthermore, although his cultivation was not particularly high, if Yi Xiao truly sealed his cultivation and he exerted his full strength, 80 strikes could very well lead to Yi Zhao's demise. It was akin to a person wandering in the desert, on the brink of death from thirst, only to spot a bottle of water, but with a warning that the water was poisoned. In such a situation, that person would undoubtedly be torn with indecision. At this moment, the second prince was in a similar predicament. Rationality told him that Yi Xiao must have ulterior motives, attempting to trap him. Yet his desire to strike Yi Xiao could not be suppressed. Seeing that he remained silent, Yi Xiao did not press him, merely smiling slightly. What is the matter? Does second brother not wish to strike? If you don't, then let the imperial guards do it. But do not say I didn't offer you the opportunity. His tone was laced with mockery. The second prince clenched his fists tightly. His thoughts raced. Damn Yi Xiao, is this truly a trap? Or is he merely trying to make me believe there is a trap, so I hesitate to act? Indeed, judging by Yi Zhao's demeanor, he also suspected that Yi Xiao might just be toying with him. As Yi Xiao walked towards the center of the grand hall, the second prince ultimately could not contain himself any longer and proclaimed loudly, since my third brother has requested my assistance, I shall personally execute the punishment for him. He could no longer hold back. With his back to the second prince, Yi Zhao's lips curled into a slight smirk. Sitting upon the throne, Yi Zhuan sighed deeply within. Oh, dear second son, why must you do this? In truth, the moment the second prince's words left his mouth, he felt a pang of regret. However, he swiftly adjusted his mindset. No matter what, the opportunity lay before him. If he did not act, he would regret it even more. At this moment, Yi Zhuan no longer focused on Yi Xiao but turned his attention to the others. Esteemed ministers, what are your opinions regarding Yi Zhao's actions in Jiyuan Prefecture? Everyone was taken aback. In the past, when Yi Xiao caused trouble, Yi Zhuan had allowed him to defend himself. Yet this time, he was inquiring about the views of others. Nevertheless, when it came down to it, among all the civil and military officials, who would dare to speak in Yi Zhao's defense? Among the crowd, Liang Qingyan furrowed his brows, that he was acutely aware that he was closely tied to Yi Xiao. He ought to speak up, but the problem was that, as a military general, he was not well versed in these matters and did not know how to articulate his thoughts. Just as he hesitated, contemplating whether to step forward and voice his opinion, the Prime Minister, Su Mingxian, took a step forward. He stepped out of the ranks and bowed. Your Majesty, I believe that the third prince's actions in Jiyuan Prefecture during the disaster relief were justified. Given the crisis, he acted in the capacity of a prince, dismissing Wang Fu, which cannot be deemed as overstepping his bounds, temporarily reallocating resources within the city to aid the disaster-stricken populace cannot be characterized as oppression. The unrest among the citizens of Jiyuan Prefecture is attributable to various reasons, and it cannot be solely attributed to the third prince. The third prince led troops to quell the rebellion, defeating tens of thousands of riders with merely 3,000 soldiers, which was a service to the nation. Overall, his merits outweigh his faults. Yi Xiao was taken aback, that Wai Yin was equally stunned. In fact, every individual present in the court was astonished as Su Mingxian was actually speaking in defense of the third prince. It was known that he was the prime minister of the great Qian, the foremost among the civil officials, and wielded immense power. For such a person to actively speak in favor of the third prince, Yi Xiao, was unprecedented. The grand hall fell into a profound silence. Yi Zhuan's voice rang out. What Su Xiang has said is reasonable. Although Yi Zhao's actions in Jiyuan may have involved some overstepping, there were justifiable reasons for it. From the results, his merits far exceed his faults. And there is no need for further discussion. Yi Zhuan's words undoubtedly established the tone for the matter. His firm stance offered no room for rebuttal. Everyone could see that Su Mingxuan's intervention was undoubtedly at Yi Zhuan's behest. Yet, what could be done? When the emperor and the prime minister reached a consensus, what voice did the other officials have? These individuals might support the second prince and be willing to speak on his behalf in the court, but very few would dare to confront Yi Zhuan and Su Mingxian directly. Instantly, the hall was enveloped in silence. Meanwhile, Yi Zhuan continued. Yi Zhao's quelling of the rebellion, defeating tens of thousands of riders with mere thousands of soldiers, is a significant achievement. His excellence in training soldiers is commendable. I grant Yi Xiao the authority to establish 8,000 cavalry, with all expenses to be covered by the Ministry of War. As for his soldiers, those who have contributed to the victory in battle shall be granted the title of Golden Scales, with their treatment elevated by 1 rank. Previously, Yi Zhao's Golden Scale Guard had been a title he had assigned himself. However, this time, Yi Zhuan explicitly conferred the title upon him and elevated the treatment. Upon hearing this, the court officials exchanged glances in astonishment that Wai Xiao had once again been granted the power to raise cavalry. It is known that princes wielding military authority are already a rarity. Moreover, Yi Zhao's military authority had further expanded. What scheme was Yi Zhuan concocting? However, there was no room for dissent in this matter. It would be absurd to claim without evidence that Yi Xiao might rebel. Such words could be suggested privately, but to voice them openly would be tantamount to seeking death. The second prince clenched his fists tightly. Yi Xiao had received the commendation of 8,000 soldiers. What about him? Not a word of mention. Among the crowd, Xiao, who had previously reported Yi Zhao's actions, stood up once more. Your Majesty is wise. Although the third prince's actions were somewhat rash, given his merit in disaster relief, I believe that the second prince has overseen many of the relief efforts and has garnered the people's gratitude. Which is evident, he too should be rewarded. Yi Zhuan glanced at Yi Yin, who bore the marks of a pig's head, and inquired Yi Yin, what reward do you seek? To serve the nation loyally is my duty as a son. I require no reward. The second prince promptly stepped forward, bowing to decline. I end such situations. This is typically how things are handled, as no one would genuinely be so tactless as to openly request rewards. The emperor, however, would naturally bestow the customary rewards without fail. Yet this time, to Yi Yin's astonishment, Yi Jun laughed heartily. Well said. My son, your loyalty pleases me greatly. Since Ener does not seek a reward, then let it be this way. After all, the treasury is still somewhat depleted, and you should understand that why Yi lifted his head, shock evident in his swollen eyes. No, I do not want it, and you truly will not give it? Yi Xiao was granted the authority to raise 8,000 cavalry with the Ministry of War's funding. Why was there no mention of the treasury being depleted? But when those words were spoken, they could not be taken back. He forced a smile and bowed. I understand. It is all my duty as a son. Having said this, he retreated. Is there anything else? Yi Jun's gaze swept across the crowd. This moment. The Minister of Personnel stepped forward. Your Majesty, the prefect of Jiuan has passed away, and now Jiuan is in dire need of reconstruction. I suggest that Wang Fu be appointed as the prefect of Jiuan to oversee the governance of the region. Wang Fu was an ally of the second prince. Otherwise, he would not have deliberately targeted Yi Xiao. Likewise, this was the second prince's most crucial move, to place his own people in the position of prefect of Jiuan. At that point, the Cui family could annex land at will. The plan was astute, but upon hearing his words, Yi Xiao stepped forward. Father, Wang Fu is a mere figurehead, occupying his position without fulfilling his duties. Were it not for this, I would not have needed to dismiss him from overseeing the disaster relief in Yong'an County. Such a person is unfit to serve as the prefect of Jiuan. No matter what, Yi Xiao would not allow Wang Fu to ascend. Yi Jun inquired solemnly. Then in your opinion, who is suitable to take over as prefect of Jiuan? The son humbly recommends Li Yan, the magistrate of Liang County in Jiuan Prefecture. Approved, Yi Jun replied almost without hesitation, granting his consent immediately. The second prince was taken aback. He was well aware of Li Yan's character. Should he ascend to power, it would be impossible for the Cui family to seize land in Jiuan Prefecture without resistance. Just as he was about to step forward, he heard Yi Jun's cold voice. Upon thorough investigation by the Pacification Office, Wang Fu has been found negligent in disaster relief, accepting bribes amounting to tens of thousands of taels. My decree is to execute his entire family. As for Li Yan, he has proven himself to be an upright official and has performed admirably during the disaster. Thus he shall be promoted to prefect of Jiuan. After stating this, Yi Jun sternly reprimanded the Minister of Personnel. As the head of the ministry, you are oblivious to the actions of your subordinates, and you dare to make such a recommendation. From this day forth, you are relieved of your duties and shall return home to reflect. No one anticipated that merely for recommending Wang Fu, the Minister of Personnel would be dismissed outright by Yi Jun. This caused the second prince to halt in his tracks. Dare to speak in Wang Fu's defense? He could not. Yet at this moment, he could not focus on Wang Fu. It was well understood that the Minister of Personnel was the foremost among the 6 ministries. To have him speak even a single word in the court, the Cui family had paid an exorbitant price, all for the sake of certainty. Now, not only was Wang Fu condemned, but the Minister of Personnel was also dismissed. What did this attitude signify? An icy chill enveloped the second prince. He realized that events were unfolding quite differently from his expectations. There were no praises, no rewards. Even the appointments of personnel were rejected. Wang Fu was executed, and the Minister of Personnel dismissed. Today, none of those close to him fared well. He looked up at the throne and saw Yi Jun's gaze, cold and indifferent, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. It was as if on the dragon throne sat not a man, but a dragon surveying the world. A symbol of absolute power. Just as Yin pondered where his plans had gone awry, Yi Jun's gaze swept over. If there are no other matters, Yin, you may proceed with the execution of Yi Xiao. Yin snapped back to reality. The imperial guards delivered the court staff. Yi Xiao stepped to the center of the hall, laughing. Go ahead, it won't take long anyway. Yi Jun gave a slight nod. And the elderly eunuch Lu Tong approached Yi Xiao, gently pointing his finger. In an instant, all of Yi Xiao's cultivation was sealed. Yi Yin took the court staff, approached Yi Xiao from behind, and took a deep breath. This was the only gain he could claim today. He summoned all his strength, channeling it into the staff. as he swung it at Yi Zhao's back with all his might. Bang! A resounding crash echoed. The staff shattered, and Yi Yin's hands were left raw. Fingers twisted in agony, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. No one had anticipated that such a result would arise from that single strike. Clearly, Yi Xiao had been sealed, yet he somehow retaliated and sent Yi Yin sprawling like this. Iner, will you continue to strike? There are 79 more blows. If you wish to keep going, I shall have someone bring you another staff. Yi Zhuan's voice remained devoid of any emotion, as if the one suffering below was not his own son. Yi Yin gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, his hands trembling uncontrollably, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, evidencing just how much he was hurting. No, I won't hit anymore. My son will not strike again. Then we shall disperse the court. Yi Zhuan rose and departed. All the ministers hastily exited the grand hall. Within the hall, only the pain-stricken Yi Yin and Yi Xiao remained. Yi Xiao crouched down, chuckling softly. Second brother, I gave you a chance, but you proved useless. How could you send me rebounding like that? Wasn't your cultivation sealed? Indeed, it was sealed, yet martial arts in this world do not rely solely on internal strength. Some physical techniques are equally formidable. By sheer coincidence, I happen to know a bit of that as well. I have long told you, I am a genius, and you are not. If you insist on competing with me, you shall not prevail. With that, Yi Xiao stood up and left the hall without a backward glance. Leaving Yi Yin alone in the imperial harem, Lu Tong followed closely behind Yi Zhuan. Your Majesty, was today's treatment of the second prince too harsh? Yi Zhuan smiled faintly. Harsh? Not at all, since he is unwilling to bear the risks of exposure and dares not take decisive action. He must accept the consequences of his failure in this struggle. Thinking he could fool me as if I were a fool and still expect to gain benefits after losing. There is no such good fortune in this world. Here, only the victors reap the rewards. The defeated, I have no need for. Furthermore, after the disaster in Jiyuan Prefecture, there will inevitably be a void, with vast tracts of wasteland, should we allow wealthy merchants to seize them. It would not bode well for the great Qian. I also do not wish to see those merchants exert too much influence over the court officials. It is indeed time to remove some thorns in our side. At this point, Yi Zhuan sighed. The relationship between officials and merchants should not be too close. If I do not instill some deterrence in these people, they will dare to do anything. I must also let the second prince understand that in this world, wealth does not grant one the freedom to act recklessly. Lu Tong shook his head as he observed Yi Zhuan's retreating figure. This man has never been easily deceived. By the way, how did Yi Xiao manage to do that just now? The external technique? Unmoving king body. A Buddhist external technique from the Xiao kingdom, the stronger the body, the more powerful the counterattack when subjected to assault. However, this technique cannot be executed while moving, thus it appears somewhat clumsy. It recorded in the royal armory. It is not. He must have learned it during the third prince's travels in the rivers and lakes. Yi Zhuan squinted slightly, murmuring, the rivers and lakes. Tell me, should I attempt to take control of these unruly individuals? He seemed to be inquiring. Yet Lu Tong did not respond to why Yi Zhuan did not press further. There were many considerations weighing on his mind. Until he reached a satisfactory conclusion, he would not make a hasty decision. In the Empress's chambers, the eldest prince bowed respectfully to Yang Li, recounting the events of the court. At this moment, the saintess of Qian's sect, and Ling Long, sat obediently beside her. Upon hearing the eldest prince's report, Yang Li scoffed. The second prince and his mother are alike, believing that money is omnipotent. Does he dare to bribe the Minister of Personnel? The promotions and appointments of officials in the 6 ministries are all managed by the Ministry of Personnel, meddle in such matters. It would be surprising if your father did not punish him. The eldest prince furrowed his brow, but the Minister of Personnel has not had much interaction with the second prince in the past. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence? Whether it is a coincidence or not, it matters little. What is most important is that your father does not consider it a coincidence. Some matters require evidence, while in others, mere suspicion suffices. Yang Li turned to Ling Long and smiled. From now on, he shall be your brother, and we are one family. After all, you have recognized me as your adoptive mother. We shall not conceal matters from you. We are all of the same kin. Emicham. And Linglong nodded obediently. The eldest prince had prepared well for this visit. He promptly took out a jade box from his bosom and presented it. Upon hearing that Linglong has recognized our mother as her adoptive mother, we are now siblings. This is a set of exquisite jewelry crafted by top masters of Yiping Zhai, specially commissioned for you. Linglong, there's only this one set in the world. Please see if you like it, and if not, I will have them make you another. As he spoke, he opened the box to reveal a treasure trove of beautiful jewelry, earrings, hair ornaments, pins, necklaces, bracelets, and rings, all resplendent and exquisitely made. Instantly, it captivated Linglong's attention. Although she was known as a saintess, she belonged to a prestigious sect and did not spend extravagantly. How could she not fall in love with such treasures? Thank you, brother. And Linglong accepted the jewelry box, her eyes brimming with delight. Yang Li and the eldest prince exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of the girl's nature. Naive and easily deceived. Little sister, in the future. If you have any matters, just tell your brother, and no matter what the issue, I will assist you in resolving it. By the way, I have a friend named Xiao Sun, who also hails from your Qingyuan sect. I wonder if you know him. Before the Prime Minister's residence, a figure paced anxiously back and forth, his face a mask of worried. It was none other than Wu Qingchuan, the Minister of Personnel who had been dismissed today. Finally, the door swung open, and a servant emerged, nose held high, declaring, "Our master asks you to wait a while longer. He is currently having his meal." All right. Wu Qingchuan, disregarding the attitude of the servants, hurriedly replied. Waiting is always a protracted ordeal, especially when one seeks favors from others. Meanwhile, within the room, Su Mingxian was indeed indulging in a meal. As usual, a vast array of dishes was laid out for his solitary enjoyment. His two sons stood nearby, though the second son's presence was notably absent. "Father, my elder brother has arrived in Ezhou. He sent a letter today, stating that all is well, so you need not worry." Su Mingxian delicately picked up a morsel of food and nonchalantly said, "There is no need for concern. If I do not fall, who could possibly disturb him?" The eldest son, Su Yi, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Father, why did you choose to speak in favor of that Yi Xiao in court today?" "What else could it be? The emperor summoned me yesterday and hinted at matters indirectly." Su Yi, puzzled, replied, "Yet, father, you have never been involved with the third prince. As for the affairs of Jin, you have not meddled in them either. Such a hasty declaration could easily offend the second prince." Su Mingxian sighed. Since ancient times, the powers of the sovereign and the subjects have been distinct. If one were to encounter a ruler of gentle disposition, the authority of civil officials could reach its zenith. History shows that many emperors, even when berated by officials, remained unscathed. However, our current sovereign, while appearing mild-mannered, harbors a ruthless core. Anyone who mistakenly believes they can act recklessly due to their minor authority will eventually face grave consequences. Moreover, in truth, the third prince does possess more merits than faults. Speaking on his behalf is not inappropriate. As for offending Yin, it is of no consequence. I have never regarded him as a potential heir. Among the four princes vying for the throne, he is the one I have the least faith in. Su Yi, greatly perplexed, asked, "Why is that?" "Figure it out for yourself." Su Mingxian offered no further explanation and resumed his meal. Once he had nearly finished, he waved his hand that a dozen servants entered to clear the table laden with dishes. Su Mingxian had always dined alone, even in the company of family, with a household of over a dozen cooks. Each meal must consist of numerous exquisite dishes. Many were merely tasted or left untouched. However, for the household servants, it was not a misfortune. After all, the leftovers were theirs to enjoy. "Bring Wu Qingchuan in. You two, remain behind the screen and listen quietly." As Su Mingxuan's words fell, Wu Qingchuan hurriedly entered, noticeably more hunched than when he had appeared in court to present his case against Yi Xiao. A fawning smile adorned his face. Upon entering, he quickly bowed and greeted, "Greetings, Minister Su." Su Mingxian did not exhibit any indifference. Instead, he promptly rose to return the gesture, smiling. "I was just dining and kept you waiting." "Brother Wu, please have a seat." It was well known throughout the court that Minister Su did not receive guests during meals, and Wu Qingchuan was correct. Xiao Mingxian had never entertained guests while dining, not even during his tenure as the Minister of Personnel. Conversely, upon Wu Qingchuan's arrival, Su Mingxian showed no sign of neglect, which warmed Wu Qingchuan's heart. Human warmth and coldness are often revealed in such moments. Prior to today, he had held the esteemed position of Minister of Personnel, naturally commanding respect. Yet, after the court session, many officials avoided him, and even former friends offered no words of comfort. In contrast, Su Mingxian was willing to see him and did not show the slightest sign of disdain. Once seated, the servants served tea. After savoring a sip, Su Mingxian gently inquired, "Brother Wu, what brings you here today?" "Minister, please save me." Wu Qingchuan's voice trembled with a hint of tears. "The emperor has dismissed me and stripped me of my official position. I implore you to speak a few kind words on my behalf before him." Brother Wu, some matters, since they are private, I shall lay bare to you. How much have you received from the second prince? How dare you place his people in positions today in court?" At the mention of this matter, Wu Qingchuan hesitated. Xiao Mingxian remained unhurried, simply stating, "If you do not treat me with sincerity, how can I assist you?" Wu Qingchuan sheepishly extended 2 fingers, saying, 200,000 taels. Upon hearing this figure, the Su family's second sons exchanged glances behind the screen, both reflecting shock in their eyes. 200,000 taels. Yet, Su Mingxuan's expression remained unchanged. He merely said softly, "If 200,000 taels can secure your words on behalf of him, then perhaps 500,000 taels could enable me to speak on your behalf." Wu Qingchuan was momentarily taken aback. But then his spirits soared. "If minister can indeed advocate for me, 500,000 taels is no issue." Su Mingxian smiled. "Rather than that, you might as well offer the emperor 1,000,000 taels. Who knows? He may not even need me to speak on your behalf. He might speak a few words for you himself." Wu Qingchuan finally grasped the situation. It was not a plea for money, but a mockery. His face flushed crimson. Xiao Mingxian continued softly, "As the head of the Ministry of Personnel, you have the power to mobilize officials across the realm. It is only natural to receive certain benefits. You accepted them and arranged for your own people. But why assist the second prince? By speaking for him today, are you unaware of how many people you have covertly placed in his service? You, taking the second prince's money and executing his affairs. Do you think the emperor can tolerate such behavior?" Wu Qingchuan muttered, but the emperor summoned the 4 princes to court to observe their struggles and alliances. Where is the fault in that? Su Mingxian shook his head. "Old Wu, your thinking is too simplistic. The emperor indeed wishes for them to contend and choose sides, which is not wrong. However, you must understand that there is a significant premise involved." "What premise?" "The interests of the Qian." Su Mingxuan's gaze grew resolute as he stood and declared, "The emperor desires officials who can be corrupt, who can have personal interests, and who can exploit their power. As long as they are discreet and do not leave behind incriminating evidence, that is a measure of their capability. But the issue lies in ensuring the interests of the Qian. There must be a bottom-line guarantee. This is the emperor's red line. Supporting the second prince is permissible. Yet, following the disaster in Qian, with a significant population loss, if another official emerges who colludes with the wealthy merchants, the lands of Qian will become unclaimed. And those merchants will seize the land without spending a single coin. You took 200,000 taels, but they will seek to recover 10-fold or 100-fold. Did you consider the interests of the Qian when you spoke for the second prince today? If you persist in this manner, what use does the emperor have for you? What should I do then? Please, minister, guide me." Wu Qingchuan's voice now carried a hint of desperation. In the prime minister's residence. With graying hair and a face full of supplication, losing power felt no different than losing his life to him. Xiao Mingxian sighed. "At this juncture, there is but one way to resolve this." "What method?" "Enter the palace to plead for mercy." Seeing the look of disbelief on Wu Qingchuan's face, Su Mingxian explained, "If you wish to regain your position as Minister of Personnel, that is utterly impossible. But have you considered why the emperor only dismissed you today without imposing any further punishment?" Wu Qingchuan shook his head. "I humbly request minister to enlighten me, because the emperor wishes to grant you an opportunity. Otherwise, do you think the town patrol office would seize upon your dismissal today to invade your estate and investigate your alleged corruption? You would not escape that fate at such a moment. You could very well face extermination of your entire family and the annihilation of your clan. Upon hearing this, Wu Qingchuan was drenched in cold sweat. Su Mingxian continued, "You need not consider other methods. If I am not mistaken, the town patrol office has already placed you and your family under surveillance, including your entry into my residence. It is likely the Emperor is already aware. He is awaiting your arrival to plead for mercy. At this moment, I advise you to draft a list of the individuals you have placed in the second prince's service, along with a detailed account of the money you have received, and present it to the Emperor. While pleading for forgiveness, express your willingness to surrender your assets to the court. Perhaps, considering your years of service, the Emperor may spare your life and reward you with a leisurely official position, allowing you to retire in peace." Despair flickered in Wu Qingchuan's eyes. If what Su Mingxian said was true, he had no other path. But if he did so, would the second prince ever let him go? The second prince would not harm you. Should he kill you, his reputation among the officials would undoubtedly suffer greatly, and that is one reason. Secondly, the assassination of a court official would surely displease the Emperor. Thus, as long as you are willing to enter the palace to plead for mercy, you may enjoy a peaceful old age. Brother Wu, I have conveyed all I can. Whether you heed my words or not is entirely up to your own heart. Now, I must take my leave. Su Mingxian directly commanded his servants to escort the guests away. In a daze, Wu Qingchuan was led out of the prime minister's residence by the attendants. Once he had departed, Su Mingxuan's two sons emerged from behind the screen. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "Father, if what you say about Wu Qingchuan is true, can he really preserve his life? If not, he is doomed. However, his family may yet survive." Su Mingxuan's voice was cold as he replied, "This is already his best outcome. Had it been otherwise, his entire family would face extermination. Why? Did you not say that his majesty would spare him? That the second prince would not dare to act against him? Indeed, his majesty chose not to punish him today, nor did he order the town suppression office to investigate, intending to allow him to enter the palace and clarify the matter himself, showcasing the emperor's magnanimity and sparing his life. The second prince may very well hesitate to act against him. The issue lies in the fact that the second prince's reluctance does not extend to others. The other princes are no less cunning. Should he die, regardless of whether it is by the second prince's hand, suspicion will first fall upon him. Then why must you deceive him into believing there is nothing to fear?" Su Mingxian let out a long sigh. The national treasury is depleted. A mere Wu Qingchuan cannot satisfy the emperor's appetite. However, this opportunity to launch a massive crackdown on corruption, employing torture to extract confessions, presents a rather grim facade. The emperor has long since marked him for death. Today, with his official position revoked, he will undoubtedly resist. The second prince himself is in a precarious situation, and the other princes will heed him not. In the court, who can he turn to? If he seeks me out, I must steer him to act in accordance with the emperor's wishes. By voluntarily confessing and providing a list of names. The emperor will have no choice but to investigate. This way, confiscating the assets of corrupt officials will replenish the treasury, and to outsiders, it will not appear as if the emperor is orchestrating it. This is precisely the outcome desired by the emperor. Su, you remained silent for a moment before speaking. "Father, to personally push him into the emperor's trap and implicate countless officials. Does that not seem excessively cruel?" Su Mingxian scoffed. "Cruel? In the realm of courtly intrigue, one misstep leads to an abyss. Do you think this is a jest? Today, the emperor is also conveying to everyone that he cannot be easily deceived. These individuals, myself included, after this incident, the second prince will likely be left in a state of utter defeat." Su Mingxuan's third son, Su Xiao, reflected. "Not necessarily. He possesses wealth, and the world will never lack for those eager to profit. There will always be individuals willing to align with him. It is merely a temporary retreat. Such is the nature of princely rivalry. If one does not strike at the heart, it cannot be deemed a downfall. However, the second prince is destined to be naught but a stepping stone for others. No one anticipated that Wu Qingchuan, the dismissed minister of personnel, would enter the palace to plead for mercy that very night. He surrendered millions in personal assets and provided an extensive list of officials with whom he had vested interests. Yi Sun was enraged and ordered the town suppression office to conduct a thorough investigation. In an instant, the realm was thrown into turmoil, with officials across the Qian speaking cautiously, fearful of implicating themselves. At the same time, Yi Sun, considering Wu Qingchuan's many years of service and his timely repentance, granted him a position in the Ministry of Rights. Yet compared to his former status as Minister of Personnel, it was a fall from grace. Even more lamentable was that merely 7 days later, Wu Qingchuan perished in his sleep. The coroner could find no signs of foul play, merely concluding that his time had run out at the second prince's residence. His facial injuries had healed completely. Yet his fingers were still wrapped in bandages. Yi closed his eyes, listening to his subordinates recount the latest news. The county magistrate of Wu was investigated, revealing a misappropriation of 70,000 in silver, resulting in immediate execution. His family was conscripted. The governor of Yongning Prefecture was found to have embezzled 1 million in silver, facing death by 100 slices and the extermination of his entire family. The deputy minister of personnel, Qian, had his properties confiscated, 17 estates, 3,000 acres of land, 5 million in silver, and precious jewels valued at 1 million, all resulting in death by 100 slices and the execution of 9 generations. With each report, the second prince's heart ached profoundly. He muttered, "How ruthless is father! I have invested years in the court, expending countless silver, only to be stripped of nearly all. Your Highness, there are rumors circulating that you ordered Wu Qingchuan's assassination." The second prince exploded in fury. "Nonsense! Am I a fool? If I were to kill him now, who would not know it was I? Your Highness, the palace has sent word that Consort Yun requests your presence. I shall not go. Tell mother that my injuries are not yet healed, and I prefer to avoid the palace for the time being." The second prince firmly rejected the invitation, eyes closed. Everyone harbors their own thoughts. After suffering a setback, one gains wisdom. The second prince was no exception. At this moment, he felt a growing dissatisfaction toward both Consort Yun and the Chui family. At the Yi Sun residence, Han Qi sat opposite him. "His Majesty has indeed executed a masterstroke," Han Qi sincerely remarked. With disasters quelled, corrupt officials executed, and the national treasury replenished, peace reigns once more. Yi Sun smiled. "My father is truly astute. The second prince has won over officials with wealth. And since these individuals have taken his money, they're surely not virtuous. Following the trail leads to a bounty of plump pigs. This round is indeed delightful." Han Qi hesitated, however, with His Majesty's brilliance and the second prince's increasing number of soldiers, should he not fear arousing His Majesty's suspicion? "Do you know what distinguishes me from the second prince?" Yi Sun spoke softly. Han Qi pondered for a moment. "Your Highness possesses extraordinary martial talent." "Incorrect. Your Highness is favored by the Emperor?" "Not that either. Your Highness is more handsome than the second prince." "That is indeed true, but there is more to it." Yi Sun regarded Han Qi, speaking softly. "What sets me apart from the second prince is that I have never sought to deceive my father." Upon hearing this, Han Qi fell into contemplation. Yi Sun continued. "Many people mistakenly believe they are clever, thinking they can use cunning methods to gain advantages without others noticing. In truth, to genuinely astute individuals, many matters are not obscured. They merely remain unspoken. As for me, I have never wished to conceal anything from my father. I aspire to vie for the throne, to seize the imperial favor. I express my discontent openly and act transparently. The second prince, on the other hand, engages in deception, manipulating the rules, employing every so-called cunning trick within those boundaries to achieve his goals. That is the difference between us." Han Qi revealed a moment of realization. No one enjoys being deceived or concealed from. Once the emperor sees through it, even without evidence, he will surely harbor displeasure. "Exactly. He regards my father as a fool, but how could my father allow him to benefit? On the contrary, I am unafraid to openly tell him that I intend to command troops and establish my worth through military merit. If he dares not grant it, then so be it. Yet if he does grant it, why should he harbor suspicion? What I desire has been clear to him from the outset. Your Highness is wise." Han Qi bowed. "Your Highness acts in the open, far more astutely than those who act in the shadows. Yi Sun shook his head. It is not a matter of wisdom. The conditions differ, and thus the paths diverge. The path I choose is one of martial prowess, allowing me to act openly. The second prince, relying on wealth to forge connections with officials, is destined to remain in the shadows. Yet, I believe the second prince has chosen the wrong path. Where has he erred? He has the Chui family behind him, as well as the nation's wealthy merchants. While he uses wealth to befriend officials, he treads an improper path. In using these families, he is simultaneously being exploited by them. Who is the master, and who is the servant? A prince manipulated by mere merchants for silver, without benefiting the nation or the people, is a disgrace. Were I in his position, I would utilize the trade routes of the nation's merchants. Engage in imperial commerce, establish workshops, and provide the populace with means of survival, using commerce to wield power, establishing my worth in the eyes of my father. Only then can I truly lay a foundation in this battle for the throne. Han Chi looked at Yi Sun with keen interest and asked, Your Highness, if one day the second prince awakens to the truth, would you scheme against him? I would not. Yi Sun shook his head. If he truly acts for the benefit of the country and the people, not only would I not hinder him, but I would also assist him when truly needed. However, my words shall not change. Should I ascend to the throne, he and the Chui family will surely face annihilation. After all, no one can pardon the innocent souls lost in Jiyuan Prefecture. Ha ha ha! Han Chi burst into laughter, admiration flashing in his eyes as he bowed. Your Highness's magnanimity is commendable, he sincerely remarked. Throughout history, struggles for the throne have been life and death battles, each side vying for dominance, fearing the other's success. Yet your Highness is willing to assist. A true display of great benevolence. It is a pity that the second prince's actions do not match half your worth. Had he truly devoted himself to disaster relief, with fewer selfish intentions, the outcome would surely have been different. Desiring both glory and personal gain, he ends up with empty hands. Just as they spoke, a voice from outside announced, Your Highness, the Liang family has sent an invitation, requesting your presence at a banquet tonight. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, for he knew all too well that he and Liang Qing had been engaged for a considerable 6 months. During this span, he had yet to set foot in the residence of Liang Qing. This time, with the other party extending an invitation, he felt compelled by both sentiment and reason to accept. Go, inform the messenger that I shall definitely attend this evening. Han Chi looked at Yi Xiao and sincerely remarked, Your Highness, in most matters, I hold you in high regard, but regarding this marriage, my admiration for you is boundless. The might of General Liang Qing is a daunting prospect that most men would shy away from. Yi Xiao replied, his gaze turned somewhat unfriendly. Are you mocking me? I speak from genuine respect. There are no ulterior motives. It is merely fate. In this lifetime, I cannot escape the clutches of these formidable women. Yi Xiao sighed. Han Chi, astutely sensing the underlying implications, widened his eyes in curiosity and inquired, What do you mean by that? Your Highness, are there others? Heh, matters that do not concern you should remain unasked. By the way, the courtyard is rather untidy today. Since you have nothing else to do, Mr. Han, why not take the opportunity to tidy it up? Luer, you shall oversee the cleaning. The last sentence was directed at Luer, for Yi Xiao knew she would not stray far from him. Han Chi's expression stiffened. Your Highness, this residence is quite expansive. Heh, Mr. Han, aside from dining and tea, you have no other obligations, so consider this a means of physical exercise. As Yi Xiao exited, Luer had already brought forth a large broom. Thrusting it into Han Chi's hands, Mr. Han, sweep away. Your loose tongue has drawn the ire of His Highness. No sooner had she finished speaking than Yi Xiao's voice echoed from afar. Luer, you shall sweep half of it too. Luer stuck out her tongue and shot a glare at Han Chi. This is all your fault. Expect to dine on vegetarian fare tomorrow, Mr. Han. Han Chi. The household's meals were entirely under Luer's control. If she declared vegetarian, there would assuredly be no trace of meat. As night fell and the moon hung high, Yi Xiao's carriage came to a halt at the entrance. He disembarked, clad in a ceremonial robe. Taking a deep breath, He Chuan chuckled. Your Highness seems a bit uneasy. Yi Xiao did not deny it, lamenting, "Indeed, it is my first visit, and I feel somewhat anxious, and oh worries. After a few more visits, you'll get accustomed to it." Suddenly, the voice of Liang Qing rang out from the entrance, and Yi Xiao turned to see her peeking from behind the door with a playful smile. "Come in." Liang Qing stepped forward, wrapping her arm around Yi Xiao's and tugging him inside. Why, Yi Xiao, in a flurry, exclaimed, "Wait, I have prepared a gift." It is customary to bring a present on one's first visit. However, Liang Qing seemed unconcerned, pulling him further into the house with a smile. "Leave the trivialities to the servants. My mother has invited many guests today, all of whom are already awaiting us in the main hall." Yi Xiao was taken aback. "Are there others?" "Of course, it is rare for you to visit, and my mother wishes to showcase her hospitality." Yi Xiao. Soon, they arrived at the reception hall. He surveyed the room. Yi Xiao was stunned to find it filled with elderly women. Liang Qing began to introduce each one. "This is my third aunt, and that is my sixth aunt," leaving Yi Xiao feeling dizzy and overwhelmed. Greeting them like a robot, Yi Xiao also encountered Liang Qing's mother, Madame Wu. After exchanging brief pleasantries, he was pulled out of the reception hall, while Madame Wu beamed with pride. "The emperor has bestowed a marriage, and the third prince is indeed a great favor. Did you see how handsome he is? Our Qinger has found herself a splendid match." Once Yi Xiao was dragged out of the reception hall by Liang Qing, Madame Wu continued to show off to the other women. "Come, let us greet my father." Yi Xiao was taken aback. "Aren't there any male relatives?" Liang Qing covered her mouth and laughed. "What? Are you afraid? The third prince who bravely faced tens of thousands of riders is afraid." "Indeed, I am." Yi Xiao shook his head. "I would rather face the enemy than navigate such social gatherings." "Fear not, it is not a family reunion. My father has a gift for you." Following Liang Qing to the backyard, Yi Xiao saw a group of young men gathered, chatting in small clusters. As Yi Xiao and Liang Qing entered the courtyard, everyone halted, gazing at Liang Qing in awe. Ignoring them, Liang Qing led Yi Xiao into Liang Qing's study. "Father, the third prince has arrived." This marked Yi Xiao's first private meeting with Liang Qing. Yi Xiao clasped his hands together, saying, "Greetings, uncle." No matter the circumstances, he could not adopt an air of superiority in front of this man. Liang Qing nodded slightly and smiled. "Your Highness, you met those relatives earlier. What was your impression?" Yi Xiao forced a smile. "I hardly recognize them all." "Not to worry. As long as they recognize you, that suffices." Liang Qing continued, "I shall not waste words. The emperor has granted you 8,000 cavalry. Who do you intend to appoint as the commander for training?" "I plan to have Yan Zhe command them, with a selection from the Jinlin Guards to serve as foundational officers." Yi Xiao had indeed intended this and saw no reason to conceal it. Liang Qing chuckled lightly. "Yan Zhe commanding both the Jinlin Guards and the cavalry is certainly feasible. With his capabilities, managing 8,000 troops is a trifling matter. However, do you know what is most crucial in a cavalry beyond the commander?" Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes, tentatively asking, "The grooms?" "Precisely." Liang Qing smiled. "The care of the horses is paramount for cavalry. An exceptional groom can elevate the combat effectiveness of cavalry by over 30%. As he spoke, he opened the door and called out, "Su Ping, come in." From the crowd emerged a young, somewhat portly boy who hurriedly ran in. Liang Qing introduced, "This is Su Ping, the seventh-generation disciple of the Su family from Fanyang. Known for their expertise in horse rearing and care, I have a solid rapport with the Su family, and he has come here to serve. If he were to enter the Ministry of War, he would be immediately sought after by various armies. I have spoken with this lad, and he is willing to serve under you. I hear the Ministry of War will soon receive 40,000 war horses for selection by the various divisions of Tang, and you could have him assist you." Su Ping bowed to Yi Xiao, grinning sheepishly. "Greetings, third prince. My uncle told me to follow you and promised I would have plenty to eat." Liang Qing added, "His uncle is me. This boy loves to eat meat. I trust you will not let him go hungry." To be fair, had it not been for Liang Qing's endorsement, Yi Xiao would never have thought that Su Ping possessed such remarkable skills in horse management. However, given Liang Qing's assurance, he had no reason to doubt and promptly responded, "No problem. Go, you shall follow the third prince back to his residence shortly." "All right." The chubby boy, Su Ping, dashed out with enthusiasm. Liang Qing continued, As for the grooms, they belonged to him. Third prince, remember, in matters of horse care, he'd only his words, no one else's. The horses of the cavalry are of utmost importance, and all grooms must be under his jurisdiction. Understood, Xiao acknowledged. Liang Qian then turned to the group of young people outside, stating, I shall not hide it from you. They are all the offspring of those relatives from the hall, connected to the Liang family. Xiao chuckled. Uncle Liang, do you wish for them to join my cavalry? If you were to perish, I fear it would be difficult to explain. Liang Qian shook his head. No need for explanations. Since ancient times, military merits are acquired through valor. They are all scions of military families, accustomed to warfare. They are not the sole pride of their families. If they fall, then so be it. Xiao was taken aback. He had initially thought Liang Qian was merely providing him with grooms, and that these individuals were part of a transaction. However, hearing this, he sensed a different implication. Liang Qian continued, they have trained in martial arts since childhood. Yet their talents are not particularly exceptional, hence they are not valued in their clan. However, they are of suitable age for military service, and compared to the average recruits, they possess significantly greater martial prowess. Moreover, they're all our own people, in your army. You must have some genuine allies. Otherwise, you would be blind and deaf. If your subordinates harbor any hidden dangers, you would remain oblivious until trouble arises. These individuals are indeed family. Should anything be amiss, they will alert you. You need not go out of your way to accommodate them. Life and death are matters of fate. Liang Qian spoke with calmness. Why is it that so many historical armies were named after families? Yu's army, Qi's army, Xiang's army. Within these forces, there is often a significant presence of clan members. These individuals forge an unwavering loyalty and grant the commander exceptional control over the troops. It is evident that these individuals are the gifts bestowed upon Xiao by Liang Qian. Perhaps they lack valor, perhaps they do not possess extraordinary abilities. However, in terms of loyalty, they undoubtedly surpass ordinary soldiers. Thank you, uncle. Xiao sincerely bowed to Liang Qian. Liang Qian displayed a hint of helplessness. Now that you are wed to Qing, you are bound to the Liang family. If I do not assist you, who else could I possibly help? Xiao tilted his head and gazed at Liang Qian. Uncle, do you seem to harbor some grievances? Of course. Liang Qian turned to him, gritting his teeth, and said, if Qing remains unmarried for life, I would merely be compensating for some meals. Should you fail in your bid for the throne, my entire family could face annihilation. Do you think I have no reason to feel aggrieved? Xiao chuckled. But what if I succeed? Would that not elevate us all? He added with a smirk, the emperor has bestowed a marriage upon me. It is clear that Qing is not to be my primary consort. Liang Qian retorted angrily. I am unafraid to tell you this. If the emperor binds my Liang family to you, but offers no substantial benefit, then where is the fairness in that? Does it mean that all good fortune belongs solely to the Yi family? As Liang Qian's ire grew, Xiao unhesitatingly chose to scold his father. Oh, my father! He truly lacks integrity. Such underhanded schemes against others are utterly excessive. At this point, Xiao shifted his tone. However, rest assured, uncle, I shall never forget your kindness. If I ascend the throne, I cannot promise much, but the Liang family shall never want for wealth. Liang Qian offered assistance. And being no fool himself, he immediately clarified his stance and made certain promises. Liang Qian shook his head, dismissing the promises, and sighed. Honestly, my original plan was to seek an annulment from the emperor if Qing did not fancy you. Yet she insists that she cannot marry anyone but you. Even knowing that this situation is disadvantageous for the Liang family, what can I do? Xiao gazed in astonishment at Liang Qing, surprised that she had confided such sentiments to Liang Qian. Liang Qing's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. This bashfulness was unfamiliar to Xiao, enhancing her allure. She glared at Liang Qian. Father, why do you share everything? Liang Qian sneered. You dare to say such things to me, yet cannot voice them to this lad. From now on, I shall keep my mouth shut. Speak as you please. I care not for your words. Liang Qian then turned to Xiao. Enough, let Qing take you out to meet those young lads. That we shall dine in the front hall shortly. I simply detest dining with this gaggle of women. They are insufferably noisy. Xiao wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, too many women make for a cacophony. The bright moon hung high, and the evening breeze was cool. In the rear courtyard of the Liang residence, Liang Qingyin and Xiao strolled together. Both bore the unmistakable signs of inebriation. Although the majority of attendees were female relatives, the robust customs of the Qian sought ample drinking. However, the ruckus indoors prompted the two to slip away. You were rather excessive during the Empress's birthday celebration. I fear she will not let you off lightly. Xiao smiled faintly. She has never spared me, since my return to Tangyan and my bid for the throne. She has regarded me as a thorn in her side, Liang Qingyin remarked. The holy maiden of the Qingyuan sect, and Ling Long, has recently pledged allegiance to the Empress as her sworn mother. It appears that the Qingyuan sect is now aligned with the first prince. Xiao frowned, perplexed. I have heard whispers of this, but I presumed Ling Long would not consent. After all, the Qingyuan sect is one of the 7 sects of the Qian. And Ling Long is the biological daughter of its leader, and Baisong. Why would she wish to align herself with the Empress? Doing so would entangle them in the struggle for the throne. What benefits do they gain from this? In truth, when Zhou Tong had previously mentioned this matter to Xiao, he had not given it much thought. He could understand the Empress's desire to adopt Ling Long as a daughter. It was simply a means of securing a formidable ally for the first prince. However, Xiao believed that the endeavor would most likely come to naught. From his perspective, he surmised that the Qingyuan sect's delegation to Tangyan was likely aimed at negotiating some arrangement with the court. Yet he could not fathom why they would bind themselves to the first prince. The evening breeze rustled as Liang Qingyin chuckled. I have heard whispers regarding this. It seems the Qingyuan sect wishes to spearhead the establishment of the Jinwu division to oversee the myriad sects of the realm. Yet the emperor remains non-committal, caught in ambiguity. It was at this juncture that the Empress expressed her desire to adopt Ling Long, leading to the subsequent developments. Perhaps they hoped to leverage the Empress and the first prince to facilitate this affair. Upon hearing this rationale, Xiao could not help but widen his eyes. The Qingyuan sect is deluding itself to oversee the myriad sects of the realm. If all 7 sects were to agree to this, perhaps it could work. But for the Qingyuan sect alone, how could they possibly command the entire realm's sects? They require the court's backing. With the power of the court and the Qingyuan sect's name, they might have a chance at success. Impossible. It is utterly impossible. Xiao resolutely shook his head. There are countless families and sects within the Jianghu, numbering at least 100,000, though their influence may not seem overwhelming at first glance. Should they attempt to establish a Zhenwu division to impose regulations upon these factions, it would undoubtedly provoke a backlash. In such a scenario, the conflict between local governments and the Jianghu would be far from trivial. It could very well lead to chaos across the realm. Yet the emperor remained silent, allowing Ling Long to stay in Tangyan and permitting the empress to adopt her. Liang Qingyin shook his head. I cannot discern the emperor's true intentions. Xiao's gaze flickered. I have no idea what my old father is thinking. However, I know well that he is no benevolent soul. Should the Qingyuan sect present itself, it is likely they will be devoured to the last bone. Upon uttering these words, Liang Qingyin wholeheartedly agreed. Yi Sun, to those who know him, it is clear that his cunning and schemes are beyond the reach of ordinary men. Yet he quickly reacted, casting a peculiar glance at Xiao. Is it wise to speak of your father in such a manner? I dare to say it before him. Do you truly believe my father is a virtuous person? Well, that is certainly not the case, Liang Qingyin cautioned. Regardless, the Qingyuan sect is now aligned with the first prince. You must tread carefully. Indeed, it poses a dilemma. My current cultivation is far too low. Yi Zhao's progress in cultivation has been swift. Over the span of 6 months, he has advanced from the 7th tier of soul refinement to the 4th tier of Tianyuan realm, essentially achieving 1 tier of improvement per month. Such speed is akin to riding a rocket. However, lacking sufficient cultivation remains a significant concern. He is still far inferior to his former self when he had self-destructed his cultivation. Upon leaving the Liang residence, Yi Xiao reclined in the carriage. He Kun guided the horse forward at a leisurely pace. Uncle He, do you think I should seek out in Qinghu? What for? He Kun inquired. Puzzled, I simply wished to prevent the Qingyuan sect from completely binding itself to the leader. After all, they are one of the 7 sects, with an immensely deep foundation that if they are entirely consumed by the leader, and elite experts are dispatched to eliminate me, relying solely on you, uncle, may not suffice to protect me. That would leave me in constant peril. He-kun fell silent. After a moment, he replied, "It is my inadequacy." "That is not true, uncle. Without your aid over the years, I may have long since met my end in the wilderness. Yet there are limits to human ability. One person cannot accomplish everything." A flicker of dissatisfaction crossed He-kun's eyes as he gritted his teeth. "Had it not been for my injury." "No need for further words. I am well aware of your strength. But, my prince, will Hu truly assist you, he may very well wish to see you dead." Yi Zhao's eyes gleamed. "And Hu may not aid me. But he would never support the leader. That is sufficient. But where will you find him? Unless you reveal your identity, finding one person in this vast world is exceedingly difficult." He-kun posed the most pressing question. He did not believe Yi Xiao would wish to expose his identity. "I have my ways. I shall enter the palace. At this hour, what other choice do I have?" By now, darkness had enveloped the sky. In this era, it would typically be time for rest. Deep within the palace, a throng of eunuchs obstructed Yi Zhao's path. "Good heavens! At this hour, how can we dare seek out the emperor?" Third prince. "Could we not discuss this tomorrow? His Majesty has already retired for the night. I beseech you, do not put us in peril." Indeed, Yi Xiao brandished a token, brazenly intruding into the palace in the dead of night. After being chastised the last time, this token had still been returned to him. Observing their refusal to grant entry, Yi Xiao furiously exclaimed, "Did you not say there was no one attending to the emperor? What could possibly prevent him from rising?" With that, he bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Father, awaken to relieve yourself." The stillness of the night was pierced by his resonant voice. The eunuchs were taken aback, paralyzed by uncertainty as to how to respond. Zhou Tong, stamping his foot and beating his chest, implored in a hushed tone, "My little ancestor, how can you disturb His Majesty so? Are you not seeking our demise?" "Father! Father! Awaken to relieve yourself. I miss you." Yi Xiao disregarded him entirely, continuing to shout, "At last." The doors of the sleeping quarters swung open, and the aged eunuch Lu Tong stood at the entrance, quietly stating, "Third prince, cease your shouting. His Majesty has permitted you to enter." Yi Xiao grinned widely, pushing Zhou Tong aside and winking at him. "See? I told you it would be fine." Zhou Tong muttered, "Is it truly fine? What if it isn't? That would mean losing one's head. This fellow is far too audacious. Throughout history, has there ever been a prince bold enough to act in such a manner?" Inside the dimly lit chamber, Yi Zhuan's face was a mask of displeasure. "You ungrateful wretch! You insist on forcing me to take your token, do you?" Yi Xiao produced the token, smiling. "If father wishes to take it, then I shall gladly hand it over." "Humph! Keep it. What brings you here at such an hour?" Noticing Yi Zhuan's refusal to accept the token, Yi Xiao shoved it back into his bosom. "I have 2 matters to discuss. First, I wish to take Liang Qing as my legitimate wife." "Absolutely not." Yi Zhuan rejected without hesitation. "Why not?" Yi Zhuan did not shy away, responding candidly, "If one day you ascend the throne, how fitting would it be for the mother of the nation to be a butcher wielding power over countless lives?" "I do not care. You may not care, but the common folk do. The officials do as well." Yi Zhuan's voice turned cold. This matter requires no further discussion. Recognizing his father's unyielding stance, Yi Xiao understood that this issue was unlikely to reach an agreement with Yi Zhuan. Taking a deep breath, he stated his second purpose, "I need the town guard to assist me in locating someone." "Whom are you searching for?" "The 5th on the star list." "In Hu?" Yi Zhuan scoffed. "You disturb my peaceful dreams at this hour for such a trivial matter. Are you fearful of the Qingyuan sect?" Yi Xiao did not veil his response. "Of course I am. What if the elder brother allows them to kill me? Alternatively, you could send Lu Gonggong to accompany me, and I wouldn't need to search for in Hu, or perhaps I could take one of the experts assigned to me from Tianlong Garden." Yi Zhuan erupted in anger. "Nonsense! How could your elder brother engage in such actions?" "Haha, you know your own son's character, do you not? How did Wu Qingchuan meet his demise? Do not dare say he merely passed away in his sleep. Not even a dog would believe that. Yi Zhuan was incensed, his teeth grinding in frustration. You insolent wretch, your words are beyond measure. What a vexation! Just the two of us. Why must we keep circling around the issue? It is exhausting that Why Yi Zhuan could only respond with silence, that Why Xiao was the only one who spoke so directly without any pretense. Why should I assist you? Yi Xiao confidently replied, because I am your son, the third prince of the Qian. Is it too much to use some of our household resources? Yi Zhuan regarded him in silence for a moment before breaking into a smile. I understand now. I shall entrust this matter to the town guard. Once there is news, I will have Xiao inform you. Thank you, father. Yi Xiao rose to leave. Halt. Does father have further business? Ha ha. This little rascal wakes me up. And now that his business is done, he thinks of flee. Sit down and play a couple of games of chess with me. Yi Xiao made himself comfortable, directly joining Yi Zhuan on the bed. Just as he had done in his childhood, as he set up the chessboard, he laughed. Shall I let you have a few pieces? Yi Zhuan's face flushed with indignation. Yet he stubbornly retorted, Does the emperor require your generosity? When I was 7, you could not defeat me. So what is the point of not letting you? Then let us start with 5 pieces. Yi Xiao chuckled. Good luck, my dear old father. Do not call me by such casual terms. Have some decorum. Understood, old Yi. As the night deepened, Yi Xiao took his leave. The aged eunuch Lu Tong gathered the scattered chess pieces from ground. The outcome of this father-son chess match culminated in Yi Zhuan, who had been granted 5 pieces, angrily overturning the board. Seated on the couch, Yi Zhuan remained unconvinced, fuming. This ungrateful wretch. On what grounds does he presume to let me have 5 pieces and even suggest I forfeit? Why can I not best him? Lu Tong chuckled. The third prince is truly gifted, displaying remarkable intelligence from a young age. If it were not for that, your majesty would never tolerate such unruliness. This statement was not without merit. Favoritism often has its roots that it is akin to having a child who is disobedient and unruly yet consistently achieves perfect scores in exams, outshining all peers. Many flaws cease to be flaws in such a context. The same applies to emperors. Upon hearing Lu Tong's words, Yi Zhuan shook his head with a sigh. Do you know why I favor the third? Besides his exceptional talent and resemblance to myself, it is because I feel a genuine father-son bond with him. Unlike my other offspring, who, though respectful, remain distant despite their reverence. Only this child, regardless of how I discipline or punish him, shows no fear and remains unashamed in my presence. The aged eunuch secretly scoffed. Try switching him out for a child of lesser talent. Suddenly, Yi Zhuan inquired, How has the third prince's cultivation progressed? His advancement is remarkably swift. He has already reached the 4th tier of the Tianyuan realm. Yi Zhuan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. It seems the reason behind his decision to disperse his powers and start anew was indeed justified. Go instruct the town guard to spare no effort in locating Cheng'u, the 5th on the star list. There is no such genius in the entire court. I shall see if the third can indeed recruit him for his own ends. Among the younger generation in the court, the highest-ranking individual was merely 8th on the star list. While the star list does not definitively predict future achievements, as many have not faced one another directly, thus leading to potential discrepancies in ranking, it nonetheless significantly reflects innate talent. Every individual who makes it onto the star list is truly one in a million, and each of the top 10 on the star list must be a prodigy. Lu Tong remarked, Your Majesty need not be modest. Had the third prince not dispersed his powers, with his talent, ascending to the top 5 on the star list would be child's play. Yi Zhuan stroked his chin. Hesitating slightly, given this lad's character, after 10 years in the pugilistic world, he should not be without a reputation. Should he? Who knows? Perhaps he is traveling under an alias. Lu Tong shook his head. Had your majesty not acted out of spite back then, ordering the court's experts to investigate sooner, we would not have lost track of the third prince. Recalling this matter, Yi Zhuan's anger flared anew. I am indeed furious. I had already decided to name him crown prince. Yet he chose to flee in secret. What need is there to seek such an ungrateful child? At this point, Yi Zhuan chuckled with pride. Back then, I offered him the position, yet he refused. Now has he not returned obediently? However, Should he wish for that position again, it will depend on his own abilities. Yet, your majesty still holds a fondness for him. The resources of the town guard have been entrusted to him. Yi Jun shook his head. This is not favoritism. Many matters could be discussed if the elder brother, the second, or the fourth had come to me directly. If they do not speak up, how can I be blamed? Just like the fifth, clearly harboring ambitions for the throne, yet he remains silent. If he had the courage of Yi Xiao to approach me openly, I might have granted him an opportunity. What harm would it have done? Though I am ruthless, I do not desire all my sons to be embroiled in life and death struggles. If they cannot voice their ambitions, then they should not contend within the palace. Many matters cannot remain concealed. Especially with Yi Xiao making such a grand entrance in the middle of the night, news spread swiftly. In the estate of the eldest prince, he glared furiously at the messenger. With indignation, he roared, "How outrageous! How can the third act so recklessly while his majesty allows him to run amok? If it were us, we would surely have faced punishment by now. Why this disparity in treatment among sons?" For the crown prince, many matters eluded his comprehension. Why was Yi Xiao favored since childhood? Why could Yi Xiao depart from Tang'an for a decade, only to return as if he had never left? To him, countless things appeared unjust. For instance, the token that allowed Yi Xiao unrestricted access to the palace was an unattainable treasure for the other princes at this moment. Mr. Mei, who stood beside the crown prince, gently advised, "Your Highness, do not be agitated. Even if the third prince enjoys the emperor's favor, he is yet to attain the position of crown prince. Those who are favored do not always seize the throne. This has occurred more than once in the annals of the Qian's history. Ultimately, this battle for succession will reveal each one's true capabilities." Under his persuasion, the crown prince gradually regained his composure. After a moment of contemplation, he coldly commanded, "Summon Xiao, Sun, and Ling Long. Bring the stable hands from the manor. Shortly, we shall proceed to the Ministry of War Stables to select war horses." Mr. Mei furrowed his brow, but did not impede him. Some matters could be significant or trivial that, in his view, the crown prince causing some hindrance to Yi Xiao was not a major concern. The Ministry of War Stables, located outside Tang'an City, housed tens of thousands of war horses galloping freely. Tang'an did not rear horses on a grand scale. These steeds were delivered from the northern frontier of Liangzhou. Once they arrived at the Ministry of War Stables, they would be distributed according to each division's needs. Naturally, war horses were a scarce resource that, in many places, even if one desired war horses, they might not be allocated any. For instance, this time, 40,000 war horses had arrived for distribution among Tang'an's various military units, yet the requests for war horses received by the ministry totaled a staggering 80,000. Every division desired them, and every division lacked them. When Yi Xiao arrived, he witnessed a throng of generals blocking the stable's entrance, engaged in a heated argument. "Damn it, the war horses under my command are practically from my grandfather's generation, lame or sickly, and yet 3 of us can't even secure a single horse. I've been waiting for 3 years, and every year I fail to draw one. If I don't get one this year, I swear I won't leave." Xiao, just because someone plays dirty doesn't mean you should favor them. Our Shanzi camp is set to become cavalry, a decision made by the ministry that we deserve the first pick of 5,000 war horses. What good does that do? Every division's war horses are not solely theirs to demand. Who doesn't follow the ministry's orders? The Imperial Guard suffered from horse plague last year, losing over 3,700 steeds. His Majesty graciously allowed us to replenish our numbers, so naturally, we should have the first choice. What a joke. The Imperial Guard's horses aren't in combat. Why do they need the finest? We'll just give you our retired horses. If a real crisis arises, you won't be the ones charging into battle. To hell with it. Who are you insulting? Are we going to fight? Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you." Yi Xiao stood at the edge of the crowd. Witnessing 2 generals directly come to blows, he turned to Yin Zhe, bewildered. "Are these war horses truly so coveted? What do you think? The mobility of cavalry in the wild is unparalleled. They can advance or retreat at will, swift as the wind. Who would prefer to run on foot when they can ride?" As they spoke, Yin Zhe glanced at the plump young man, Su Ping, beside Yi Xiao. Satisfied, he remarked, "Your Highness, this lad possesses some talent. He truly lives up to the Su family's legacy." Just this morning, he mentioned my horse's bones were misaligned. With a little adjustment, riding feels significantly smoother. It's rare for old Liang to part with such talent. That old fellow is notoriously stingy, hoarding any capable individuals for himself. In this era, stable hands often embody the roles of caretakers, breeders, and veterinarians. They required genuine skill, especially someone like Su Ping, a renowned scion of the trade. Was hardly in want of work. Xiao smiled faintly and said to Su Ping, when it comes time to select the war horses, choose wisely. Do not hold back. Once we establish our cavalry, we shall seek opportunities to achieve merit. Warfare is inevitable. Rest assured, Your Highness, my eyes may not be keen on other matters, but when it comes to horses, I can spot the best at a glance. You will be thoroughly satisfied, as he spoke. The chubby lad pulled out a large chicken leg from his pocket and took a hearty bite. This chicken leg from your manor is truly delicious. At that moment, the two combatants within the arena had escalated their fight. Their energies dispersing as onlookers gradually distanced themselves. Xiao, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Isn't this going to cause a problem?" "It will," Yanzhe replied without hesitation. "However, some matters are unavoidable. There are only so many horses that, if one does not contest, they will not be chosen. For us generals, aside from leading troops in a battle, we must possess two fundamental skills." "What skills?" "Feigning poverty and snatching things." Xiao laughed. "Then, General Yin, why not demonstrate? Otherwise, I fear we may not secure any horses today." Yanzhe grinned widely and stepped forward, bellowing, "Everyone, clear the way. The third prince has arrived. Are you all trying to fight here?" One must admit, the title of prince often proved exceedingly effective. The once fervent clash between the two generals ceased upon hearing his words, both now merely panting heavily at one another. All eyes turned toward Xiao. Yanzhe, riding the momentum, declared, "Stop gawking. Don't you dare obstruct. Do you really want to compete with the prince?" Among the crowd, some recognized Yanzhe. Point one muttered disdainfully, relying on the prince's influence. "If it weren't for the third prince, who would care about you? A mere military officer." Yanzhe, with keen ears, caught the remark, though he was not angered. Instead, he laughed heartily. "I am indeed relying on the prince. So what? Aren't you all just dogs of his majesty?" The crowd found themselves at a loss for words in the face of his audacity. Yet, truth be told, none dared to contest Xiao for the horses. At this moment, a short man squeezed through the throng. "I am Xiong Baoshan, in charge of the Ministry of War Stables. I have seen His Highness before. The minister has already instructed that should His Highness arrive, he may freely select his horses." Xiao nodded slightly and addressed the gathered generals. "Esteemed generals, my father has granted me 8,000 cavalry. I shall take my leave with these 8,000 war horses. I am grateful for your care, and in the future, should any matters arise, do not hesitate to seek me out as long as it is not about corruption or malfeasance. I, Xiao, shall not shirk from assisting you." Yanzhe, playing the role of the villain, naturally took on the favorable position. When the subordinate offends, it is only proper for the master to win hearts. Indeed, upon hearing Xiao's words, the previously displeased generals softened considerably. At the very least, Xiao had shown them respect. They began to murmur in agreement. "What is the third prince saying? We are all subjects. Naturally, we cannot compete with you. Yes, third prince, please proceed to select. We shall continue our business. Third prince, I am Zheng Baichuan from Shanzi camp. I shall pay a visit another day." Xiao offered a slight nod, clasped his fists in respect to the crowd, and prepared to enter the stables when a voice called out from behind. "Third brother, wait." Xiao turned to find the crown prince approaching, accompanied by Zhao Sun and several stable hands, along with an irate young woman following closely. The crown prince slowly rode up beside Xiao and said with a smile, "Father has indeed favored you with 8,000 cavalry, but he has also tasked me with overseeing this year's autumn harvest and sacrificial rites. The Imperial Guard's Long Xiangwei has suffered many war horses due to illness, rendering the ceremonial display less than splendid. Thus, I must also select a batch of war horses. Why don't I choose first?" The crown prince, mounted and smiling, regarded Xiao and gently suggested, "Third brother, let me select the horses first. What do you think?" Yi Xiao did not respond, yet the gazes of the surrounding generals had already converged upon him. How he answered, whether to concede or not, would undoubtedly influence their perceptions of him. Contrary to the crown prince's expectations, Yi Xiao's gaze swept past him, landing directly on Linlong at his side. He scrutinized her from head to toe before shifting his attention back to the crown prince, smiling. "Is this what gives you confidence, brother?" Before the crown prince could answer, Linlong, having regained her senses, felt as if he had been thoroughly scrutinized during Yi Xiao's appraisal. This sensation was typically reserved for encounters with esteemed elders or masters. Yet, facing this man before her, she experienced it nonetheless. However, she quickly cast aside such disordered thoughts. According to the information provided by the crown prince and Zhao Sun, Yi Xiao's cultivation was far inferior to her own, and Linlong pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Xiao, indignantly stating, "Are you the one who insulted my mother?" This title was indeed conferred upon the empress by her as a foster mother. Why, Yi Xiao arched an eyebrow and chuckled. "Oh, how is it that I am unaware of when my father acquired such a daughter? Did the empress secretly give birth? Is it now so open and above board?" Upon hearing this, the crown prince erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Yi Xiao, show some respect. This is Linlong, the holy maiden of the Qian sect. My mother's newly adopted daughter. She has already informed His Majesty, and soon she shall receive a title." Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow. He could tolerate Yi Zhuan allowing Linlong to be adopted as a daughter, but bestowing her with a title? What exactly was his old man planning? Yet, Yi Xiao's tongue would not be restrained merely because the crown prince was angered. He had discerned that both the crown prince and Linlong were not here with benign intentions. In that case, why bother with pleasantries? With a mockingly enlightened expression, Yi Xiao remarked, "Oh, our new sister must surely be a pitiful soul who has grown up without a mother. After all, who would casually recognize another as their mother?" And Linlong's face flushed crimson. She trembled with rage, pointing at Yi Xiao and shouting, "I have a mother. It is merely that Her Majesty the Empress found me to her liking and proposed to adopt me." Her implication was clear. This was not a decision she had initiated. Why, Yi Xiao grinned and replied, "So, if one has an affinity, they can adopt. How fortunate. I see that Sister Linlong's mother also possesses quite the affinity. Why not let her adopt me as a foster father? Henceforth, I shall call you sister, and you shall call me grandfather. Wouldn't that be delightful?" At this, a general among the onlookers could no longer contain himself. "Ha! The third prince is truly a remarkable character." The crown prince turned, glaring fiercely, yet the general remained undaunted, still grinning widely. At this moment, Yi Xiao turned to the crown prince, stroking his chin, and said, "Elder brother, if she calls me grandfather, what shall you call me?" Zhao Sun, standing beside the crown prince, pointed at Yi Xiao indignantly, saying, "Third prince, do not engage in such nonsense and bully a lady with your frivolous words. Is that truly honorable?" Yi Xiao scoffed. "Oh, is that not Zhao Pinpin? What is your status that allows you to interject here?" The previous incident in the main hall had been a great humiliation for Zhao Sun. He never expected Yi Xiao would so brazenly insult him with a moniker, Zhao Pinpin. Zhao Sun was instantly filled with rage and shame, yet he could find no retort. Yi Xiao stood alone against three, not only holding his ground but utterly dismantling their defenses with his words. The crown prince's expression was as dark as coal. He gritted his teeth and said, "Third, you have gone too far." Yi Xiao pointed at Linlong with a cold smile. "What? If I am not excessive, do you not dare let her challenge me? If I am a bit excessive, would that not make it all the more justified? Come forth, Linlong. Proclaim your challenge. I trust you have prepared it well." And Linlong was already driven nearly to madness by Yi Xiao's provocations. Throughout her life, she had never encountered someone she despised so thoroughly. The words of the crown prince and Zhao Sun regarding Yi Xiao only solidified her disdain. Just as she was about to speak, Yi Xiao coldly interjected, "However, I must remind you, your cultivation surpasses mine by a considerable margin. In our duel, the best outcome for you would be severe injury. Think carefully before you speak." Once said, there is no turning back. Everyone was taken aback. What madness was this? What do you mean by his cultivation being inferior, yet the best outcome being injury? Should it not be the other way around? And Linlong was practically driven to the brink of insanity. She laughed in exasperation, Third prince, you truly are unaware of your own limitations. You have yet to make the star ranking. While I am ranked 17th, how can you be so audacious? Moreover, you are merely at the Tianyuan realm, while I, and Linglong, shall see today if the so-called greatest martial talent of the great Qian can withstand even 10 of my strikes. Indeed, in her eyes, if Xiao could endure 10 of her strikes, that would already be a remarkable feat. As she spoke, and Linglong leapt off her horse. An imposing aura radiated from her. In an instant, a powerful wave of energy swept through the area. Zhao Sun could not help but exclaim, "Now this is a true genius." At just 22, she has already reached the true martial realm. Such prowess truly leaves us in awe. At this moment, and Linglong had indeed entered the true martial realm. The 4 realms of martial arts are Tianyuan, Holy Body, True Martial, and Star Domain. Each realm possesses its own extraordinary attributes. Linglong was at the second tier of the true martial realm, nearly 2 great realms above Xiao. Generally speaking, such a disparity in cultivation meant that victory against a higher tier was virtually impossible. At this moment, all the surrounding generals were equally astonished by Linglong's prowess. Remarkable! This girl has reached such heights at the age of 22? What a joke! I only entered the true martial realm at 44. She reached it at 22. This is truly a prodigy. Indeed, even many of them had never encountered a genius from the star ranking. Seeing it firsthand now, they truly grasped the disparity between individuals. Yanzhe furrowed his brows and leaned closer to Yi Xiao, saying, "Your Highness, this girl possesses formidable cultivation. You may find it difficult to contend with her." As Yi Xiao remained unmoved, the crown prince misinterpreted his silence as fear, a flicker of delight passing through his eyes. Finally, at long last, he would avenge the humiliation ever since that banquet, where he witnessed Yi Xiao employing various tactics to embarrass his mother. Yangli, his resentment towards Yi Xiao had reached its zenith. The thought of Yi Xiao's so-called genius reputation being shattered filled him with immense satisfaction. He laughed. "Third brother, what is it? Do you not wish to fight? If you do not, that is perfectly fine. Simply step aside and allow me to select my horse. As your elder brother, I would not force you to duel with a martial genius like Linglong. For you and she are not on the same level." As his words fell, Yi Xiao dismounted, disregarding the crown prince entirely, and walked straight up to Linglong, saying with a light chuckle, "I shall give you one last chance. Stand down now, and you may still have time." And Linglong's eyes widened in disbelief, her fury igniting. She had never encountered someone so audacious. Even her brother, whom she regarded as the true genius, would not behave with such arrogance. To assume such a condescending stance, despite a 2-realm difference in cultivation, not only in Linglong, but also the numerous martial generals nearby, were left baffled by Yi Xiao's audacity. Yet most astonishing was the confidence that radiated from Yi Xiao. His words exuded such assurance that it seemed as if he were the true, strong one. Taking a deep breath, and Linglong summoned forth a gleaming blue light, transforming a ring on her right hand into a long sword. Clearly, this was a spirit weapon. She looked at him with a cold smile. "Third prince, if you do not dare to fight, you may leave to... Is it not laughable to speak of offering me a chance? Let me make it clear. Once we engage, I shall hold nothing back. If you perish, do not blame others." Yi Xiao inhaled deeply and slowly replied, "I've traversed the martial world for 10 years, encountering countless geniuses. Many of my peers possess greater cultivation than I, and in terms of improving one's cultivation, I do not claim to be among the very best in the world." Yi Xiao spoke the truth. This was precisely why he chose to disperse his cultivation and rebuild it. Utilizing the human sovereign cauldron for his training, he sought to mend his own deficiencies. As he spoke, a slight smile crept upon Yi Xiao's lips, his gaze imbued with utmost confidence, his voice steady yet proud. "However, not a single one of them is my match. Not even your brother." And Qinghu, at this proclamation, and Linglong's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Impossible. In her heart, and Qinghu was a godlike being. He had been invincible in the sect since childhood. Among the younger generation, none could rival him. "If you were to defeat my brother, how could you remain nameless on the star ranking? Yi Xiao offered no reply, instead unleashing a torrent of intense cracking sound from his bones. He then continued softly. If your cultivation were on par with mine, I could defeat you without 10 strikes and without injuring you. However, with a two-realm disparity, even I must give it my all, or else I will be unable to breach the defenses of the Qian lotus body. To hold back is impossible. Whether you live or die rests with fate. The only concession I can make is to refrain from using weapons, thus granting you a slim chance of survival. As he spoke, a crimson hue suddenly surfaced on Yi Xiao's skin. Then he moved. Like an arrow released from a bow, he shot forth. The speed was such that it seemed he was little more than a fleeting shadow. Within mere meters, he closed the distance in an instant, so fast. And Linglong's eyes widened in shock. This speed, even she at full power, could scarcely match. How could Yi Xiao, with only the cultivation of the 4th tier of the Tianyuan realm, unleash such velocity? She found it utterly incomprehensible. The next moment, Yi Xiao's fist was already hurtling towards her. Golden energy enveloped his fist, and Linglong swung her long sword, and in an instant, lotus blossoms erupted. The 9 swords of the Azure Lotus, the pinnacle swordsmanship of the Qian sect, is nothing short of extraordinary. Beside him, Zhao Sun's eyes glimmered with envy. With his innate abilities, he was unworthy to learn such a technique. What a magnificent display of swordplay! Observing the blooming azure lotus formed by the sword Qi, the crown prince's gaze flickered with admiration. Yet, amidst the chaos of battle, Yi Xiao's figure darted through the air, weaving effortlessly among the azure lotuses that in the next heartbeat. His fist had already pierced through Linglong's defenses, landing squarely upon her face. At the moment Yi Xiao's fist met flesh, and Linglong's skin took on a pallid hue. The formidable force of the blow diminished considerably. The Saint Body realm, depending on the cultivation method, martial artists are endowed with various extraordinary capabilities. The supreme technique of the Qian sect, the Azure Lotus Heart method, cultivates the Azure Lotus body. This transformation allows the skin to store true Qi, automatically defending against enemy attacks during combat, akin to donning armor forged from true Qi. Furthermore, prolonged nurturing from Qi energy can lead to a qualitative transformation of the skin, endowing it with exceptional defensive capabilities that cover every angle, rendering it nearly impervious to harm. Even if an opponent manages to breach an attack, this final line of defense can often mean the difference between life and death. Most terrifying of all, due to this formidable defensive physique, many experts of the Qian sect often engage in life-or-death battles without the need for conventional defenses. They require only to attack. Boom! And Linglong was sent soaring into the sky. Her eyes were wide with disbelief. How could this be? How did he traverse through the azure sword Qi? Simultaneously, Yi Xiao's fist continued to clash violently against the true Qi of the azure lotus body, inflicting upon her an unbearable agony. What an astounding quality of Qi! And Linglong's heart raced in terror. It is well known that as one's cultivation rises, so too does the quality of their Qi. Especially after each major realm, the disparity in Qi quality can be stark. Yet at this moment, Yi Xiao's Qi quality was somehow able to contend with the true Qi within her, before she could comprehend the situation. Yi Xiao was already launching another attack. His speed was akin to lightning, Azure Lotus in full bloom. In midair, and Linglong channeled her true Qi and swung her long sword toward Yi Xiao. At this point, her vision had turned crimson with rage, leaving no room for mercy. A flower of azure lotus, several meters wide, blossomed in the air, a breathtaking lotus formed by countless strands of sword Q. Linglong intended to use this strike merely to delay Yi Xiao's advance. However, to her horror, Yi Xiao charged directly into the sword Qi lotus. Was he courting death? In that fleeting moment of thought, she witnessed Yi Xiao burst forth, blood spraying from his body. Yet his expression remained unchanged as he surged beneath Linglong. Suspended in midair, boom! Another fist. It struck directly at Linglong's abdomen. The unparalleled might of his strike elicited a piercing scream from Linglong. All her strength converged in her abdomen, attempting to withstand Yi Xiao's forceful onslaught. Were it not for the exceptional defensive capabilities of the Azure Lotus body, After just 2 strikes, the outcome would have likely been decided. In mid-air, Yi Xiao propelled and Linglong once more, but he too was rapidly descending. Below him lay the azure sword Qi that Linglong had just unleashed. With a flash of golden light beneath his feet, Yi Xiao stepped upon the sword Qi, using it as a launching point to catapult himself upwards with extraordinary speed. Racing toward the heavens, at this moment, all spectators were rendered speechless. What was happening? The mere 4th tier of the Tian Yuan realm, Yi Xiao, was overpowering Linglong, a 2nd-tier true martial realm expert. She was ranked 17th on the star ranking. Moreover, his ferocious combat style was utterly exhilarating, igniting the blood of all who watched. Every pair of eyes was glued to the 2 figures rapidly approaching in the sky. The Crown Prince's fists clenched tightly in anxious anticipation. He could never have imagined that Yi Xiao possessed such terrifying strength. Yes, at this moment, a sense of dread began to seep into his heart. Zhao Sun, I cannot bear to watch him win. The Crown Prince's voice quivered slightly. Zhao Sun swallowed hard. He too was taken aback by Yi Xiao's astounding prowess. The explosive combat strength he exhibited was genuinely frightening. Your Highness, it's all right. The Azure Lotus body has formidable defensive capabilities. The 3rd prince must have employed some secret technique to unleash such abnormal power, which cannot possibly be sustained. As long as he fails to inflict substantial harm on Misson, the ultimate victor will undoubtedly be her. Zhao Sun was indeed correct. The power Yi Xiao was currently unleashing was not derived from conventional means. At this moment, his vitality and true qi surged rapidly within him, depleting at an alarming rate. 2 high-speed whirlpools had formed at the locations of his heart and dantian. The heart governed his vitality. The dantian controlled his qi. Within these 2 rapidly rotating vortices, both vitality and qi surged forth, emerging in a ratio of 1-to-1. The quality of the vitality and qi that emerged was nearly absurdly powerful. It enveloped Yi Xiao's entire body, allowing him to unleash an astonishing level of strength. However, this behavior would undoubtedly place immense strain on Yi Xiao's body. He resembled an engine operating beyond its capacity, on the verge of catastrophic failure. Yet at this moment, Yi Xiao felt no fear. Instead, he appeared remarkably calm. Martial arts, the heart of heaven, is formless, the ultimate enhancement of mental attributes, achieved through the accumulation of martial arts, culminating in perfect control. The ferocity of his combat attributes was merely a result of this battle. This was the most suitable approach. In this moment, Yi Xiao was as composed as a machine, his brain operating at high speed, analyzing countless factors. In a split second, he could reach this position and strike at her left waist. The most challenging area to defend. Sword techniques would be futile. Defending with her left hand, a female cultivator would never opt for the Azure Qian Great Hand Seal. A 60 chance existed to trigger the 7th style of the Qing Yuan Breaking Jade Hand. To engage me in direct combat, a 20 chance she would employ the 2nd style of the 5 Elements Palm for defense. A 10 chance she would utilize the 4th style of the Jade Clear Leg Technique for an offensive maneuver, exposing her head, enticing her to activate the Qing Yuan Breaking Jade Hand. In the sky, Yi Xiao's fist rocketed toward Linglong's left waist. That moment, and Linglong also found some respite. However, the distance between them had already narrowed drastically. As Yi Xiao's attack approached, she instinctively swung her left fist, aiming directly for Yi Xiao's head. A reckless exchange. Yet in that instant, Yi Xiao had already made his judgment. Qing Yuan Breaking Jade Hand, 7th style. Full power, targeting the head, while striking with his knee. In the air, Yi Xiao twisted his body, executing a perfect maneuver as he launched his attack, simultaneously raising his right knee to deliver a fierce blow to Linglong's waist. Bang! The powerful impact sent her flying once more. After a series of relentless strikes, the two had ascended several meters into the air. This battle was truly a spectacle to behold. And at last, Yi Xiao found himself without any leverage. Crashing heavily toward the ground, bang! Yi Xiao's feet struck the earth, causing a resounding explosion and a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Linglong hovered in a state of utter despair. She could not comprehend why Yi Xiao was able to exert such overwhelming pressure upon her. Although her azure lotus body had yet to be breached, being relentlessly pummeled by a mere fourth-tier Tian Yuan realm individual was an experience she had never encountered before. The wind in the air was chilling, yet the area where Xiao collided with her burned with pain. Flipping her body, she glimpsed Xiao poised to strike. Damn it! What on earth should she do? How could she inflict harm upon this man? Yes, at this moment, Linglong felt an unsettling sense of confusion. For the first time, she experienced this feeling of powerlessness that it was as though all her techniques had been rendered transparent to Xiao. Every stratagem she employed seemed futile against him. In an instant, Linglong began to descend, while Xiao's relentless assault followed closely behind. One punch after another, each blow rained down upon her with unbridled fury. Linglong was formidable, ranked 17th on the star list, a second-tier, true martial realm cultivator. Each of her skills could be deemed the epitome of genius. Yet at this moment, she felt the undeniable chasm of disparity. Yes, it was a gap. Despite her opponent's inferior cultivation, she could only passively endure the onslaught. Even when facing her brother, and Chenghu, who she viewed as a deity, she had never felt such a sensation. For ordinary individuals, combat techniques are merely that. Techniques. Once learned, they engage in battle based on their repertoire of skills. Yet Xiao was different. He possessed an overwhelming array of martial techniques. His rapid learning capabilities enabled him to master a multitude of combat styles. From these various techniques, he comprehended their fundamental operational principles and combat philosophies. In the heat of battle, he could anticipate his opponent's movements and habits, making preemptive judgments. The heart of heaven is formless. The sole combat technique uniquely created by Xiao. However, there were no extraordinary techniques involved. It was merely a unique method invented by Xiao to stimulate the brain. Xiao's comprehension of martial arts, along with his learning and deductive abilities, set him apart from the ordinary. By infusing his vital energy into his brain, he enhances his perception and cognitive processing capabilities. Coupled with his extensive knowledge of martial arts and various combat techniques, he is able to decipher and analyze in an instant, strategizing for battle. It is worth noting that devoid of meridians in the brain, this secret technique is undoubtedly audacious. Yet Xiao not only accomplished it but also created a unique secret technique of his own. Over the course of 10 years in the martial world, countless prodigies have been left questioning their very existence and shattered in spirit by Xiao's combat style. Today, Linglong is no exception. As Xiao's fist struck with relentless force, no matter how Linglong retaliated or fought desperately, she could not injure him, aside from the initial sword chi wound she inflicted while charging at him. Xiao remained untouched. Though he absorbed numerous blows, they did not cause severe injury, yet the pain was undeniably real. Xiao's fists battered Linglong to the brink of madness. Xiao, you shall perish, Linglong shrieked, and her longsword erupted with a brilliant azure light. Countless sword chi surged forth, enveloping her. Xiao was compelled to retreat. A formidable aura emanated from her, causing all onlookers to change their expressions. In the true martial realm, having comprehended the essence of martial arts, one can unleash extraordinarily powerful techniques, even resonating with the world's vital energy. Could Xiao truly evade such an onslaught? With a fierce glint in her eyes, Linglong prepared to strike. Suddenly, the swiftly moving Xiao came to a halt. A chilling voice rang out. Only now do you wish to unleash the extreme, true martial arts. It is too late. Xiao stood firm, openly gathering his strength. His entire being erupted with vital energy. Blood splattered, yet he remained unfazed. Above his right fist, the sun blazed like fire, radiating brilliance. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Has he lost his mind? Is he truly going to clash with the extreme, true martial arts? It's a certain death, and Linglong would not let this opportunity slip by. Her long sword, disregarding the distance, struck directly at Xiao. In an instant, azure lotuses blossomed, and Xiao charged forward, unflinching in the face of the storm of sword chi. Bang! The sword chi shattered, scattering azure petals like countless stars at Xiao's fist connected with Linglong's chest. Puff! She coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her skin ruptured, blood gushing forth, and in that moment, she fell back, resembling a blood-soaked gourd, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, the crowd erupted in astonishment that Xiao had indeed won. He had truly triumphed, overcoming Linlong, who ranked 17th on the star list, despite being 2 major realms above her. Although Xiao had maintained the upper hand throughout the fight, it was evident to discerning eyes that he could not breach Linlong's azure lotus body until that final strike. In that decisive moment, Xiao had directly clashed with her extreme, true martial arts, shattering it with a single punch, and Linlong lay defeated on the ground. The crown prince was taken aback. Yet a sense of joy surged within him that he was astonished that Linlong had lost, yet pleased, for he could see her injuries were severe. Thus, the Qian sect and Xiao had forged a deep enmity. "Quick, save her!" the crown prince bellowed. Xiao Sun, finally coming to his senses, rushed over to carry the unconscious Linlong. "Your Highness, it's dire. Miss Anne's meridians have ruptured, and her organs have sustained grave injuries. She is severely wounded. We must return to the estate immediately for treatment, summon renowned physician Tang and ensure nothing happens to my sister," the crown prince shouted sternly, unaware that he sounded as if she were his own sister. They refrained from mentioning the horse incident and hurriedly departed. Meanwhile, Xiao's face was pale. Though victorious, he had lost considerable blood and was severely fatigued. Yanzhe, noticing his weakness, hurried over to support him. "Your Highness, you are remarkable," Yanzhe exclaimed sincerely. Such a feat was indeed a source of pride for anyone. Xiao suppressed the pain radiating from within and slowly circulated his energy to heal his body. Waving his hand dismissively, "It is nothing. How did you manage that? To unleash such power with your Tianyuan realm cultivation?" Yanzhe could no longer conceal his curiosity and inquired. Xiao did not withhold. This secret technique is called sun and moon rotation. It involves rapidly circulating blood and true energy between the heart and dantian. This can drastically enhance the quality of both true energy and blood, allowing the meridians to maximize their capacity to channel energy throughout the body, unleashing extraordinary power. However, this technique carries great risk. A momentary lapse could severely injure the heart or dantian, and even I cannot use it frequently. Yanzhe was astonished. "Such peril, why did you not refuse this challenge?" Xiao looked at him, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Did you not recall what you said to me? If one only seeks certain victory, how many battles are left to be fought in this world? Engaging with the enemy is the same. If one fears even the slightest risk, what is the point of practicing martial arts?" Yanzhe regarded Xiao, and after a moment sighed, "I have long heard of your Highness's exceptional talent in martial arts. And today, it is indeed as extraordinary as rumored. Liang Qian is fortunate to have you as a son-in-law. Only a warrior of your caliber is worthy of Qing at this moment." The other generals looked at Xiao with admiration and awe. None could question Xiao's prowess. Ranked 17th on the star list, possessing the cultivation of true martial realm's second tier, he was indeed a genuine prodigy, unlike those who had previously battled Xiao. And Linlong's genius could not be denied. Yet, she was defeated by Xiao, who was merely at the 4th tier of Tianyuan realm. "Your Highness, that final strike, did that young lady's true martial technique not manifest?" Someone in the crowd observed keenly, sparking curiosity. This inquiry drew the attention of the surrounding generals, who gathered closely. "Indeed, how did you win? Your Highness, why did she suddenly suffer such blood eruptions? Please, third prince, can you explain?" As martial practitioners, witnessing this near-miraculous victory ignited their eagerness. Seeing their fervor, Xiao chuckled, not concealing the truth. That general has sharp eyes. Her extreme true martial technique indeed did not manifest. The azure lotus body possesses formidable defensive capabilities. Despite my overwhelming advantage in previous attacks, I could not harm its essence. With each punch I landed, I infused true energy into her body that I struck her no fewer than 100 times. Although I could not inflict effective damage, I left behind more than a trace of vital energy. Within her, my practice of the Great Sunfiery Fist includes a technique for delayed detonation. When she unleashed her true martial technique, I employed this move to disrupt the energy within her, causing her martial technique to fail and her energy to backfire. Furthermore, the azure lotus body has a characteristic where the true energy within her skin transfers to areas being struck for defense. Thus, when her energy detonated simultaneously, it caused her true energy to scatter, leaving her chest vulnerable, at which point I gathered all my strength for a decisive blow. The great sun Yuan Yang's vital energy is exceedingly violent, and upon impact, it triggered the residual energy within her to erupt simultaneously. Coupled with her failure to execute the extreme true martial arts, the backlash resulted in her blood bursting forth. Upon reaching this point, Xiao sighed. With such a disparity in cultivation, I had no choice but to go all out. Otherwise, if she regained her composure, it would be exceedingly difficult to breach her azure lotus body. That strike would surely inflict severe injury, if not fatality. Whether she lives or dies, that is left to fate. The assembled generals listened, speechless in astonishment. This combat was executed with such meticulous planning, as they heard Xiao recount the battle. They felt as though everything had been under his control from the very beginning. Accelerating power buildup, laying ambushes, waiting for her to unleash her ultimate technique, seizing the opportunity to detonate, and finally breaking through the azure lotus body to secure victory. It seemed as though every element had been orchestrated from the outset. Each person experienced this sensation, exchanging glances, some in disbelief that Wei Xiao paid them no mind. After a brief respite, feeling considerably restored, he led Yan Zhe and Su Ping into the horse arena. Upon entering, a heated discussion erupted outside. General Wang, tell me, do you plan as meticulously before engaging an opponent? I don't think about it all. Who knows what techniques the opponent will employ? But after hearing the prince, it seems quite simple. It's not simple. The prince declared beforehand that in Linglong's best outcome would be severe injury. Did you not see? She is indeed severely injured. Truly terrifying. One individual remarked in awe. The assembly of generals fell into a contemplative silence. They were all martial practitioners, having endured more than one battle. The sensation of commanding the battlefield, akin to that of Xiao, is not entirely unfamiliar. It requires confronting individuals significantly weaker than oneself to achieve such mastery. However, the likes of Xiao, who can transcend two realms and maintain complete control over the rhythm of battle, is almost unimaginable. For an ordinary person, merely surviving against such an adversary would be a stroke of fortune. To triumph in a life-or-death struggle is nothing short of astonishing. To win while also firmly grasping the tempo of combat, such prowess is truly astonishing. After a moment of contemplation, one individual finally spoke. Perhaps this is what genius entails, accomplishing feats that are utterly beyond our mortal capabilities. Genius. The likes of Linglong is the true genius. His Highness is a genius among geniuses. A genius among geniuses? What does that even mean? Still a genius. What the hell are you talking about? Who cares to listen? I need to choose my steed first. Why do you get to choose ahead of me? Shall we have a duel? Come, let us fight. Everyone was roused by the fervor ignited by the clash between the two. An incredibly thrilling and shocking battle that transcended realms had left all the generals present exhilarated. Especially the combat techniques displayed by Xiao, which were ferocious and visually stunning, ignited their martial spirits. Not engaging in a duel would surely leave them feeling unsatisfied. Yet at that moment, Linglong was already teetering on the brink of life and death. In the Grand Prince's residence, Linglong lay in a pool of blood, unconscious on the bed. His eyes were tightly shut, his breath faint. Beside him stood a man with a grim expression. Your Highness, how could Linglong have sustained such grave injuries? This man was Elder Chu Ming of the Qian sect, who had come to Tang'an primarily to communicate with the court. As for Linglong, he had merely accompanied him to broaden his horizons. However, unexpectedly, the negotiations had failed, and Linglong was taken as an adopted daughter by the Empress. While this could be seen as a fortunate turn of events, upon witnessing Linglong's dire condition, the elder could no longer suppress his fury. The Grand Prince lamented. Today I invited my sister Linglong to select a steed, but to my dismay, I encountered my incompetent third brother. He provocatively challenged Linglong, who, in her anger, engaged in a spar with him. Alas, my third brother is ruthless and has seriously injured her. Elder Chu, it is my fault for not preventing Linglong from fighting him." As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes. However, the narrative he spun had already shifted all blame onto Xiao. Chu Ming turned to the Grand Prince, questioning with deliberate cadence, "How old is the third prince this year? What is his cultivation level?" At this moment, his heart was bleeding. Linglong was undoubtedly the most outstanding individual of this generation in the Qian sect. If anything were to happen to him, the sect would lose its finest talent. My third brother is 24 this year, seemingly at the Tian Yuan realm, but I cannot discern his exact tier. The Grand Prince was not mistaken. Xiao was indeed at the Tian Yuan realm. Of that he was certain. However, Xiao's display of strength today had far surpassed the confines of the Tian Yuan realm, and coupled with his insufficient cultivation level, it was impossible to gauge Xiao's current might. Impossible, absolutely impossible, Chu Ming declared vehemently. Linglong has already reached the second tier of the true martial realm. Not to mention a mere Tian Yuan realm practitioner, even a Saint Body realm warrior would not be able to defeat her. Are you suggesting I am a fool? Indeed, he could not believe it. A Tian Yuan realm fighter defeating a true martial realm warrior by transcending 2 levels was beyond his comprehension. At this moment, Xiao Su cautiously interjected. "Elder Chu, it is true. Just a few days ago, Xiao fought against me when he was merely at the first tier of the Tian Yuan realm, yet I was utterly powerless to retaliate." Chu Ming scrutinized Xiao Sun from head to toe. He recalled that this boy was also from the Qian sect. Xiao Sun, with his 6th-tier Tian Yuan realm cultivation, had actually failed to overpower Xiao at the first tier. Although he was incredulous, he also understood that this was not the time for such deliberations. He hastily went to examine Linglong's injuries, and upon doing so, he was taken aback, and Linglong's meridians were completely shattered. His internal energy was in chaos, and his organs had sustained severe trauma. Such grave injuries, even if healed, would likely leave hidden scars. The Qian sect might lose its prodigy. Contemplating this, a chilling intent surged within him. Xiao. Fortunately, at that moment, the physician from the Grand Prince's residence arrived, and with the abundance of precious medicinal materials at hand. After a thorough examination, Linglong's condition gradually stabilized. However, he remained in a coma. Seeing that Linglong had survived, Chu Ming straightened up and coldly inquired, "Grand Prince, may I ask the location of the third prince's residence?" The Grand Prince, recognizing his intent, understood he was seeking vengeance. These martial travelers truly have simple minds and brawn, only knowing how to engage in violence. Silently deriding him, the Grand Prince shook his head and said, "Elder Chu, I am acutely aware that your heart is in anguish. Linglong has been grievously injured by my third brother, and I feel immense sorrow as well. However, please do not act impulsively. My third brother is surrounded by powerful protectors. Should you fail in your attack, and he recognizes your face, the name of the assassination would be pinned on the Qian sect, leading to its inevitable ruin. Elder Chu, I implore you to exercise caution and refrain from acting unless you have complete assurance." Chu Ming clenched his fists tightly. He let out a furious roar and turned to punch the wall. The terrifying force instantly brought the entire wall crashing down. "Grand Prince, I must notify the sect. So please take care of Linglong." With that, Chu Ming departed. The Grand Prince's lips curled into a slight smirk. Gazing at the collapsed wall, he coldly remarked, "Qian sect, among the 7 sects of the world. The third one, should I praise your prowess or scold your foolishness? How could they allow their sect's saintess to be so grievously injured without retribution?" Xiao's performance had completely taken him by surprise. During the battle between Xiao and Linglong, he had even felt a sense of fear. For Xiao had exhibited an overwhelming strength, so powerful that, at that moment, the Grand Prince felt that based solely on Xiao's martial talent, the position of Crown Prince should belong to him. Fortunately, Xiao had already completely offended the Qian sect, in his view. This was a fortunate turn of events, yet he did not wish for the Qian sect to assassinate Xiao just yet. He wanted to use this opportunity to firmly align the Qian sect with his own ambitions. At the Golden Scale Guard camp, the selection of 8,000 steeds had been completed. However, unlike the other 7,999 robust steeds, one horse, fiery red like flames, stood lethargically in the stable, its 3 legs propped up. Xiao and Su Ping stood outside the stable. Gazing at this red horse, I say, can you truly heal this horse? Of course, your highness need not worry. Give me 3 months, and I promise to return you a magnificent steed of unparalleled quality. However, whether or not it can be tamed will depend on your skills. This is a dragon horse. This was the horse they had encountered while selecting steeds today. It was not exactly a lucky find. For anyone with discerning eyes and a sound mind would recognize it as an exceptionally rare steed. Even Xiao, despite not being a horse expert, could immediately discern its uniqueness. However, upon inquiry, they learned that this horse had a cracked hoof. A horse with a cracked hoof is an affliction that requires long-term treatment. For many grooms into Qian, a cracked hoof effectively meant a death sentence. It is exceedingly difficult to cure. Moreover, it disqualifies the horse from being a war steed. Consequently, this fiery red divine steed was sent to the Tang and Horse Farm as a breeding horse. Though the Tang and Horse Farm could not engage in large-scale breeding, it was still feasible to cultivate a few horses on a smaller scale. Today, when Su Ping inspected it and confidently assured Xiao of its recovery, Xiao was intrigued. A fine steed is hard to come by. At this moment, he gazed at the red horse in the stable, its eyes already somewhat vacant. Xiao sighed, but that fellow surnamed Xiong mentioned that this horse has been bred with numerous mares. With its essence depleted, even if it recovers, it will be hard to maintain its vigor. Indeed. However, my Su family possesses secret techniques. As long as your highness is willing to invest and grant me 3 months, I assure you this horse will be full of life. Seeing the chubby boy's confidence, Xiao smiled. Very well. Whatever funds you require, just ask Luer. Meanwhile, in the palace, Yi Sun was watching 2 burly men animatedly reenacting a performance. At that time, the third prince had stepped on Miss and sword energy, soaring high once more. Old Wang, jump up and act as Missin, while I demonstrate the third prince's knee strike. How outrageous! I've been the one getting beaten. I have already endured 2 punches, so it is my turn now. How can you keep hitting me so hard? What nonsense! Am I not portraying the third prince? Let the emperor see the spectacle, and you feel wronged? If it's not done with enough force, will it have any effect? Why are you being so petty? It is not you who suffers in matters of the heart. As the 2 began to quarrel, Yi Zhuan remained unperturbed, instead chuckling. What is there to argue about? Why don't you 2 switch places and perform once more? The pair exchanged glances, recognizing Yi Zhuan's good humor, and naturally complied, resuming their performance. In truth, upon learning of the conflict between Yi Xiao and Linlong, Yi Zhuan's first thought was that Yi Xiao would surely be injured. However, he was later informed that Yi Xiao had utterly defeated Linlong, shattering her Qin Xian lotus body and leaving her in a state of near death. That moment, he could hardly remain composed. After all, she was ranked 17th on the star list, although he had always known of his son's remarkable martial talent. The extent of that talent had remained a rather nebulous concept for him, but this time it had been vividly illustrated. 17th on the star list, vanquished underfoot. Moreover, he had fought against an opponent nearly 2 major realms below him, transcending levels in battle. This lifted Yi Zhuan's spirits immensely. He immediately summoned 2 generals present at the scene to demonstrate for him. Within the Grand Hall, the 2 engaged in combat endlessly. The proceedings were not particularly complex, as Yi Xiao had not sustained a single frontal attack throughout. It was a complete and utter domination. In the end, during their clash, and Linlong's ultimate martial technique failed, causing her energy to backfire. With a single punch, Yi Xiao crushed her. Once the demonstration concluded, the general vividly recounted Yi Xiao's words to them. The third prince had stated that he had preemptively embedded his energy within Linlong's body, triggering an explosion that caused her energy to recoil, thereby providing him the opportunity to defeat her. Clearly, the third prince had already devised a plan for this outcome. Truly a remarkable strategist. Alas, Linlong was left with her meridians severed and her organs damaged. Ha ha! Yi Zhuan laughed heartily. You lot are simply exaggerating. My son defeating someone ranked merely 17th on the star list. What is there to praise? And a remarkable strategist, no less. Too much embellishment. Now hold on, since you two performed well today. Zhou Tong, reward each of them with 2,000 taels of silver. Thank you, your majesty. The two were overjoyed. No one ever despises an abundance of wealth. Moreover, martial generals do not enjoy the same lucrative returns as civil officials. So most of them are not particularly affluent. They were not high-ranking generals either, so receiving such a substantial reward was a delightful surprise. Furthermore, it was evident that this had greatly pleased Yi Zhuan. For them, it was also a significant opportunity to showcase their abilities. Watching the two depart, their faces alight with joy alongside Zhou Tong, Yi Zhuan could not suppress the smile that crept across his lips. Quite the exceptional lad. Lu Tong, I ask you, if the roles were reversed, could you emerge victorious? Lu Tong replied, well, your son is indeed impressive. Why must you involve me in this? However, when the emperor inquires, one must respond. He shook his head and said, this old servant could not win. The third prince's martial talent is truly rare in this world. Ha! I said this lad resembles me the most. If not for my distractions from martial pursuits, I would not be inferior to him. This boy has inherited my strengths. Yi Zhuan stroked his chin, reveling in the delightful satisfaction swelling within him. Lu Tong, however, could only smirk inwardly, while others may be ignorant of Yi Zhuan's true nature. He was acutely aware. This man, during his youth, lamented daily while practicing martial arts, struggling for a month to grasp the basics. Of course, this did not hinder Yi Zhuan from selectively forgetting such matters and attributing Yi Zhao's martial talent to his superior lineage. Though aware of his self-indulgence, Lu Tong would not expose him, but instead smiled. The third prince resembling your majesty is only natural. Why? Yi Zhuan nodded in satisfaction. Just then, Zhou Tong returned, bowing, your majesty. The first prince seeks an audience outside the palace. Upon hearing of the first prince's request, Yi Zhuan narrowed his eyes. After contemplating for a moment, he instructed, go tell him, I am unwell and do not wish to meet him. Additionally, send a message to Tianlong courtyard, dispatching a wanling nourishing pill to Yi Xiao. Furthermore, informing Xiao to spread the news of Yi Zhao's victory over in Linglong throughout Tang'an City. Zhou Tong was taken aback. The wanling nourishing pill was a miraculous remedy, capable of resurrecting the dead and restoring the broken. As long as there was a breath of life, no matter how grievous the injuries, one pill would ensure swift recovery. It was a treasure of unparalleled value. What could it possibly mean to give such a pill to Yi Xiao rather than to the gravely injured in Linglong? And why deliberately propagate this news? However, he was not Lu Tong, and dared not question Yi Zhuan's orders, that he promptly acquiesced and departed. Outside the palace, the first prince encountered Zhou Tong. Your Highness, His Majesty instructed me to convey that he is unwell and does not wish to see you at this time. Upon hearing this, the first prince was momentarily taken aback, that he hurriedly implored, I beseech you, Zhou Gonggong, to relay a message, and Linglong has been gravely injured by my third brother. This matter concerns the relationship between the Qian sect and the court, and is of great importance. I request a wanling nourishing pill from father to heal her. Zhou Tong chuckled. Your Highness, His Majesty is unwell. I, a mere servant, dare not impose. Perhaps you should return for now. And when His Majesty feels better, I shall see to it that he hears your request. How does that sound? His words were impeccably crafted. The first prince could not continue to press the matter. In a flurry of thoughts, he made his way to the rear palace. Before long, he met with Yang Li. Mother, something has happened. The first prince wasted no time, recounting the events of the day in their entirety. Yang Li, however, remained impassive, tending to a bouquet of flowers before her. Would Linglong die? No, she would not. Martial bodies are sturdy. Although her injuries are severe, death is absolutely out of the question. What a pity. Yang Li sighed. If only Linglong were to die, then the Qian sect and the third prince would be locked in a bitter feud. I could finally witness his demise. The last four words were uttered through gritted teeth. For her, nothing would bring more satisfaction than seeing Yi Xiao perish. The first prince shook his head. Mother, that is not how it should be viewed. If Linglong were to die, the Qian sect would surely sever ties with the court and would no longer be of use to me. That would be quite disadvantageous. Although Linglong has yet to die, the third prince and the Qian sect have already forged an enmity. Yangli paused in her flower arranging. She sensed the divergence in thought between herself and the first prince. Yet, she did not reveal any emotion, but simply inquired, "What brings you to the palace this time?" "I wish for you, mother, to seek an audience with father on my behalf, to request a wanling nourishing pill. With this pill in hand, I could bestow great favor upon the Qing Xian sect, and at that time, with the enmity with my third brother established, the sect would undoubtedly align with me." The first prince spoke confidently. Yangli remained silent for a moment before saying, "Will you not go speak to your father yourself? Father claims to be unwell and does not wish to see me." Yangli turned her head, laughing coldly. "He does not wish to see you, yet he wishes to see me, aside from the occasions when he requires my presence. When has he ever met with me privately?" The first prince forced a smile. "But you are, after all, the empress." "Ha! That is the only identity I possess now. You may leave. I shall go shortly." Yangli continued to trim the flowers while the first prince bowed and exited. Within the palace chamber, only the sound of scissors snipping branches filled the it was remarkably quiet. After a while, Yangli set down her scissors and murmured with a sigh, "Though I despise that man. Wishing for his swift demise, how wonderful it would be if he were my son. Such is the heartless imperial family. At 8 years old, he could destroy my palace for the sake of Huang Mingyue, while my son, at 28, only harbors schemes upon seeing me humiliated. He fought for the emperor's favor for Huang Mingyue, while my son merely expects me to shamelessly beg for a pill." In Tangan City, within a tavern in Qinghu and Nangong Wanwan sat across from one another. "Did you hear? The third prince has defeated in Linglong, who is ranked 17th on the star list. Truly remarkable. I told you that the so-called star list is utterly inconsequential." "Ha ha ha, indeed. The third prince has yet to be listed, yet he has bested the 17th, truly deserving of the title of the greatest martial talent of the Qian. I heard he won by surpassing 2 major realms. That is truly impressive. Ha! And Linglong is said to have had her meridians severed, left in a state of uncertainty regarding life or death." And Qinghu furrowed his brow. Across from him, Nangong Wanwan laughed. "This De Qian third prince indeed possesses considerable skill, able to triumph over in Linglong despite the realm disparity. Such prowess can only be rivaled by young Master Mu. That is utterly impossible. There is but one Mu Han, and there shall not be another. The common folk simply exaggerate. Xiao is undoubtedly a true martial artist." And Qinghu spoke coldly. Nangong Wanwan turned her gaze to the window, a flicker of sorrow passing through her eyes as she whispered, "Indeed, there is no second person like him in this world." And Qinghu fell into silence. After a moment, he proactively changed the subject, saying, "Have you heard? Recently, Tianji Pavilion has placed a bounty on Luo Yuchong. That madwoman has challenged Tianji Pavilion's 13 strongholds consecutively." "Huh." Nangong Wanwan's eyes flashed with a cold glint. "Tianji Pavilion has never been virtuous. They intentionally release lists to incite people to fight to the death over them, not caring how many lives they ruin, all while pretending to uphold justice that if they're challenged, they deserve it." And Qinghu shook his head. "Tianji Pavilion is notoriously mysterious. With Luo Yuchong's ruthless actions, she has likely invited great calamity upon herself." As he spoke, he wiped his mouth and smiled. "I am full now. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Nangong Wanwan chuckled. "What do you plan to do? Are you going to kill the third prince of the Qian?" Just as Qinghu rose, he halted abruptly, his smile freezing on his face. His thoughts had been seen through. He took a deep breath, no longer concealing his intentions, and coldly declared, "He caused my sister's meridians to shatter. I shall make his suffer the same fate. Having defeated the 17th on the star rankings as the 5th, I want to see if he dares to fight." Nangong Wanwan shook her head. "Little tiger, I advise you not to go. He is no fool. If you truly confront him, win or lose, you are likely to be hacked to pieces that I would have to give you a proper burial." And Qinghu furiously retorted, "Are you saying they wouldn't even collect my body?" Nangong Wanwan rolled her eyes. "Collect your body? In such noble families, if you were killed, they would surely feed you to the dogs. How could they possibly collect your remains? Feeding dogs would leave only bones. If I were to gather the bones after dogs have chewed them, my hands would be soiled. I have a cleanliness obsession, and Chenghu grinned. Then let them prepare a burial for you, since you would be dead anyway. It would be beneath you to soil your hands. With that, he turned to leave. Nangang Wanwan sighed. Why bother? If you wish to sever ties, do it thoroughly. However, with his cultivation, he shouldn't truly be killed. Right? He should be able to escape. At Yi Zhao's residence, he reclined in a chair, toying with a jade vial in his hand. Inside the vial was a pill that he looked at Han Qi and smiled. Mr. Han, what do you think my father means by giving me this pill? Perhaps His Majesty hopes that your Highness will pass this item to Linglong. Han Qi speculated. Since Linglong has been gravely injured, and your Highness has obtained this item, entrusting it to her may ease your relations with Qing Xian sect. Yi Xiao stroked his chin. Is that so? A profound look flickered in his eyes. However, even if I heal Linglong, she will still be my enemy. She has acknowledged Yang Li as her adoptive mother, and has been injured by me. Even if I cure her, she might not be grateful. What does your Highness mean? Yi Xiao pondered. What exactly does that father of mine intend to do? Han Qi, sensing Yi Zhao's concerns, conjectured His Majesty perhaps does not wish to see the Qing Xian sect too closely aligned with the first prince. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao fell into contemplation, murmuring, that old man is indeed deeply calculating. I have no desire to guess his intentions. Since he has given it to me, I shall keep it as for how I wish to use it. That is my prerogative. At that moment, Luer entered, leading a cloaked figure. It was none other than the commander of the Jinfu division, Ing Zhao. Your Highness, Lord Ing has urgent matters to discuss with you. Yi Xiao assessed Ing Zhao from head to toe, and in his youth he had often heard Ing Zhao report to Yi Sun. Rising, he clasped his fists in greeting, smiling. Lord Ing, is there progress on the matter I requested? Ing Zhao nodded. Indeed, there is progress. This is the location of the person you seek. However, accompanying him is a woman, seemingly named Nangang Wanwan. As he spoke, Ing Zhao handed over a piece of paper which detailed the whereabouts of Chenghu and Nangang Wanwan. Yi Xiao accepted the note, looking at Ing Zhao with a smile. Thank you. Lord Ing, would you care to stay for a meal? Not at all. I have other matters to attend to and must take my leave. Ing Zhao was not inclined to engage in further conversation with Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao stepped forward, grasping Ing Zhao's hand. Wait. Uncle Ing, it has been years since we last met. Let us share a drink. If I ascend to the throne one day, I shall bestow upon you a grand title. Ing Zhao was taken aback. He knew well that he was not like other ministers, if others claimed to be close to a certain prince. It was merely a statement that Yi Sun might turn a blind eye. But if he were to grow too close to a prince, it would surely spell disaster. Moreover, Yi Zhao's words were unfiltered, laden with implications. Calling him Uncle Ing, was that permissible? To even mention bestowing upon him a grand title. What if this reached Yi Sun's ears? Would he still live? Cold sweat broke out on Ing Zhao's back. With a slight effort, he extricated himself from Yi Zhao's grasp, bowing and saying, Your Highness, please do not jest. I truly have urgent matters. My concubine has given birth today, and I must return. Your concubine has given birth? Uncle Ing seems quite urgent. Very well, take care on your way. Upon hearing this, Ing Zhao turned and fled. By the way, Uncle Ing, from now on, you are my man. If anyone seeks to harm me, you must alert me. Otherwise, once they ascend to the throne, they will certainly take your head. As Ing Zhao reached the door, he heard this. His mind momentarily distracted, he stumbled slightly. The commander of the Jinfu division almost fell. But fortunately, his cultivation allowed him to steady himself and hastily flee the courtyard. Watching him depart, Yi Zhao's smile faded, and he looked down at the note. Lost in thought, Luer leaned closer, smiling. Your Highness seems less than pleased. Are you perhaps feeling jealous, seeing Nangang Wanwan accompanying and Chenghu has upset you? Yi Xiao sneered. Jealous? Not in the slightest. If Chenghu can win her over, that would be splendid. My concern is that the useless Chenghu is merely following behind like a dog. And now that I've been seen by Nangang Wanwan, she knows my movements. Luer inquired curiously, what does your Highness intend to do? Yi Xiao gazed at the jade vial on the table, contemplating for a moment before saying, regardless, I must first establish contact with him. The Qing Xian sect is a colossal entity that must not be allowed to fully align with the first prince. Indeed, while the younger generation of the Qing Xian sect may not be particularly outstanding, that depends on whom you compare them to. Moreover, there's a crucial figure to consider, in Qinghu. Even if he is not the most exceptional among the seven sects of the Qian, he undoubtedly ranks among the top. However, Qinghu has now been entirely severed from the Qing Xian sect. Often, in the dead of night, Qinghu himself pondered, was it worth it? Should he endure such alienation for the sake of a woman? Yet he could not restrain himself. Walking through the bustling streets, Qinghu felt an unnamed fire igniting within him. That was his sister, his own flesh and blood. He had watched her grow since childhood. In truth, upon hearing that news moments ago, he could barely contain the murderous intent rising within him. Finally, he halted before Yi Zhao's residence, coldly staring at the grand entrance that he declared in a sharp voice. Star rankings 5th, Qinghu challenges the third Prince Yi Xiao. Do you dare to accept the duel? His voice was not loud, yet it was precisely delivered with his power into Yi Zhao's estate. In an instant, everyone heard this proclamation, including Yi Xiao and the courtyard. Lu'er turned to Yi Xiao, frowning. Your Highness, this fellow is challenging you. Ha! I was just contemplating how to meet him alone, and he has come knocking. Go, let him in. Also, summon Uncle. He soon. The main door swung open. A maid stepped out, looking in Qinghu. Our prince bids you enter. I shall not go. If he wishes to battle, let it be here. I await him. Qinghu stood with his sword, showing no intent to enter. He was no fool. Should he injure Yi Xiao, what would his subordinates do? It would be easier to escape from outside the estate. He had firmly resolved to ensure Yi Zhao's meridians were shattered. The maid, seeing he would not enter, had no choice but to turn and run back inside. And Qinghu remained outside the estate. His expression grave, he murmured to himself, whoever dares to harm my sister must pay the price. At long last, the grand door swung open once more. Lu'er stepped forth from its confines. The moment Qinghu laid eyes on her, his gaze widened in astonishment. The indomitable aura that had enveloped him began to dissipate, replaced by sheer shock and disbelief. He raised a trembling hand, pointing at Lu'er, stammering, Why you? How are you here? Lu'er, disinterested, rolled her eyes and replied, My young master instructed you to enter. With that, she turned and strode into the courtyard. And Qinghu's expression shifted dramatically, a myriad of conjectures swirling in his mind. Finally, gritting his teeth, he hastened to follow her. He trailed behind Lu'er, longing to inquire, yet at a loss as to how to articulate his questions. Lu'er, however, was clearly displeased. You were told to enter, so just come in. Why did you have to stand outside, forcing me to come out? Qinghu finally voiced his burning question. Is he the third prince of Qian? What do you think? Lu'er shot him a disdainful glance, offering no direct answer. Yet her response was nearly as telling. Before long, Lu'er led Qinghu to the rear courtyard. Yi Xiao reclined in a lounge chair, while He Quan stood behind him. Upon seeing Yi Xiao and then He Quan, Qinghu covered his face, laughing maniacally. Ha! So it's you. I knew you weren't dead. However, as the laughter subsided, a murderous intent flickered in his eyes. But why did you sever her meridians? With your strength, defeating her would have been effortless. Muhan, even if I am not your match, I shall fight you today. As he spoke, his aura surged wildly. His sword pointed menacingly at Yi Xiao. Come, if you dare, sever my meridians as well. Let me see. After all this time, just how vast the chasm between us has become. Leaning back in his chair, Yi Xiao regarded Qinghu with keen interest. Your aura is commendable, but your words betray a hint of trepidation. Qinghu's face flushed with embarrassment and rage. Mind your own business. Come and fight. Yi Xiao shook his head, replying, My cultivation is merely at the Tianyuan realm. I am not your opponent. Engaging you would ensure my demise. There is not a sliver of hope for victory today. Yi Xiao spoke no falsehood. At present, his cultivation was insufficient to contend with Qinghu. Qinghu was momentarily taken aback, yet he also noted Yi Zhao's current cultivation and was struck with disbelief. How is it that you are only at the Tianyuan realm? You have scattered your cultivation and begun anew. This revelation shocked Qinghu even more than Yi Zhao's cultivation level. His jaw dropped in astonishment. Scattered your power and started over. Why? Xiao did not conceal the truth. Chuckling, I discovered a technique even more formidable than the great sun Yuan Yanggong, hence the need to restart my cultivation. And Chenghu was left speechless that a sense of inexplicable dread welled up within him. The already formidable Xiao had found a technique more potent than the great sun Yuan Yanggong. If he were to master it, who in the world could stand against him? At that moment, Xiao patiently elucidated, I shall not hide the truth from you, and Ling Long was indeed injured by me. But I had no choice that, as the third prince of the Qian, I must vie for the throne. She pledged allegiance to the Empress Dowager and allied with the first prince to challenge me. In front of the assembled generals, I had no avenue for retreat, and thus I was compelled to fight. With such a vast disparity in strength, sparing her life was already the extent of my efforts. I truly could not control my strength. It was not intentional. And Chenghu clenched his teeth. What use is your explanation? Her meridians are shattered. Her life hangs in the balance. How could I possibly let you go? Xiao scoffed. You seem to overestimate yourself. Shu, dispose of him. Quan stepped forward, causing Chenghu to gasp in shock. You lack martial virtue. By your reasoning, if the ancestor of the Qing Xian sect were to seek me out, should I duel him as well? Have you become foolish from your martial training? Xiao's mockery left Chenghu's face burning with shame, yet he found himself unable to retort that moment. Xiao produced a pill from his robe and tossed it to Chenghu, saying, Enough of the chatter. I have no desire for lengthy discourse. Here is a Wanling Yangshan pill. After consuming it, it can heal your sister's injuries. I can gift it to you. And Chenghu caught the pill, a surge of joy swelling within him. Yet Xiao swiftly changed his tone. There is one more matter. And Chenghu, gazing at the pill in his hand without lifting his gaze, asked, What matter? I require you to return to the Qing Xian sect. Why? And Chenghu's expression was one of utter confusion as he looked at Xiao. Xiao shook his head. The Qing Xian sect is now bound to the first prince. I do not wish to see that outcome. Upon hearing Xiao's request, Chenghu gained a measure of confidence. Lifting his chin defiantly, What? Are you afraid? Are you begging me? If you beg, I might consider it. Observing Chenghu's arrogant demeanor, Xiao rose, clad in a majestic robe. Exuding an extraordinary presence, he fixed a cold gaze upon Chenghu, his murderous intent palpable, and spoke in a deep voice. I, Xiao, have never known the meaning of fear. Today, I extend you a kind warning that if you refuse, I shall not force you. Take the pill and use it to heal your injuries. However, should the Qing Xian sect fall in the future, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Had anyone else uttered such words, Chenghu would have dismissed them as mere nonsense, unworthy of his concern. But Xiao, even Chenghu, who typically held himself in high regard, understood the terror that lay within him. Prior to encountering Xiao, Chenghu had always believed himself to be the most gifted martial talent in the world. For in both the Qing Xian sect and beyond, none of his contemporaries had posed a challenge to him. As he matured, he began to challenge the masters on the star ranking, achieving consecutive victories and climbing the ranks. To him, they were all mere trifles, until that fateful day when he encountered Xiao. The despair, the helplessness, the sensation of being toyed with still haunted him as a nightmare. For the first time, he recognized the vast chasm that existed between people, a gap so immense that he could scarcely fathom how to bridge it. His only hope lay in a complete suppression of strength. Reflecting on the past, he now gazed at Xiao. Robed in grandeur and exuding an extraordinary aura, he sensed the changes within Xiao. The Xiao he had encountered years ago was resplendent yet refined. The present Xiao retained his nobility while exuding an added ferocity and authority that was even more pronounced. After a moment of contemplation, Chenghu sighed deeply. I do not wish to return. I cannot bear to part with Wanwan. He remained unwilling to abandon Nangong Wanwan. For him, this was of utmost importance. Xiao was taken aback for a moment before responding with a cold laugh. You truly have sunk to new depths of mediocrity. Chenghu, defiantly raising his chin, countered, What makes you think I have fallen? I cherish Wanwan. What is wrong with that? Do you think everyone is as ungrateful as you? Xiao replied, I have no desire to waste words with you. The matter has been clearly laid out. You must consider your path forward, but remember this, Mu Han is dead. This person no longer exists in this world, so do not mention this to anyone. And Qinghu sneered. What of it? Are you afraid Wan will discover your whereabouts and come looking for you? Indeed, Xiao did not attempt to conceal his intentions. I wish to avoid further complications. You do not want her to be with me, correct? Therefore, concealing this matter is the wisest course of action. Lure, see him out. And Qinghu cast a deep glance at Xiao, clutching the pill, and turned to leave. As he walked away, Qian furrowed his brow and asked, Your Highness, do you truly believe he will return to the Qing Xian sect, as you have suggested? An 8 in 10 chance, Xiao replied nonchalantly. He is a man of deep feelings, be it love or kinship. His visit today on behalf of Linglong proves I have not misjudged him. For matters of lesser significance, he would not hesitate in the face of love. But should it concern blood relations facing annihilation, we shall see if he returns. It is merely that he cannot make a decision at this moment. But the Qing Xian sect has already expelled him. Xiao rolled his eyes. Expulsion means nothing. The fact that he could leave the Qing Xian sect unscathed proves that even despite his father's anger, he has no intention of truly punishing him. Expulsion was merely a means to avoid gossip in a martial world. Now that he has come to his senses, eliminating a couple of demonic foes would be a fitting return to the right path. A model of righteousness. Ha! Your Highness speaks truth. As night deepened, Xiao sat cross-legged in his consciousness space. Before him floated a colossal human emperor cauldron. With the dissemination of various news, Xiao's reputation among the people soared even higher. This caused the human emperor cauldron to gather a tremendous amount of public favor, transforming it into imperial Q. In an instant, countless golden rays surged into Xiao's body. The imperial qi within him roared and surged. His cultivation rapidly ascended. As the golden light intensified, so too did Xiao's strength. At long last, his cultivation has ascended a notch, reaching the 5th tier of the celestial origin realm. Xiao wore a slight smile, realizing that facing off against Linglong had indeed brought certain advantages. However, he was taken aback by the rapid dissemination of news. Meanwhile, Yanzai's 8,000 cavalry had also been fully recruited. With these individuals now under his command, Xiao's overall training speed escalated yet another level. As he felt the Emperor's cauldron continuously gathering vitality, he was exceedingly pleased. The only thing left to await was the formation of combat strength among these cavalrymen. While he leisurely practiced, some others could not even find solace in sleep. In a secluded corner of Tang'an City, under the shroud of darkness, Qinghu embraced a wine jar, leaning against a wall. For him, it was time to make a choice. Should he continue to follow Nangong Wan in pursuit of so-called love, or return to the sect to influence its decisions? Some choices he could only make by himself. Sip after sip of wine, he gazed at the pills in his hand, a medley of emotions swirling within him. Suddenly, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. Mubu Xiao, you scoundrel! You know I will inevitably return to the sect. You know I will not stand idly by as they march towards confrontation with you. You seem to know everything, including when I will unleash my techniques. Damn it! How can you be so formidable? He staggered to his feet with the wine jar in hand. But do you know? I will reveal your whereabouts to Wan. You don't want me to speak? I must speak. If I return to Qing Xian sect, how can I have any further ties with Wan? If that is the case, she should know that the one she loves still walks the earth. Did you not just marry some TM woman? Then bump into Wan. I want to see whether she lives or dies. If you won't let me have it good, I won't let you have it either. No one shall have it good. And Qinghu staggered down the dark road, muttering to himself as he took a few steps, drank, took a few more steps, and drank again. That Wei Xiao would never anticipate that Qinghu would make such a decision. After their encounter, he had set this matter aside for the time, being this moment. Yi Xiao was attending court. Before him stood an elderly man clad in a simple long robe. The old man was spirited, passionately speaking before the 4 princes. Since ancient times, the hierarchy of age has been paramount. Usurping the elder for the younger is the path to disaster. His Majesty has allowed you to participate in governance to assist the crown prince in ruling the nation and ushering in a prosperous era for the Qian. How can you harbor thoughts of usurping the throne? It is utterly absurd and laughable that some princes brazenly declare their intent to seize the throne in public. The elder halted before Xiao, coldly stating, "Third prince, do you agree?" As the autumn examinations approached, students from all regions were entering Tangyan, marking a momentous occasion for the Qian. Simultaneously, many literary luminaries and highly esteemed scholars were also arriving in Tangyan. These individuals gathered together to petition the emperor in the palace. For such esteemed figures, even Yizun would not dare to treat them lightly, allowing them to enter together. Unexpectedly, after the audience, someone advised Yizun to designate the crown prince as heir apparent. Directly targeting Xiao, Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded the elderly man before him, a prominent scholar from Han Prefecture, Wang Chong. This man was renowned as a great scholar of the age, possessing significant prestige. Xiao had initially thought that these intellectuals would predominantly support the fourth prince due to his greater literary acclaim. However, Wang Chong openly proposed that Yizun establish the crown prince as heir apparent, and he did so with an air of condescension before Xiao. At this moment, Wang Chong stood before Xiao, eyes full of disdain, casting sidelong glances at him as if he were beneath notice. All eyes in the court were fixed upon Wang Chong. He continued unabated, confronting Xiao directly. "Third prince, since your return to Tangyan, you have acted with reckless abandon, growing increasingly arrogant. Not only did you break Yixing Yuan's legs, but you even assaulted second Prince Yin. Such a violent and arrogant temperament is truly outrageous, and you dare to speak of usurping the throne. Do you have no shame?" This was Yi Zhao's first encounter with the audacity of scholars. At least Wang Chong was indeed bold. Among the entire court, not one person dared to confront Yi Xiao so boldly. This moment, all eyes were upon Yi Xiao, filled with anticipation. Would this arrogant and tempestuous third prince retaliate against this old man? Even Yizun watched with interest, eager to see his reaction. Indeed, Yi Xiao reached out his hand, pressing it down upon Wang Chang's head. In an instant, every heart in the room leapt in alarm. Was he about to strike? With a slight exertion, Yi Xiao lifted Wang Chang's face and entire body, twisting him towards Yizun. Then, in a tone reminiscent of a mischievous child, Yi Xiao spoke. "Stop causing a ruckus. Go tell him. What use is it for you to tell me? You should inform him that the decision lies in his hands." Wang Chong was taken aback. All the officials present were equally bewildered, including Yizun, who was watching the spectacle, found himself at a loss for words. "You insult him, and you bring him over to my side. What nonsense is this?" Wang Chang's face turned crimson as he attempted to turn his head. Yet he could not withstand Yi Zhao's strength. With an exasperated shout, he yelled, "This is outrageous. How can you humiliate me like this?" Alas, Wang Chong was not particularly tall, and Yi Xiao towered over him. Holding him was akin to an adult lifting a child. Wang Chong flailed about desperately, trying to escape Yi Zhao's grasp, yet he was firmly held in place. The scene appeared both ridiculous and comical. "Enough! Let him go, shower!" Yi Zun commanded, and Yi Xiao released his grip. That moment, Wang Chong turned around, his face flushed with rage, glaring fiercely at Yi Xiao. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Yi Zun calmly say, "Mr. Wang, the throne of the Qian has always been earned by the capable. Although I was the eldest son of the late emperor, my ascension to the throne was due to my own exceptional abilities, not merely the order of age. Thus, to whom the Qian throne is ultimately passed depends on which of the princes or princesses possesses the talent to lead our Qian to greater heights." With these words, a hornet's nest had been stirred. Wang Chong, who had originally prepared to attack Yi Xiao, turned to Yizun, shouting, "This is outrageous. If what your majesty says is true, would that not disrupt the natural order of the heavens and earth? No wonder the third prince behaves so recklessly. It seems your majesty supports him. Have you not heard the words of the sages? What followed was a lengthy tirade. Wang Chong, renowned as a great scholar, cited texts and wielded his arguments with fervor, unleashing a torrent of words against Yizun. However, attacking Yizun was not the same as attacking Yi Xiao, without Yizun needing to intervene. Others naturally stepped forward to defend him. Thus, in the court, voices clashed and tempers flared, creating a heated uproar. Xiao and his companions, in contrast, found themselves at leisure. Turning to the second prince, Xiao smiled. You were behind this, weren't you? Qian let out a cold laugh. Offering no response, he then turned to the crown prince. Was it you? The crown prince remained silent. Finally, Xiao faced the fourth prince. What about you? Fourth brother? The fourth prince hurriedly replied. Third brother, do not jest. Mr. Wang is highly esteemed. How could he be swayed by us? Xiao smiled with interest, choosing not to press further. After witnessing the splendid exchange amongst the scholars throughout the morning, Yizun declared the court dismissed. After the session, as Xiao prepared to leave, he was stopped by Zhou Tong. Your Highness, His Majesty requests that you join him for lunch in the palace. Xiao was momentarily taken aback before grinning. Very well. He then followed Zhou Tong out. The other three princes also noticed the commotion, displaying little outward reaction. Yet how they contemplated internally remained a mystery. Soon after, everyone exited the palace and went their separate ways. In the carriage of the fourth prince, Wang Chong, who had just defended the crown prince in court, wore a face of regret. Your Highness, what a pity! I failed to provoke that third prince into action against me. The fourth prince maintained a calm demeanor, gazing out at the bustling streets. It matters not. Affairs are determined by human effort. But success lies with the heavens, as it always has. It appears that my third brother, while seemingly tempestuous, is not devoid of wisdom. If Mr. Wang has the time, he might visit my elder brother more often. It would be beneficial for him to speak on my elder brother's behalf. Such would suffice. Wang Chong nodded immediately, then produced a slip of paper, whispering, As for the few disciples of the Wang family, 2 of them, they may enter the rankings, and I will oversee this election. The fourth prince accepted the list. The carriage halted at the street corner, allowing Wang Chong to disembark. Within the vast confines of the royal harem, Yizun and Xiao sat on either side of a grand table laden with an array of delicacies. In contrast to Yizun's refined demeanor, Xiao's approach to dining was rather boisterous. Zhou Tong, bring me that pork knuckle, he exclaimed. What, Your Majesty? At your father's advanced age, do you truly wish to offer him such greasy fare? And that Buddha jumps over the wall. My father doesn't even enjoy it. And this ghastly green dish, serve it to my father instead. He ought to consume more vegetables for his health. Observing his brother's antics, Yizun shook his head and remarked, still the same as in childhood. Only relishing meat. As a child practicing martial arts, I require ample nourishment to sustain my vigor. Thus, I must consume more meat. Xiao grinned widely. While serving himself, Yizun regarded Xiao with admiration and chuckled softly. I assumed you would take the opportunity to strike Wang Chong today. Xiao sighed. I would indeed like to, but alas, it is not feasible. Pray tell, if you dared to confront the second prince. Why not him? What would be the consequence? A few blows with a cane, perhaps. Xiao shook his head. Firstly, I am uncertain whether Wang Chong is genuinely acting on behalf of my brothers or truly for the sake of the realm and its people. If I aspire to be a sovereign, I must possess a measure of tolerance if I strike out whenever I hear words that displease me. What company would I have, save for sycophants? Secondly, Wang Chong is esteemed and holds considerable renown. Without sufficient justification, should I resort to violence, what would the scholars of the realm think of me? Thirdly, should it turn out that someone has laid a trap for me, I cannot simply leap into it. Too many leaps into pitfalls, and one may inevitably stumble. Yizun smiled. Indeed, indeed. If you were to rely solely on martial prowess without cunning, even if gifted with divine talent, you would not be fit to occupy the throne of Qian. At this juncture, his expression grew serious as he intoned, As a ruler, one must possess a mind as deep as the ocean, harboring myriad thoughts without revealing them outwardly. One must not be easily discerned by others. Only then can one govern effectively. With his mouth full of meat, Xiao impatiently replied, I understand. Let us eat quickly. You can teach me how to be emperor afterward. Yizun remained silent, aware that none but Xiao would dare speak to him in such a manner. Yet, watching Xiao indulge heartily brought him a sense of joy. At the entrance of the inn, and Xinghu lay sprawled on the ground, clutching the wine jar from the previous day. Nangong Wanwan stood before him, her brow slightly furrowed. Hey, wake up! Quickly awaken! she urged, poking his face with a small stick in evident disdain. Eventually, he opened his eyes, bloodshot and filled with indignation at being roused. Yet upon recognizing Nangong Wanwan, his anger dissipated, replaced by clarity. Sitting up from the ground, he scratched his head. Wanwan. Nangong Wanwan frowned. Did you not go to seek the third prince? How is it that you return in this state? And Chenghu was silent for a moment. There were too many guards. I did not challenge him. Surprised by his revelation, Nangong Wanwan chose not to press further. If you did not challenge him, then so be it. Hurry and change your clothes. You reek. And Chenghu gazed at her lovely visage, summoning his courage to ask, Wanwan, may I inquire if you harbor even a modicum of affection for me? None, Nangong Wanwan replied without hesitation, shaking her head. I like Mu Hn, and Chenghu forced a bitter smile. After 3 years of being by your side, you have never felt even a spark of emotion? No. Taking a deep breath, and Chenghu declared, Then I shall take my leave. I intend to return to Qing Xian's sect. Upon hearing his words, Nangong Wanwan appeared momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Smiling, congratulations on overcoming your emotional obstacles. When we meet next, do not hold back. And Chenghu murmured, all right. Though he acquiesced, he knew deep down that he could never truly bring himself to harm Nangong Wanwan. Nangong Wanwan gazed at the sky, murmuring congratulations on your liberation, but I am still ensnared. I must seek him out. No matter the distance, I shall find him. I refuse to believe he is gone. With that, she turned to leave, exuding an air of nonchalance, akin to her unhesitating agreement when Chenghu first proposed to accompany her. Watching her depart, and Chenghu suddenly shouted, I saw Mu Han yesterday. He is in Tangyan. At this proclamation, Nangong Wanwan darted forward like a specter, her expression devoid of any nonchalance, only urgency. Where is he? I do not know. And Chenghu ultimately withheld the full truth. Even though he had lashed out in drunken frustration the previous night, he chose to lie in the end. When I visited the third prince's residence, I caught a glimpse of him. My heart was racing. And I did not call out to him. Upon hearing this, Nangong Wanwan's eyes flared with anger, yet she felt powerless. You foolish tiger, why did you not detain him? The third prince of Qian is not going to flee. Why the rush? Her face was etched with concern. Nonchalance is reliant on context. If one has never felt a pang of emotion, then naturally they can appear carefree. But when genuine care resides within, how can one maintain that facade of indifference? And Chenghu's silence thickened the atmosphere. Nangong Wanwan, though resigned, remained undeterred, her eyes brimming with hope. And no matter what, knowing he is alive brings me peace. Little tiger, thank you. I will certainly find him. With a bright smile, she radiated joy, causing a pang of pain in Chenghu's heart. Since the update of the star ranking, he had not witnessed such a genuine smile from her. In her heart, Nangong Wanwan's thoughts were forever with Xiao. The parting came unexpectedly. After confirming the direction of the third prince's residence, she walked away without looking back. Left behind was Chenghu, who took out a vial from his pocket, gazing down at it as he murmured, Xiao Mu Han, if Wanwan's affections were not directed toward you, how splendid it would be. We ought to be friends. The world of martial arts is not solely defined by love. Camaraderie among men over drinks holds its own significance. He vividly recalled the day he battled Xiao. Defeated, they shared a hearty drink, with Xiao candidly pointing out the flaws in his training. That day marked the first time Chenghu was truly impressed by a peer. Unfortunately, fate can be cruel. Many developments do not unfold as one wishes that in the palace. Xiao reclined in his chair, feeling thoroughly satisfied. The servants and eunuchs had taken their leave. Only Xiao and Yijun remained in the room. With the old eunuch Lu Tong still lingering in the corner, Xiao sensed that the main topic was about to unfold. Indeed, Yijun smiled and said, I heard that Chenghu challenged you at your residence yesterday. Upon hearing this, Xiao raised an eyebrow, replying with a grin, That is indeed the case. Did you win or lose? There was no fight. Why was there no fight? Because I could not win. Xiao was entirely forthright. Chuckling, at present, my cultivation level does not allow me to defeat Chenghu. Hearing this, Yijun laughed. If you cannot win, will he heed your words? Xiao raised an eyebrow. Do you know why I sought him out? Merely to persuade him to return to Qian's sect, thus preventing it from completely aligning with the eldest prince. Xiao chuckled. What complex thoughts could you children possibly have? Xiao remained silent, contemplating that perhaps the world believed them to be simple-minded. Since I sought him out, I must possess some confidence. Xiao declared with self-assurance. Yijin lifted his teacup, taking a delicate sip, and looked earnestly at Xiao, asking, I am not omniscient. While I know much about the affairs of the martial world, I have never immersed myself within it. There are many matters I do not fully comprehend. Even within the court, our understanding of the so-called martial world is rather limited. You have roamed the martial world for a decade. I summoned you today because there is a matter on which I require your counsel. His tone was notably grave. Xiao straightened in his seat, aware that the crux of the matter was at hand. Yijun slowly inquired, Tell me, should I intervene in the affairs of the martial world? This is a question, as well as a test. It is meant to see Xiao's answer. Xiao fell into deep contemplation, and the room was enveloped in silence. After a while, Xiao raised his head and smiled, saying, Naturally, it is essential to manage, for under heaven, there is no other land but the king's, and along the shores, there are no other rulers but the king's ministers. These sects of the martial world are also subjects of the great Qian. However, the question remains, how to manage them and to what extent? What outcome does Father Emperor desire? This is indeed worthy of discussion. What do you wish to achieve, Father? Should all sects be disbanded? Or what? This is the crux of the matter. Yijun furrowed his brow and remarked, Those who act with chivalry often violate the law. The individuals nurtured by these martial sects possess formidable strength. Yet they are often impulsive and, at times, even heed one-sided narratives to commit acts of violence. Moreover, these individuals do not engage in productive labor, while some sects rely on their industries for sustenance. Many resort to thievery and banditry, even advocating for robbing the rich to aid the poor, all while self-aggrandizing. But should those law-abiding wealthy individuals be condemned? Yet, these individuals, skilled in combat, leave many innocent citizens defenseless. They roam freely, making capture exceedingly difficult. Such incidents are reported in considerable numbers each year, that I have no intention of exterminating them all, yet we must devise a response to this situation. The visit from the Qian sect has provided me an opportunity to ponder whether we could utilize them to impose certain restrictions and influences on such behaviors. What are your thoughts? Within the imperial kitchen, Xiao pondered for a moment before softly stating, As a son, having traversed the martial world for many years, I must admit that the matters spoken of by Father Emperor do indeed exist. Yet the issue lies in the sheer number of these martial individuals, and the multitude of incidents occurring daily if the court were to maintain a sufficient number of constables to handle various situations. It would require a significant financial investment, which may involve corruption, negligence, and abuse of power, ultimately leading to an endeavor that yields little reward. Yijun nodded in agreement. I think similarly. Thus, when the Qian sect proposed to establish a Zhenwu division based on their sect, to register all sects under heaven and accept the oversight of the Zhenwu division, I did not refuse. However, I pondered, would the various sects be willing to comply? If they resist control and have not violated the law, we cannot simply eradicate them. Should we act in such a manner, it would likely provoke a violent backlash. Xiao shook his head. I believe the Zhenwu division can indeed be established. However, its authority should be limited to apprehending bandits and pursuing criminals, rather than regulating the sects, serving merely as a deterrent against the unscrupulous of the martial world. Yijun frowned, relying solely on the Qian sect, even with some skilled individuals, may not suffice. Father, there are countless skilled practitioners in the world, and even if the evildoers constitute only a fraction, there are still numerous. Completely eradicate them is indeed a delusion. Yet I have another method. What method? Xiao smiled and inquired. What do you think these martial individuals value the most? Yijun pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I truly do not understand these martial individuals. From the perspective of those sent by the Qian sect, they seem to desire power and influence, much like the court. Xiao shook his head. In reality, the Qian sect has already stepped beyond the martial world. From a moment they chose to align with the court, they became fundamentally different from ordinary martial individuals. Yi Zhuan chuckled. If it were otherwise, what else could it be? It is merely fame and fortune. Who among the people can escape that? You are correct, father, Yi Xiao solemnly replied. The individuals of the martial world can be roughly categorized into several types. The first category comprises those who are deeply passionate about martial arts and cherish their freedom. Such individuals are steadfast and difficult to recruit, let alone regulate. The second category seeks profit and power. Some of these individuals may ally with the court, while others may commit crimes, essentially dividing into two groups. The third group pursues fame. I believe that if father wishes to intervene in the martial world, focusing on this last category would be most effective. Yi Zhuan narrowed his eyes and urged, "Continue." Yi Xiao took a sip of tea and continued. As the son of heaven, you govern the realm, and the great Qian has endured for millennia. The court's prestige runs deep in the hearts of the people, which is our advantage. Just look at the Tianji Pavilion, a mere establishment, yet by issuing the so-called star ranking and bright moon ranking, it attracts countless martial individuals to fight for a ranking. Risking their lives, this illustrates the intensity of their pursuit of fame. The title of number one under heaven has led innumerable heroes to their demise. I believe our court could also issue two lists. One would be a wanted list, including all individuals found guilty and on the run, with this list differing from previous ones by assigning bounties and chivalry points based on their cultivation level and the severity of their crimes. The second would be a list of chivalrous heroes. Those on this list would be ranked according to their chivalry points. Consequently, it would undoubtedly incite countless martial individuals to exert their utmost efforts to capture those who commit evil. This way, the court would save on expenses while intensifying the crackdown on wrongdoers. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhuan's eyes brightened. Yi Zhao's proposal was indeed imaginative. What was more, this suggestion entailed no risk, and the cost was negligible. It was the kind of idea that, once heard, seemed incredibly feasible. Why Yi Xiao continued. Father could also command the creation of some special awards, such as a pure gold sword for the number one chivalrous hero. Secondly, a decree of chivalry. Thirdly, a jade ring of chivalry. These items would not permanently belong to them. Instead, they would be returned to the court every 3 years and redistributed based on chivalry points, merely to signify their status. Moreover, a monument could be erected to honor chivalrous heroes, recording the achievements of these top heroes annually for public admiration. In doing so, the martial world would surely witness a surge of chivalrous individuals. At this point, Yi Xiao became increasingly animated, saying, Father could also command the compilation of pamphlets and scripts to promote the spirit of chivalry, intertwining it with loyalty to the throne and love for the nation. By advocating that true chivalry serves the country and its people, it would certainly spark a wave of righteous individuals serving the court. Additionally, by meticulously selecting those of good character, exceptional ability, and outstanding achievements, we could bestow upon them the title of national hero. In this manner, we could effectively guide martial individuals to serve the nation. Yi Zhuan's gaze flickered as he listened to Yi Xiao articulate his thoughts with eloquence. His eyes brimmed with appreciation and contentment. Throughout the years, Yi Xiao had gained renown through martial arts and had also excelled in military training. However, fundamentally, he had never demonstrated any capability in governance. This had caused Yi Zhuan some concern, for governing a nation is not merely about fighting and killing. Therefore, Yi Zhao's restraint in the Grand Hall today, refraining from physical confrontation with Wang Chong, greatly pleased him. It at least proved that Yi Xiao possessed foresight and composure, not merely resembling a powder keg ready to explode. Furthermore, Yi Zhao's strategies revealed his acumen in statecraft. Ha ha ha. Yi Zhuan laughed heartily, rising and pacing back and forth. What a brilliant strategy. The heart must be won. My son, what you seek is the hearts of these martial individuals. In doing so, our great Qian court will gain the means to manage these martial individuals. However, in my view, it is still insufficient. Each government and county should erect monuments to record the heroes of their respective locales. Additionally, I shall command the compilation of a great Qian history of heroes, providing these chivalrous individuals the opportunity to leave a mark in history. No sooner had he finished speaking than Yi Zhuan squinted his eyes again, murmuring with excitement. No. Still not enough? I wish to compile a history of heroes encompassing all martial individuals of the human race. When the time comes to release it, I shall rank among the leaders of the three kingdoms, and surely individuals from foreign martial worlds will come as a result. Our great Qian gains one talent, while the Xia and Chu nations lose one. Even if it attracts just one more person,